From the dark shadows over Gotham to the radiant sunlight of Metropolis. From the fierce warriors of Paradise Island to the splendid kingdoms beneath the seven seas. From the flash of Central City to the Green Lantern amidst the cosmos. The public remains perpetually captivated by the tumultuous fates of heroes. Yet, beneath that dazzling aura, is there a stable era of peace or a tumultuous struggle for survival? Chapter 1. Exterminate the Bat, Save Gotham, Today. Tonight, Blackgate Prison is destined for unrest. The already deranged inmates begin to rhythmically bang on their cell doors, their ferocious demeanor enough to terrify an ordinary person. Trained guards, abruptly awakened from their slumber, hastily rush into the cells, wielding their nightsticks. Damn it! Why are you howling like banshees in the dead of night? This is rebellion. Those who serve as guards in Gotham's prison often harbor a hint of psychopathy. Their nerves are anything but ordinary. Rather than being intimidated by the prisoners' ferocity, their bloodlust is ignited, and with a resounding crack, they bring their clubs down, fracturing the fingers of several inmates in an instant. Typically, such a display would send the majority of ordinary prisoners scurrying back, allowing the guards to confine a few instigators to solitary and restore order. However, tonight is different. The inmates, driven mad, reach through the bars, seizing the nightsticks, arms, and even calves of the guards, pressing them against the doors, attempting to strangle them. Help! The guards cry out in terror. The heavy doors swing open, but instead of reinforcements, a towering figure stands before them, a 3-meter colossus, his muscular frame clad in a peculiar mask. Bane! 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 The inmates roar, releasing their grip on the brutal guards. Yet, rather than feeling saved, the guards find their legs turn to jelly, collapsing to the ground. Bane, the world-renowned supervillain, the ace mercenary, the man who has bested Batman. Each of his titles sends ordinary folk fleeing while inciting madness among the inmates. The memories of his brutal conquests keep the guards from fainting, which is a small mercy. Ignoring the petty henchman, Bane strides to the center, raising his right hand high. In that instant, silence envelopes the crowd. Today, Gotham City is liberated. Today, we shall return all the humiliation we have endured to our enemies. Tonight, Batman, that hypocritical man who dares not show his true face to the world, will perish. A ripple of disbelief courses through the inmates, who begin to murmur, struggling to comprehend that the nightmare weighing on them for nearly a decade might finally dissipate. Silence. Bane, having anticipated this very moment, immediately plays a video. In the shipping yard of Gotham, a host of infamous supervillains Clock King, Deadshot, Killer Croc, Victor Hugo, Bane, and many others assault Batman. The Dark Knight showcases the terrifying power he has wielded against crime for a decade, toppling one adversary after another, standing resolute amidst the storm, as if he would never fall. Witnessing this, many inmates tremble, feeling aches in their bodies, paralyzed by fear. But soon, a turning point emerges. An error leads to Batman faltering. The melee-oriented villains push him onto a ship at the docks. An explosion erupts, flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire harbor. The sight leaves the inmates breathless, unable to believe that this was truly unfolding. Bane subsequently reveals a charred bat mask, and the crowd erupts in uncontrollable cheers, the inmates driven to frenzy. This was Bane's intention. With a nod, he signals his men to open the cell doors, and as the inmates spill forth, their first instinct is to unleash their fury upon the guards. Go, let the world pay for the suffering you have endured. With Bane's incitement, the inmates become even more frenzied, hoisting the guards aloft, discussing a myriad of horrifying tortures amidst the guards' anguished screams, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Fell, there's no one left. We must leave. Sam peers cautiously around the cell door, ensuring the coast is clear before urgently waving to the calm Chi Ping, urging him to hurry. Not so fast, Chi Ping replies nonchalantly. As a traveler from another realm, Chi Ping had perished a month prior while saving someone, only to be chosen by the demon-sealing box and transported to the DC universe. Due to the box's depleted energy at that moment, he collapsed on the streets of Gotham, where a police officer found him. However, instead of saving him, that officer, concerned about his own performance, unceremoniously tossed Chi Ping into Blackgate Prison, mistaking him for a criminal. Prior to his journey, Chi Ping was merely an ordinary student, forced to endure beatings within the prison walls. Fortunately, the demon-sealing box absorbed sunlight, restoring some energy, and managed to bestow upon Chi Ping 2 gifts before temporarily powering down. One of these gifts was a technique for cultivating the power of the realm, which Chi Ping diligently honed day and night, gradually gaining the strength to protect himself. Sam, a simple thief from Gotham, had been betrayed by his boss and reduced to a mere statistic in police records, landing him in prison. During Chi Ping's beatings, Sam pleaded for him, sharing food, and thus their friendship blossomed. Though technically, Sam is not a virtuous individual, in the cursed land of Gotham, the impoverished have little choice in their survival. Hey, I say, boss, once those guards converge, we'll be done for. Sam frets, pacing anxiously. Chi Ping waves him off. Batman may be dead, but Nightwing, Robin, and Batgirl are still out there. Can you outfight or outrun them? Sam scratches his head, finally stammering. Well, with so many escaping, they won't pay attention to lowly grunts like us. What about Commissioner Gordon? Chi Ping's question leaves Sam utterly stumped, and he sighs. All right, you're the clever one. What do you propose we do? Let's wait until the Bat family engages with Bane when they're distracted. We'll sneak out and erase the prison records to prevent the police from pursuing us. Right. We'll do just that. Sam claps his hands, eager to praise Chi Ping further, when suddenly a series of explosions echo from outside. Those guys sure are quick, let's move. Chi Ping exclaims, his eyes lighting up as he makes a break for it. With Sam's instincts as a thief, he has memorized the prison's layout over the past month and leads Chi Ping swiftly to the vicinity of the records room, only to find their path blocked by a door. Damn it, it's an electronic door. I can't open it. Sam kicks the door in frustration and adds, we should just make a run for it. Forget the records. Chi Ping, however, vehemently disagrees. Due to the demands of the demon sealing box, he has utterly lost the option of becoming a villain and can only charge forth on the path of righteousness. If he continues to evade the police, he is bound to break his vow. Though Gotham's law enforcement is hardly virtuous, it is still preferable to minimize trouble. Stand aside. Chi Ping steps forward, producing the second item gifted by the demon sealing box, the summoning device for the true armor. Chapter 2. I wield power, you indulge in enhancements, and we all have a radiant future. The true armor, originally designed by the Earth Police in the armor world as a replica of the armors from the Ming realm and Ares Star, serves as a law enforcement suit. Its substantial mechanical apparatus provides it with foundational combat data comparable to the four-element armors. However, due to its purely mechanical nature, it lacks the diverse and extraordinary abilities characteristic of the four-element armors. As the first suit of armor crafted by humanity, the true armor imposes stringent physical requirements on its summoner. This explains why Chi Ping refrains from simply donning the true armor and bursting forth from the prison. His current physical condition is inadequate to sustain prolonged combat while wearing the armor. The true summoner resembles a touchscreen smartphone, functioning not only to summon the armor, but also serving as a compact supercomputer. Chi Ping pressed the summoner against the electronic door, and a dazzling array of code flashed across the device. With a beep, the electronic door swung open. Go find the paper files and delete our records. We need to make a swift escape. Chi Ping commanded, effortlessly breaching the prison's computer system with the true armor summoner, erasing their online files. While Sam was familiar with the surroundings, he found the cluttered prison files overwhelmingly disorganized, rendering his search futile. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Why don't we just set fire to the entire archive room and be done with it? Are you out of your mind?" Chi Ping restrained Sam's restless spirit. "We need to leave now. With so many serious criminals ahead, the superheroes might not even notice us. If we burn the files, our priority will skyrocket." "Nothing works. Let's just make a run for it," Sam lamented, acknowledging Chi Ping's intelligence and combat prowess but perplexed by his cautious nature. "Then let's go? Perhaps those superheroes won't come to inspect this archive room." Just as Chi Ping and Sam reached the doorway, the sound of pounding echoed through the corridor. "Damn, what rotten luck. Who would come to an archive room at a time like this?" Chi Ping complained about his misfortune. Sam quickly concealed himself behind a file rack, encouraging Chi Ping from his hiding spot. He understood his own limitations and knew that charging in would only complicate matters for Chi Ping. Blow it open. The intruders, losing patience after a few strikes, resorted to explosives. With a resigned smile, Chi Ping took cover behind the wall, preparing for a surprise attack. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and the door was flung aside as mercenaries clad in skull-emblazoned masks entered through the smoke. "The boss demands we burn the archive room. Get to work," commanded the squad leader, gesturing for several armed soldiers to bring in gasoline barrels, ready to incinerate the room. Using the chaos of the explosion as cover, Chi Ping could have slipped away unnoticed, but instead, he lunged at the squad leader, attempting to choke him unconscious. Taken aback by the sudden assault, the squad leader quickly responded, rolling away and throwing Chi Ping off. "Damn, These mercenaries are incredibly strong. One of them is worth 3 prisoners. Though Qi Ping trained diligently day and night, his progress was stunted by the prison's poor living conditions. He could handle a prisoner, but against a true mercenary, he faltered. Kill him, the squad leader ordered, and several mercenaries drew their firearms, aiming at Qi Ping. Feeling trapped by the mercenaries encircling him, Qi Ping sighed. Lamenting his weakness, he couldn't even deal with a few lackeys. It was evident that his journey to establish himself in this perilous world was only beginning. After a moment of reflection, Qi Ping produced the summoner and traced a V on the touchscreen. Strike down lawlessness, extinguish evil, true armor merge. The mercenaries burst into laughter at the overly dramatic incantation, believing the young man was deranged, even as they pulled the triggers. Bullets flew, poised to pierce his flesh. Qi Ping secured the summoner onto the belt that had materialized, and blue light flickered as the armor enveloped him. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck the true armor, producing a crisp sound, before being deflected harmlessly away. Fantastic. I feel a surge of power. Qi Ping clenched his fists, sensing his strength multiply and the comforting solidity of the armor. The mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances at the bizarre sight. The squad leader stepped forward, attempting to rally his men. What's there to fear? We've followed the boss through thick and thin. We've seen it all. A mere exoskeleton armor is nothing to worry about. Charge. His words steadied the men, who injected themselves with green serum. Roar. The enhanced soldiers, muscles bulging and towering over 2 meters, charged at Qi Ping with bloodshot eyes. Were they really using enhancements in front of him? Qi Ping was taken aback, not anticipating that while he was empowered, his enemies would indulge in enhancements as well. Engage the target with firearms. As he pondered, a notification suddenly appeared on his virtual panel, displaying analysis images of several foes, their vulnerabilities circled in red. Wow, the armor has intelligent target acquisition. Incredible. Without hesitation, Qi Ping drew the true gun from his thigh holster and fired, sending a blue beam flying. The intense beam pierced the soldier's knees, shoulders, and wrists, incapacitating them without causing fatal harm. After taking down the last enemy, Qi Ping exhaled with relief, his grip on the gun loosening. Suddenly, a red alert flashed on the screen. He dodged just in time, but was still caught by the squad leader's fist, landing squarely on his chest. Qi Ping was launched backward, crashing into the wall, creating a dent. I was too careless. Just as he attempted to rise, the squad leader, quicker on the draw, lunged forward, lifting him and slamming him to the ground. Though Qi Ping remained uninjured, the alarm blared again. Warning. Summoner's remaining combat time is under 1 minute. During combat, the armor's energy is drawn from the summoner. Is there any weapon that can inflict damage quickly? Qi Ping was once again lifted by the squad leader. The screen flashed through a list of weapons, but both the true gun and the annihilation blade required too long to prepare or lacked the necessary combat range. Suddenly, his gaze caught an option, and he commanded, activate the siren. Wail. The piercing siren blared, causing the squad leader's eardrums to rupture, forcing him to kneel in agony. Every weapon in the true armor was designed for the extermination of the Oksar, boasting power far exceeding that of conventional weapons intended for human targets. Though the mercenaries had enhanced themselves, they remained woefully outmatched compared to the Oksar, which could obliterate planets. To the Oksar, the siren might merely be annoying, but to the squad leader, it was debilitating. Drawing the annihilation blade, Qi Ping hesitated, contemplating his next move as he gazed at the fallen squad leader. Chapter 3. The door to a new world opens. Fayer, let us depart. Sam, who had been lurking in the shadows, rushed out upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, tapping on the armor with a sense of novelty and delight. Sam, do you believe the scoundrel deserves his fate? Qi Ping's voice resonated through the true armor, exuding an air of authority. Sam recoiled slightly, then declared, those mercenaries under Bane are merciless. For the right price, they would commit any atrocity. If justice were served, 1,000 deaths would be insufficient. Very well. Qi Ping, seemingly resolved, tightened his grip on the dagger and drove it downwards, piercing the squad leader's heart. The wretch struggled for a brief moment before his neck slumped, and he succumbed to death. Qi Ping was aware that the man deserved his end. Yet at the moment the dagger penetrated the heart, his body remained unresponsive. However, upon realizing that a life had indeed been extinguished by his hand, he involuntarily recalled the teachings of his youth regarding the sanctity of life, feeling compelled to react, and thus he retched. Fortunately, the armor had disengaged in advance, sparing him the embarrassment of soiling himself. Are you all right? Sam inquired with concern. Chi Ping wiped his mouth with his sleeve, offering a wry smile as he confessed. The sensation of taking a life is quite unsettling. Sam remarked, in this wretched place called Gotham, you will inevitably grow accustomed to such feelings. After saying this, Sam attempted to assist him in leaving, but Chi Ping declined. Although Chi Ping had expended considerable stamina while donned in the armor, he was not yet to the point of needing assistance. The two departed from the records room and, navigating through less crowded areas, swiftly exited the prison. Along the way, Sam utilized his professional skills to procure casual attire for both of them, as well as a prison guard's vehicle. Sam took the wheel, steering away from Blackgate Prison and heading straight for the slums. After a brief journey of several minutes, they came to a halt. Have we arrived? Chi Ping inquired, stepping out of the vehicle, puzzled. Not yet. The police car draws too much attention. We must switch vehicles. With that, Sam led Chi Ping towards a burly man standing by the roadside. Ramsey, my friend. Long time no see. Ramsey greeted Sam with a smile, embracing him. Sam, I thought you would rot away in that prison for eternity. It seems fortune has favored you. Sam waved his hand dismissively, retorting, I'm not foolish enough to be a scapegoat for those government lackeys. Look, a new car. Name your price. Ramsey glanced at the vehicle. You know, it's not easy to procure a police car. All right, you stingy vampire. Just provide me with a functioning vehicle, and I shall take care of the rest. Sam rolled his eyes and extended his right hand. The usual place. Ramsey placed the car keys into his palm. Sam, Batman is dead. The world is about to change. The Penguin and Black Mask are embroiled in a fierce struggle for territory. At this juncture, it would be prudent for you to keep a low profile and avoid unsavory individuals. Ramsey cast a pointed glance at Chi Ping, who remained silently standing nearby. I am aware of my circumstances. Farewell. Sam turned on his heel and, in passing, pulled along the dazed Chi Ping. Fierce. What has suddenly rendered you so daft? Sitting in the vintage car, Sam cast a playful glance at Chi Ping, attempting to lighten the mood. Chi Ping, seated in the passenger seat, covered his face and lamented. I realize I have underestimated the chaos of Gotham. It's truly hard to fathom that this is a city in the 21st century. As a Chinese national, every fiber of his being resisted the decay of this city. Having spent merely a few minutes on the streets, he encountered women openly soliciting clients, crazed gamblers, and addicts whose bodies had been grotesquely altered by drugs. As for the destitute, wrapped in cardboard or plastic bags, sleeping on the streets, they were plentiful. Despite having seen numerous videos online about the grim state of America, witnessing it firsthand evoked a profound sense of repulsion, both physically and emotionally. If he lingered any longer on the streets, Chi Ping feared he might faint on the spot. How is it that a person raised under the red flag ends up in such a chaotic place? He pondered, his expression forlorn, feeling that even the demon-sealing box could not provide him solace. It was, after all, the very box that required him to remain in the city of sin. Should he flee at such a critical moment, he would forfeit his eligibility to become a knight of armor, and the box would automatically abandon him to seek another worthy summoner. Heavens! Chi Ping leaned back in the passenger seat, his mind in disarray, unable even to think clearly. Fierce, we have escaped from Blackgate Prison. Why do you still wear such a troubled expression? Sam replied cheerfully. With your talents, you are bound to carve out a reputation in Gotham. Alas! Chi Ping shut his eyes and murmured, in this lifetime, I am destined to have no association with the word evil. What? Sam chuckled incredulously, my friend. Don't jest. In this wretched place, do you really aspire to be a good person? Perhaps a swift demise will be swifter. Sam laughed heartily, dismissing Chi Ping's words as mere jest, and continued driving. Chi Ping chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he placed his hand on the demon-sealing box and entered its realm with his consciousness. The box, having expended all its energy traversing worlds, now displayed only a little over 30% on its gauge. Only when it reached 100% would it reopen, but even then, it would not signify a complete revival, merely a minimum threshold. During this time, most of the willpower Chi Ping had cultivated had been channeled into the box to restore the artifact's energy. Regrettably, his willpower was currently feeble. Even with a complete infusion into the box, it only yielded a meager enhancement of 1. All right, let us set a modest goal first. Let us get the demon-sealing box open. The message conveyed by the sealing box was rather ambiguous, apart from its fundamental principles. It contained only one directive: to refrain from leaving Gotham for the time being. The reasons behind this and the actions required were left unexplained. Nonetheless, since the other party held his very life in their hands, compliance seemed the only option. Qi Ping truly lacked the courage to discard the sealing box. In other realms, he might have dared to take a chance with the art of intent cultivation, but in this perilous environment, devoid of any armor, he would certainly not survive long enough to master such skills. "We have arrived." Sam's voice jolted Qi Ping awake. As he alighted from the vehicle, he found himself before an abandoned factory. This location served as the primary gathering place for scavengers in the slums. It was here that Sam had grown up. Sam regarded this place as his true home. "How old are you?" Qi Ping's focus shifted, becoming markedly different. 24. Why? Why? Gotham City has been in this dismal state for over 20 years. Have you never considered rebellion? Qi Ping struggled to comprehend Sam's perspective, while Sam was utterly perplexed by the notion of rebellion itself. The two exchanged bewildered glances for a moment before Qi Ping relinquished the topic with a dismissive wave of his hand. Never mind, it's not important. Let us go." As Sam led the way, he couldn't shake the feeling that Qi Ping was increasingly peculiar, even more so than during their time in prison. Wasn't Gotham always like this? What was there to be surprised about? Chapter 4. Neil, are you not shivering? But it's deadly. Thus, Qi Ping temporarily took residence among the scavengers. Utilizing Sam's reputation as a notorious thief, he secured a relatively clean and secluded spot to set up his tent. Each day, the news from old televisions or radios reported on the exploits of the Bat family superheroes or the arrests made by Commissioner Gordon's team. However, the gunfire echoing through the streets only intensified rather than subsided. Sam returned to his old profession of stealing, selling goods to his regular clients to scrape together a meager living. Yet, as the situation worsened, his gains dwindled. Everyone sensed that the atmospheric pressure over Gotham was dropping ominously, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Qi Ping did nothing, spending his days aside from eating, training under the scorching sun in hopes of unlocking the sealing box and receiving guidance for his next course of action. Fair, something terrible has happened. As another day came to a close, Sam returned to the gathering place empty-handed, his expression one of sheer panic as he burst into Qi Ping's tent. "What is wrong?" Qi Ping opened his eyes. Sam gulped down a glass of water before exclaiming, "The government announced today that it is abandoning Gotham City. I saw wealthy families fleeing with their belongings, and the military has sealed off every exit. Those officials have gone mad. How can they simply abandon such a vast city?" Qi Ping felt a surreal sensation, as though he had misheard. Sam forced a wry smile and repeated the news, asking, "Fair, what do we do now?" Qi Ping lowered his head in contemplation. "If you wish, I can escort you to the border and ensure your departure from Gotham." "What about you?" Sam inquired anxiously. "Me?" Qi Ping shook his head. "I have matters to attend to in Gotham. I cannot leave just yet." For over 10 days, he had been diligently training, tirelessly replenishing the energy of the sealing box, and continuously drawing strength from the sun. Now, the energy gauge of the sealing box had reached an impressive 95. Having invested so much, how could he possibly abandon his efforts now? Sam sighed. "Then I cannot leave either. This factory is my home. The people living here are my friends. I cannot forsake them and depart alone." The scavengers within the factory came and went, yet each shared a strong bond with Sam, for he truly regarded this place, where he had grown up, as a sanctuary. "Then wait a day or two longer. Perhaps the situation will not worsen," Qi Ping suggested, estimating the energy absorption rate of the sealing box. Sam managed a faint smile. "I believe you." Without further elaboration, Qi Ping closed his eyes, continuing to gather energy. Once the sealing box opened, a new turn of events would surely unfold. Sam observed the statue-like Qi Ping with a heavy heart before stepping out of the tent. Time passed steadily, and soon night fell. The sounds of gunfire erupted throughout Gotham City, more intense than ever before. Sam poked at the campfire, surrounded by a group of the old, young, and women and children. News of Gotham's lockdown had spread, and all able-bodied men had fled, leaving behind those unable to escape. These unfortunate souls could only rely on Sam now. Could a mere thief truly have a day where he would be seen as a hero by others? Sam pondered this as he stirred the fire. Yet, if given the choice, he would prefer to remain a despised thief for eternity rather than become a hero in such perilous times. "Let's eat." Sam distributed the food while contemplating where tomorrow's provisions would come from. Gotham's order had unraveled, and few shops remained operational. Suddenly, A loud banging interrupted the meal, causing everyone to tense. Sam reassured them not to panic and cautiously approached the door, carefully pulling it open. Before he could react, a kick sent him sprawling to the ground. The intruders burst in, firing shots into the air, arrogantly declaring, "Listen up, this factory now belongs to the Penguin. Everyone else, get the hell out." Those remaining, the elderly, women, and children, were startled by the gunfire, huddling together in fear. Despite the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Sam mustered the strength to rise and offered a conciliatory smile to the leader. "Sir, the men have fled. What remains are the elderly, women, and children. Please grant us a little time. Tomorrow, we will vacate immediately." Sam's pleas failed to elicit even a flicker of sympathy from the leader of the thugs. With a handgun pressed against Sam's forehead, the thug leader sneered, "Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? Disregarding me is tantamount to disregarding the Penguin. Do you understand? Get lost, or I won't hesitate to be less than courteous. Please have mercy." Sam refused to relent. These are all defenseless souls. If they go outside now, they will perish. Damn it. The thug leader's demeanor shifted abruptly as he struck Sam across the face with the butt of his gun. "You insolent wretch. If I show mercy and you take it lightly, then prepare to face the consequences. Brothers, attack." With that command, the thugs aimed their weapons at the unarmed men, women, and children. After spending too long in the hellish confines of Gotham, these thugs had forsaken the very essence of human morality. Indifferent to the pleas of a mother for her child, their eyes glimmered with a cruel delight. "You bastard. I'll take you down." Sam could hardly bear to envision the deaths of his friends. Gritting his teeth, he rose and charged at the leader in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. "Fool!" The thug leader pulled the trigger, the bullet tearing through Sam's calf. "Spit!" The thug leader spat in Sam's face, his expression twisted with malice. "You care for these worthless souls? I want you to watch them die. Fire!" His subordinates ruthlessly squeezed the triggers, flames erupting from their firearms. Sam's vision blurred with tears, unable to bear the sight before him. Yet in that moment, a blinding blue-white light surged forth, transforming the bullets and the thugs themselves into stone statues. Chi Ping emerged, wielding the True-Lie sniper rifle. He navigated through the panicked crowd to Sam's side, extending a hand to help him up. "Is there a doctor nearby? We have many Vietnam veterans here. They are skilled in battlefield first aid." Enduring the pain, Sam replied, "Has your task been completed? Nothing is more important than human life," Chi Ping asserted, handing Sam over to a few veterans before confronting the thugs. The sniper rifle disassembled, its components returning to his armor, while Chi Ping grasped the annihilation blade. His intent surged through the armor-S structure, infusing the dagger with a flickering blue luminescence, poised to extinguish the malevolent lives of these brutes. "Wait, spare them." Chapter 5, Whose Law? From the shadows, a grappling hook ensnared Chi Ping's wrist, yanking him backward. Frowning, he exerted force through his legs, the mechanics of his armor anchoring him firmly to the ground, rendering it impossible for the opposing force to budge him, no matter how hard they pulled. Oomph. The heinous acts of these scoundrels remained vivid in Chi Ping's memory. Fueled by a growing rage upon seeing someone attempt to obstruct him, he seized the grappling line and yanked with ferocity, sending the assailant flying. I am eager to witness the audacity of those who, after witnessing such malevolence, still dare to obstruct me. Chi Ping strode forward and beheld an individual clad in a form-fitting black suit, adorned with a blue-winged emblem on the chest, and possessing an impressively curvaceous figure, just rising from the ground. For a moment, I thought it might be some nefarious scoundrel coming to rescue his accomplices. Yet, to my astonishment, it was none other than the illustrious superhero Nightwing. Chi Ping, seething with indignation, spoke with unrestrained scorn. Nightwing, taken aback by the derision, awkwardly attempted to reason. "Sir, I understand your anger, but you absolutely cannot resort to vigilantism. These individuals deserve their fate. Yet it is the court and the police who should pass judgment upon them." How laughable. Chi Ping retorted with a sardonic smile. "If I recall correctly, Gotham has no death penalty." Nightwing was momentarily dumbfounded by this statement. Indeed, the world is rife with cruel ironies in the crime-riddled Gotham. The absence of capital punishment implies that those responsible for countless lives can expect nothing worse than a life sentence. But it matters little, as these individuals are either wealthy or cunning enough to escape at any moment. With Batman on the prowl, it merely serves as a brief intermission. Within this framework, Superheroes find their satisfaction, criminals retain their lives, and everyone is content. Yet you may ask, how can victims seek justice? As a mere commoner, how dare you presume to voice your concerns amidst the grand performance of heroes and villains? Merely to appear in such a spectacle is already a stroke of fortune beyond your wildest dreams. How dare you further express dissent? I understand your perspective. A momentary act of slaughter may provide a fleeting sense of relief. However, once the dust settles, guilt will consume you, leading you astray from the path of heroism. Nightwing's incessant admonishments resembled those of a nagging mother. Had I heard such words upon my arrival, I might have been swayed. Yet, having witnessed the harsh realities of Gotham's underbelly, I could only respond with a bitter laugh. Firstly, I am no hero, but merely an ordinary individual striving for justice. Secondly, if I must choose, I would become a warrior, obliterating all this chaos. Nightwing, evidently unable to grasp Chi Ping's sentiments, continued to reiterate, you must trust in the law, in those good police officers and honorable officials. They will deliver just judgment upon these villains. Chi Ping, upon hearing this, felt his anger dissipate, replaced instead with laughter, unrestrained. Joyous laughter, so much so that he doubled over, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Good officials, honest officials, what a uniform platitude. Amidst Nightwing's incredulous gaze, Chi Ping regained his composure and declared, to believe that one can find an impartial judge amidst biased legislators is a foolish and impractical fantasy. Do you have any idea how many individuals in Gotham's council have accepted bribes from gangs and crime lords? If you're unaware, I suggest you investigate before you come before me, spouting your nonsensical notions of integrity. Although the words were intensely fierce, Chi Ping's tone remained as calm as ice. The brutally harsh reality had shattered his worldview, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Even if your so-called transformation were genuinely plausible, how many innocent lives would be sacrificed for this mere possibility before it could ever be realized? Upon finishing his statement, Chi Ping turned and, with a mere flick of his finger, sent the stone statues tumbling like dominoes, reducing them to fine particles. After this, he began to urge everyone to leave. Addressing Nightwing, aren't you going to depart? This little place cannot accommodate such a monumental presence as yours. Nightwing opened his mouth, rendered speechless, struggling to articulate his thoughts. As he caught sight of the scavengers regarding him with a look of enmity, he sighed and departed, propelled by his grappling hook. At last he was gone. Chi Ping removed his armor, his body drenched in sweat. A single petrification blast had already drained most of his energy, leaving him to endure the aftermath. If Nightwing had chosen to stay, he would have been unable to withstand it. Splendid. Thank you so much, Mr. Fayer. The scavengers surged forward, expressing their gratitude to Chi Ping, particularly the children, whose sweet voices were utterly endearing. Though exhausted, seeing the genuine smiles of appreciation on their faces made Chi Ping feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. All right, I need a rest for a while, he announced to the crowd. Tonight's ordeal has passed, but we cannot linger here any longer. Everyone, quickly gather your belongings. We shall depart tomorrow and ponder where our next refuge shall be. Several veterans thumped their chests in agreement, while the mothers immediately began to pack up. Chi Ping retreated to his tent and collapsed onto his bed, but the moment he lay down, the sealing box in his arms suddenly began to emit a radiant glow. Chi Ping, open your eyes. Who is it so bothersome, disturbing my sleep at this hour? Chi Ping was roused from slumber, ready to voice his annoyance. But upon seeing the golden dragon head before him, he restrained his words. Who are you? I am the Emperor Dragon, the beast of the Emperor armor. Indeed, I'm the one who has guided you to this world, imparting to you the techniques and armor. Chi Ping scratched his head, believing the Emperor Dragon's words. Such matters could not be fabricated. His sole inquiry was, why did you not appear sooner? The Emperor Dragon replied languidly, firstly, my strength had long since been exhausted during my travels, forcing me into slumber. Secondly, I wish to take this opportunity to assess you, to see what actions you would take upon acquiring power. And what was the outcome of your assessment? Chi Ping was unconcerned with the Emperor Dragon's evaluation. The realm had its own principles, and it was only natural to worry about one's power falling into unworthy hands. You are well aware of your own combat abilities. I shall refrain from commenting. However, this matter is of little importance at present. Any technical deficiencies can be compensated for through rigorous training. For an armored summoner, the essence of character is paramount. I have witnessed numerous prodigies who, upon attaining power, regard others with disdain. The greater their strength, the more perilous their presence becomes for the world. It is truly rare to maintain a heart filled with fervor. I merely cling to the most fundamental sense of conscience, something any upright individual would do. The Emperor Dragon intended to elaborate further, yet Qi Ping raised his hand. Feeling somewhat awkward with the flattery, let us return to the matter at hand. Why have you brought me to this world? To hunt down the remnants of the Shadow Realm. Upon hearing this, Qi Ping's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 6. Why? Are there individuals from the Shadow Realm in this world as well? Qi Ping was aware of the Shadow Realm, but his knowledge was limited to what he had seen on television in his previous life. The Emperor Dragon began to elucidate. The war of light and shadow concluded with the triumph of the realm of light. The Shadow Emperor was reduced to his primal form, unable to re-emerge into the world. However, in his final moments of defiance, he dispersed the powers of the Shadow Realm across numerous worlds. The realm of light made every effort to contain this threat, yet some remnants inevitably slipped through the cracks. To prevent the taint of Shadow Realm powers from corrupting these worlds, the realm of light also distributed its forces across various realms to eliminate these rogue elements. I comprehend. This information feels distant to Qi Ping, who, having grasped the general idea, became less concerned. Was the armor within the sealing box intact? Having witnessed the darkness of Gotham, Qi Ping was increasingly preoccupied with his own survival. The armor within the sealing box was indeed incomplete. The Emperor Dragon not only conveyed this truth, but also presented a demonstration to Qi Ping. Before him, the space suddenly expanded infinitely, transforming into a magnificent hall adorned with several thrones elevated upon a dais. Step forward. The Emperor Dragon diminished in size, beckoning him closer. Qi Ping advanced, only to behold 3 petrified armors of the Xing Tian squad, while the other thrones were adorned with crystals, keys, tokens, and 4 beastly statues. Qi Ping's mouth fell agape, uncertain how his diminutive form could contend with the malevolent forces of the Shadow Realm. The Emperor Dragon responded, I must inform you, the power that escaped from the Shadow Realm is not singular. To swiftly eradicate their foes, the armors have also dispersed their powers across various worlds, selecting local summoners to confront the crisis themselves. Qi Ping refrained from inquiring why he had been chosen to enter this world, as it seemed futile. Had the Emperor Dragon not selected him, he would have long since met his demise. With these incomplete powers, how could an individual as ordinary as myself confront the villains of the Shadow Realm? This was the sole concern that weighed heavily on Qi Ping's mind. The escaped powers of the Shadow Realm were also far from whole. The Emperor Dragon patiently elucidated, you are now at the same starting line. It is merely a matter of who can swiftly acclimate to this world and harness their inherent powers effectively. Those who move ahead will seize victory. Very well. Qi Ping refrained from further lamentations. He could not simply surrender and await demise. In the face of hope, he yearned for one last chance to strive. Is it truly impossible for me to acquire the new armor at this moment? Qi Ping made one final attempt. The Emperor Dragon, unperturbed, replied with unwavering patience. The 3 sets of armor from the Xing Tian squad are indeed technological marvels, but your willpower remains insufficient. I do not advise premature engagement with them. But Li Haoyan and his companions did not undergo extensive training before their signing, did they? Qi Ping countered. Li Haoyan possesses a unique physique, naturally attuned to the armor. Their weaker willpower is inconsequential, but you're not the same. You traversed realms without even acquiring the fate of a protagonist. Qi Ping muttered a few grievances before collecting his thoughts, pondering the matter at hand. Thus, your insistence on my remaining in Gotham City must have been due to your sensing the presence of the Shadow Realm. Indeed, the Emperor Dragon affirmed with a nod. However, a month has elapsed, and I cannot ascertain whether they still linger in this city. The immediate priority is to determine if the denizens of the Shadow Realm remain in Gotham City. Recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning his future, Qi Ping ceased his hesitations and inquired, what do you require? A signal amplifier. Are there any specific requirements? As long as the power is sufficiently strong. The rest is inconsequential. I shall find a way. Once I have news, I will summon you. Qi Ping assented, preparing to seek out Sam, who often frequented various locales and possessed more up-to-date information than himself. Having concluded their discussion, Qi Ping ready to depart, but the Emperor Dragon intercepted him. Do you have any further matters? Nothing of great significance. The Emperor Dragon allowed a faint smile to grace his countenance, merely that your combat skills are rather lacking. To prevent you from embarking on your journey only to meet an untimely fate, I intend to arrange for you to have a mentor. Who? The old man from the Divine Mountain. He specializes in this. Qi Ping smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget such an important matter? To be honest, I intended to request your guidance in combat as well. When shall I come? As long as you are free, enter the demon sealing box. The old man from the Divine Mountain is already awaiting you." With that, Qi Ping experienced a genuine sense of relief. Exiting the demon sealing box, he noticed dawn approaching. He left the tent to check on Sam, who had undergone treatment for the bullet wound in his leg, which had been extracted by an experienced soldier and bandaged. "You should be fine for the time being. Why not rest a little longer?" Qi Ping inquired as he settled beside the bed. The awake Sam shook his head, smiling. "It hurts too much." He then added, "I heard from the uncles about your arrangements from yesterday. What do you think of my plan?" Qi Ping extended his hand, attempting to channel his willpower to heal, akin to the internal energy portrayed in martial arts novels, but found his efforts futile due to the meager amount of willpower he possessed. "On the contrary, I believe your actions are indeed wise. The minions of the penguin are not to be trifled with." At this point, Sam appeared dejected, his countenance wan. "We have already deliberated upon a new refuge, and we shall depart shortly. Gotham is familiar to you. I shall heed your arrangements." Qi Ping has no inclination to meddle in everything like that bald fellow. Once one matter was concluded, Qi Ping transitioned to another. "By the way, since you roam the city daily, do you know where powerful signal transmitters can be found? Television stations, several research institutes, and Arkham Asylum are among those locations." Sam listed several sites in one breath before inquiring, "What do you need these places for?" "I wish to investigate certain matters and require access to their equipment," Qi Ping replied, only partially articulating his intention. Sam sighed. "Were it not for the bullet that grazed my leg, I would have taken you to the television station, which should be in utter disarray by now. There is no need to rush." Qi Ping reassured him with a smile. "Once everyone is settled, we can attend to this matter at a later time." As they spoke, someone called from outside. Everyone was ready, preparing to leave early to evade the penguin's henchmen. In the morning light, Qi Ping beheld the entirety of the scavengers for the first time. In this frenzied moment, those who remained were either indifferent elderly individuals or women accompanied by children. This group of over 100, their appearances disheveled, included a few elderly with mental issues. Yet remarkably, there were no drug users or those seeking to sell themselves among them. In Gotham, such individuals could be described as pristine. Sam had somehow procured a truck, loading the women, children, and disabled elderly onto it. The other elderly dispersed, walking towards the new gathering place. After half an hour, the truck navigated various obscure paths, ultimately arriving at a dilapidated apartment building near the port slated for demolition. Chapter 7. 3 Phases. Upon reaching the new location, Qi Ping's first task was to clean the floors designated for habitation. All the scavengers, including Sam, were rather reluctant. "Why go through such trouble? We have lived in filthier and messier places. As long as we have a place to sleep, it matters not." No, Qi Ping had intended to reason with them, but upon observing their indifference, he insisted firmly, "I have protected you from the penguin without demanding payment or risking my life. All I ask is that you tidy your living space, and you still resist?" Hearing Qi Ping's words, the scavengers, fearing his wrath and the loss of their protector, promptly acquiesced, beginning the cleaning process. As he watched everyone laboring, Qi Ping sighed silently. Having chosen to protect these individuals, he would not abandon them to their own devices. Not to mention transforming them into warriors, at the very least, they needed to live with dignity. Otherwise, how would they survive once he departed? Qi Ping was not a pushover, yet he could not bear to watch as this group of people walked towards their doom without intervening. After observing for a while, he joined the effort to clean up, taking charge and mediating conflicts, striving to harness everyone's strengths. It was unclear what this apartment building had endured, but it was filled with an overwhelming amount of refuse, balloons used during encounters between men and women, syringes, and the remains of various small creatures, all of which were utterly repulsive. Over 100 individuals spent the better part of the day tidying up the apartment, and after much effort, Qi Ping, alongside Sam, distributed the living quarters. By the time they finished, night had fallen. "Oh my goodness!" Qi Ping collapsed onto an old wooden bed, truly experiencing the meaning of being utterly exhausted. Managing over 100 people today had drained him of all his energy and made him acutely aware of the challenges of leadership. If only he could be like that old rascal, Jiajing, who whimsically dictated and left the labor to his subordinates. That would certainly be more leisurely. However, Qi Ping was not one to evade responsibility. To guide these over 100 individuals onto the right path and assist them in becoming self-sufficient, he had to take matters into his own hands. You know, you really don't have to do all this, Sam remarked, sitting in an old chair, his legs still injured. Qi Ping covered his eyes with a sigh. What keeps my conscience intact is the sight of others suffering. Sam pursed his lips, his expression complex. What about the signal amplifier from the television station? We'll discuss that tomorrow. After a long day, Qi Ping felt a pressing need for knowledge beyond his current grasp. He needed to seek help from the magic box. It seemed Sam was oblivious to Qi Ping's exhaustion, teasing him deliberately. Our food supplies are dwindling, and there's no water in this building. Are you just looking for trouble? Qi Ping sat up, casting a mischievous glance at Sam. Look at you so anxious. Sam chuckled awkwardly, rising with the aid of his cane. Let's leave tomorrow for tomorrow. Good night. After sharing a jest, Sam promptly made his exit. Qi Ping extinguished the candle, lay down on the hard bed, and closed his eyes to enter the magic box. This time, he found himself not in a pitch-black void, but in a grand hall filled with armor. The Emperor Dragon and a white-bearded old man awaited him. Come, let me introduce you. As soon as Qi Ping appeared, the Emperor Dragon pulled him before the elder, stating, This is the old man of the Divine Mountain. You can call him Hexaja. This fellow is well-versed in all combat techniques of the armors. From now on, you will learn from him. With that, the Emperor Dragon vanished, leaving Qi Ping to the old man of the Divine Mountain. Shaking his head with a smile, the old man remarked, This guy is always so carefree. Summoner, it is a pleasure to meet you. Compared to the Emperor Dragon, the old man of the Divine Mountain appeared more affable, reminiscent of the kindly grandfather from the story of the Calabash brothers. Today, for our first lesson, we will cover some fundamental concepts. Keeping hestita, sinze. Could you teach me some more practical combat techniques? The external situation is rather bleak, and I must swiftly enhance my combat capabilities. Originally, Qi Ping had resigned himself to the prospect of being reprimanded for his lofty aspirations, yet unexpectedly, the Divine Mountain Seer acquiesced. Very well, once the foundational course concludes, I shall impart to you a set of universal combat techniques utilized by the Mingjia army. Splendid. With such a guarantee, Qi Ping settled down, attentively absorbing the lesson. Let us first discuss the concept of intent energy. The Divine Mountain Seer began to elucidate intent energy, a cultivation method autonomously developed by the life forms of the universe in reference to Mingjia, boasts broad applicability. Following its modification by the Mingjia Academy of Sciences, its potential has been boundlessly elevated, rendering it one of the most prevalent cultivation methodologies in the realm. The cultivation of intent energy is generally divided into 3 stages. The first stage involves the integration of the body's essence, energy, and spirit, thereby enhancing one's sense of strength and perception. The second stage unifies these 3 elements into a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another, forming an intent energy field. The third stage entails the expansion of one's personal intent energy field to connect with the cosmic realm, creating a grander intent energy field. You are currently experiencing the first stage. Come, strike me with a punch. The Divine Mountain Seer urged Qi Ping to engage in a hands-on experience. Qi Ping, unreserved, assumed a stance, calmed his mind, and summoned his intent energy, delivering a powerful blow towards the Divine Mountain Seer's chest. However, the Divine Mountain Seer was swifter. He suddenly extended his hand, and with a precise fingertip, he struck a certain point on Qi Ping's body. The once formidable Qi Ping suddenly faltered, feeling as though his body had fragmented into several distinct parts. The force in his fist dissipated entirely, and he collapsed limply to the ground. This exemplifies the characteristic of the first stage. The essence, energy, and spirit remain in a state of separation. They may appear unified, yet are exceedingly fragile. The Divine Mountain Seer reached out to assist Qi Ping back to his feet and proceeded to elaborate on the intricacies of each stage, as well as the considerations necessary for cultivation. The Seer held nothing back. Every word he uttered was profound. As Qi Ping listened to the first stage, he found numerous correspondences with his own experiences and felt he had gained much. Upon reaching the second stage, Qi Ping sensed some difficulty, yet he could still glean insights. Grasping the theory of the unified field, However, when he encountered the third stage, he felt overwhelmed, his mind akin to mush. Although he understood each word, their collective meaning eluded him, as if he were deciphering an ancient tome. Noticing Qi Ping's struggle, the divine mountain seer immediately paused. Qi Ping, patting his head, lamented, "It seems my aptitude is rather lacking. After just a brief period of listening, I can hardly bear it." "Not at all," the divine mountain seer replied earnestly. "It is entirely normal to find the third stage challenging, as you have yet to engage with its concepts. Once you unify your intent energy field, the complexities of the third stage will naturally become clear." With that, the divine mountain seer waved his hand, and a towering stack of books 2 meters high materialized before them. These tomes primarily discuss the nature of intent energy and its applications, along with introductions to both the Mingjia and Shadow realms. "Take these and peruse them at your leisure." Qi Ping gazed at the towering stack of books, his expression turning pained. This was certainly no trivial endeavor. Yet, contemplating the challenges before him, he gritted his teeth and persevered, reasoning that reading was preferable to losing one's head. Thus, he pressed on, with the theoretical portion concluded. It was time for practical application. The combat techniques imparted by Shinzen Kashin were not particularly profound. Rather, they focused on various methods to eliminate adversaries. Before long, Shinzen Kashin had seized Qi Ping and commenced sparring. After several exchanges, Qi Ping's anguished cries reverberated throughout the enchanted box. Chapter 8. What he seizes, we cannot. The following day, Qi Ping awoke in his bed, the memories of last night's beating vivid in his mind, involuntarily letting out a pained exclamation. "Oh, it hurts terribly." After a few cries, he realized that the torment he experienced was solely psychological. His body remained unscathed. In other words, he needed to translate his mental combat techniques into instinctive physical reactions. "Mr. Fair, what is the matter? Is something wrong?" A young child, hearing the commotion, rushed in. Qi Ping rose from his bed and waved dismissively at him, saying, "Nothing, this bed is rather uncomfortable and has left my back sore." "Is Sam awake?" "Yes, he is." Qi Ping stretched his waist and headed directly to find Sam. Passing through the designated dining area, he noted the scavengers partaking in their meal. After Sam had mentioned the scarcity of provisions, Qi Ping took charge of the rations, ensuring a unified distribution in the dining hall. In challenging circumstances, a rationing system is invariably the optimal solution. Declining the invitation to dine with everyone, Qi Ping entered Sam's room, where he found Sam seated on his bed, eating. "Sit down. Today we're going out to gather food, and, while we're at it, exploit some resources from the television station," Qi Ping warmly invited him. Sam's expression mirrored disbelief. "Brother, with my leg in this condition, how can I accompany you? Seek out others. There are a few clever lads who can guide you well enough." "Oh, I have my methods." Qi Ping placed his hand upon the wound, channeling his life energy to heal it. This treatment method was specifically inquired about from Shinzen Kashin. Life energy is essentially the manifestation of vital energy, making healing a trivial matter. His previous failure had been due to an improper technique. "It's truly effective," Sam exclaimed, feeling a tingling sensation at the sight of his injury. Moments later, Qi Ping withdrew his hand, and Sam sprang from the bed, full of vitality once more. "Is everything all right now? Let us go," Qi Ping urged, leading him outside. After arranging for security, they departed the old apartment building in a truck. "Fair, how did you manage to heal a gunshot wound just by covering it for a while? Is it some miraculous art from Huaxia?" Sam inquired with curiosity. Qi Ping, disinterested in elaborating, waved his hand dismissively. "You may interpret it that way. Can I learn it?" Sam asked eagerly. "Yes, but I must first assess your capabilities." Both Shinzen Kashin and the Emperor Dragon had no objections to the external dissemination of life energy training, provided that Qi Ping could bear the consequences of such actions. Qi Ping has yet to determine the path he wishes to tread in the future, with the grand ambition of vanquishing the remnants of the Shadow Realm. Yet the specifics of his actions remain uncertain. After a while, I shall decide whether to impart my knowledge to you. Steering clear of this topic, Qi Ping inquired of Sam, "Where do you intend to procure food? Or will you resort to pilfering and trading with those in the black market?" Alas, Sam's countenance mirrored his uncertainty as he replied, "Since the city has been locked down, the flow of resources has become increasingly arduous, and the price of food has soared. Moreover, with everyone confined indoors, it has become increasingly difficult for me to steal anything. Fair, you are resourceful. Do assist me in devising a plan." Your sudden inquiry leaves me pondering as well. Peering through the car window, Chi Ping beheld the street littered with refuse and debris, a sight most distressing. The walls on either side bore the scars of past skirmishes, riddled with bullet holes, while in some concealed corners lay the unfortunate corpses of those who had met a grim fate. Having grown accustomed to such bloody scenes, Chi Ping no longer found them as intolerable as before, yet his inner fury remained unabated. Perhaps we should simply seize the grain? An audacious thought struck Chi Ping. Sam, taken aback, asked, "Who exactly do we intend to rob? The Penguin, the Masked Man, Bane, and so forth. Are not the possessions of these nefarious figures acquired through cunning and force? Why is it that they may pillage, yet we cannot?" The more Chi Ping contemplated, the more sense it made to him. After all, he could never align himself with villains, so why not be bold and direct? Wait, I believe this plan requires careful deliberation. Sam was startled. As merely a thief, the mere mention of the Penguin, such a formidable figure, sent shivers down his spine. Let alone the thought of robbery. Let us first proceed to the television station to locate the signal transmitter. The matter of food is not urgent. It can wait. Sam pressed the accelerator, racing towards the television station, fearful that Chi Ping might have second thoughts if they tarried. Observing Sam's demeanor, Chi Ping held his tongue. Yet internally he felt that Sam still required experience. After having eliminated those who encroached upon his territory, it was evident that a bitter conflict with the Penguin was inevitable. We have arrived. Under Sam's swift driving, they soon reached the vicinity of the television station, finding a discreet spot to conceal their vehicle before advancing on foot. It appeared that this area was also fraught with peril. This is Gotham, and Chi Ping would not be foolish enough to charge headlong into the fray. Who could fathom what hidden dangers lurked within that building? Thus, he produced the true summoner, locating a camera to infiltrate the surveillance system, only to discover that the area was teeming with unknown armed personnel. Sam was first astonished by the marvels of the summoner, then perplexed. Why would such a seemingly inconsequential television station warrant such a grand display of force? This you do not grasp. With the government having abandoned Gotham and the upper echelons of officials having fled, seizing the television station signifies control over the flow of information within Gotham. The Penguin and these supervillains aim to expand their ranks and influence. They must secure this location, and if they cannot, they shall ensure that no one else can either. Doesn't that imply that this place is about to transform into a battleground? Sam possesses an acute sense of danger. Perhaps we should seek an alternate location. Large signal transmitters are ubiquitous. There is no need for concern. Chi Ping hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to proceed, though he felt a pang of anxiety. Since it was an inevitable confrontation, he might as well embrace it proactively. I will enter alone. You remain outside. If anything seems amiss, flee without worrying about me. You always find a way. I have no doubts. Sam complied and hurried back to the truck to wait. Chi Ping approached the building. He would not resort to stealth, as it was unnecessary. Several large gangs were rallying their members, and as he drew closer, the scene was chaotic, resembling a bustling market where no one bothered to verify identities. He mingled with the crowd, striding confidently into the building as if on a leisurely tour, encountering no difficulty whatsoever. Where do we go next? Chi Ping inquired about the Emperor Dragon within the demon ceiling box, lacking familiarity with the television station. It matters not. Simply locate any mainframe, and I can access the antennas here. Chi Ping nodded and casually entered studio. He placed the demon ceiling box atop the switch, golden particles emanating forth as the Emperor Dragon began scanning the city for residual signals from the Shadow Realm, utilizing the expansive communication network. Chi Ping did not need to participate in this process, merely awaiting results. However, it wasn't long before cacophony erupted from outside. Several gangs had gathered their forces, initiating a large-scale brawl. Chapter 9, American Iaido. Chi Ping listened to the increasingly raucous footsteps outside and asked the Emperor Dragon, "How much longer do you require? I can collect and analyze the data later." The Emperor Dragon communicated through vibrations. Having traversed worlds, it had consumed excessive energy and, due to the disparities in world rules, was temporarily unable to absorb the energy from this realm. Furthermore, until Chi Ping harmonized his intent with nature, he could not provide energy to the Emperor Dragon, thus preventing it from leaving the demon ceiling box freely. Then we shall return later. Chi Ping made his decision. There were hundreds of gang members present, and even with armor, he was far from capable of facing them single-handedly. The Emperor Dragon remained silent. Yet the photon beam connecting the switch and the demon-sealing box accelerated. Before long, the switch began to emit black smoke, and the Emperor Dragon spoke again. "All right, let's depart." Qi Ping tucked the demon-sealing box into his pocket, casting a glance at the damaged switch, which he disregarded. It was not his possession, and he felt no remorse for its destruction. "Halt! Whose subordinate are you?" Qi Ping casually donned a hat, pulling the brim low. Yet as he traversed the corridor, he was called out. "What is your business?" Qi Ping refrained from acting rashly. Since the other party had not attacked, it indicated that his identity remained undiscovered. Indeed, the small-time thug merely probed, asking, "Who brought you here? Why are you wandering about?" Qi Ping's eyes darted as he responded, "I have no idea. Someone offered me $50 a day to help keep watch." "Sir, you wouldn't withhold payment, would you?" It had to be that fool Isaac. No one else could be so absurd. The ruffian laughed derisively at the mention of Isaac, and then the little leader, hands on hips, gestured to Qi Ping. "Well, consider yourself lucky today. You've caught a big fish. I'll take you to sea for yourself. As for your payment, seek out whoever made the promise. Don't go biting indiscriminately." The little leader laughed heartily, with others echoing his sentiments and showering him with flattery. Qi Ping did not refuse. His curiosity piqued at what might have compelled these gangsters to momentarily cease their hostilities. The gunfire outside had notably diminished. As they traversed the passageway leading to the square in front of the television station, a throng of gangsters surged forth like curious onlookers. Qi Ping stood among them, blending in, going with the flow. The moment he stepped outside, he was met with the menacing sight of the Batmobile, followed by the unfortunate soul suspended from a flagpole in a bat costume. It was that cross-dresser he had encountered the night before. The voice of the Imperial Dragon resonated in Qi Ping's ears. Though confined to the magic box, the Imperial Dragon's abilities and spirit yearned for broader horizons. Qi Ping quickly deduced that Nightwing and his crew must be attempting to inherit Batman's mantle, subduing the villains, only to find themselves ambushed. He scanned his surroundings, noticing Nightwing hanging from the flagpole, encircled by the Penguin, Black Mask, Clock King, and Bane, whom he had briefly encountered not long ago. Given their menacing demeanor, it seemed Nightwing was destined to perish in Batman's place today. "Do you intend to rescue him?" "Why?" The Imperial Dragon regarded Nightwing unfavorably, deeming him too naive. Qi Ping replied, "Because his family is the wealthiest landowner in this city. If we save him, our subsequent endeavors will be considerably easier. Enough talk, let us proceed." The Imperial Dragon demonstrated a keen understanding of human affairs. Qi Ping gripped the true summoner tightly and whispered, "Can I defeat these fellows?" "In theory, as long as you can unleash the potential of the true armor, defeating them should be a trivial matter." "Understood." Qi Ping interrupted further discourse. Armor merge. With a flash of blue light, the exquisite true armor enveloped him. He exerted his legs, leaping several meters high, and his annihilation blade traced a cerulean arc in the air, slicing through the flagpole. Nightwing plummeted, and Qi Ping caught him, propelling his legs to ignite with flames, preparing for a second aerial leap. However, in that fleeting moment, an unexpected bullet whizzed through the air, striking Qi Ping. The bullet failed to breach the armor's defenses, but interrupted Qi Ping's aerial acceleration, causing him to descend into the encirclement. How did another superhero emerge? Several villains, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively regarded Qi Ping as a superhero, uttering curses before launching a coordinated assault. Bane, fueled by drugs, surged in size and strength, his fists as large as cauldrons. The Clock King wielded his long blade, its silver gleam forming a dazzling yet deadly arc. The ferocity of Killer Croc, alongside the full firepower of Penguin and Black Mask's elite guards, rendered Qi Ping an immediate target. However, he remained composed, discarding his weapon to draw his gun. With the precision of American quick-draw techniques, Qi Ping unleashed a flurry of blue laser bolts. Bane's skin sizzled under the onslaught. The Clock King's blade was rendered molten, and Killer Croc suffered a severed leg. Several guards met their demise without uttering a single cry. Technology is indeed power, Qi Ping mused, as the imitation armor of Ares proved effective against the onslaught of Earth's villains. After all, few could withstand lasers with mere flesh. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the villains pushed their underlings forward as shields. Observing this, Qi Ping quickly reduced the frequency of his laser fire. Despite the weapon's prowess, he lacked the energy to sustain it indefinitely. Continuing this way would lead to his own downfall before his foes could even retaliate. With the hostages secured, retreat seemed prudent. Qi Ping pivoted, his armor's lower section transforming to facilitate a powerful leap, propelling him several meters away from the fray. Yet, out of nowhere, a rocket propelled towards him, striking with precision and sending him hurtling through the air. Damn it! Qi Ping involuntarily exclaimed. The explosion's force was considerable. Coupled with the need to protect Nightwing, he bore the brunt of the blast. Even though the layers of armor dissipated some of the impact, he felt as if his very insides had been dislodged. Be careful, the voice of Emperor Dragon warned. Qi Ping looked up to see a foot looming larger in his field of vision. He did not evade, bracing himself against the blow. The armor, sturdy enough to withstand a clash with Oxer, absorbed the impact without raising a ripple. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Clad in black armor adorned with red insignia and a bat-themed helmet, exuding an aura of menace. Hand over Nightwing, and I may spare your life. That is out of the question, Qi Ping retorted, rising to his feet. This individual is my next significant target. I cannot relinquish him to you. Then you shall perish. Without further ado, the adversary drew his weapon and fired. Qi Ping did not flinch, relying on the durability of his armor to absorb the bullets as he closed the distance in mere strides. Seizing the assailant by the throat, he wasted no time delivering a barrage of punches to the vulnerable areas of the foe's head, abdomen, and groin. This was the combat technique taught by the Mountain Walker professor, amplifying one's advantages while ruthlessly targeting the enemy's weaknesses. Though his methods were somewhat unsavory, the outcome was undeniably gratifying. Bolstered by the resilience of his armor, Qi Ping caught his opponent off guard, yet he refrained from inflicting severe harm. He merely knocked out his opponent before ceasing his actions. After unceremoniously discarding the armored individual into an inconspicuous refuse pile, Qi Ping heard the shouts of pursuers and, wary of lingering, hurriedly took Nightwing and made his escape. Chapter 10. Surely, there cannot be anyone oblivious to Batman's true identity? For the sake of safety, Qi Ping deliberately circled around several times before returning to Sam's side. He not only removed his own armor, but also stripped Nightwing of his uniform. Fortunately, Dick was clad in simple attire beneath, thus avoiding any awkwardness. What have you brought back? Sam exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Dick. Qi Ping waved his hand dismissively, offering no explanation, and pinched Dick's philtrum. With the additional stimulus of his abilities, he swiftly roused him from unconsciousness. As Dick awakened, he clutched his chest and coughed violently. Yet his eyes remained vigilant of his surroundings. Who are you? He queried. Those who rescued you, Qi Ping replied succinctly, urging Sam to drive away quickly as several gang members began to widen their search radius. Sam started the truck and hastily took off. Dick had sustained considerable injuries and found it difficult to move, remaining in the vehicle, yet he did not relinquish his suspicion towards Qi Ping. Noticing the doubtful gaze from Dick, Qi Ping felt a twinge of displeasure. After risking his own safety to save him, he could not even receive a simple expression of gratitude. Can't you members of the Bat family think rationally? Must you always act as if there are nefarious individuals plotting against you? How did you know? Is that even a question? Who do you think stripped you of your clothing? Dick was taken aback, rendered speechless. He glanced at Qi Ping, then at Sam who was driving, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him. You two were the ones from that factory last night. Indeed, it seems your memory serves you well. Qi Ping nodded with satisfaction. Now that you recall, remain quiet for a while. I mean you no harm. Dick acquiesced to the unfamiliar stranger's arrangement. Although the events of the previous night left him feeling disgruntled, he found himself devoid of better options. Who's this guy? Sam whispered, careful not to let Dick overhear. Qi Ping patted his shoulder, saying, this fellow is quite useful. Keep a close watch. Though he had yet to devise a plan to leverage the connections of the Bat family, nurturing this relationship could prove beneficial. Before long, the truck returned to the old apartment building. Sam exited first, while Dick prepared to leave immediately. Thank you for rescuing me today. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Despite still bearing a distant demeanor, Dick was not as cold-hearted as his father and felt genuine gratitude towards Qi Ping for saving him. Of course, I hope you can keep our identities confidential. Indeed, Qi Ping replied, surveying Dick before asking, would you prefer the truth or fabrication? What do you mean? Dick inquired, puzzled and alert, wondering if he was about to be betrayed. In truth, there is no need for me to divulge your identities. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce that Batman is none other than Bruce Wayne. Chi Ping's words stirred a tempest within Dick's heart, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yet he found himself utterly speechless. There's no need for such surprise. Chi Ping had no desire to engage in any heroics with those associated with the Bat family, especially after witnessing the plight of the common folk. Firstly, each of your missions necessitates the deployment of the exorbitantly priced Batmobile, aircraft, and an array of high-tech gadgets. Just this alone could narrow down the list of suspects to a handful of affluent individuals. The wealthy elite of Gotham are either gangsters or archvillains. Among them, Bruce Wayne, despite his extravagant lifestyle, appears remarkably ordinary in comparison. Furthermore, he has adopted 2 sons. Is this not evident enough? Chi Ping's barrage of observations left Dick in a state of bewilderment. He had never contemplated these aspects before. Why then? Do the likes of Penguin refrain from exposing the secret? He stood there, dazed, unsure whether to pose the question to someone else or to himself. Chi Ping enthusiastically replied, Gotham's villains can be categorized into 2 groups. One consists of loners like the Joker, who care only for their own little domains and are indifferent to Bruce. The other group includes individuals such as Penguin, who, despite possessing a commercial empire, appear as fragile as children when confronted with a conglomerate like Wayne Enterprises. He would rather have Batman repeatedly incarcerate them than risk Bruce's words dismantling his empire. Dick's mind buzzed. For years, he had taken pride in his identity as a superhero, only to discover that others perceived him in this manner. He could not accept it. Why are you telling me all this? Dick raised his head, his eyes glistening with emotion. Chi Ping shrugged. I wish to collaborate with you to rectify this chaos. However, engaging as a superhero complicates matters unnecessarily. It is far more straightforward to lay it all out like this. What insights do you possess? Dick, seasoned by adversity, took a deep breath to suppress his tumultuous emotions. It was still merely an idea. The specifics of action had yet to crystallize. Chi Ping remained at ease, while Dick felt the urge to strike him. Why drop such a bombshell if you haven't fully thought it through? Are you deliberately trying to unsettle me? Dick's frustration boiled over, and he closed his eyes, turning away from Chi Ping, fearing he might not be able to restrain himself from throwing a punch at the man. Chi Ping seemed oblivious to Dick's clenched fists, continuing, Although my approach may not be entirely appropriate, the truth remains. You will inevitably come to terms with it. So what difference does a moment make? Observing Chi Ping's nonchalance, Dick could no longer contain himself. With a derisive snort, he turned on his heel and walked away, not even uttering a farewell. Chi Ping paid no mind, watching Dick's retreating figure as the voice of the Emperor Dragon echoed once more in his ears. I never anticipated you to be so articulate, but does your approach hold any significance? Chi Ping spoke solemnly. If the situation deteriorates, we need a dependable ally. Although Dick is the beloved son of Batman, he grew up in the depths of society, becoming aware of the inadequacies in Batman's behavior. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned his identity as Robin to become Nightwing. My words are merely intended to assist him in recognizing reality and to bring to light the issues that have long resided within him. Once problems are exposed, the solutions may not align with your desires. The Emperor Dragon doused him with a cold splash of reality. Chi Ping replied with a smile. This is certainly preferable to having no possibility at all. Furthermore, could you perhaps engage in something productive instead of idly discouraging me? The Emperor Dragon snorted, responding lightly. The signals from that group in the Shadow Realm are distinctly unique. There is no need for excessive effort. Then I kindly ask you to expedite your results, so I may plan my next course of action. Chi Ping stroked the Emperor Dragon's fur, coaxing the elder into a cheerful mood as he set to work. Chapter 11. What will you do? The situation is far from optimistic. The Emperor Dragon spent over an hour organizing data, pulling Chi Ping into the demon sealing box, and promptly declared, I have not detected any energy signals from the Shadow Realm. Chi Ping leaned in to observe. The charts were densely packed with data, yet he made no attempt to decipher their specific meanings. It was neither feasible nor necessary to comprehend everything at once. What color is the energy signal from the Shadow Realm? Black. Chi Ping continued to observe. Over 100 locations marked on the Gotham map indicated black energy sources. Yet the readings at these sites were low, far from the target's signal strength. Chi Ping withdrew his gaze from the chart and speculated. Could it be that the television station's signal tower is inadequate? The Emperor Dragon shook his head. This is unrelated. Both the material realm and the shadow realm are newcomers, struggling to be accepted by this world. Their energy signals must be exceedingly prominent. Qi Ping further analyzed. Perhaps the time gap since your arrival in this world is too lengthy, allowing the other party to escape? The Emperor Dragon shook his head again. That is not possible. Our arrival in this world was less than a week apart. Qi Ping clapped his hands in frustration. Then we are doomed. Surely they have discovered some means to assimilate swiftly into this world. And perhaps they're watching me right now. The Emperor Dragon remained unfazed, stating, "This is indeed the most plausible theory, but the question remains, what methods do they possess?" The Shadow Realm draws its power from many sources. Everything you conceive of as beautiful is but the antithesis of their sustenance. Crime and death are rampant throughout Gotham, unfolding incessantly. For those of the Shadow Realm, this is a veritable paradise. Qi Ping was puzzled. What is there to be distressed about? This is not the same. The enigmatic figure known as the Heart of the Divine Mountain appeared, elucidating to Qi Ping. Generally, the activities of criminals merely augment the power of the Shadow Realm without altering its intrinsic nature. It is akin to adding more water to a glass. It will never transform into ice. Qi Ping refrained from hasty conjectures, instead delving into his recollections of the knowledge he had gleaned from the Heart of the Divine Mountain and the books he had read about the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed, "What must one do to fundamentally transform the essence of their power?" Typically, engaging in actions capable of influencing the situation, ranging from massacres to coups, can provide an opportunity when the established rules are disrupted. The Emperor Dragon, seasoned from countless battles, possessed a profound understanding of his adversary's tactics. "I see now," Qi Ping exclaimed with newfound clarity, nodding. "Was the Shadow Realm involved in Batman's demise?" "That is indeed a potential avenue," the Emperor Dragon remarked. "Yet it remains merely a possibility. To ascertain its validity, you must investigate for yourself. In any case, concerning external matters, neither I nor the old man from the Divine Mountain can offer you assistance." Qi Ping nodded, his expression appearing somewhat dazed. And he unexpectedly posed an unrelated question. What would happen if I were to fail? The Emperor Dragon seemed to grasp the implications and responded candidly. "Should you fall victim to the forces of the Shadow Realm, the sealing box will initiate its emergency protocol to seek out the next summoner. However, due to the disparities in world rules, the inhabitants of this realm will struggle to adapt to the armor, and during this interval, our enemies will gradually grow stronger. The widening gap between us and them will subject the next summoner to even greater peril." "Enough, enough. You needn't continue." Qi Ping tugged at his collar, feeling breathless. "Just a short while ago, I was an utterly ordinary person. Yet in the blink of an eye, I nearly perished and found myself imprisoned. And now I bear the weight of over 100 lives, even that of an entire world. How did this happen? If it brings you some solace, I can assure you that even in your absence, those scavengers outside would continue to survive based on their past experiences. And you are not the sole individual in this world. Even without you, others would rise to prevent calamity." Qi Ping, who had been steeped in a melancholic heroism, was jolted from his reverie by these words. "I truly thank you, old man, for robbing me of my moment of self-pity." Qi Ping rolled his eyes in exasperation. The Emperor Dragon sneezed dismissively. "Rather than wallowing in self-pity, you would do better to learn from the old man of the Divine Mountain. At least it would enhance your chances of survival." With that, the Emperor Dragon shifted his form and vanished. Qi Ping, chastised yet unperturbed, recognized the juvenile tone in his previous lament after enduring the brutal realities for so long. Taking a deep breath to rally his spirits, he turned to the Heart of the Divine Mountain and asked, "Master, may I impart the art of cultivation to others?" "Certainly. The knowledge of the Bright Realm has never shied away from being shared with outsiders." The Heart of the Divine Mountain stroked his beard thoughtfully. "However, regardless of your intentions, the consequences must be borne by you alone." "I understand." Qi Ping's expression turned solemn as he nodded earnestly before departing from the sealing box. Upon his return, he summoned Sam, instructing him to gather everyone for an important announcement. Sam, perplexed yet compliant, did as he was told. In a short span, 100 individuals congregated in a large hall, chattering animatedly, speculating variously about the intentions of the formidable newcomer. The prevailing conjecture was that Qi Ping had ascended as a new leader, poised for prosperity. "Silence, everyone!" Sam waved his hand, urging the crowd to quiet down. Qi Ping strode directly into the center of the throng and took a seat among them. The purpose of this gathering was singular, to inquire about their thoughts on the future. Ultimately, Qi Ping entrusted the decision-making power to the scavengers themselves. As the atmosphere grew tense and awkward, each individual exchanged glances, hesitant to be the first to speak, fearful of provoking Qi Ping and incurring misfortune. Sam, though supportive of Qi Ping, remained uncertain about his intentions, leaving him at a loss for how to facilitate the gathering. Observing the indecisiveness of the crowd, Qi Ping clenched his fists, yet refrained from rushing. Everyone, I am here to hear your opinions. If you remain silent, I am at a loss for judgment. While the adults were mired in their own thoughts, the children lacked such reservations. One particularly vivacious child stepped forward, declaring, I want to be the leader of a great gang, commanding many people, and then cast those who bully us into the depths of Gotham Harbor. The child's proclamation, however, did not break the ice. Instead, the hall fell into a deeper silence. Many lowered their heads, yet their eyes furtively sought Qi Ping's expression. Chapter 12. Fortune is indeed an elusive entity. Was this unexpected? Certainly not. Qi Ping, observing the child's innocent gaze, silently sighed. The absence of dissent indicated a tacit agreement with the child's sentiment. Was this surprising? Of course not. Qi Ping felt a profound urge to reform the antiquated world, a yearning rooted in his upbringing. As for the scavengers, they had long dwelled within Gotham, perceiving figures like the Penguin as their goals, while Bruce Wayne remained an unattainable deity. Regarding Batman, based on Qi Ping's observations over time, they regarded him merely as a legend, perhaps even harboring some disdain. Despite the criminals being far from virtuous, ruthlessly exploiting the impoverished scavengers and leaving them famished, Batman's actions, capturing these villains and incarcerating them, had shattered the existing order, directly jeopardizing their livelihoods. Well then, in Qi Ping's mind, a myriad of thoughts flashed momentarily, yet few could be articulated. Do you all share this sentiment? Gradually, heads began to nod. The scavengers, accustomed to reading the expressions of others, could discern that Qi Ping was not in high spirits. Very well. Qi Ping suppressed the grand truths within, addressing the crowd. While I possess the ability to fight, I am ultimately but one individual, and the gangsters known as the Penguin Clan boast numbers in the thousands. It is impossible for me to confront them alone. Conversely, it implies that you must also partake in this endeavor. Hence, I must inquire, what can you contribute? A collection of the elderly, the young, and women. Engaging in street brawls is out of the question. You appear ill-suited for office work, seemingly uneducated. Qi Ping articulated the harsh reality, ruthlessly shattering the dreams of these individuals who aspired to rise above their station. Fair, if you have thoughts, do share them candidly. We are all ears. Sam finally grasped Qi Ping's intentions and promptly responded, Our lives were saved by you. We shall follow your lead in whatever you suggest. The life of a gang member is no simple matter. Each act of theft is executed with one's life on the line. This group of elderly, young, and women is, in reality, incapable of accomplishing much, merely subjects to be exploited. Should you heed my advice, it will be arduous and exhausting. Furthermore, you will face considerable opposition. The dangers may not diminish. Observing Qi Ping's earnest demeanor, Sam felt a pang of discomfort. Oh dear brother, I have extended my assistance to you. Why must you speak so frankly? After leaving the apartment, Sam began to voice his grievances. Qi Ping replied, Lies will eventually be exposed. One can deceive others, but not oneself. I urge you not to make reckless promises for the sake of garnering support. If they cannot be fulfilled, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Very well, very well. We shall heed your counsel. Is that satisfactory? Sam relinquished further contemplation. Where do we proceed next? To meet a friend. Qi Ping disclosed the location. And with that, Sam pressed the accelerator, and they set off. The designated meeting place was a bridge near the affluent district. As Qi Ping and Sam alighted from the vehicle, they spotted Dick, clad in casual attire, waiting by the railing. Dick, I apologize for the wait. Qi Ping approached him, waving. Dick turned around, an expression of exasperation gracing his features as he looked at Qi Ping. Could you not convey everything in one go? Must you trouble me repeatedly? Ah, it was unexpected. I suddenly remembered this matter, and I could do nothing about it. Qi Ping did not pay much attention to Dick's complaints. Have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Indeed, Dick replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he tossed a tablet to Qi Ping. On the day Bruce appeared, The cargo transported by the cruise ship under investigation consisted of specialized chemical materials. According to the remnants of data on the computer, these chemicals are suspected to be crucial components of a certain drug. Subsequent investigations revealed that the cruise ship was, in fact, empty. On the night of the incident, all the villains present had received an anonymous email warning them of Batman's impending assault on their cargo. "Oh, I see," Sam exclaimed, clenching his fist in sudden realization. So, Batman's death was actually a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Chi Ping nodded in agreement. Exactly. Dick, with a stern expression tinged with disdain, had long recognized that the person before him was a notorious thief, but he refrained from acting out of respect for Chi Ping. "So, do you know who this mastermind behind the scenes is?" Dick asked Chi Ping, his eagerness for knowledge palpable. "I know who it is. He is indeed my target. But I have no idea where he is now," Chi Ping replied. After his conversation with the Emperor Dragon regarding the alteration of the world's rules, Chi Ping began to suspect that something was amiss with Batman's death. Initially, he believed that the people from the Shadow Realm were simply trying to expedite their transformation. But he soon discovered that the heart of the Divine Mountain had little understanding of the world, which indicated that the Shadow Realm was also oblivious to Batman's significance to it. This realization shifted the nature of the situation entirely. With insufficient information at hand, Chi Ping sought Dick's assistance. They complemented each other. One possessed a comprehensive network of information but struggled with precise searches, while the other had a problematic entry point. Together, they began to piece together the narrative. A figure from the Shadow Realm was lurking in Gotham, concocting some drug and distributing it to attract Batman's attention and investigation. To prevent their scheme from being uncovered, the Shadow Realm had devised this trap. It seemed that they had not anticipated that what began as a means to eliminate a business rival would culminate in such unexpected consequences. Ah, fate. Chi Ping mused over this coincidence before inquiring of Dick, "Has Batman obtained any analytical results regarding this special drug?" He sought this information to consult the heart of the Divine Mountain, to analyze the enemy's specific methods, and to devise a way to counteract them. However, Dick shook his head. "This drug is peculiar. It disappears without a trace once it leaves the human body. Bruce did not acquire a sample. Otherwise, he would have located the culprit long ago. Moreover, there have been no new drugs emerging in Gotham over the past few months. I can't even fathom how Bruce discovered it." Dick expressed his frustration. Chi Ping pondered more deeply. "Perhaps this substance isn't a drug at all?" "What do you mean?" Dick suddenly realized. "I comprehend now. Upon my return, I shall promptly investigate the various health supplements currently available on the market, as well as other medications masquerading under different titles. Should I uncover any information, I will notify you immediately." After uttering these words, Dick prepared to depart. Chi Ping had other matters he wished to discuss with him. However, considering the chaos among the scavengers, he resolved to stabilize the internal situation before addressing other concerns. Chapter 13. The Seeds of Discontent. Is it truly that simple? Sam gazed at the desolate harbor, his expression rife with perplexity. "The challenge you speak of is merely establishing a company and securing the contracts for Gotham's port operations?" Ever since Nightwing received news of Batman's ambush, he had fallen silent, offering no further updates. Chi Ping remained unperturbed. If even Batman, the father figure, could not accomplish this task, it was only natural that Nightwing, as the son, would require even more effort. Meanwhile, Chi Ping could divert his attention to resolving the issues faced by the scavengers. After a series of discussions, many had departed, yet a greater number chose to stay, resolutely expressing their willingness to trust Mr. Fair. Deeply moved, Chi Ping formally initiated his plan. He organized the remaining 80 individuals into a cohesive unit, establishing a corporate facade and leveraging the connections of the Wayne family to secure the logistics operations at Gotham's port. Initially, Chi Ping intended to establish a more sophisticated factory. However, upon considering the capabilities of his subordinates and the prevailing circumstances, he opted for the port instead. On this day, Sam, following Chi Ping's orders, busied himself with errands, utterly exhausted yet perplexed as to the inherent dangers of such laborious tasks. Chi Ping cast a sidelong glance at him, exasperated at his lack of insight. "Are you truly so oblivious that you fail to discern any underlying principles during your incessant running about?" Sam rambled on about whom to honor and the specific gangs that controlled the territory. While this information was not without merit, Chi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Let us just say it's my responsibility to clarify these matters with you beforehand. He had originally assumed Sam possessed enough acumen to grasp certain issues without explicit instruction, yet he overlooked the inertia of human thought, which often blinds individuals to the most obvious details. Our current wages are 10% below the market average and 20% lower than the union standard. In other words, we are the disruptors of this system. Do you truly believe that those who tightly control the labor market, exploiting the lower-tier workers while threatening the upper echelons of the union, will allow us to continue unabated? Upon hearing the mention of wages, Sam became acutely aware, realizing the crux of the issue, yet remained perplexed. You're creating more enemies, earning less money, and still choosing this path. What is your motive? Chi Ping rolled his eyes in response. Are you foolish? If I do not set the wages lower, what incentive would there be for others to hire us? A group devoid of skills? Moreover, although individual wages may be meager, the profits accrued will be utilized to provide comprehensive insurance and improve working conditions for everyone. Rest assured, I have calculated that even after accounting for those factors, we still possess sufficient funds for expansion. The sole issue lies in the uniformity of everyone's salary standards. Even your remuneration and mine are not particularly high. Sam furrowed his brow, his entire countenance contorting. After all, he is merely a thief, lacking any elevated sense of awareness, and upon hearing that his diligent efforts yield a meager wage, he immediately expressed discontent. This reaction did not surprise Chi Ping. When I mention low salaries, I refer to the extravagant compensations of executives at Wayne Enterprises. Compared to others, our salaries are already several tiers above the norm. That's acceptable. Sam observed Chi Ping's nonchalant demeanor and felt embarrassed to say anything further. How can you be indifferent to money? Because the challenges I face have escalated to a scale that cannot be resolved by mere finances. Chi Ping sighed, recalling the individual from the Shadow Realm. Now, your next task is to recruit personnel. I have but one stipulation. They must possess a clean background. If Gotham's populace is insufficient, you may procure individuals from human traffickers. However, under no circumstances should you enlist any of those dubious acquaintances from your past gang affiliations. Chi Ping pointed at Sam, issuing a stern warning, fearing he might act impulsively and recruit a band of ruffians, thereby tarnishing the company's reputation. His fledgling team was still in its nascent stages, lacking the capacity to combat such malign influences. I promise. Sam immediately raised his hand in a solemn oath, then inquired, what if other gangs from the Union come after us? Fight back. Chi Ping replied succinctly. After all, Gotham lacks a government now, and aside from Commissioner Gordon, the police are in disarray. No one will concern themselves with us. Sam nodded obediently, indicating his understanding, before swiftly departing. Chi Ping watched his retreating figure, pondering whether Sam could withstand the pressures of the job without making grave mistakes. In an instant, guilt washed over him. After all, Sam had supported him for so long, and it was unjust to harbor such doubts. Yet, out of a sense of responsibility towards the work, he felt it prudent to find Sam a partner. Perhaps I should bring Dick into the fold. Once this thought entered Chi Ping's mind, it took root and flourished, revealing vast potential. As long as the hoe is wielded effectively, no foundation is beyond excavation. Moreover, Dick himself is rather indecisive, while fully bringing him on board may pose challenges. Soliciting his assistance would be entirely feasible. Conveniently, I am due to meet him soon, and I shall discuss this matter with him then. This would be the first time Dick had proactively reached out to me since our last encounter, claiming he had unearthed information about the drugs. Given the potential for conflict, Chi Ping decided against bringing Sam along. At the same small bridge where they had met previously, Dick was still clad in casual attire. What? Aren't you wearing your uniform today? As Chi Ping approached, he engaged in a familiar conversation with Dick. Today's assignment did not necessitate uniforms. Dick responded coolly and then remarked to Chi Ping, after our last encounter, I investigated all pharmaceutical products in Gotham and discovered that approximately 2 months ago, a so-called cognitive enhancement supplement suddenly appeared on the market. Initially, this substance gained popularity among university students, but it later spread among corporate executives. According to users, the drug is remarkably effective, and the suppliers have consistently monitored production, making it scarce. Those fortunate enough to obtain it undergo a profound transformation. Such a blatant phenomenon could hardly escape Batman's notice. Chi Ping examined the information and found the rumors widespread. Dick shook his head in resignation. American universities generally impose significant pressure on students, who often resort to such substances to boost their spirits for better grades. Hence, Bruce does not perceive this as a grave issue. Chi Ping felt disdain. What they called medication was merely a guise for drugs. So, what are you planning to do today? He refrained from debating the definitions of drugs and medication with Dick. I've procured a few invitations from classmates. Let us pay a visit to the distributors of this substance. Let us go. Chi Ping nodded and beckoned Dick to set off. Chapter 14. Too reckless to raise suspicion in another nightclub? Chi Ping felt a wave of discomfort as Dick led him to the venue, overwhelmed by the garish red and green lights. Moreover, with the government having imposed a lockdown, how could this place still be bustling with activity? From Chi Ping's observation, at least dozens were queuing to enter the nightclub, and amidst the bizarrely dressed gangsters were many well-dressed individuals who hardly seemed to belong to the lower echelons of society. Gotham had always been chaotic. Although the lockdown was severe, it remained largely controllable. Now that they had become allies, Dick was eager to share intelligence with Chi Ping. The only concern was that after Bruce's disappearance, the balance of power had shifted, with several gangs and supervillains becoming increasingly restless, hinting at potential chaos. While they were currently amassing strength, it would not be long before they attempted to consume others. This was far from a favorable situation. Chi Ping furrowed his brow. Excessive disorder breeds sinister phenomena, empowering the forces of the shadows. Anything that could augment the influence of a shadow realm was something Chi Ping wished to avoid. Still no leads on Batman? The quickest way to restore tranquility to Gotham, of course, was to locate Batman. Yet Dick shook his head, prompting a sigh from Chi Ping. It seemed matters were not so straightforward, and he would have to take the initiative to devise a solution. Shall we enter? Dick preferred to divert the conversation away from the nightly haunt that haunted his dreams, leading them to the entrance. The security guard initially intended to stop these two seemingly unruly individuals, but upon recognizing them as the heir of the Wayne family, he quickly withdrew. It seems that the reputation of the Wayne family is indeed quite advantageous. As we entered the establishment, Chi Ping and Dick engaged in light-hearted banter, with Dick readily accepting the situation, for the Wayne family's renown carries significant weight in this city. We parted ways, placing the invitation in a conspicuous location, anticipating visitors shortly. Dick suggested we separate, but Chi Ping declined, insisting on remaining together. The pulsating lights and music of the nightclub were overwhelming, causing a dull ache in my head. Surely you have frequented such places before? Dick queried, astonished. Chi Ping waved dismissively, responding with irritation. What respectable individual would indulge in debauchery at a nightclub? One must either be unemployed or excessively wealthy to afford such frivolity. The truth is, in his previous life, Chi Ping was a homebody, preferring to stay indoors. And the mere mention of nightclubs gave him a headache. Was it that games had become unentertaining, or that anime had lost its charm? Why venture into such a dismal environment and invite trouble? Let us go, let us go. I truly am not familiar with such places. Chi Ping urged as he pushed Nightwing toward the dance floor, navigating through the throngs of people until they reached the bar. Dick ordered a whiskey, while Chi Ping requested a cola, leaving the bartender bewildered. How can a man of such stature order cola? He thought. Is there a problem with that? Chi Ping retorted. The bartender quickly retrieved a can of cola and distanced himself from this peculiar patron. Dick chuckled. You neither enjoy bars nor drink alcohol. Are you truly an adult male? Chi Ping shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Who says adulthood is defined by alcohol consumption? If being an adult means smoking, drinking, and sporting extravagant hairstyles, I would rather remain a child forever. Besides, isn't this whiskey exorbitantly priced? $30 for a single glass. A common worker must toil all day to earn enough for such a minuscule indulgence. It would be more prudent to resort to theft. Chi Ping had never been one to squander money. Since the founding of his company, he had become even more frugal, meticulously allocating every cent to its most appropriate use. He had no intention of wasting his hard-earned money on overpriced drinks. Upon hearing Chi Ping's remarks, Dick suddenly found the whiskey less appealing, sliding the glass aside. After a brief wait, during which Chi Ping finished his cola and Dick declined several advances from scantily clad women, they were finally approached by someone. Gentlemen, please follow me. The host gathering is about to commence. Chi Ping and Dick exchanged glances and followed the individual, weaving through indistinct barriers until they arrived at a subterranean hall. Young man, ¿y senza familia ahora? Exercise caution. The Emperor Dragon communicated once more through the enchanted box. What's the situation? Please elucidate. Qi Ping slowed his pace, mentally conversing with the Emperor Dragon. I have battled the denizens of the Shadow Realm for too long and am intimately familiar with their essence. Something feels amiss here. Yet without encountering the true identity of the adversary, I cannot ascertain their nature. The Emperor Dragon ceased to speak, and Qi Ping cautiously scanned the surroundings, only to find the basement enveloped in a peculiar darkness. Within the shadows, countless figures stirred, yet only vague outlines were discernible, rendering their true appearances and actions nearly impossible to ascertain. Something felt amiss. Dick also slowed his pace, walking alongside Qi Ping. In a hushed tone, Qi Ping inquired, "Have you ever dealt with superhumans?" "Of course," Dick replied hesitantly, "but every time we confront superhumans, Bruce and I meticulously prepare, ensuring we have all the necessary tools before we engage. Now, with nothing at hand, how am I supposed to fight?" Dick wore a grin, but inwardly he lamented, finding these superhumans exceedingly vexing. "Do you have confidence? Let's leave it a chance." Dick was dissatisfied with such a vague response. Qi Ping, however, recalled the grotesque creatures from the Shadow Realm, anomalous beasts, specters, oxers, undead puppets, and evil spirits. Each possessed unique attributes, and, until one attained a certain level of strength, one had to employ corresponding armors to confront them. Coincidentally, Qi Ping was still inexperienced, relying solely on fate to provide sustenance, praying that their adversary was an oxers. Otherwise, Jin Tai would be doomed. One step at a time, Qi Ping urged, giving Dick a nudge as they followed a group into a private room, whereupon they were largely ignored. It was unclear what enchantment the proprietor of this place had cast, but within the confines of the room, one could scarcely perceive the passage of time. Nevertheless, Qi Ping and Dick remained as steadfast as mountains, seated on the sofa without a hint of movement. At last, a response emerged from the other side. A hazy figure appeared on the screen, seemingly a woman. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Assembly is about to commence. Please relish this rare opportunity." No sooner had the words been uttered than a pink mist enveloped the private room. Qi Ping and Dick were left perplexed. What should they do now? The mist was undoubtedly inhospitable, and who knew what consequences might ensue from inhaling it. Yet, if they refrained from reacting, what facade could they maintain? Dick glanced at Qi Ping, who rolled his eyes and resorted to the breathing technique he had learned from the heart of the Divine Mountain, collapsing onto the sofa in a feigned state of death. With no other option, Dick mimicked him, lying on the sofa, face inward, donning a small gas mask. Chapter 15, A Swift Escape. As they lay feigning death on the sofa, Qi Ping took the opportunity to use the sealing box to extract the pink mist from the air, enlisting the Emperor Dragon to assist in analyzing its composition. "Which piece of news would you prefer?" the Emperor Dragon inquired promptly. Qi Ping paused. "Let's hear the good news first." The Emperor Dragon responded, "Indeed, the pink substance is a potent enhancer, albeit with altered ingredient ratios. Nevertheless, its effect remains unchanged, capable of evolving individuals into evil spirits." Damn it. Qi Ping could not suppress an expletive within his mind. The evil spirit form was already incompatible with the true armor. And given the multitude of individuals present in the basement, was he not doomed? More importantly, is this truly considered good news? What could possibly constitute bad news? The unfortunate reality is that none of those present will become the malevolent spirit entities. Huh. Qi Ping was taken aback. ISNT that, in fact. A piece of good news? How on earth did you interpret the information? The Emperor Dragon snapped back. You haven't even grasped the most fundamental survival rules of the malevolent entities. Qi Ping suddenly realized, his face paling in disbelief. Intelligent beings absorb the essence crafted by the Dark Primordial, transforming into malevolent entities, progressing through 6 levels, ultimately becoming sustenance for the Dark Primordial. Indeed, the entire malevolent entity race adheres to the most primitive and brutal laws of survival. Absorbing substances is merely the first step. Once they attain a humanoid form, they must begin incessantly absorbing various negative emotions to grow and evolve. Theoretically, malevolent entities are hunters, while humans are their prey. However, during the evolution process, those malevolent entities that have grown from absorbing substances yearn to devour other malevolent entities, as the speed of growth from consuming their peers is far superior to that of consuming humans. Most critically, the promotion of malevolent entities erodes their innate sense of morality. ultimately transforming them into embodiments of negative emotions. Thus, the so-called assembly is, in essence, a banquet for some malevolent entity. The moment Qi Ping realized this, the dark and pink mist enveloping the entire private room suddenly seemed to come alive, contracting and pulsating like the walls of a stomach. I suggest you flee at once. You currently lack the strength to confront malevolent entities endowed with supernatural powers. I thought you wanted me to uphold my principles and fight to the bitter end. Qi Ping quipped mentally to the Emperor Dragon, his mind racing as he contemplated an escape. I'm hardly a staunch traditionalist. According to that fellow beside you, those who can come here are either wealthy or noble. Gotham City has descended into chaos, and what good can come from this crowd? If they perish, so be it. The Emperor Dragon appeared impatient, seemingly displeased with Qi Ping's perspective. Qi Ping pondered for a moment, touching the armor summoning device, still feeling uncertain. Is there truly no way to procure another set of armor? Forget about the armor. I can still strike despite being injured. How long will it take? Qi Ping asked hopefully. The Emperor Dragon replied, 3 seconds. Goodness, you are more demanding than Ultraman. Qi Ping sighed in resignation. Yet he understood this was the Emperor Dragon's limit. I will do my utmost not to trouble you further. Qi Ping severed communication with the Emperor Dragon and nudged Dick, who was feigning death, prepare to make a run for it. Run? Dick remained silent, continuing to pretend, but his eyes widened in shock. What about the others here? He whispered. We'll create a diversion. Whether we escape depends on their own luck. Qi Ping was acutely aware that the individuals in the other rooms had likely already become the main course for the lurking malevolent entities. However, even if he spoke, Dick might not believe him. It would be better to distract him momentarily, creating a commotion to facilitate an escape. How much explosives do you have left? Enough to bring down the entire basement. That will suffice. Prepare for action. Suddenly, Qi Ping stood up, and with a flash of blue light from a summoning device, the true armor was donned upon him. In an instant, 3 weapons fused into the true sniper cannon, aimed at the wall of the private room, and he fired. Boom! Boom! The explosions resonated as the wall was shattered, creating a large opening. Qi Ping stepped out first and was met with a bizarre sight, a group of strange beings dancing wildly. At the center stood a woman, her body entwined like tree roots, yet still exhibiting certain feminine traits, crowned with a floral diadem resembling a rose. Surrounding her were peculiar creatures, appearing as if forcibly assembled like mismatched blocks. Their forms grotesque and unsettling. Armor warriors? People from the Shadow Realm? The rose monster spoke, her voice sultry and enchanting, evoking a sense of allure. The screen of the true armor flashed a series of warnings, shielding him from the mental allure contained within her voice. The evil spirits excelled in manipulating the mind, and a mere enchantment posed no threat. However, Qi Ping was concerned about another matter. It appeared that those behind her did not consider them expendable, revealing the existence of the armor as well. The Shadow Realm was notoriously ruthless. Betrayal among allies was second nature to them. The rose monster sneered. The emissaries always boast about how formidable the armor warriors are. I have long desired to witness it myself. Little brother, come play with your sister. If you please me, I shall grant you a most comfortable demise. Enough, Qi Ping coldly rejected. I prefer gentleness and restraint. Such wildness is beyond my grasp. I shall leave that for others to enjoy. How dare you? The rose monster erupted in fury. Kill him. The block-like creature screeched and charged at him, brandishing weapons made of unknown materials. Qi Ping furrowed his brow, disassembling the sniper cannon. Gripping the annihilation blade in one hand and the true gun in the other, he plunged into the fray, unleashing a slaughter. Blades glimmered, gunfire roared, and blinding sparks leapt throughout the basement, the jarring sounds of clashing weapons echoing incessantly. One by one, the humanoid forms fell before Qi Ping, yet his own stamina waned rapidly amidst the combat. The rose monster, as the master of the scene, remained at the periphery, observing Qi Ping's agile movements while licking her lips. Such vibrant energy. If I consume this fellow, I shall surely ascend to a higher level. Greed surged within her, compelling her to act. In that very moment, a violent explosion erupted behind the monster, sending her flying through the air. Unbeknownst to him, Nightwing, clad in a new ensemble, swung his electrified baton toward the monstrous adversary. The creature, propelled backward, emitted a flash of pink light from its eyes, suddenly suspended in midair. The dark mist and pink substances in the basement were drawn into her mouth, and then a whip imbued with telekinetic force struck Dick directly. With a gasp, he expelled blood. Cheaping wielded his blade, forcing back the creature that ensnared him, then leaped into the air, embracing Dick. True fired above, the laser scorching a large hole into the ground. Cheaping, carrying Nightwing, ascended from the depths, casually discarding all the explosives onto the basement floor. The ground trembled, prompting the patrons in the bar above to flee in panic. Cheaping leapt high, swiftly surpassing the crowd, vanishing into the night. Chapter 16, Arrival at the Batcave. You imbeciles, useless fools, a bunch of gluttons. A woman in a magenta gown, adorned with a lace mask, unleashed her fury upon the bar security. With so many of you, how could two individuals escape so easily? I invest so much in her upkeep, and this is how you repay me. Where are your usual displays of authority? Useless, useless. Under the wrath of the woman, dozens of men quaked like quail, too fearful to raise their heads. After a moment, the woman in red paused, and her subordinates, with obsequious smiles, approached to pledge their loyalty. Sister, that fellow is encased in armor as tough as a tortoise shell. Our weapons, capable of cleaving steel with ease, barely sparked upon striking him. We were utterly helpless. Rest assured, I will send my brothers out to find them, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground. Fools! The woman in red kicked out, her sharp stiletto piercing flesh, yet the underling dared not utter a sound of pain. What a brainless bunch you are. How did I end up with such subordinates? They fled from the private room. Check tonight's roster and see who remains alive. Then we shall uncover their identities. Yes, yes. One sycophant immediately flattered. You are indeed wise, sister. Stung by embarrassment, the underling uttered not a word more and hastened to check the roster. Cursed armored warrior, you shall belong to me. The woman in red clenched her hand, shattering the glass in her grip without inflicting harm upon herself. Unbeknownst to Cheaping, a calamity of romantic entanglements loomed over him. He had not ventured far carrying Dick when he halted. Hey, are you okay? He laid Dick down on the concrete floor, and the summon device flickered, causing the armor to disintegrate due to insufficient energy. I feel so hot. I want. Dick's eyes were tightly shut, his face flushed abnormally red, writhing as he attempted to pull away his clothing. What on earth is happening? Cheaping was bewildered, thoroughly taken aback. He swept the magic ceiling box over Dick's body, and the voice of the Emperor Dragon immediately resonated with discontent. Chi, I am not your personal encyclopedia. Do not come to me for every trivial matter. Despite his words, he quickly provided an answer. This lad has fallen under the influence of a malevolent spirit. His desires have been awakened, and he is about to enter a state of frenzy. What on earth is happening? Cheaping sighed in exasperation and then inquired, how can we neutralize the poison? The toxin of the malevolent spirit affects 2 aspects, besides the physical body. It is far more formidable in its ability to plant a seed in the mind, gradually transforming a person into its prey or puppet. As for the issue of mental fortitude, simply bring him into the magic ceiling box. For the physical toxin, you will have to devise a solution yourself. I cannot assist you. Furthermore, a jolt to the back of his head may briefly awaken him. The Emperor Dragon ceased to speak. Following the advice, Cheaping delivered a sharp slap to the back of Dick's head. The previously murmuring Dick momentarily broke free from his peculiar state, only to cry out in pain due to the physical discomfort. What just happened to me? Cheaping observed Dick's grimacing expression and sighed inwardly before explaining, in simple terms. You have been poisoned, and I require a safe and stable environment to help you detoxify. Do not trouble yourself. Someone will come to fetch me. Dick murmured weakly. Cheaping shook his head. If it were merely the physical poison, I would not be concerned. However, that aberrant individual has also exerted influence over your soul. Do you possess a means to rectify this? Damn it, superhumans are truly troublesome. Dick cursed, pressing the emergency button, only for his head to tilt and lose consciousness once more. Cheaping's mental energy temporarily alleviated the effects imposed by the aberrant entity on Dick's psyche, preventing any further abnormal actions. Yet, his body temperature continued to rise steadily. Despite employing every method at his disposal, Cheaping could not contain the escalating fever. Fortunately, it was not long before the vehicle to retrieve Dick arrived. A dapper elderly gentleman in a suit exited the car, quickly scanning the vicinity before striding towards Cheaping. You must be Mr. Fayer? Cheaping recognized the overly polite, somewhat discomforting gentleman immediately. Mr. Alfred, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Alfred, puzzled, reflected that he had resided in Wayne Manor for many years, rarely appearing in public. Even during his tenure managing Wayne Enterprises on behalf of young Master Bruce, few were aware of his presence. How could this young man claim to have heard of him? Though curious, Alfred did not dwell on it. Upon seeing Dick's condition, he swiftly scooped him up and made his way to the vehicle. Chi Ping followed closely behind, and without uttering much, Alfred initiated the car's engine. Did Dick attend today's gathering using his true identity? Is that correct? Chi Ping posed a question. Alfred, focused on driving, did not turn around but still answered, indeed. Chi Ping furrowed his brow. That complicates matters. All the others from that gathering are deceased. It is only the two of us left, and our identities will soon be revealed. A moment of silence ensued before Alfred replied, no worries. Even if the other party discovers Master Dick's identity, it is of little consequence. With that, the elderly gentleman pressed the accelerator, and the seemingly ordinary vintage car surged forth, reaching speeds rivaling that of sports car. In no time, they arrived in the mountains near Gotham, entering a tunnel that led them back to the Batcave. Miss Gordon, Alfred called out, as Chi Ping carried Dick behind him. A red-haired girl in a wheelchair emerged, her expression shifting from surprise to concern upon noticing the unconscious Dick. What happened to Dick? Barbara inquired. He has been poisoned. I can extract the base components of the toxin, but further analysis is required. Chi Ping responded, placing Dick on a medical bed. Barbara, adeptly maneuvering the medical apparatus, began to examine Dick's condition. You may leave now, sir, she insisted. I would like to, but the poison afflicting Dick is not solely physical. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon your work, Chi Ping replied. He then placed the demon-sealing box beside Dick and seated himself nearby, closing his eyes to enter the confines of the box. Chi Ping was bound to the box, capable of summoning himself back at will. Moreover, the souls of those near the box could be drawn within, provided they did not resist. Despite Dick's resilient spirit, he instinctively fought against the unfamiliar experience. Having been tormented by the Rose Monster's mental prowess for some time, Chi Ping had no choice but to manifest before him, guiding Dick into the interior of the demon-sealing box. Chapter 17, A Request for Assistance. Dick's soul was drawn into the demon-sealing box, suspended in midair, a semi-transparent form entwined with pink threads. The Emperor Dragon and the heart of the Divine Mountain circled Dick, scrutinizing him, seemingly searching for something unique within this otherworldly being's essence. Chi Ping observed them closely and interjected. Might we expedite the process of saving him? What is the rush? The Emperor Dragon retorted impatiently. It is not every day I come across a specimen like this. I must study what unique aspects the Shadow Realm may manifest in this world. The evolution of forms is a characteristic of the realms of light and shadow, adapting to the distinctive traits of their respective worlds. While I too wish for you to conduct your research, do bear in mind that if you inadvertently harm Dick, I shall lose a crucial ally in Gotham. It is increasingly rare to find partners like the Wayne family in these times. Chi Ping had secured a lucrative contract for port operations, with Dick agreeing without any hesitation, illustrating the essence of what true partnership entails. Shinshan Xinjia relinquished his observation, proclaiming that once they gathered their unique spiritual energies, they could conduct their research at a leisurely pace. Let's not troubleshoot Chi any further. The Emperor Dragon, albeit displeased, muttered a few words, flicked his tail, dispersing the pink spiritual energy enveloping Dick, and subsequently collected it. Although the Emperor Dragon appeared weak in the external realm, within the confines of the sealing box, his capabilities were boundless. Chi Ping had even contemplated utilizing the sealing box as a means to contain those he found disagreeable, leaving the rest to the Emperor Dragon. Unfortunately, his willpower was insufficient to sustain the energy required for such usage. Take your time entertaining this fellow. I shall delve into my studies. With a swish of his tail, the Emperor Dragon vanished without a trace. Shinshan Xinjia did not linger, wishing not to intrude upon Chi Ping's forthcoming performance. Where am I? Dick regained consciousness, observing his ethereal form and the somewhat exaggerated training ground, instantly becoming wary. However, unaccustomed to his intangible spirit, he stumbled and fell clumsily. What a reckless display! Chi Ping extended his hand to assist him. This is my domain. Consider it a small world. You can actually create a small world? Dick gaped in astonishment. Chi Ping rolled his eyes. Are you still half asleep? If I possessed the ability to create a small world, I could easily eliminate all the peculiar patrons in the bar with a mere swipe and avoid any further hassle. Dick paused, momentarily struck by the absurdity of his own question. So, what exactly is happening here? I recall that when you rescued me, the Batmobile was quite ostentatious. Unmistakably a wealthy person's toy. Yet, your own armor possesses advanced technology, not to mention this place. Dick voiced the confusion brewing within him, seemingly intent on uncovering the truth. Chi Ping felt no offense. Rather, he perceived this as a splendid opportunity to forge a connection. In their interactions, the Wayne family was transparent to Chi Ping. He was well acquainted with them, while they knew nothing of him, a situation that could breed unresolved tensions over time. He briefly recounted the conflict between the Shadow Realm and the Bright Realm, directing their conversation toward the troubles presently confronting their world. Thus, if that so-called messenger is allowed to develop unchecked, Earth is destined for destruction. Dick furrowed his brow, having yet to encounter a cataclysmic crisis. Chi Ping sighed. Not merely Earth. The entire universe is at peril. To bolster Dick's courage, the Emperor Dragon frequently thrust him into various apocalyptic scenarios across planets. And though merely virtual, these experiences were utterly exhausting. On one particularly harrowing occasion, the Emperor Dragon had kicked him into a scene of cosmic annihilation, and he had not lasted even a second before losing consciousness, remaining in a state akin to death for several days. However, it is precisely through each successive blow that Chi Ping has been able to grow rapidly. Having witnessed these events, he has come to comprehend the peril posed by the inhabitants of the Shadow Realm. I can unequivocally inform you that the so-called Shadow Envoy is merely utilizing substances to cultivate his minions. Once his power is restored to a certain level, he will be capable of directly siphoning the forces of order from thin air, even transforming Earth into an environment more conducive to his needs. Of course, these are merely early signs, yet if such tendencies are allowed to fester, the consequences will be dire. If a single grotesque entity has compelled us into this predicament, how shall we contend with a gathering of such beings? Chi Ping spoke in rapid succession, leaving Dick little time to react, forcing him to respond swiftly. You underestimate us greatly. Dick, unwilling to concede, declared, I have faced countless dangers alongside Bruce, dangers beyond your imagination. I concede that you and Bruce have indeed encountered significant peril. However, this particular challenge cannot be surmounted solely by the few superheroes in Gotham. Chi Ping was determined to lay everything bare. Let me be clear, had I not been present today, you would have succumbed to that monster's poison long ago. Reality is always the most persuasive argument. Dick contemplated countering, but reflecting on the chaotic situation and the few pitiful allies by his side, he ultimately remained silent. What do you intend to do? Dick impatiently tossed his hair, eager to hear Chi Ping's insights. First, I plan to teach you the art of intention cultivation from the realm of light. Chi Ping had initially intended to teach Sam, but due to his recurring minor ailments, he decided to postpone, anticipating that sudden power might lead to reckless actions. Unexpectedly, this delay resulted in Dick being the first recipient of this instruction. Dick hesitated. What's wrong? Please don't tell me you share that old man's aversion to all forms of magic and superpowers. Dick quickly waved his hand. Not at all. I merely feel that since we aren't familiar with one another, are you not concerned that I might turn against you? Though you are somewhat rigid, obstinate, and indecisive, at least you adhere to principles. When it comes to protecting the citizens of Gotham, we stand on the same front. Hearing Chi Ping's self-deprecating remarks, Dick rolled his eyes but refrained from retorting. And what comes second? Chi Ping raised 2 fingers. I hope you will assist me at the new company I have established. Are you out of your mind? I have no interest in the billions held by Wayne Enterprises. What makes you think I would be intrigued by your small company? Dick spoke out of frustration. Chi Ping replied earnestly, because being with me will expose you to an entirely new world, allowing you to reevaluate the underlying logic of Gotham's operations. You might think you know how Gotham functions, but Chi Ping interrupted him. Although you were born in the lower echelons, you spent the majority of your formative years at Wayne Manor. Even though Batman has subjected you to rigorous training, you are merely a small bird within Wayne Manor. You remain oblivious to the tempest that brews beyond. Dick is indignant, feeling that Chi Ping underestimates him. Chi Ping merely smiles and refrains from explanation, suggesting that Dick should explore the depths of Gotham on his own. Now, let me teach you the art of cultivating intention. Chapter 18. Your affairs do not seek me out. This is the entirety of the intention cultivation technique. Cheaping devoted nearly 10 hours imparting the knowledge he gleaned from the mountain of the heart to Dick without reservation. Dick listened intently and soon grasped the nuances. That is all I can teach you. The rest, you must ponder and refine on your own after returning. Cheaping issued a dismissal, yet Dick was reluctant to depart. Here, the passage of time is threefold compared to the outside world. I wish to linger a little longer. Cheaping shook his head, dispelling Dick's inclination to take advantage. It is futile. Within the sealing box, you are but a soul, somewhat ephemeral. Even if you linger longer, without returning to your body, true cultivation of intention remains elusive. It is best to return. I must seek a new armor to confront these new adversaries. Once again, it is not the armor that falters, but rather Cheaping's insufficient strength. If he had already coalesced an intention field, he could vanquish foes with merely the true armor. The dilemma lies in the fact that he has yet to condense the intention field. Thus he must pursue a more formidable armor. Dick furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What peril do you speak of? You attend a gathering in your true identity. We are the only two who have survived. Anyone could deduce who you are. Cheaping's words elicited a frown from Dick, who dashed away without uttering a word in response. I had not finished speaking. Cheaping clenched his fists, initially intending to enlighten Dick about the characteristics of malevolent spirits so he could prepare effectively. Yet he was taken aback by Dick's swift departure. Heart of the mountain, battle dragon, which lineage of armor should I pursue first? Cheaping earnestly sought guidance from the reappearing heart of the mountain and the Emperor Battle Dragon. The Emperor Battle Dragon, more familiar with the battlefield, hesitated and candidly remarked, I do not recommend you engage with any armor. Your intention is in the budding stage, and recklessly approaching armor may hinder your future path. But is there truly no alternative? Cheaping lamented, recognizing the dilemma. Yet, as he stated, there was no choice. Even if the enemy does not confront us today, once they uncover our secrets, they will inevitably come. Without the means to counterbalance them, I would suffer grave losses. Most critically, if I proceed methodically in the foreseeable future, rapid growth to that level seems unattainable. Reality dictates that all our actions must be rooted in the tangible. The Emperor Battle Dragon sighed, then with a flick of his tail, transported everyone to the armor sanctuary. I strongly recommend that you select the elemental armor from the first series. Qi Ping cast a puzzled glance, and the heart of the divine mountain elucidated. From the perspective of corresponding principles, utilizing a beastly armor to combat the malevolent spirit is indeed a specialized approach. However, the issue lies in the fact that you must confront not only the malevolent spirit. It remains uncertain whether that spirit from the shadow realm might conjure other monstrosities. If circumstances allowed, both I and the Battle Dragon would certainly prefer that you don the 5 elements armor. Yet, lacking the bloodline of light and shadow, the use of the 5 elements armor necessitates divine clarity. The armor of the Xing Tian squad heavily relies on individual prowess, while the armor of the Capturing General series is overly dependent on technology. Thus, it appears that only the elemental armor remains viable. Born from the very essence of the planets, once you establish a covenant with the planetary will, you shall receive the protection of the planet itself, which would be your greatest boon. But what dangers lie ahead? Qi Ping mused, for significant advantages often come veiled in immense peril. The Emperor Battle Dragon replied, the wills of various planets are typically filled with hostility towards external entities. As an interworld visitor, you must brace yourself for the wrath of the elements that could tear you asunder. Qi Ping nodded solemnly. After all, he had no path of retreat. I am prepared. Take this blank elemental key with you and, upon returning to the real world, proceed accordingly. The Emperor Battle Dragon suddenly became quite loquacious, tirelessly recounting the details of the ritual and the precautions to be taken throughout the process. Barbara? Dick opened his eyes to find Barbara tidying the medical instruments. What did your friend do to you? Initially, the instruments could not analyze the serum, but after your friend closed his eyes, your condition improved. The toxins within your body have ceased to be so active. Dick sat up from the bed, contemplating everything that had transpired within the magic sealing box. Yet he ultimately refrained from speaking further. Where is Alfred? Barbara shot Dick a glance and replied, he has been alerted by your friend to arrange defenses for the manor, in order to confront the trouble you have brought back. Observing the composed Barbara before him, Dick felt a momentary disorientation, as if the girl standing there was not the one he had grown up with, but rather a stranger altogether. You should leave. There may soon be a battle here. Dick believed he was acting out of goodwill, Yet Barbara appeared displeased. She retorted, "Though I am indeed seated in a wheelchair, I am far from powerless. I can handle the enemies when they arrive." In the face of Barbara, the very girl who could always be charmed by Dick, he found himself at a loss for words, the guilt within him rendering him unable to voice any objections to her request. Yet he could not bear to witness her suffer harm once more. In this moment of silence, Chi Ping opened his eyes, observing the pair of young individuals before him. He awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, "Oh dear, it seems I have awakened at an inopportune moment. Please continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to." Chi Ping was ready to make his escape, but Dick seized him abruptly, whispering, "Please persuade him for me. We don't even know each other's names. What can I possibly say? You should deal with your own matters." Chi Ping shrugged off Dick's grip and walked to an open space, where he began to inscribe a magical array, as taught by the Emperor Dragon. Although reluctant to counsel Barbara, his actions nonetheless attracted the attention of both Dick and Bruce. "Are you inscribing a magical array?" Dick observed for a moment before offering advice. Chi Ping did not lift his gaze, continuing his work. "Do you have some knowledge of magic? A friend of Bruce once taught me some esoteric principles. What is this magical array for? It is difficult to explain in a few words. But suffice it to say that this array is not intended for summoning hell or any deities." Having etched the magical patterns, Chi Ping flung the blank elemental key into the center. Ordinarily, one would recite incantations and perform some rituals. However, elemental magic is not so ominous. Chi Ping merely stomped a few times at the edge of the array, allowing his intent to flow along the patterns, and an anomaly occurred. Chapter 19. Each with their own troubles. As Chi Ping's intent filled the entire magical array, the platform beneath him was instantaneously disassembled into particles, rendering the patterns tangible. Then, the array became obscured, as if it had been pixelated, making it difficult to discern. Chi Ping blinked, attempting to comprehend the unfolding events, when a magical array suddenly vanished, replaced by a gray vortex, motionless and resembling a colossal top. "This shouldn't be happening," Chi Ping thought, gazing at the still vortex, rife with confusion. "What is this?" Dick and Barbara regarded the sudden appearance of the entity with wariness, for magic in this world often bore sinister connotations. A certain nefarious figure clad in a yellow trench coat declared, "I am most qualified to comment on this." Setting aside his own perplexity, Chi Ping explained, "This magical array serves as a node connecting the real world to other planes. But fret not, I assure you, it is neither hell nor heaven that I intend to connect with, but rather the elemental planes closely tethered to the earth. Normally, even in the event of an anomaly, the troubles Gotham would face would merely be more feral creatures becoming increasingly aggressive. Dick, however, had yet to encounter any semblance of normalcy. What about the abnormal situations? Chi Ping remained silent, for this was indeed an abnormal circumstance. According to the Emperor Dragon's experience, the entrance to the elemental world should be vibrant and brimming with elemental energy. Yet, the vortex before them appeared lifeless, devoid of any elemental essence. "Rest assured," Chi Ping asserted, "I guarantee that the worst outcome will be my demise, without causing any trouble for the city. Be careful." Dick attempted to interject, but Chi Ping was not inclined to listen, striding directly toward the gray vortex. As Chi Ping stepped into the vortex, he was immediately enveloped by a myriad of energy flows descending upon him. They collided with one another, and, at the center, Chi Ping felt as though he would be torn to shreds, his body and soul reduced to an inconsequential fragment of the overwhelming energy. At that moment, the ceiling box illuminated, a powerful suction drawing away all the energy that had been directed at Chi Ping. "Ah, splendid. This energy is remarkably pure and tastes delightful." The voice of the Emperor Dragon resonated, and the ceiling box bestowed upon Chi Ping a semblance of protective capability. "Given the purity of the energy here, how much of your strength can you recover after absorption?" Chi Ping's words brimmed with astonishment. However, the Emperor Dragon doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. My ability to leave the ceiling box and engage in battle is not contingent upon my injuries, but rather on my adaptability to the world's rules. In other words, our endeavor mirrors that of the Shadow Envoys. We aim to transform the world. The difference lies in our subtle and harmonious approach, intending to allow the inhabitants of various worlds to lead fulfilling lives. The denizens of the Shadow Realm, however, are brash and brutal. Every world they invade becomes chaotic, forcing the native inhabitants to conform to their rules. The Bright Realm, as a transcendent world beyond the multiverse, operates under societal rules that are perplexing to Qi Ping. Yet one thing is certain. Their personal qualities are exceptionally high. To outsiders, their promotional slogans represent their daily existence. Hold tightly to your blank elemental key. It is the foundation of your return to the real world. Qi Ping grasped the floating elemental key before him, gazing into the chaotic and incomprehensible space, momentarily at a loss as to where to proceed. The gaps between worlds are often filled with confusion and flux, making it difficult to discern patterns. I cannot assist you significantly. However, the sealing box can record your missteps and create a map you can comprehend. Qi Ping glanced at the chaotic fissures of space, feeling a sudden, throbbing pain in his head. Is the distance between the elemental world and the planets not quite close? The notion of proximity is derived from comparisons between two vast worlds. For an ordinary person like you, it is exceedingly large. You must hasten your search and avoid becoming ensnared in the gaps between worlds, lest you find it difficult to extricate yourself. Qi Ping took a deep breath, only then contemplating whether there was air within the gaps of worlds. Yet, he quickly realized that he was merely overthinking due to his anxiety. Shaking his head, he cast aside irrelevant thoughts and began to seek the openings within the fissures of the worlds, traversing the distances of space to reach one location after another. According to the heart of the Divine Mountain, this forms the basis of the Xingtian armor's shape-shifting abilities. He was not wandering aimlessly. Remnants of an element lingered within the blank elemental key. Despite being in different worlds, he could still sense the elements of this earth. With the elemental key in hand, Qi Ping navigated through the void, observing the increasing luminosity of the key, which was accompanied by an escalating pressure upon him. As he distanced himself from the unclaimed rifts of the world and drew closer to the elemental realm, the energy absorption rate of the sealing box began to diminish. As the radiance of the sealing box waned, Qi Ping wasted no time and donned the true armor. However, the pressure surrounding him was not something a mere suit of armor could alleviate. The path ahead remained arduous. He felt as though he were being pressed in a machine, flattened and disoriented, struggling to find a gap that led to the right path. We are almost there. Hang in there, Qi kid. Understand. Qi Ping gritted his teeth, squeezing out those few words, yet his vision blurred increasingly. The true armor's auxiliary system incessantly warned him, as if it were on the verge of malfunctioning and disassembling. With no option for retreat, if he failed to secure the new armor, returning would only lead to a dead end. Desperation surged within him. Qi Ping channeled all his inner energy into the armor, hoping it would carry him through the final stretch. However, one energy port after another was violently obliterated, and Qi Ping could no longer endure. His vision faded as he lost consciousness. Yet, the auxiliary system remained steadfast, executing its commands without faltering. After dismantling all mechanical components, it successfully activated 3 or 4 small ports, propelling Qi Ping outward. Upon passing through this gap, Qi Ping was ensnared by the gravitational pull of the elemental world, advancing toward a new realm. Wake up! The sealing box released the energy it had just absorbed, infusing it into Qi Ping's being, reviving him. Did we succeed? Though he had awakened, the injuries he sustained were not easily mended, leaving him to lie within the dormant true armor, continuously drawn toward the elemental realm by the gravitational force. We have successfully entered the elemental world, yet further challenges await you. Qi Ping opened his mouth, bitterness flooding his senses. He comprehended the trials hinted at by the Emperor Dragon, namely, how to forge a pact with a planetary will. Having barely escaped death, Qi Ping lacked the strength to contemplate such matters. He could only lie within the armor, silently recuperating while striving to remain conscious. Chapter 20. Delve deeper. After a period of drifting, Qi Ping finally arrived in the elemental world, though the true armor was severely damaged and nearly inoperable. The once imposing and austere exterior of the armor had been ravaged by tumultuous elements, exposing numerous circuits that sparked dangerously. Even the slightest movement had become a challenge. I now lack even the most basic safeguards. It's time to fight with all I have. Qi Ping lamented his predicament, as the Emperor Dragon delivered another blow, causing a jolt in his heart. In comparison to your armor, I suggest you focus on the world before you. The Emperor Dragon, speaking with authority, utilized the demon sealing box as a conduit to share his vision with Qi Ping. As the darkness lifted, Qi Ping was met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. Before his eyes lay a series of distinctly demarcated plates, green, red, and gray. Viewed in isolation, these vibrant segments resembled exquisite stained glass, dazzling in their chromatic splendor. Yet, when assembled, they grotesquely resembled mismatched building blocks, forcibly adhered together with a sense of dissonance. What on earth is this? Qi Ping pondered. According to the theories recorded in the realm of light, the elemental world should merely be a magnified or diminished reflection of the earth, an amalgamation of all elements, rather than appearing so fractured and devoid of connection to the terrestrial realm. What a bizarre world this is. The elemental world has devolved into such a state. Yet Earth remains intact, truly miraculous. The Emperor Dragon was equally taken aback, as was Qi Ping, though he ultimately recognized the nature of these fragmented plates. The verdant green represented the vitality of plant life. The vivid red signified the wildness of animals, while the gray and black each displayed their own unique characteristics. Qi Ping's recollections stem from a past life spent unraveling the mysteries of a certain malevolent figure clad in a yellow trench coat. But never mind that. Our quest is for the planetary will. We can simply bypass them. Qi Ping felt a surge of impatience. The mountain's heart spoke. The planetary will is the collective consciousness of a planet's life elevated to a higher state. Given the stark division of the elemental world into these prominent plates, seemingly devoid of any integration, it is likely that Earth's planetary will has yet to be born. After this exchange, a profound silence enveloped the trio. While the thoughts of the mountain's heart and the Emperor Dragon remained inscrutable, Qi Ping found himself utterly bewildered. Grappling with how to confront this unexpected predicament, a fleeting notion crossed his mind. Perhaps this was his destined conclusion. Confronted with the imminent specter of death, Qi Ping did not succumb to the terror he had often envisioned in the solitary hours of the night, nor did he soil himself in desperation, begging the Emperor Dragon for salvation. Instead, he felt an unexpected lightness. To die would mean liberation from all burdens, a release that felt oddly exhilarating. Yet, the thought of the unfortunate soul he had grown accustomed to weighed heavily on his heart, stirring feelings of irritation within him. Truly, in the next life, I shall never be the benevolent fool again. Qi Ping sighed. Teachers, is there truly no other recourse? If necessary, I can don other armor. After all, it's all a matter of fighting with fervor. I assent it. In your current state, you lack even the qualifications to fight. The Emperor Dragon's tone, though harsh, was laced with concern for Qi Ping. The mountain's heart proposed, since you fear not death, let us proceed according to our original plan. With a stroke of luck, we may yet strike a covenant with one of the plates below. I vehemently disagree. Elder Shinshan, you are leading him to a futile demise. The Imperial Dragon vehemently opposed this notion. Since we're destined to fight, it would be wiser to retreat now. Perhaps the puppets from a shadow realm have yet to arrive. This is nothing but a gamble. At least that is preferable to your reckless abandonment of this child's life. Listening to their quarrel, Qi Ping felt overwhelmed. Cease your bickering. I have made my decision. The discordant voices fell silent at his declaration. I have resolved to proceed with the original plan and continue summoning the planetary will. This is due to the fact that, unaware of the peril, if one desires death, then I shall no longer concern myself with these trifles. The Imperial Dragon, in a fit of rage, abruptly severed the communication. Elder Shinshan turned to Qi Ping and said, Do not take offense, young Qi. The dragon is simply of this temperament. I understand, Elder. Qi Ping replied, shaking his head. If the dragon truly did not care for me, he would not engage in conflict with you. The phrase, the deeper the love. The harsher the criticism rings true. Despite his sharp tongue, the Imperial Dragon harbors genuine concern for his junior. Elder Shinshan continued, Enough of this discourse. I shall commence. Qi Ping disengaged the utterly destroyed armor, utilizing the power of the demon sealing box to levitate in midair. Holding the elemental key as he began inscribing the magical array in the sky. Elemental magic is a form of sorcery capable of directly harnessing primal forces, manifesting the myriad miracles unattainable in this world. Thus, the array and gestures serve merely as conduits, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. With each stroke, Qi Ping expended the remnants of his energy, the injuries he had previously begun to heal deteriorating once more. Yet, he persevered, undeterred. As he moved, the elemental world's plates stirred not in response to his call, but rather as if enraged beings had come to confront him. Rising from the verdant expanse were towering trees, each reaching heights of thousands of meters, their overwhelming vitality capable of suffocating a man. From the Crimson Realm emerged throngs of beasts, lions, tigers, and many long-extinct predators. Their ferocity palpable and bloodthirsty. There were also bacteria and metals, each more fearsome than the last. To them, Qi Ping appeared as an insignificant ant, easily crushed. Elder Shinshan. These entities show no sign of acknowledgement. They are filled with rage, uttering incomprehensible words. Qi Ping felt his strength waning, sweat no longer gracing his brow, his hands growing weak and feeble. Elder Shinshan could not decipher the words of these colossal beings, yet he remained unconcerned. Behind their fury, he sensed a different aura. Young Qi, do not dwell on these fractious plates. Delve deeper through them. Qi Ping yearned to implore the heart of the divine mountain to take charge instead. Yet, in this moment, he found himself devoid of even the strength for a retort, compelled to heed the hard-S directive to expand the range and depth of his call, constantly etching runes anew. However, his actions incensed the colossal deities within the realm of all things, who, with a gentle sway, conjured towering elemental waves that surged towards the intruder. Observing the imminent ferocity of the assault from within the enchantment box, the heart of the divine could only summon forth the Imperial Battle Dragon for assistance. You old fool, weren't you just bickering with me? It chided. If you possess the prowess, why not confront them yourself? Indeed, if I were still at my zenith, I would have cleaved these rascals in twain with a single stroke. But alas, the Imperial armor is yet to take shape. What am I to do? Hurry forth. Spare me your prattle. You ancient relic. The Imperial Battle Dragon retorted before soaring out from the enchantment box. Chapter 21. The Pitiful Will of Earth. A distant dragon's roar resonated, echoing across the expanse. The Imperial Battle Dragon had barely emerged when radiant light enveloped half of the elemental realm, dissolving all elemental assaults in its brilliance. The titanic deities, confronted by this sudden surge of might, did not recoil. Rather, they grew more incensed. They unleashed their fury with reckless abandon, each strike capable of inciting colossal tidal waves. The entire world pulsating in rhythm with their movements, mercilessly bearing down upon the intruder. The light released from within the enchantment box stood resolute against the elemental world's tumult. Old fool, I can only remain outside for 3 seconds at most. Do you have confidence? The Imperial Battle Dragon inquired, eager to engage. The heart of the divine mountain responded, if you do not venture out, we shall have no chance whatsoever. You old relic, should Qi perish here, it will be your fault. The Imperial Battle Dragon scoffed, finally breaking free from the enchantment box. In the first second, the massive form of the steel dragon unfurled, casting a shadow over the sky, completely encircling the elemental realm. The world's rhythms, potent enough to obliterate mountains and evaporate oceans, fell upon its golden scales, failing to even stir a single drop of water. In the second, the Imperial Battle Dragon opened its maw, gathering immense divine power from an unknown source, coalescing into a colossal sun that radiated boundless light and heat, saturating the entire elemental realm. In the third second, the brilliant sun unleashed immeasurable divine rays, its majesty imposing. Every titan exerted their full might in resistance. Yet even then, they could not stir a single droplet, being forcibly repelled. The sunlight pierced the space like a multitude of sharp blades, hovering above the titans and threatening them. Having accomplished this, flames ignited upon the Imperial Battle Dragon. Aware that its time was fleeting, enduring the pain, it shrank in size and transformed into a streak of light, darting back into the enchantment box. You old fool, I have done my utmost. The remainder rests upon the two of you. The voice of the Imperial Battle Dragon grew faint and then fell silent. Though it had flickered briefly, it had succeeded in driving back all the titans. With the obstruction of the colossal deity removed, the weight upon Qi Ping's shoulders dissipated instantaneously, and the magical runes he had meticulously inscribed finally responded. The first manifestation within his mental realm was a radiant beam of white light, resplendent and soothing, akin to the gentle caress of spring, as if he had returned to the genesis of existence. He felt his wounds mending in an instant, and even his innate energy seemed to subtly elevate. Everything appeared so splendid, yet Qi Ping sensed a disconcerting anomaly. The planetary will, as a collective consciousness, ought to be vibrant, infused with hues and emotions, resembling the essence of humanity. However, the white light that illuminated him was strikingly pure, devoid of any sentiment, as if it were a divine being gazing down upon the multitude. This felt profoundly wrong, eerily so. Qi Ping was acutely aware of this discord, though he could not pinpoint its origin. The knowledge imparted by the heart of the divine mountain was difficult to reconcile with reality, and his understanding of the world seemed inadequate to provide any assistance. Faced with a conundrum, his instinct was to seek counsel from the heart of the divine mountain. Yet he found himself unable to communicate with the outside world. Just as he grappled with his predicament, the burgeoning white light abruptly halted and inexplicably vanished. With the disappearance of the light, Qi Ping's senses returned, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld countless rays of sunlight suspended above the major tectonic plates, compelling the colossal deities to cower in fear. Could this all be the work of the Emperor Dragon? Qi Ping gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. The heart of the divine mountain perceived no oddity in this. The war between the realms of light and shadow had raged for eons, scorching countless universes. The Emperor Dragon, as one of the preeminent forces of the realm of light, rendered a mere planet inconsequential. Yet, it was Qi Ping who had suddenly faltered. Qi Ping recounted his recent experiences to the heart of the divine mountain, who found the account perplexing. I have never encountered such a situation. It is one thing for a planet to lack its own consciousness, but the connection between the elemental realm and the material world is remarkably tenuous. The heart of the divine mountain felt the weight of concern. Given the opportunity, he would thoroughly investigate this anomaly and document it for the archives. But time was a luxury they could not afford. Continue inscribing the runes, he proposed, albeit without conviction. Qi Ping grimaced and questioned, will this truly suffice? Given your circumstances, it is the only course of action available. We must treat the dead horse as if it were alive. With a heavy sigh, Qi Ping resumed inscribing runes with the blank elemental key, though he held little hope. After expending so much effort previously to no avail, what could possibly change now? However, as Qi Ping inscribed the first stroke, the vast elemental continental plate trembled violently, startling him. What on earth? Why has it stopped? Keep going. Prompted by the heart of the divine mountain, Qi Ping hastily resumed his work. As each stroke fell, the tremors of the continental plate intensified. The once indomitable titans, who had refused to yield to the Emperor's dragon and the sword of sunlight, suddenly found themselves in a state of disarray. The already fragmented tectonic plates were violently torn apart by an unknown force, drifting toward disparate directions. The vacated spaces began to overflow with a kaleidoscope of vibrant waters, which gradually transformed from meandering streams into roaring rivers, effectively severing the larger landmasses. Yet, the multicolored rivers did not cease their tumultuous flow. Instead, they surged forth towards the realms beyond the elemental world, plunging directly into the crevices of existence. These rivers, imbued with a vigorous life force, contrasted starkly with the white light previously perceived by Qi Ping. This vitality pulsated with exuberance, reminiscent of a spirited youth rather than an all-encompassing feminine essence. It became evident that the planetary consciousness of Earth had been stifled by some unseen power. Following the Emperor Dragon's decisive blow, the original suppression was lifted, granting that Earth's consciousness the space it needed to awaken. The seasoned heart of the divine mountain swiftly grasped the unfolding situation, while Qi Ping, alerted to the revelation, recognized the essence of that white light, the spirit of existence, the source of the white lamp's power, the very origin of all life in the cosmos. It appeared that the great entities of the world had an affinity for visiting Earth, casually discarding objects at will. In this light, it seemed rather inspiring that the Earth's consciousness could endure such trials. Now is the opportune moment. As the Earth's consciousness flourishes, the resistance to forging a pact will significantly diminish, exclaimed the heart of the divine mountain with excitement. What should I do? Qi Ping inquired. Simply leap in. Without a moment's hesitation, he deactivated the protective features of the sealing box and plunged into the waters. With a resounding splash, Qi Ping submerged, and the overwhelming elemental energies surged into his being, filling every cell within him. Soon, his body began to fracture and collapse under the immense strain. Yet the elemental forces simultaneously healed him. Blood erupted from his wounds, merging with the elements of the river. His soul, safeguarded by the sealing box, temporarily detached from his corporeal form. Following the guidance of the heart of the divine mountain, he scattered the runes of the contract into the flowing waters, allowing them to traverse the entirety of the elemental realm. As transformations unfolded within the elemental world, disparate changes also manifested across the earth. While ordinary individuals remained oblivious, those attuned to the mystical sensed anomalies. In a desolate swamp, vines suddenly sprang to life, coalescing into monstrous figures several meters tall before setting off in search of direction. In the shadowy recesses of a bustling metropolis, a man clad in a yellow trench coat had just uttered an incantation to banish a minor demon when the flames in his hand abruptly extinguished, compelling him to don his scripture-etched knuckle dusters and engage in physical exorcism. During a rural festival, a woman dressed as a magician prepared to wield her wand against malevolent spirits, only to find that her magical circles had inexplicably failed. Undeterred, she recited an incantation to repel the evil entities. In the divination hall, within the subway, amidst the pyramids, and across the vast ocean, a transformation sweeping through the enigmatic side of the world is unfolding, unbeknownst to its instigator, who is solely preoccupied with the new armor soon to be his. Chapter 22. The Brazen Invasion. In the Batcave, Dick paced anxiously, having lost his usual composure. Merely a few minutes had elapsed since Chi Ping's departure from the tangible realm. Yet this brief span was sufficient to ignite Dick's concerns, for, as Chi Ping had anticipated, the peculiar beings had come knocking. The crescent moon, once hanging in the sky, was now shrouded by ominous clouds, extinguishing the last vestiges of natural light. Unbeknownst to him, shadows had suddenly emerged within the forest surrounding Wayne Manor, shifting constantly and eluding capture. Despite Bruce's substantial investment in detection devices, the encroaching shadows yielded no intelligence. Observing this, the tactician Dick recognized that the situation had turned perilous. Their adversaries not only outmatched them in brute strength, but had also compromised their reconnaissance capabilities. What hope remained for this battle? The most prudent course of action would be retreat. When faced with insurmountable odds, fleeing is a rational choice. Yet, it was well known that the Bat family possessed an indomitable spirit. Neither of the two young men nor the elderly butler had broached the subject of retreat. Instead, they had prepared their means of confrontation and were ready to engage. Dick's anxiety stemmed from the nexus connecting to the elemental world, which sporadically unleashed surges of energy, perhaps to recharge, perhaps to annihilate, more exhilarating than a mere game of chance. With these thoughts, Dick couldn't help but worry for Chi Ping's safety. Although he refrained from voicing his fears, he harbored doubts about the other's survival. "Stop pacing. Instead of wasting time, you should don your battle suit," Barbara exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. Taken aback, Dick responded, "We are currently lacking in manpower and cannot contend with those creatures. The best strategy is to engage the enemy until Faye returns. I never imagined you would harbor such a lack of faith in us. If you had witnessed what I have seen, you would feel the same." Dick recalled the horrifying sight of the devoured corpses in the bar, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted around the manor. A heavy machine gun, concealed beneath the fence, was unleashed, its firepower manipulated by mechanical programming. From within the forest emerged a multitude of human-turned demons, their failed ascension rendering them neither human nor ghost, as they charged towards the manor under a hail of bullets. It was unexpected to discover that Gotham's wealthiest was none other than Batman. One could hardly fathom the thoughts of these affluent individuals, forsaking their prosperous lives to assume the mantle of vigilantes. Truly, a peculiar madness. The lady in red stood atop a vantage point at the battlefield's periphery, offering sharp critiques of the Wayne family. Beside her loomed a towering werewolf, nearly 3 meters tall, his body exuding a metallic essence akin to forged steel, with teeth and limbs evolved into lethal weapons. "Isabella, you are now a wealthy individual. Be cautious." The werewolf's voice rumbled deeply, reminiscent of the familiar tone of the woman in red. "Moreover, I have deployed all my subordinates this time, so you must compensate me adequately. What do you think of me?" Isabella smiled seductively, reaching out to touch his chest. The werewolf seized Grand's wrist with a swift motion, scoffing, "Refrain from your lewd seduction tactics. I have no interest in such trivialities. If you desire my intellect, come and challenge me openly." With that, the werewolf released Isabella's hand, howling fiercely as he leaped away. "A bunch of useless fools, step aside. If you can't even withstand rubber bullets, what purpose do you serve?" The werewolf's brutal aura spread, causing the fauna of the forest to scatter in panic, while the lower-tiered human entities trembled in clear space. The werewolf landed in the open area, unflinching as the heavy machine gun's fire rained down upon him. This madman, despite feeling the pain coursing through his body, displayed a look of delight. After a resounding howl, he charged forward, tearing through the hail of gunfire, his massive hand crushing the heavy machine gun as if it were mere clay. Having breached the first line of fire, the werewolf pressed onward, followed by the other human entities and malevolent spirits, overturning everything in the courtyard. "What mindless fool!" Isabella stood back, never intending to take the initiative. Very well, let this brute exhaust the armored warrior's stamina while I await their mutual destruction. After a considerable wait, Isabella leisurely advanced. Upon entering the manor, the werewolf did not, like the other malevolent spirits, engage in aimless destruction. What he sought was a thrilling battle, a scene drenched in blood. Hence, relying on his keen sense of smell, the werewolf continuously searched for those hiding within the manor. Where did these creatures emerge from? Barbara gazed at the twisted spirits, her face filled with disbelief. Dick's lips moved, yet he ultimately refrained from explaining anything. The weapons in Wayne Manor were all non-lethal. While adequate for dealing with Gotham's mundane thugs, they were woefully insufficient against malevolent spirits. Several lines of defense were effortlessly torn apart by the werewolf, leaving the three hidden underground in stunned silence. Alfred, take Barbara and leave this place. After a moment of chaotic thoughts, Dick regained his composure. What about you? Young Master Dick, you cannot contend with these monsters. You should leave with us. Fear not. Fair left me with sufficient means to ensure my survival until his return. This was of course a lie, but it was all Dick could muster. Otherwise, if the three of them fled together without achieving their objective, the monsters would relentlessly pursue them. By the time Fair returned, they would be nowhere to be found, rendering his efforts futile. After a moment of hesitation, Alfred ultimately departed with Barbara. Having witnessed the monster's formidable power, the red-haired girl ceased her resistance and obediently boarded the Batmobile, leaving through the sound channel. Once they had exited, Dick promptly pressed a button, detonating all entrances and exits to the Batcave. This tactic succeeded, but not entirely. The corporeal evil was obstructed outside the passage, while the werewolf, sensing the scent of gunpowder before the explosion, tore through the steel plating and leaped down amidst the flames. Thud! Hearing the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Dick immediately became alert, activating the cave's defensive measures, all the while cursing under his breath. How could someone jump down like that? Gripping his electric baton tightly, he observed the werewolf rise from the smoke, its upper body marred with wounds, anxiety flooding his mind, preventing him from launching an attack. Although the werewolf had ascended to a formidable state, it had yet to reach a level where it could disregard flames. Nevertheless, the pain did not incapacitate it. Rather, it drove the creature into a frenzied rage as it howled and charged at its sole adversary. Dick had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. His objective was to buy time. He activated the cave's defenses, electric nets, white noise, and the like, creating cacophony that hindered the werewolf's concentration. Seizing the opportunity, he employed a grappling hook to swing between platforms, occasionally prodding the werewolf with his electric baton or tossing smoke bombs to obscure the enemy's vision. Initially, these tactics proved effective, but as the monster grew increasingly familiar with the terrain, Dick found himself cornered. Come here. The werewolf grasped the grappling line, yanking Dick back with force. Dick quickly released his hold, attempting to distance himself, but the werewolf advanced rapidly, delivering a powerful punch that struck his back. Gasping, Dick expelled blood, collapsing onto the platform, motionless as he watched his adversary draw near. It was not a lack of will that rendered him immobile. Rather, his spine had been shattered by that very blow. Get up, the werewolf growled, seizing Dick by the throat and hoisting him aloft. Chapter 23. Internal strife. You truly disappoint me. I expected a more exhilarating battle, yet this is all you can muster. The werewolf regarded Nightwing with disdain, indifferent to his status as a renowned superhero or the heir of the Wayne family. To the creature, Dick was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, unworthy of concern. Dick remained silent, tilting his head as he struggled to suppress the savage aura emanating from the monster, choosing to ignore the deranged creature. The werewolf, perceiving Dick's silence as weakness, decided against further conversation. To him, the man before him lacked even the strength to warrant dialogue. With a swift motion, the werewolf extended its claws, poised to eviscerate Dick, eager to satiate its curiosity. But in that instant, a vine shot forth, ensnaring the werewolf's wrist, yanking fiercely and unexpectedly dislodging the creature's grip, reclaiming Dick in the process. A howl erupted from the werewolf, furious as he shouted at Isabella, who had inexplicably entered the Batcave. You shameless harlot, how dare you seize my prey? Where's your rush? Isabella retorted disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at the hulking figure. Do not forget, you are here at my behest. Until I achieve my objective, you would do well to follow my directives. Despite their mutual eccentricities, the tension between them was palpable. Nevertheless, for the sake of the promised reward, the werewolf begrudgingly acquiesced. Isabella's gaze fell upon Dick, suspended by vines, and she teased, "Such a handsome lad. In a different setting, I might have indulged in a dalliance with you. However, for now, be compliant and reveal where your companions have gone. I pride myself on my toughness. Thus, I shall not answer a single one of your inquiries." Dick attempted to deliver a quip, but the pain radiating from his fractured spine contorted his face, rendering him barely capable of uttering a coherent sentence. "How admirable! Yet your intellect seems lacking." Isabella smirked, her allure still intact. Behind her, two more vines emerged, ensnaring Barbara and Alfred, who had intended to flee. "If you dare to harm them, I swear," Dick began, but Isabella interrupted, "Rest assured, I value my assets. I will not inflict harm upon them until I have extracted their worth. Now, tell me where your companion is hiding." The mention of cheaping intensified Isabella's urgency. Though Nightwing also radiated a similar life force, it failed to incite the malevolent spirit's ravenous desire to consume him. Isabella, not delving into the reasons behind this, pressed Dick for cheaping's whereabouts. "I would rather not escalate matters," she warned, "but if your defiance persists, I shall resort to less honorable methods." Suddenly, Dick appeared to comprehend something, glancing between Isabella and the man who had transformed back into a muscular figure, and then he laughed. "My dear lady, your actions are rather unscrupulous. You fail to communicate with your comrades regarding such a critical matter involving the armored warriors. Are you intending to use them as shields?" As the pain intensified within him, Dick's voice gradually diminished, yet his provocation bore fruit. The werewolf's ears perked up at the mention of the armored warriors, and his fury erupted. "Ah, you wretched creature. So that's why you've been so generous, encountering beings from the Bright Realm, intending to use me as bait." The werewolf seethed, having heard whispers of the Bright Realm from the emissaries. Though his words were laced with contempt, they inadvertently underscored the might of those from the Bright Realm. "If you dare betray me, then death shall be your fate." The werewolf instantaneously transformed and, without uttering a word, lunged towards Isabella. Dark crimson energy surged with the sweeping of its claws, rampaging through the confined space with enough ferocity to effortlessly rend steel asunder. Damn it! Isabella certainly did not consider this to be her fault. She shot a fierce glare at Dick, casting all three of them aside, before likewise transforming into a malevolent spirit. The crown-like hat upon her head swayed, releasing a cloud of pollen that erupted upon contact with the werewolf. Simultaneously, Isabella unleashed vine whips from her hands, striking at the werewolf's vulnerable points with serpentine precision. While her attacks failed to inflict significant harm, their cunning nature effectively obstructed its advance. Howling in agony, the werewolf's bloodshot eyes bulged as its body swelled, becoming as unyielding as steel. With a swipe of its claw, it shredded the surrounding vine whips and charged forward. Undeterred by the exploding spores, Isabella struggled to release more pollen and vine whips while attempting to influence her foe with her mind, but her efforts yielded little result. Ultimately, the werewolf breached the layers of defense she had intricately woven, arriving before her and delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at her face. Without a moment's hesitation, Isabella sought to flee as the pink pollen from her crown enveloped her, rendering her on the verge of vanishing. At that moment, the werewolf exhaled deeply. Its intent merged with the swirling wind, scattering the pollen as it landed a decisive blow upon the wretched woman. Isabella was sent hurtling backward, spewing forth pink liquid. "Damnable woman, I shall devour you alive. Your brain shall be mine." The werewolf advanced with heavy, menacing strides. Dick and the others, cowering nearby, displayed none of their master's bravado, but in this tense moment, preserving their lives was a small mercy. "Do you truly believe I would summon adversaries unprepared?" Isabella wiped the blood from her lips, kneeling on the ground, her eyes alight with desire. A surge of pink energy began to rise, seemingly poised to envelop the entire Batcave. The werewolf sensed a palpable shift. As the pink energy coalesced in a mist, its fury quietly began to abate. Regardless of the woman's intentions, she must be stopped. The werewolf launched itself forward like a cannonball, but its target was not Isabella. Rather, it was Dick and the others. "Humph, you wish to use these frail beings to threaten that armored warrior and devour him to ascend? I shall thwart your every attempt." With a cunning glint in its eyes, the werewolf bared its sharp teeth, glistening ominously. Barbara and Alfred lay unconscious, unresponsive to the imminent threat of death. Meanwhile, A frantic Dick, paralyzed from shattered spine, could only helplessly witness the impending doom of his loved ones. Stop! Both Dick and Isabella cried out simultaneously, powerless despite their differing motives. At that moment, the once deadly quiet vortex regained its vitality, the grayness replaced by vibrant colors, the direction of its rotation shifting, transforming repulsion into attraction. The pink smoke was first absorbed by the swirling vortex, followed by various debris, and finally by Dick and his companions. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. It was only when they were drawn near the vortex that they began to comprehend what had transpired. The strongest werewolf attempted to resist, but at that moment, a powerful jet of water erupted from the vortex, striking him forcefully and sending him flying. Chapter 24. The novice protection period is in effect. It appears my return is timely. As the werewolf was thrown aside, Chi Ping emerged from the vortex, clad in shimmering blue-silver armor, exuding an aura of solitary coldness akin to a knight from a classical novel. He raised his hand, the palm aglow with runes representing the water element, and with a fierce grip, summoned waves that surged around him, rupturing the nodes connecting to the elemental realm. Isabella was violently slammed to the ground by the rising tide, and the werewolf, barely regaining his footing, was again knocked down. Dick and his two companions remained unharmed. The previously raging waters before them suddenly softened, enveloping them like a gentle maternal hand, alleviating their mental and physical distress. Barbara and Alfred regained consciousness, and Dick's severed spine began to mend, easing his suffering. With a wave of his hand, Chi Ping pushed them aside, the water swirling into a barrier that shielded them. He then turned his gaze toward the two malevolent spirits breaking through the waves and remarked with a smile, "It seems I have underestimated you. I never anticipated that merely the two of you could breach Wayne Manor. No more underestimating others." Isabella was in a pitiful state, and the werewolf was little better off. The two spirits, endowed with exceptional mental prowess, sensed the shift in their surroundings, yet they did not flee. At this critical juncture between life and death, they were ensnared by their own desires. Isabella, feeling the overwhelming vitality radiating from Chi Ping, was increasingly compelled to drain him of his essence. The werewolf's eyes turned red with a fervent desire to engage in a fierce battle with the man before him, indifferent to the prospect of his own demise. What manner of beings does the Shadow Realm produce? Their minds are utterly deranged. Chi Ping, too, noted the peculiar behavior of the malevolent spirits. The heart of the divine mountain aptly elucidated. The distinction between malevolent spirits and phantoms lies here. Malevolent spirits barter their souls to desire, indulging in wanton depravity for ephemeral power, reveling in momentary pleasure. Conversely, phantoms master their desires, willingly embracing their fall from grace, growing stronger through suffering. Who among them is mightier? Certainly, those who can dictate their own destinies. They are coming. At the heart of the divine mountain's alert, Chi Ping immediately focused ahead. As the two malevolent spirits succumbed to madness, unleashing all their offensive capabilities. The first assault was Isabella's spore bomb. Chi Ping flicked his hand, and a small magical array formed at his fingertips, releasing a cascade of soap bubbles that encased the spores, preventing them from coming into contact with anything, and thus, they could not detonate. Then came the werewolf, charging like a battering ram. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Chi Ping summoned the water element, which coalesced into a formidable appendage that struck the creature squarely on the head, leaving it dazed. The Shaoji CI Nano. Originally a technological armor devised by scientists to harness the elements of Earth, was not meant to manifest in this manner on this planet. However, upon forging a pact with the planetary will, the entity unexpectedly infused him with this technology, encasing him in the nano armor. Yet it mattered little. He was no genius in modeling, and asking him to envision the armor's design would have been a futile endeavor. In fact, this peculiar turn of events preserved his energy. Foul spirit, be vanquished! Chi Ping bellowed, seizing the advantage with relentless fury. The water element enveloped his limbs, striking continuously at the werewolf, forcing it to retreat under the barrage, unable to mount a counterattack. After entering into a contract with the Earth, his willpower had significantly increased. Although he had yet to reach the level of condensing a field of intent, the Earth's favor bestowed upon him the ability to summon the water element at will, enabling him to wield magic as long as he remained on this planet. In stark contrast, the malevolent spirits had initially breached the defenses of Wayne Manor, only to engage in infighting depleting their stamina, which explained their sudden vulnerability to Qi Ping's onslaught. With a resounding thud, Qi Ping unleashed a powerful punch. The water element swirling around his fist like a tempest, crashing into the werewolf and breaking its berserk state. After receiving such a devastating blow, the desire-driven werewolf regained its senses, shouting, "Isabella, will you just stand by? This monster has slain me. You shall be next." The nature of desire differed. Isabella sought to monopolize Qi Ping for herself, refraining from intervening, unaware of the surge in his power. Utterly useless. The rose monster drew forth a chainsword, wielding it with both hands. With a swift motion, it extended, the razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously as it struck Qi Ping's back with tremendous force. Sparks erupted from his armor as he stumbled, wincing in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the werewolf grasped a massive wolf-fawn club over 3 meters long, swinging it with ferocity and imposing presence. The Shaoji Ci Nano was lightweight armor, lacking exceptional defensive capabilities. Qi Ping had no intention of engaging these two in a direct confrontation. Spiral sword. As he evaded, Qi Ping inserted the weapon key into his belt, crouching to avoid the swing of the club, and then struck the ground. Water surged from beneath, colliding with the werewolf and sending it staggering backward. Subsequently, Qi Ping shattered the ice pillar before him, grasping the spiral sword and sweeping it forward. Shards of ice shot in all directions, forcing both the werewolf and the rose monster to wield their weapons to deflect the icy assault. The spiral sword was a thrusting blade, demanding considerable skill in its wielding. Qi Ping was somewhat unaccustomed to it, but he would make do for the time being. Clang! Qi Ping clashed his spear against the chain sword, attempting to withdraw, only to discover that his weapon was ensnared. Seizing the moment, the werewolf swung its spiked club with great ferocity, aiming for the crown of Qi Ping's head. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and gritting his teeth, Qi Ping rotated his spear, allowing water elements to envelop the blade, transforming it into a drill that shattered the chainsword. With a swift backward motion, he directed the spinning water drill towards the werewolf-esque club. The weapons clashed, producing a jarring, teeth-grating sound. Qi Ping was thrust backward by the tremendous force, barely managing to anchor his spiraling spear into the ground to halt his momentum. The chainsword of the rose monstrosity was reduced to fragmented pieces, while the werewolf's club was sheared to a flat surface. After this exchange, both sides had tasted victory and defeat. The two malevolent spirits exhibited a flicker of hesitation, contemplating their escape. Yet, Qi Ping was resolute. His ideal outcome was to capture them alive and extract the whereabouts of the Shadow Realm envoy from their lips. Should that prove impossible, they must not be allowed to depart and inform the envoy of his presence. Qi Ping positioned his spiraling spear vertically against his chest and twisted the key on his summoning device, conjuring water elements that manifested as cascading curtains, isolating the entire Bat Cave from the realm of reality. The two evil spirits were taken aback, employing their respective abilities to flee, but it was too late. The sound of surging waters echoed ominously. A luminous moon hung overhead, casting a chilling light upon the malevolent spirits, hindering their movements. Utilizing his armor as a nexus, he forged a connection between a fragment of the elemental world and the real world, achieving an effect akin to that of a hunting armor confinement field, ensnaring the spirits' minds and preventing their escape. Whirlpool Splinter Strike. Qi Ping swung his spear with vigor, unleashing an illusion of a vast river under the moonlight. Charging towards the spirits. "I hold your friend's life in my hands. You cannot kill me," the rose monstrosity suddenly exclaimed, retreating behind the werewolf. Qi Ping furrowed his brow, yet he tempered the potency of his lethal strike. A thunderous explosion ensued as the werewolf at the forefront was obliterated, its spirit immobilized by the moonlight and cast into the elemental river, silence enveloping it moments later. The rose monstrosity absorbed half the force of the lethal strike, collapsing onto the ground, spitting blood, before reverting to its human form. Chapter 25. I am indifferent, but others cannot be, having felled one and injured another. The immediate threat was alleviated, though Qi Ping had expended considerable energy. Still, he refrained from discarding his armor for the sake of bravado, maintaining his connection to the elemental world. Approaching the remaining spirit, he pointed his spear at her and inquired, "Shall we converse properly now?" He had embedded mental seeds within all three of them. Should the time elapse without resolution, the seeds would detonate, obliterating their minds and rendering them imbeciles. Isabella averted her gaze, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face, her voice suddenly becoming hoarse and unpleasant. Qi Ping paid little heed to her demeanor. You have miscalculated your leverage. My acquaintance with them has not been long, and it is impossible for me to release such an adversary for their sake. I return your words to you. Isabella gasped, her hands reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp something. If you truly do not care for them, then act upon it. Observing how effortlessly his deceit was unraveled, Qi Ping felt no particular dismay. After all, he was never one adept in this arena. Moreover, he already held the upper hand in strength. Losing this verbal skirmish was of little consequence. However, to extract the information he sought, he could not hastily acquiesce to releasing her. I can unravel the influence you hold over Dick's soul, and I can just as easily eliminate the seeds you have sown. Qi Ping exclaimed sternly. I advise you to comply and follow my instructions. Do you think I would believe such fabrications that even a child of 3 would dismiss? It seems this matter is not for you to decide. Qi Ping pressed the dagger against the neck of the malevolent spirit. Tell me how you encountered the messenger of the Shadow Realm and how you came to know him. Do not dare to conceal anything. Isabella felt the chill at her throat and shivered involuntarily. I do not wish to die. She envisioned the werewolf dragged into the river, perishing without a sound, and the fear within her surged, ultimately compelling her to speak. I met the messenger of the Shadow Realm 2 months ago. On that pitch-black night, he suddenly appeared before me, guiding my lost self and allowing me to taste the essence of power. Since that day, I have embarked on a different path. Isabella's words brimmed with reverence for the messenger, as though she spoke of an esteemed elder. Qi Ping could not restrain his curiosity. Did he not inform you of the side effects of such formidable power and what it entails to become a malevolent spirit? I know what you are about to say, but I do not care. Isabella suddenly tossed aside her long hair, revealing a face freckled and unremarkable. This was my past visage. Because of this face, no matter how hard I strived, I received only neglect and ridicule during my university days. However, since taking the medication, I have begun to transform into someone beautiful, endowed with the ability to command life and death. I still vividly remember the sight of those young ladies and gentlemen kneeling at my feet, pleading for mercy. That sensation was truly exquisite. Isabella laughed maniacally, her expression frenzied, her voice hoarse. Qi Ping could only respond with silence, for Gotham was a place where humans preyed upon one another, devoid of any warmth. In such a city, her path was but a singular one. Shao-Chi, we, the Imperial War Dragons, have invested considerable effort in your education. Do not be swayed by the mere words of a young girl. The voice of the heart of the divine mountain echoed, to which Qi Ping replied with a smile. Rest assured, I have been raised under the red banner. Feeling pity is one thing, but I shall never condone such actions. Continue. How do you maintain contact with a messenger of the Shadow Realm? Qi Ping pressed with intensity. He has always sought us out. How do you communicate with other malevolent spirits? We are all adversaries, each intent on devouring the other to ascend. Thus, we never reveal our true identities. However, I am aware of the territories of several others. Isabella feebly divulged the domains of 4 malevolent spirits, adding, moreover, since the demise of Batman, the Shadow Realm envoy has not made an appearance, nor has he directly created any malevolent spirits or other creatures. This news is a double-edged sword. Qi Ping exhaled in relief. At least the infighting among malevolent spirits would keep their numbers in check. Yet, the absence of the Shadow Realm envoy raises concerns that he may be concocting a grand scheme. Do you have any further inquiries? Isabella felt her strength waning. Qi Ping hesitated as he observed her. You are experiencing withdrawal. You have expended too much energy, making it difficult to suppress your cravings. What does that concern you? Just tell me, will you let me go or not? Qi Ping retracted the elemental domain, and they returned to the Batcave. I am leaving. I will take my subordinates with me. Isabella struggled to her feet. Qi Ping remained silent, making no move. As Isabella turned to depart, Qi Ping suddenly struck, transforming water elements into water needles that precisely pierced several acupoints, not only immobilizing her, but also halting the flow of energy within her. You scoundrel! How dare you be untrustworthy? Isabella vehemently berated Qi Ping. He remained indifferent. I have one question for you. How do you plan to treat your injuries once you return? Isabella fell silent. If you do not speak, allow me to articulate it for you. Qi Ping declared solemnly. The swiftest way for you to recover is to absorb the spiritual energy of other humans. Qi Ping paused, noticing Isabella's lack of rebuttal, and continued. If you truly intend to target me, then I would be indifferent to your departure. However, should you seek to harm the innocent, I must insist that you remain. Once I nullify the potent energy within you, I shall not impede your departure. The envoy's words ring true. You armored warriors are indeed hypocritical charlatans, willing to breach agreements without a second thought. Say what you will. Chi Ping disregarded Isabella and approached Dick. Floating on the water, Dick slightly lifted his head and asked, should I confine her to Arkham Asylum? Forget it. With Arkham's lax security, she would be in and out by tomorrow. This statement was somewhat exaggerated, yet Arkham's deficiencies were well known. Chi Ping inscribed a magical sigil on the foreheads of Barbara and Alfred, piercing the seeds within their minds. Though outwardly, nothing appeared to happen. He then utilized the sealing box to assess Dick's injuries. It seems you will be residing with me for a while. Alfred was the first to politely voice his objection. Mr. Fair, we appreciate your kindness, but the Wayne Family Hospital possesses sufficient medical capabilities to heal Master Dick. Chi Ping said nothing, instead directing his gaze towards Dick. Recalling their previous conversations within the confines of the enchanted box, Dick ultimately resolved to accompany Chi Ping. However, before their departure, it was imperative to eliminate the small monsters above. A trivial task. Chi Ping approached the surviving apparatus, locating the weapons capable of encompassing the entire estate. He removed their armor and affixed the elemental key to them. Fire. The elemental key automatically absorbed energy, enchanting all the weapons. A barrage of firepower ensued, obliterating the humanoid forms that were searching for an entrance. The consequence, however, was that the entire weapon system was rendered inoperative due to energy conflict. I certainly cannot compensate you for this. Chi Ping had not anticipated the elemental key's formidable strength. Perhaps it was due to the machine's passive energy absorption capabilities. Alfred, on the other hand, appeared quite accustomed to such occurrences, for when it came to expenditures, Bruce was far more proficient than Chi Ping. Chapter 26, Other Pathways. Dick followed Chi Ping. Officially, he was recuperating, but more often than not, he found himself in a wheelchair assisting Chi Ping in managing the company. Dick was perplexed. Although he resided within the Wayne family and had no aspirations for commerce, being in Bruce's proximity had inadvertently imparted numerous business strategies. Yet, he had never encountered anyone quite like Chi Ping. Ultimately, the company belonged to Chi Ping, and Dick felt it was inappropriate to voice his concerns, so he endured. By the third day, as he began to manage the accounts, he could no longer restrain himself and wheeled over to assess the first batch of workers entering the premises. Fear not, everyone. Although we are a newly established company, we have the Wayne Group as our guarantor. Rest assured that your wages will remain intact. The first group of workers comprised individuals who had previously worked at the port. Once the Gotham City government evacuated, the original company sensed impending doom and fled, leaving them unemployed. Yet, survival was paramount, prompting Sam to enlist a few children to distribute flyers, and thus they arrived with a spirit of trial. However, the combination of a foreign employer and a new company instilled trepidation among these seasoned workers, many of whom were already contemplating excuses to abscond. They feared laboring for a month only to earn not a single cent. Chi Ping could not afford to let them leave. He urgently required these workers to commence operations at the port, or else the company would face demise. Just as he was at his wit's end, he spotted Dick and immediately devised a plan, bringing him forth from his wheelchair. Upon witnessing the illustrious young master of Gotham, the previously restless workers fell silent. The reputation of the Wayne Group proved to be exceptionally effective. Seizing the moment, Chi Ping implored, ladies and gentlemen, Gotham is currently in disarray, plagued by rampant gangs. We are all diligent individuals, and as we age, we cannot afford to engage in conflicts with other factions like the youth. What will happen to our families if we jeopardize our lives? After a persuasive and reasonable discussion, the despondent workers were swayed. Chi Ping assured them, rest assured, my comrades. I guarantee it with my own head. If necessary, I will personally take the responsibility to ensure that Wayne Company pays you on time. With such an assurance, the workers were finally convinced. Mr. Fair, you appear to be a man of integrity. Please instruct us on what needs to be done. We shall bravely face any challenge you present. Chi Ping gestured for silence and instructed, everyone, please calm down. Those in management positions should remain, while the other workers should inspect the equipment to prevent any accidents during work. The workers dispersed in a rush, leaving 4 well-dressed individuals behind. Chi Ping smiled and inquired, what are your usual responsibilities? One by one, they introduced themselves as the foreman for unloading and transportation, noted for their integrity and lack of personal gain, which had prevented them from leaving Gotham during the lockdown. Xi Ping sighed and continued, therefore, I request that the four of you confer with the other workers and swiftly devise a plan to at least get the port operational. The foreman hesitated, but, seeing the earnest demeanor of their new boss, reluctantly agreed. We can do that, but we will need time and skilled workers. Xi Ping assured them. That is my responsibility as the owner. You all focus on your respective expertise. He made a promise and sent them on their way. It was then that Dick spoke up. Are you truly confident in revitalizing this port? Xi Ping replied with a wry smile. Even without certainty, I must proceed. He then asked, by the way, aren't you supposed to be handling the accounts? What brings you here? Dick, almost overwhelmed, replied, I came to discuss this matter. Your accounts reflect an excessive amount of irregular expenses. He flipped through his tablet, pointing out various items, such as pension insurance, educational funds, meal provisions, and training programs. These are all unnecessary expenditures. Eliminating them could save a significant amount of money. Listening intently, Xi Ping refrained from interrupting. It was his first experience managing such a large team, and he recognized that mistakes were inevitable, so he remained open to suggestions. Is there anything else? Dick pressed. Please address these issues first, and then we can discuss other matters. After speaking at length, Dick's throat grew dry. However, Xi Ping responded, I will not eliminate a single item you mentioned. What? If you refuse to heed my advice, why did you even seek my assistance? Dick, agitated, nearly attempted to rise from his wheelchair. Xi Ping pressed him back down and countered, Let me ask you, how many industrial projects has Wayne Group abandoned over the years? And how many financial ventures have they pursued? We are discussing your company, so please do not divert the topic. Dick, visibly frustrated, retorted, I truly wonder how Bruce taught you. I've been quite clear, yet you remain oblivious. At that moment, Xi Ping regarded Dick and perceived an air of foolishness surrounding him. The books by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao. Surely you have read at least one. It would be unreasonable otherwise. Even if one were to practice martial arts in reverse, a modicum of learning is required. You might consider articulating your thoughts more clearly. Dick said, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xi Ping, rubbing his forehead, replied, For every physical factory that the Wayne Group relinquishes, individuals lose their jobs. Families stripped of their economic means can no longer afford their mortgages, and student loans lead to bankruptcy, resulting in the banks seizing everything, leaving them homeless. Once on the streets, survival compels them to resort to theft and robbery. As the law enforcement situation deteriorates, fewer are inclined to maintain physical establishments, leading to an increase in factory closures and street crime. This creates a vicious cycle. The existing political system cannot accommodate these marginalized individuals, which gives rise to one of the oldest organizations, the gang. However, we have made no mistakes. The company's objective is profit. We cannot incur losses to support those factories. Dick stated this with an air of naturalness. Xi Ping was not surprised and simply remarked, If you genuinely believe that, then you should not perceive the chaos in Gotham as erroneous. For as long as this system remains unchanged, the turmoil on the streets of Gotham will persist and inevitably worsen. Dick furrowed his brow, unable to navigate this complexity, and asked, But aren't you running a company too? What is the difference? Of course, there is a distinction. Xi Ping gestured emphatically. For you, profit is the end goal. For me, it is merely a means to an end. My true aspiration is to enlighten the people of Gotham that a superior way of life exists, one that does not require bloodshed or the compromise of one's conscience. If we unite, we can forge a beautiful existence through our own labor. His impassioned rhetoric failed to sway Dick. Yet years of experience had rendered him acutely aware of the harshness of reality. Such endeavors are doomed to fail. Perhaps my efforts may not succeed, Xi Ping replied with a smile. But without attempting, I can assure you, success is unattainable. Chapter 27. Business is no easy endeavor. Xi Ping spoke with fervor. Yet in truth, he was compelled by circumstances to adopt this stance. Allowing Gotham's turmoil to fester would only empower the shadowy figures lurking in the background. Xi Ping sought to halt this progression by altering the chaotic state of affairs. With no retreat available, he resolved to confront the situation boldly and expand the scope of action. Dick hesitated, cautiously inquiring, Fair, do you think Bruce is aware of Gotham's plight? Does he understand how the common folk live? I am not a parasite within his belly. How could I possibly know such matters? Xi Ping was acutely aware of Dick's concerns. Despite their separation for various reasons, Dick still regarded Bruce as his pillar of support deep within his heart. I cannot bear to imagine. If there is nothing to fear. Chi Ping believed that Dick was admirable in many ways, yet he found him excessively indecisive. Bruce is Bruce, and you are you. Whenever you desire, you can embark on a new path. One that you actively choose after careful consideration and analysis of your own experiences. He had expected Dick to simply say, "Let me guide you." Dick lowered his head and replied. Chi Ping, smiling, responded, "As I have said before, you are no longer a child of 3. If you are unwilling, no one can compel you to do anything. However, prior to that, I still need your assistance. I am in dire need of professionals here." Dick lifted his head, grinning. "Then I shall require compensation. I won't work for less. You propose a price, and as long as it is not exorbitant, I will certainly meet it. Of course." Dick was jesting. As a wealthy young master, he was not lacking in funds. Yet, Chi Ping was serious about offering payment, asserting that it was a matter of principle, and fairness should not be compromised for any individual. Reluctantly, Dick accepted, returning to his accounting duties. Meanwhile, Chi Ping sought out the workers to discuss the specific steps needed to restart the port operations. However, upon entering, he was met with disheartening news. "Mr. Fair, it is not that we lack diligence. The operations of this port are exceedingly complex. Each of us team leaders typically oversees only a small section. It is truly impossible for us to present a comprehensive plan on such short notice." Chi Ping furrowed his brow but refrained from blaming them. The 3 team leaders, anxious about losing their newly acquired jobs, quickly interjected, "Sir, please do not worry. We will work overtime to ensure you receive a satisfactory proposal." No. Chi Ping declined their kind offer. "I have underestimated this situation. Running such a large port undeniably requires specialized talent." He scratched his head and addressed the workers. "First, focus on handling your own responsibilities. Then, seek out other colleagues. The broader the expertise, the better. As long as they are willing to come, I can provide an advance of 1 month's salary for everyone. As for the overall plan, I will find a way. You need not concern yourselves with it." "Really? Can we receive our salaries in advance?" Upon hearing of the potential for payment, the workers became visibly excited. Chi Ping nodded, stating, "As long as the port can operate, money will not be an issue." The American government had truly abandoned its duties. Gotham had been under lockdown for nearly 2 months. And not only did they neglect the situation, but they also severed all transport routes to Gotham, clearly intending to starve and confine the inhabitants. The sole channel for communication with the outside world was Gotham Port. However, due to the overt and covert conflicts among various gangs, the personnel at the port had fled, leaving no one to assist. Consequently, many cargo ships were forced to anchor offshore, their goods unable to be loaded or unloaded. If his company could seize control of the port, it would, to some extent, hold the lifeblood of Gotham, granting him leverage in any endeavor he pursued. Certainly, this course of action carries significant risks. Firstly, there is the initial investment cost, and secondly, the various factions within Gotham City are unlikely to passively observe as this lucrative opportunity falls into the hands of a stranger. However, these challenges are foreseeable, and Chi Ping is mentally prepared for them. He once again approached Dick with a request. "I recall that the majority of shares in Gotham Port were held by Wayne Enterprises. However, it was only a few years ago that Bruce decided to venture into the high-tech sector, leading you to gradually withdraw. Am I correct? Do you require something from me?" Dick inquired while immersed in the ledgers. Chi Ping, not one to beat around the bush, responded directly. "I currently lack sufficient manpower to devise a comprehensive plan for the populace. Therefore, I would like your assistance in formulating a proposal. Money is not an issue. I assure you, I shall not shortchange you. Have you forgotten? The company's accounts are in my possession, and I am fully aware of your financial standing. Let us not pretend to be magnanimous. Consider this a charitable act on my part, and I shall forego your payment." Chi Ping quickly interjected, "Absolutely not. In this world, debts of gratitude are the most challenging to repay. While you and Bruce may be of noble character, what about the others within Wayne Enterprises? They might very well leverage this matter against me at any moment. Then consider it a debt you owe me. Once the company turns a profit, you can repay me." Dick contemplated an alternative solution. With no other options available, Chi Ping reluctantly acquiesced. "Thank you," Chi Ping expressed. "No need for thanks. It is but a trifling sum to me." Dick promptly contacted Foster, requesting his assistance in drafting a detailed operational plan for the port. Perhaps accustomed to the Bat family's unpredictable nature, Foster did not question Dick's renewed involvement with the port and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Chi Ping found himself restless, thus joining Dick in managing the company's accounts. However, their objectives in handling the ledgers differed significantly. Dick approached the accounts like a typical accountant, balancing figures and rectifying discrepancies, striving to present an impeccably polished financial report. In contrast, Chi Ping merely sought to document the sources and destinations of funds, aiming for clarity and transparency. This approach is inadequate. An accountant should be able to uncover numerous discrepancies. Dick attempted to teach Chi Ping the ropes of accounting, but Chi Ping remained unconcerned. Oh, these ledgers are primarily for the workers in the factory. What purpose does complexity serve? What do the workers care about the accounts? Dick found himself exasperated, as Chi Ping consistently devised strategies that left him bewildered. Chi Ping remarked, the funds used to establish this company were gathered by scavengers. Though modest, they hold shares in this enterprise. They have the right to know how their money is being utilized. Enough. Isn't accounting merely a means to evade taxes and embezzle funds? Gotham is in utter chaos. Even if you summon the tax authorities, they would not respond. As for embezzlement, I, as the owner, am indifferent. Why should you care? Dick's expression was one of resignation, yet he complied with Chi Ping's directives nonetheless. After a long day of toil, the two individuals finally persuaded Dick to rest, citing his physical exhaustion as a reason. Chapter 28. The Struggles of Entrepreneurship. On such a night, Gotham was stirred by Chi Ping's actions, creating significant upheaval. In the penthouse office of the Iceberg Lounge, the squat, portly penguin brandished his umbrella, smashing the desk into two pieces, sending his two alluring secretaries trembling in fear. Those country bumpkins dare to seize my port. Gotham Harbor belongs to me. Anyone who dares to touch it will find their hands severed. The penguin's fury seemed capable of collapsing the very walls around him. After nearly 2 months of stalemate, Gotham had settled into a state of factional rivalry, with smaller gangs absorbed in territories nearly delineated. The sole remaining stronghold was Gotham Harbor. Whoever claimed it would seize the initiative. Yet, at that moment, news arrived of a group of unknown bumpkins occupying the territory. How could a figure like the penguin not be incensed? Listen to me, he bellowed at his subordinates. Tell the strike team to mobilize immediately. Those damned bumpkins shall be sent to the heavens one by one. His underlings, quaking in their boots, turned to flee the office at their leader's command, eager to escape this den of troubles. Stop, called out two beautiful secretaries, halting them. They then spoke soothingly to their boss, Mr. Cobblepot. It may be simple to eliminate a few bumpkins, but if we act first, 1T Black Mask, the Riddler, and the Falcone family stab us in the back, perhaps we should wait a moment. The penguin paced the office, the only sound being his footsteps echoing in the room. Once the initial rage subsided, intellect reclaimed its throne in his mind. After weighing the implications, he commanded, have the strike team stand by. Under no circumstances are they to engage without my orders. Understood. His subordinates hastily scurried away. Meanwhile, atop the Siggins Bank, Black Mask seethed with anger, hurling his wine glass at a subordinate's face and shoving his lover aside, fuming. How dare they arrive and flaunt their audacity? They are courting death. I must teach this upstart a lesson. However, he retained his composure, remembering his old allies, and merely ordered his men to remain on standby near the harbor, refraining from any rash actions. At that very moment, the Riddler, Silence, the Falcone and Roman families, and the Red Hood gang mobilized their forces, encircling Gotham Harbor, yet all tacitly refrained from taking action, hoping for others to take the first step. A storm was brewing on the horizon. Upon awakening, Chi Ping surveyed the influx of figures around the harbor, reflecting silently without making a move. Dick, with a furrowed brow, had never encountered such a scenario where all the forces of villainy converged against a single individual. It appears you have truly ignited their wrath. It is quite normal for me to sever their escape routes. It would indeed be peculiar if they did not retaliate. However, the swiftness of their response was somewhat unexpected. I remarked that if the Gotham City government possessed even a modicum of efficacy, this gang would not act with such alacrity. Truly, Dick concurred with this sentiment. Yet, even if you were to curse their ancestors for 8 generations, it would not alter the predicament we find ourselves in. We must devise a strategy post-haste. My strategy is simply to proceed with our intended actions. Chi Ping, clutching the proposal hastily prepared by Wayne Enterprises, was ready to organize the day's tasks. Dick caught up with him, urgency etched across his face. with predators lurking outside. How can you remain so composed? Did you not perceive any signs while we were upstairs? What signs? Chi Ping looked at Dick, bewildered. Has Bruce only taught you how to fight? The rivalries among the various gangs are tumultuous for them. The priority lies in seizing the port from one another, while I am merely an inconsequential pawn. Dick, astute as ever, grasped the situation but grew more anxious. Then we ought to take advantage of this window of opportunity and retreat immediately. The few individuals at the port cannot possibly withstand the might of the major gangs. Absolutely not. Chi Ping firmly dismissed his suggestion. The territory of Gotham has already been divided. Should we abandon the port, we would be like uprooted weeds, at the mercy of others. Yet, if we can hold our ground at the port, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Dick, however, thought differently. He believed he could leverage the Wayne Enterprises name to safeguard those at the port. Before he could voice his thoughts, Sam rushed in, intending to speak only to Chi Ping, but Chi Ping waved him over. We are all friends here. There is nothing to conceal. Sam cast a glance at Dick before stating, a friend of mine has relayed that, through the mediation of a deputy chief at the police station, several bosses of the major gangs are currently in negotiations. Excellent. This must be Commissioner Gordon coming to our aid, Dick exclaimed, slapping the chair in excitement. A furrow of concern creased Chi Ping's previously calm visage as he inquired, what is the name of that deputy chief? Słowęsh Olia Shokovothi. Quickly, find someone to investigate his background and gather everyone. I have something important to discuss. Sam nodded and promptly departed to make arrangements. Chi Ping continued towards the dockworkers' quarters, where they had been working overtime and had not returned home the previous night. The sound of the door opening roused them, and the team leader immediately presented his plan. Chi Ping scrutinized it closely. In their respective areas of expertise, their proposal was, in terms of detail, far more reasonable than that of Wayne Enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, today was originally meant for work. However, a minor incident occurred at the port not long ago, and I must ask you to leave for the time being. Rest assured, I will ensure that you are compensated for the night spent drafting the plan. In front of everyone, Chi Ping instructed Dick to transfer the funds to their accounts. The workers were perplexed, repeatedly asking, Mr. Fay Air, is there something amiss with our proposal? If there are issues, we can amend it. Why are you dismissing us? With tangible financial support, the workers' attitude towards Chi Ping underwent a significant transformation. Chi Ping raised a hand, signaling for silence. Everyone here is aware of the current state of Gotham. In the coming days, we may face visits from gangsters, and my actions are motivated by your safety. If we successfully navigate this crisis, I assure you, I will welcome you back. Upon hearing the mention of gangsters, a hush fell over the crowd. Despite their reluctance to lose a job that provided for their families, they were even less inclined to risk their lives. I will escort you all out. Chi Ping did not wish to place these individuals in a difficult position. They were merely drifting amidst the chaos of their times, powerless to alter their fates. As Chi Ping led the workers outside, he spotted Sam confronting a group of sharply dressed men. Those are the union members. An onlooker gasped. Chi Ping immediately grasped the situation, a scornful smile spreading across his face. They had not arrived earlier, and now, at this juncture, they claimed to have no ties with the gangsters. Perhaps even they did not believe their own words. Let's pay them a visit, Chi Ping remarked to Dick, striding purposefully toward the suited individuals. Chapter 29. Whose law is it anyway? As Chi Ping approached, the scavengers parted, revealing the union members who had come to confront him. Gentlemen, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Chi Ping addressed them directly, as he had pressing matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. I am Simon Alrose, the secretary of the union. Chi Ping accepted the business card, glancing at it without uttering a word. Alrose scrutinized this enigmatic figure who had suddenly emerged. Chi Ping had a sturdy and square appearance, his experiences in the bloodshed of previous battles instilling a subtle menace, though he concealed it well, never allowing it to show. Coupled with his black trench coat and octagonal hat, he appeared no different from an ordinary worker. Judging by appearances is a universal flaw among humanity, and upon seeing Chi Ping's unremarkable visage, the secretary felt a twinge of disdain. I have come on behalf of the union to discuss the issue of your illegal use of workers. The secretary's head was slightly elevated, a classic posture he adopted when addressing workers. I fail to comprehend what you mean by illegal use of workers. Chi Ping retorted. In his previous life, he had only heard of the illustrious reputation of Western unions. But it was only before starting his own company that he delved deeper into the subject and grasped the meaning of the worker aristocracy, subsequently understanding why unions were often held in contempt. Under the guise of advocating for workers' welfare, Western unions often engaged in the very practices of brokerage. On one hand, they impose restrictions on the number of individuals allowed to join the union, claiming it is to safeguard the value of workers' labor from exploitation. On the other hand, they threaten the upper echelons, asserting that if they do not relinquish their interests, they will incite the workers to revolt. Amidst this manipulation of the lower by the upper, the union leaders amass wealth, while the fortunate few workers who manage to penetrate the union receive only meager scraps. The remaining laborers are left to toil in the shadows of illegality, enduring exploitation by their employers. It is evident that the proliferation of such a malignant entity as the union in the West has been deliberately permitted by the upper class to fragment worker solidarity. Furthermore, since the late 1970s and 1980s, the global economy has wildly pivoted towards finance, with multinational corporations transforming their operations, abandoning manufacturing altogether, while domestic small factories relentlessly exploit undocumented immigrants from Latin America. In such circumstances, concern for unions has diminished significantly. Nevertheless, unions that can rally workers still garner attention from various factions. After all, no politician wishes to face protest during their campaigns, nor does any company desire to be besieged. The leadership of the unions grows increasingly arrogant, evolving into a genuine aristocracy of labor, erecting their power on the backs of the lower-tier workers. The definition of illegality is clearly outlined in legal texts. One need only consult them. Regardless, we now suspect your company of illegally employing labor and demand its immediate closure. The secretary waved his hand dismissively, displaying palpable impatience. This provoked outrage among the onlookers. Sam, who had always been reserved, found himself pushed to the brink and was ready to confront the situation. Enough. We are civilized individuals. How can we resort to violence so recklessly? Chi Ping intervened, pushing Sam back, and then turned to the secretary, saying, "Isn't it excessive for your union to act in such a manner? Gotham is engulfed in chaos, and workers lack means for survival. Isn't it beneficial for my company to employ them?" The secretary showed no concern for the plight of the lower-class workers, coldly retorting, "Do not waste my time with your irrelevant chatter. You are currently in violation of labor laws and must shut down your company or face the consequences." The secretary's shrill voice shattered the facade of decorum. Dick, cornered by the crowd, along with the fearful workers, clenched their fists, seething with anger. Chi Ping's expression shifted slightly. "I must ask, on what legal basis do you operate? What law permits the indifference towards the suffering of the common folk, allowing them to starve?" His inquiry was rhetorical, fully aware that American law was never designed to protect the lower classes. Both Chi Ping and the secretary understood this truth. Yet the scavengers and workers remained oblivious. A twisted rage mingled with a mocking smile appeared on the secretary's face as he pointed at Chi Ping, declaring, "Cease your nonsensical ramblings. I advise you to comply with my demands immediately, or you will bear the repercussions." The man spoke with such fervor that saliva splattered onto Chi Ping's face. Unperturbed, Chi Ping wiped away the spittle and chuckled. "So, you would rather let these workers starve on the streets, allowing their families to descend into despair, and you remain indifferent? What do I care about your survival? This is American law, and you must abide by it." His words stirred a tempest, yet the first to react in anger were not the scavengers, but the workers preparing to leave. They surged to the front, their faces etched with fury, reaching out toward the suited men. "Damn bastards. We've toiled for the union for so many years, and this is how you treat us?" The thought of destitution ignited a collective rage among them. Faced with the workers' ire, the secretary hastily retreated, while his thuggish companions drew their firearms, ready to fire. But Chi Ping was quicker. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a torrent of water that sent them flying, subsequently ensnaring the secretary and suspending him in midair. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that the workers scarcely had time to react before the confrontation concluded. Chi Ping stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the workers, with Dick and Sam flanking him. "You inhumane beast, I will make you pay." Sam's fist collided with the trembling secretary's face, yet his anger remained unsated. Dick frowned, cautioning, "Though this fellow is no saint, he is nonetheless a representative of the union. Perhaps we should leave him to the police." Chi Ping, however, displayed no concern for the secretary. He noted that both the workers and scavengers had united in their shared animosity following the recent exchange. The pent-up grievances from Gotham's years of chaos had finally ignited within them, fueling their current fury. What an unexpected delight. Originally troubled by how to rally their spirits, Chi Ping now found the situation resolved. Fair, what do you intend to do with this fellow? Dick's anxious voice jolted Chi Ping from his contemplation. As he and Sam had begun to bicker, Chi Ping turned abruptly, causing Sam to cease his complaints in frustration. Who sent you to stir trouble at the port? Chi Ping demanded, fixing his gaze on the secretary. And no one. I was just following orders. The secretary stammered in fear. Chi Ping smirked, gesturing to his own face. Do I look like a fool to you? Oh no, you are wise and formidable, clearly a dragon among men. How could you be a fool? The secretary fumbled. Then why do you dare to lie to me? Chi Ping's expression darkened suddenly. Your union arrives precisely when the gangsters do. Do you expect me to believe there's no conspiracy? The secretary hesitated, struggling for words. Chi Ping, uninterested in further discourse, threatened, since you were so untruthful. Do not blame me for being ruthless. In your next life? No. I'll tell you. It was the gang that sent me. The secretary blurted out. Which gang? Several gangs approached me together. In an instant, the secretary collapsed to his knees, revealing the gang situation without Chi Ping needing to exert any force. Get out of my sight. Chi Ping furrowed his brow and waved his hand as the water swirled around him, propelling him out of the harbor like a bowling ball. Chapter 30. We are left with no retreat. Leave a line for future encounters, Dick advised, observing the literal rolling away of the Union secretary. Chi Ping dismissively replied, Gotham's government has vanished. What does it matter if a capitalist's lackey rants? If it weren't for the necessity of exposing these people's true nature, he would have slapped him the moment he spoke. His anger was palpable. In his past life, even those unscrupulous individuals maintained a facade of respectability. Yet, the people of Gotham had cast aside all pretense, treating everyone but him as inconsequential. Chi Ping's ire was ignited, and it was already merciful that they had spared his life. Gotham had truly descended into anarchy, even if the unrest were quelled and the government reinstated. No one would trust him again. In essence, whoever could establish a new order amid the chaos and provide tangible benefits to the populace would garner their allegiance, thereby securing a dominant position in Gotham's future. This sentiment was primarily directed at Sam, though he also addressed Dick. Dick's worldview had been too profoundly influenced by Batman, making it difficult for him to adapt quickly. Conversely, although Sam had once been a thief, he possessed the gentlemanly disposition of those who had suffered deeply, inherently embodying a spirit of resistance. His abilities were commendable, with only cultural knowledge as a potential hindrance, one that could be acquired through learning. So what shall we do next? Sam inquired, excitement coursing through him as he sensed he would embark on a significant endeavor with Chi Ping. The masculine attributes bestowed upon him fueled his exhilaration. Chi Ping remained composed, determined to address the workers. Dick, however, was troubled by the brewing anger among the crowd and fearful for Chi Ping's actions. Yet, his personal concerns could not halt the impending events. Chi Ping advanced, and the workers instinctively gathered around him, escorting him into the workshop before hoisting him onto a cart. Elevated above the crowd, he surveyed their expressions. Even from a mere half-meter off the ground, an undeniable sense of panic took hold of him. Was he perhaps too hasty? In less than 2 months, could he truly lead a group of untrained individuals to undertake such actions without it being overly rushed? Yet, as his mind raced, rationality dispelled his apprehensions. He understood clearly that even if he wished to pacify matters, the gangs would not let them off the hook. They had no escape route left. Taking a deep breath, Chi Ping addressed the assembly. Friends, you have all witnessed the recent events. The union representatives have acted unreasonably, demanding that we cease operations. What I must convey to everyone is that the situation is even more egregious and perilous. The gangs of Gotham are lurking outside, poised to burst in and extinguish our lives. The sole reason for this impending doom is our endeavor to revive the nearly stagnant port through our own efforts. The undeniable truth stands before us. As the recent events are evident to all, they are not fools, and they comprehend the gravity of the situation. The mere thought of those malevolent supervillains cloaks the hearts of all in a shroud of despair, breeding profound hopelessness. They cannot fathom why, despite their honest intentions to lead a simple life without thievery or deceit, they are subjected to such treatment. Is it truly the fate of those residing in this city to be met with destruction? Murmurs of discontent and curses rose from the crowd. Emotional women clutched their children, softly weeping, while the innocent young ones remained bewildered, unaware of the turmoil around them. The adolescents accompanying Sam displayed expressions of anger. Yes, our aspirations are nothing more than the pursuit of an ordinary existence. Yet even this humble desire remains unfulfilled. What justification is there for such a reality? Are those at the bottom destined to live a life of unending turmoil, only to perish from an overdose, succumb to the cold, or be caught in a street shootout? Raising his arms with fervor, Chi Ping's tone grew increasingly impassioned, though his inner calm prevailed as his thoughts flowed freely, finally grasping that elusive boundary. I must assert to everyone that it is not this way, nor should it ever be. The crowd erupted in fervent response. They had long endured the burdens of life in Gotham. Since the Great Depression of the 1920s, Gotham has morphed into a haven for crime, where large corporations and gangs collude in secrecy, tightly controlling the city's power while ruthlessly exploiting its inhabitants, propelling them towards inevitable collapse. It is fair to say that the lower class in Gotham has scarcely relished the so-called Golden Age. The only respite came during a fleeting period of municipal development initiated by the late Thomas Wayne, which alleviated tensions post-Vietnam. However, this benevolent carpenter soon fell victim to an inexplicable shooting. Rumor has it that the trial concluded in mere days, with the suspect executed at lightning speed, their body vanishing without a trace, and the police records reduced to ashes. If the Wayne family met such a fate, the destiny of the common folk is all too predictable. In Gotham, where modernity and antiquity intertwine, it would be more accurate to describe it as a contemporary reimagining of the Wild West rather than an international metropolis. The citizens here experience a life of genuine freedom, only to face the randomness of death. When a soul emerges, willing to stand among them, to listen to their suffering, and to guide them out of such despair, they respond with unbridled enthusiasm. Mr. Fair, please tell us what we should do. Yes, whatever you say, we shall follow. People gathered around Chi Ping, emphatically declaring their fearlessness towards death and their willingness to do anything, particularly the veterans of the Vietnam War. Despite the tormenting aftereffects of their battlefield experiences, they were ready to step forward to protect their interests. Chi Ping raised a hand to quell their rising fervor, stating, "Details will be discussed with Sam and the others to devise a plan. We must retaliate, but not at the cost of senseless sacrifices." In his heart, he had already conceived a preliminary strategy, which was also endorsed by the heart of the Divine Mountain. He disclosed this plan to Sam and Dick. Naturally, Sam was eager and ready to embark on a significant endeavor. However, Dick expressed his concerns. The idea is sound, and the workers are enthusiastic. But how do we contend with the gang? Where will we acquire weapons? Can the plan be perfected in such a short time? You're being too hasty. We can directly seize weapons from the gang's ships. The people of Gotham are proficient with firearms. There is no time for meticulous planning. The enemy is forcing our hand into action, not the other way around. Dick recognized that combat was unavoidable, and despite his myriad thoughts, he kept them to himself. Chi Ping directed the workers to procure weapons from the gang's storages along the shore, arming them and overseeing the construction of fortifications in preparation for battle. Chapter 31. Classic Tactics. At the port, the workers were bustling with activity, utilizing cranes to stack containers and old vehicles at strategic points according to their blueprints to create makeshift shelters, while the hastily organized individuals patrolled with weapons in hand. A watchful lackey shouted anxiously, "Boss, look at the activity in the port." The group leader, engrossed in a card game, glanced through binoculars and dismissively replied, "A pack of the frail and feeble. What is there to worry about? Let us continue our game. It's your turn. No cheating." As he spoke, the group leader casually shuffled his cards, while the other subordinates feigned ignorance and continued to humor him. Chi Ping and Dick orchestrated the operations with methodical precision, while Sam served as an assistant, closely following Chi Ping to learn. Constructing simple shelters proved to be no arduous task, and soon, barriers began to take shape. Observing the crude fortifications, Dick furrowed his brow. These structures are too rudimentary. They would barely withstand an initial assault. Shouldn't we reinforce them? Such reinforcement is unnecessary. Chi Ping replied decisively, "I do not intend to hold the port. We only need to leave a few individuals to create a FAAD, distracting the enemy's attention. Now, let us outline our subsequent operational strategy." Chi Ping called out and continued, "Currently, We have approximately 30 individuals capable of combat. Shortly, Sam and I will lead them into the city to harass the various gang headquarters. For gangs, territory is their lifeblood, and their headquarters is their heart. When their headquarters come under siege, they will be unable to remain idle and will rush back to their lairs. At that moment, we shall ambush them along the route. The combination of guerrilla tactics and encirclement to cut off reinforcements is a classic and effective strategy. In this new era, enhanced transportation and communication tools have rendered operations more agile. Vehicles are no longer a concern. After the affluent have fled, the port is laden with ample supplies, making it easy to procure a few cars. Disrupting the enemy is not an issue, yet during an ambush, the team must disperse, which poses challenges regarding communication and manpower. Sam is adept at his tasks, comparable to Dick in skill. Chi Ping has also considered these factors. Communication between squads can be efficiently managed via Twitter, easily creating accounts that would attract little attention. The pace of technological advancement is swift. Smartphones and communication tools have become ubiquitous. I can assist with the issue of squad strength. Dick interjected, I know some friends who can help. Your friends are those superheroes, right? Yes. I understand your disdain for our modus operandi, but at this moment, they are indeed the force you require. Very well. Let us unite all available forces. Chi Ping remarked to Dick, I hold great respect for the individual qualities of you superheroes. It is merely the collective that I find unappealing. You seem rather aloof, like a castle in the air, visually splendid from a distance, yet so lofty that a mere gust can leave it swaying for an extended period. How can that be? Dick retorted, straightening his posture to argue. Our actions are aimed at punishing evil and promoting good for the suffering. How? Is that unrealistic? Enough. Theoretical discussions are complex. We shall revisit these matters later. For now, let us prioritize action. Such theoretical issues are often intricate and cannot be resolved in a few words. Chi Ping waved his hand to conclude the conversation, gazing at the darkening sky, softly murmuring, It is time. He grasped the elemental key, and the water element in the universe responded to his intent. The sound of the sea surged at the port, and thick fog, driven by the sea breeze, rolled in, enveloping the entire area within a minute. Are you certain you wish to remain here? Chi Ping finally asked Dick. Dick nodded resolutely, stating, I know you perceive me as indecisive, but the port requires someone to oversee it. Otherwise, the moment gunfire erupts, the remaining personnel will swiftly descend into chaos. I implore you. Chi Ping patted Dick's shoulder and handed him the summoning device. Although the armor is not yet fully repaired, it will suffice for your needs. Dick accepted the summoning device without hesitation, and Chi Ping instructed him on its use before setting off with his team. Under the cover of thick fog, they embarked on their clandestine journey. The vigilance of these small-time lackeys is woefully inadequate. After all, we are over 100 strong. Sam, seated in the vehicle, could not help but critique the watchful minions. The enemy's carelessness is troubling, but you should focus on driving. Chi Ping nudged Sam, and after a brief interval, they arrived in the urban district. The convoy came to a temporary halt, and Chi Ping divided the group into two teams, one led by himself and the other by Sam. I shall head to the Iceberg Hotel, while you proceed to the financial building. Remember, our objective is to create a disturbance, not to annihilate. Regardless of the enemy's reaction, you must vacate the premises and move to the next location within the allotted time, Chi Ping reiterated. Anxious that this would be Sam's first experience leading troops into combat and fearing that his youthful fervor might lead to reckless aggression. Sam listened attentively, repeating the instructions several times before inquiring, why are we attacking the Iceberg Hotel and the financial building first? The Penguin and the man in the black mask are formidable foes. Because these structures are tall and grand, should chaos ensue, they will attract the most attention. Chi Ping explained. While he lacked personal experience, he had learned from the strategic and tactical masters of the realm, such as Shun Mountain's Heart and the Emperor Dragon, and had gleaned wisdom from their teachings. Any further questions? No, came the resolute reply. The team was filled with enthusiasm and youthful vigor. Let's set forth. Chi Ping led his team into the night, their vehicles traversing through slums and gang territories, unnoticed by anyone. Perhaps the local lords had never anticipated that these country bumpkins would dare storm their lairs. Thus, defenses were lax, with even the station squads treating the situation lightly, laughing and joking among themselves. Chi Ping's team reached the vicinity of the Iceberg Hotel with little effort, and Sam's group mirrored their progress. This is utterly ridiculous. Chi Ping mused, doubting his own eyes. How can Gotham, a city that has endured chaos for decades, still harbor such absurdity? I do not expect you to reach our level, but at least maintain some semblance of discipline akin to a white gang. Yet, they cannot even manage that. Truly, this was the consequence of Gotham's flawed matching mechanism. Mismatched incompetence begetting further incompetence. Fair enough, I have arrived. Let the operation commence. Sam messaged. Chi Ping observed the throngs entering and exiting the Iceberg Hotel, noting their ostentation and eccentric attire. Those who patronized such establishments were seldom of good character. Disperse immediately. Simultaneously, both teams sprang into action, their vehicles crashing into the building. Masks donned, they hurled stun grenades and smoke bombs scavenged from their warehouse into the fray. Chaos erupted as the guards, whose skills were subpar, were caught completely off guard. The truly elite had been summoned by their bosses to the front lines for their protection. These guards, already lacking in capability, had no chance to react. The astute lay low, feigning death, while the less wise who dared to rise were met with a hail of bullets. Chapter 32. The world changes, yet the tactics remain. Tonight, Gotham is destined for a sleepless night. Chi Ping's guerrilla tactics became increasingly adept as he infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, employing non-lethal weaponry to disperse irrelevant personnel, dropping bombs, and swiftly retreating. The hastily prepared explosives lacked the potency to inflict fatal damage on the meticulously constructed layers of the gangsters, yet they produced a significant display of fireworks. Within half an hour, several buildings were detonated. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the city, igniting a sense of panic among all who heard them. The uninformed underlings mistakenly believed that a gang war had finally erupted, prompting them to draw their firearms in fear. Fortunately, the mid-level leaders managed to maintain order, suppressing the ensuing chaos for the time being. Meanwhile, the gang leaders convening near the port were besieged by incessant phone calls, nearly overwhelming their devices. The expressions on their faces were grim. Accustomed to operating beyond the law, they felt humiliated to be bound together against an obscure adversary. As the cacophony of ringing phones continued to assault their ears, their tempers flared, resulting in harsh reprimands and sullen visages. None of them were in a favorable mood for phone conversations. Had the situation not been urgent, they would have undoubtedly vented their frustrations. However, just as one leader was in the midst of boasting, the shocking news struck. Their own stronghold had been attacked. They struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation, repeatedly confirming the details before exclaiming in disbelief. Who could have done this? As they posed this question, a palpable air of suspicion enveloped the room, each leader casting wary glances at one another. Yet, the report they received left them speechless. Boss, the assailants barged in, tossed bombs, and fled without any identifiable traits. We cannot ascertain their identities. However, one thing is certain. They're not from Gotham. They are entirely unfamiliar. Useless fools. Our home has been invaded, and you remain oblivious to the assailants' identities. What purpose do I serve in employing you? The leaders cursed fervently, yet deep down, they understood that the true power players were present. Those who executed the attack could not possibly be among them. The most pressing concern was to return home swiftly and mitigate their losses. The Penguin was the first to depart, followed closely by Black Mask, the Riddler, Silence, and Bane, all consumed by thoughts of their territories and the extent of their personnel losses. A police officer attempted to intervene, but was swiftly dispatched with a brutal blow, crashing against the wall and spewing blood on the brink of collapse. Deputy Chief Zhu Wash observed his subordinate being incapacitated without uttering a word, making no move to hinder the departing leaders. As the once crowded conference room emptied, Zhu Wash finally inquired, "Have we received any updates from our personnel?" A robust African-American officer responded, "Our communication channels have remained eerily silent. There's been no activity whatsoever. Director Gordon has yet to issue any commands." Gordon, with a dismissive air, Zhu Wash spoke of his nominal superior. "This stubborn old fool is already outdated. His position will inevitably be mine." After a brief soliloquy reminiscent of Xiangyu, the deputy director rose, donned his police cap, and prepared to depart. "Let us return to the precinct," he declared. "What about Tom?" inquired the cautious black aide. Zhu Wash waved his hand dismissively, akin to discarding refuse. "He is loyal, yet utterly lacking in intellect. I have no need for such a fool. Let him fend for himself." The coldness of his words seemed utterly commonplace, betraying no concern for the fallen under his command as he hurried toward the precinct. Roll call. Chi Ping and Sam met on an inconspicuous street. where he assessed their personnel, 3 with minor injuries and 1 severely wounded. For these street brawlers, such a tally was commendable. Assign a vehicle to transport the injured for treatment. The rest shall follow my lead. Our plan is to ambush the returning gang leaders, is it not? Sam's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with tension. The nature of guerrilla warfare demanded audacity and meticulousness, particularly when outnumbered, placing an immense burden on the soldiers. I have considered this carefully. We are at a disadvantage in numbers and armed only with light weaponry. If we disperse, we risk being picked off one by the enemy. This realization echoed the counsel of the Emperor Dragon, who, despite his proud demeanor, had experienced a backlash from the world's rules in the elemental realm. Initially destined for reverence, he nonetheless summoned the strength to address tactical errors after hearing of the impending battle from the heart of the Divine Mountain. Fair, the gang leaders are en route back, and the information on the deputy director you requested has been sent to your phone, spoke Tim Drake, a friend introduced by Dick. Though young, he possessed exceptional computer skills and a knack for reconnaissance. According to Dick, Batman had intended for this eager young lad to become the third Robin, but unforeseen circumstances thwarted that plan. Nonetheless, Tim was a passionate youth, eager to assist in the fight against the gangs. What are the others? Chi Ping inquired regarding Dick's superhero allies. Catwoman, Batwoman, and the Batwing crew are already in position, waiting along the gang's route. Very well. Keep me informed of any developments. Chi Ping rubbed his temples, plagued by the pressing issue of insufficient manpower. Whether for growth or combat, resources were painfully strained. Although Dick had rallied nearly the entire Bat family for assistance, it still fell short of what was needed. What shall we do next? Sam's mind lingered in the tense atmosphere of battle readiness. Chi Ping first opened the documents and declared loudly, Deputy Chief of the Gotham Police Department, Zhu Wash, was merely an inconspicuous office director until 2 months ago when he suddenly caught the attention of a city council member and was promoted to deputy chief. Such a sudden transformation at such a sensitive juncture. Do you not find it suspicious? The latter question was directed at Sam, who paused momentarily before comprehension dawned upon him. Do you suspect this individual is a monster akin to the woman you imprisoned? Chi Ping nodded in affirmation. With the capabilities of the Shadow Realm emissary coupled with the chaos of Gotham, it indeed posed a malignant threat. Heaven knows how many sinister machinations that individual has already orchestrated. Shall we proceed to confront this fiend? Indeed, your task is to handle the others. I shall take on the deputy chief. Chi Ping shook his head, rallying his team as they set forth. Utilizing the internal network of Wayne Enterprises, they could summon the city surveillance cameras at will, meticulously tracking the adversary's movements and laying an ambush in advance. Chapter 33. Please die. Thank you. Dick's companions sought to act with greater urgency. The mob bosses raced back in a frenzy, scarcely heeding the safety measures along their route. They were oblivious to the fact that the night's events were orchestrated by an obscure individual. Urging the driver to hasten their pace, their concerns extended beyond personal losses. As they perceived an opportunity amidst the turmoil, each headquarters had sustained a blow. If they could return first, they could seize an advantage. Faster, faster. As long as we arrive before the others, a substantial reward awaits. Spurred by the threat of blades and gunfire, the driver exhibited a level of skill unparalleled in his lifetime, weaving around each obstruction. If one were to soar above Gotham at that moment, they would witness the trajectories of the mob bosses converging to form a net over the city. However, an unexpected attack abruptly disrupted this progression. Catwoman, astride the Bat-cycle, plunged into Penguin's convoy, casually scattering a plethora of grenades that overturned several vehicles before engaging in combat with the assault team. Batgirl descended from the heavens, employing a laser cutter to cleave through the car's roof, landing before Black Mask and immediately firing her weapon. Specialized rubber bullets incapacitated the guards but failed to subdue Black Mask, leading to a fierce struggle between the heirs of the two powerful families. Batwing, clad in high-tech armor, soared above Bane's convoy, unfurling his wing-like appendages to rain down disorienting grenades, causing significant chaos among Bane's henchmen. He then leveraged his aerial advantage to entangle himself with these seasoned mercenaries. Those affiliated with the Bat family impeded several of the most formidable crime syndicates, drawing the curtain on the second act of the night's grand spectacle. Chi Ping lay in ambush along the essential route to the police station, awaiting Zhu Wash's arrival, while simultaneously monitoring the battlefield live. It must be said that these superheroes are indeed absurd. Despite their remarkable physical prowess, they are capable of feats that ordinary individuals find nearly impossible. Setting aside the factor of their advanced equipment, one can only attribute this disparity to the differing rules of the world they inhabit. Though their adversaries are formidable, under the tactical maneuvering of cheaping, these gang leaders find themselves unable to strategize effectively, forced into one-on-one confrontations. Both women involved are ruthless. The Penguin and Black Mask exhibit no mercy, and having lost the initiative, they're compelled to withstand relentless assaults. Influenced by Batman, Batwing dons high-tech armor and possesses commendable combat skills, yet is hindered by a moral code that forbids taking lives. Consequently, faced with the ferocious mercenary Bane, she finds herself in a precarious battle. It is perplexing that, amidst the chaos engulfing Gotham, these superheroes cling to their no-kill principle. Do they still harbor hopes for justice through the courts? As Sam lingered beside Cheaping, he was significantly influenced by him, developing a rather indifferent view towards superheroes. This sentiment mirrors that of the average citizen. Prior to the onset of a global crisis, superheroes had never enjoyed widespread favor. Although their ideology is somewhat naive, their actions seldom conflict with our own. Such remarks should indeed be kept to a minimum in the future. Cheaping received a warning from Tim. The police convoy was nearing. Prepare for action. Await my command for a synchronized strike. Orders flowed down the chain, and the warriors stationed along the streets remained vigilant, their anxiety dissipating after a series of operations that night. Gripping an automatic rifle, Cheaping focused intently on the street, his spirit connecting with the elemental forces of water and air, sensing the approach of the police convoy. They're here, get ready. At Cheaping's command, everyone tensed. The police convoy, oblivious to any danger, continued their route until they abruptly halted. Shaking his body in discontent, Zuawash questioned, "What's going on?" "Chief, the road ahead is blocked by debris. Clear it up quickly. Do I need to instruct you on such trivial matters?" After reprimanding his subordinates, Zuawash closed his eyes to await further developments. Moments later, one of his men returned with alarming news. "Chief, we've discovered something troubling. Please come and see." Zuawash's displeasure escalated, but upon observing his trembling subordinates, curiosity gripped him, compelling him to exit the vehicle and approach the obstruction. Before him stood a massive sign, inscribed in red dye. "Gotham Police Deputy Chief Zuawash perished at this location tonight." A sense of dread washed over Zuawash. He valued his reputation highly, and such a blatant provocation ignited his initial reaction of fury, soon followed by suspicion. He should evacuate immediately. Yet, despite his rational thoughts, an uncontrollable rage surged within him, prompting him to kick the sign with force. A resounding explosion ensued as the bomb, connected to the sign, was activated. The cacophony of the blast and the fiery glow engulfed the entire street. At this cue, the warriors on both sides unleashed a torrent of firepower, bullets weaving an intricate net that shattered everything in their path. Grenades rained down in a thunderous barrage. In an instant, a dozen police officers were consumed by flames. Elation spread among the onlookers, who believed the battle had reached its conclusion, convinced that no human could survive such inferno. However, this presumption held only if it were a mere human caught within the blaze. Before the smiles could fade from Sam and his companions' faces, the sea of flames on the street twisted unnaturally, dark vapors billowing forth as a bat-like creature emerged, releasing a piercing shriek that shattered the glass of the buildings on either side and ruptured the eardrums of the soldiers. Another malevolent entity had appeared. Chi Ping was not taken aback. With a sweeping gesture, water cascaded from the heights, forming a protective curtain that muffled the sound waves. He then leaped down, inserting a key into the converter slot as the flowing water enveloped him, gradually shaping the Cisnano armor around him. With a powerful kick, he launched himself at the bat creature. With a resounding thud, the creature raised its fists to meet Chi Ping's strike, and both were forced back. Zuawash stood alongside his transformed minions, while Chi Ping gracefully arced through the air, landing firmly on the ground. It was no wonder that Elizabeth and Walker had gone silent during this time. It appeared that someone from the Bright Realm had arrived. Zuawash, exuding an air of aristocracy, held his head high, his monstrous form resembling a diminutive suit, alleviating some of the terror evoked by his bat-like visage. Chi Ping remarked, "You have merely gleaned superficial knowledge from the fugitive of the Shadow Realm. What are you attempting to portray? We bear no grudges from the past, nor animosity in the present. If you seek the envoy of the Shadow Realm, I shall not obstruct you." Zuawash, surprisingly amenable, was met with Chi Ping's firm refusal, Regrettably, your very existence poses a threat to me. Allowing you to live would merely condemn more souls to your hunger. Thus, I must insist you meet your demise. Seek your end. Zuawash dropped his facade and charged at Qi Ping with his minions. Chapter 34. Do not pretend. Zuawash unleashed a powerful sonic wave, obliterating everything in its path towards Qi Ping. In a swift motion, Qi Ping spun around, elementalizing into a stream of water. Evading the sonic assault and bypassing the deputy chief of the Gotham Police, heading straight for his subordinates. He ensnared them, launching them into the sky, then drew forth the whirling sword, releasing a flurry of vortex blades that pinned them mid-air, preparing to interrogate these adversaries. Though they were all malevolent entities, the humanoid forms and the powerful manifestations were entirely distinct, rendering them relatively easy to deal with. Each type of armor possessed its unique attributes. The divine power of the 5 Elements armor, the judgment power of the Xing Tian series, the elemental transformation of the elemental armor, the information manipulation capacity of the capturing armor, and the righteous heart of the hunter armor, each exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Once the nano armor is elementalized, it not only grants immunity to physical harm, but also bestows the protective power of the Earth's will, enhancing magical abilities, elevating one's intent, and providing a healing aura, along with a myriad of capabilities to communicate with the elemental realm at will. According to the words of the heart of the divine mountain, the natural forces represented by the planetary will extend far beyond this. The extent of its manifestation ultimately depends on the armor's wielder. Qi Ping, content and at peace, found that these abilities already surpassed his expectations, leaving other matters for another time. However, the bat-like creature, Zuawash, evidently possessed little deeper understanding of the armor. Upon witnessing the moment of elemental transformation, he was rendered utterly speechless, becoming flustered until his subordinates were pinned mid-air. Only then did he retaliate, unleashing a barrage of sonic waves mixed with psychic energy. This time, Zuawash expanded the range of the sonic attack, the psychic energy infiltrating every crevice, striking Qi Ping's mind with tremendous force. While elementalization can disregard physical damage, it remains vulnerable to mental assaults. Qi Ping, momentarily dazed from the impact, was compelled to revert from his elemental state. Although this lapse lasted but a fleeting moment, Zuawash seized the opportunity, brandishing a piercing sword and advancing aggressively. The blade of the sword grazed the armor, igniting a flurry of sparks, as the psychic weapon attempted to breach the armor's defenses, but was thwarted by layers of water elemental barriers. Qi Ping swiftly withdrew, tracing arcane symbols in the air with his whirling sword, manifesting water elemental magic into chains and barriers, aiming to restrain the malevolent spirit. To inflict significant damage with water elemental magic necessitates the accumulation of vast elemental forces, a feat Qi Ping could not achieve in such a short span. Thus, he had no choice but to prioritize defense. Yet, Zuawash was not foolish. He turned and fled, continuing his sonic onslaught, shattering the vortex of Qi Ping's sword energy that had ensnared his subordinates. He then retreated to a safe distance and began to sing. His voice, laced with psychic energy, resonated throughout the street, causing all who heard it to surge with unnatural vigor, their eyes glowing red, filled with battle fervor as they charged towards the armored warrior. Was this his malevolent ability? Qi Ping realized with clarity. In simpler terms, Elizabeth was a sorceress, the werewolf a berserker, and Zuawash a summoner. Observing the now-enhanced humanoid forms before him and the distant figure of Zuawash, Qi Ping felt a headache coming on. Eliminating this horde of malevolent spirits posed no challenge. A mere corner of the elemental realm, a tidal wave of elemental energy, would leave them utterly vanquished. Yet Qi Ping desired to capture one alive, hoping to extract more valuable information from this individual. The previously captured Elizabeth had adamantly refused to divulge what she knew and had been uncooperative during the purification ritual. As Qi Ping's urgency escalated, he grew increasingly apprehensive that if things continued down this path, he might find himself ill-equipped to confront the enigmatic messenger of the Shadow Realm. "Kill him for me," he commanded, "and I shall exchange this creature's head for even greater power." The malicious voice of Zuawash echoed, seemingly having secured his dominance over the armored warrior before him. Qi Ping discerned that this individual must possess a means of communication with the emissary of the Shadow Realm. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, he resolved to act. With a swift motion, he unleashed the whirling slash. Qi Ping struck with his sword, the water element enveloping the blade. causing the flowing sword energy to dance gracefully through the air, leaving elegant trails in its wake. The force struck the bodies of the malevolent spirits, cleaving through them effortlessly. Despite their flesh being rent asunder, no blood spilled forth. Instead, they exuded ominous black mist. These minions remained utterly frenzied, disregarding their own lives in their relentless assault. Qi Ping regarded their attacks with utmost disdain. Though these humanoid forms displayed reckless abandon, their strikes were utterly chaotic, lacking any semblance of strategy or intellect. Unfazed, Qi Ping conjured a barrier with a mere flick of his wrist, successfully thwarting their onslaught. Zuawash's song grew increasingly resonant, reverberating through the streets, its impact intensifying. As Qi Ping listened, he felt his own vitality surging erratically. The warriors within the building must surely be faring worse. There was no time to waste. With a deft twist of his sword, he wielded the whirling blade, summoning torrents of water to ensnare the frenzied humanoids. He then pointed his sword skyward, converging elements into a magical array, unleashing a deluge that crashed down upon the throng, only to lift them into the air once more, before slamming them back to the ground with tremendous force. After several repetitions of this brutal cycle, a dozen of the humanoid forms were reduced to mere fragments, incapable of being reassembled, even with glue. Witnessing this devastation, Zuawash, in a state of terror, turned and fled. A proud individual, he had dismissed the emissary's repeated warnings about the armored warrior's might, even fantasizing about using his adversary's head as a stepping stone. Yet now, confronted by such a formidable foe, he fled without a second thought. What coward! Qi Ping observed Zuawash's frenzied escape, feeling both exasperated and amused. If he were truly a coward, why pretend otherwise? It was utterly laughable. Qi Ping glanced at Sam and the others, noting their disorientation from the sonic waves, and enveloped them in a restorative flow of water, gradually healing their internal injuries. This entire process unfolded within mere seconds, after which Qi Ping once again transformed into elemental form, pursuing Zuawash closely. After traversing several hundred meters, Qi Ping realized that Zuawash was fleeing towards the police station. Did he truly believe he could seek refuge there? Qi Ping, embodying elemental energy, swiftly teleported beside him, channeling his power into a single, forceful punch to his back, sending him sprawling. With a look of shock, Qi Ping emerged from his elemental state, addressing the astonished Zuawash. Did your emissary of the Shadow Realm not enlighten you about the characteristics of the armored warriors? What do you want? Zuawash retreated slowly, assuming a humanoid form, fear etched across his visage. Qi Ping responded with a low, resonant voice. Have I not already made my intentions clear? I seek your life. You cannot take my life. Do not all superheroes adhere to a principle against killing? Foolishness. Who told you I am a superhero? As you have grown into a formidable figure, it is inevitable that you have blood on your hands. Even in death, such fate is deserved. Qi Ping gradually raised the whirling sword, intending to end this man's life. Halt! In proximity to the police station, Commissioner Gordon arrived with a squad of special officers, their weapons aimed squarely at Qi Ping. Lower your weapon immediately. Chapter 35, A Stubber Hook. The blade of Qi Ping's sword rested against Zhuo Shi's neck. Jim Gordon, resembling a certain newspaper magnate, commanded his elite team, guns drawn towards Qi Ping. The once bustling street fell into an eerie silence, a mere prelude to the impending conflict. Zhuo Shi, drenched in sweat, shouted to the Gotham police, Jim, this sudden intruder and his men are laying an ambush on the road. All my subordinates have met untimely ends. Unfamiliar with the situation, and with Zhuo Shi's sonic waves subtly influencing their perceptions, the officers mistakenly viewed the armored figure as a foe. I warn you once more, lower your weapon and submit to police investigation, Gordon declared with righteous authority, his subordinates mirroring his resolve. Qi Ping remained silent, contemplating how this evening's drama should conclude. Should he call Dick to inform Commissioner Gordon of the situation? Yet, before he could reach a decision, the roar of engines echoed down the street. Sam and his team, seizing the moment while still reeling from the sonic assault, rushed forward. They leaped from their vehicle, immediately training their weapons on the police surrounding Qi Ping. Put down your guns. Sam barked at the officers he would normally avoid, while the others remained tight-lipped, grips firm on their weapons. Upon witnessing this scene, Gordon felt a surge of alarm. When had Gotham birthed such a well-organized faction? The primary distinction between gangs and official forces, aside from weaponry and logistics, lay in the degree of organization. Most gang members are like reeds in the wind, easily losing morale and collapsing when faced with adversity. Although Chi Ping had not publicly espoused any profound theories, the aspiration for a better life had galvanized Sam and his companions, filling them with an intense loathing for Gotham, starkly contrasting with the gangs. Who are you? Do you even realize you're pointing your weapons at police officers? What are your intentions? The Special Operations Team leader attempted to intimidate them with a badge of authority. Yet, Sam was unfazed. He retorted with a cold laugh. Gotham has no government left. Who are you trying to intimidate with your posturing? We conduct our business honestly. Yet your deputy commissioner arrives with a gang to block our doors. The Gotham police must provide us an explanation today. With a sharp mind, Sam deftly placed the onus of the situation squarely upon the shoulders of the Gotham police. Gordon was indeed filled with doubt. As the chief, he was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals under his command. Apart from the SWAT team sponsored by the Wayne Group, the other departments were in disarray. Zuawash, who had been hastily promoted by the mayor, struck Gordon as someone with an insatiable thirst for power. At this juncture, it was entirely plausible that he might act in such a manner. While your words are grandiloquent, the crux lies in the evidence. If evidence is presented, I assure you a fair outcome. Gordon did not lower his weapon, his voice commanding as he addressed the crowd. Finally, Chi Ping, who had been silent, reacted. He first instructed Sam to lower his weapon, then tossed a tablet forward. It contained intelligence gathered by Tim through the Wayne Group's information network, accompanied by Barbara's coded signal to ensure its credibility. Upon seeing his daughter's signal, Gordon immediately placed his trust in the information. Though he felt a twinge of displeasure at the thought of her mingling with superheroes, he stepped forward briskly and whispered to the stranger before him, "Hand Zuawash over to me. I shall ensure a fair trial. Furthermore, keep your bat family away from my Barbara." Chi Ping gently brushed aside Gordon's finger pointing at his armor. "This individual can be entrusted to you, as a token of our cooperation between the police and the citizens. However, my friendship lies solely with Dick. What Barbara chooses to do is not for you to dictate." After speaking, Chi Ping commanded, "Sam, clear a path for the officers and secure your firearms. We are law-abiding citizens and must show respect to the police." Sam complied, and the SWAT officers gradually withdrew. Gordon escorted Zuawash at the rear. But just as they were about to leave, Zuawash abruptly turned his head, mocking Chi Ping. "Just wait. I will repay the humiliation I suffered today." "Those around you, bang." Chi Ping swiftly intervened, positioning himself before Zuawash and forcefully slamming his head against the car roof, rebuking him harshly, "A drugged-up piece of trash. Do you truly believe you are something special? Were it not for Chief Gordon's presence, I would have turned you to dust without a trace. Remember, if you dare provoke me again, I will ensure you experience true suffering." After taking charge, Chi Ping had shed many of his previous bad habits, including the use of foul language. Yet, Zuawash's egregious attitude, which disregarded the value of life, incited Chi Ping's fury. "Enough. I assure you, this scoundrel will pay for his transgressions." Gordon was unconcerned about the harm Chi Ping inflicted on Zuawash, having lived in this city for most of his life. He had witnessed too many miscreants evade their just deserts. Thus, at times, having someone to act on his behalf was welcome, provided that these criminals ultimately faced the police's justice. "For your sake, Chief Gordon, I shall spare his life. However, should anyone close to me suffer at his hands in the future, I will seek an explanation from you." Despite the protective layer of armor, Gordon still envisioned the person before him gnashing their teeth in frustration, and he empathized with them. Before departing, Gordon deliberately remarked, "You hardly seem like a superhero." "I never claimed to be a superhero," Chi Ping replied with a smile, though Gordon could not see it. Chi Ping released his grip and observed as Gordon, under the escort of the SWAT team, escorted Zuawash toward the police station. "You just let that guy go." Sam expressed his discontent. Chi Ping, having removed his armor, retorted, "What would you have done instead? Kill him in front of the police and then alienate a potential ally? At the very least, you ought to make them aware that he is not human." Sam muttered softly, "With a charge of collusion with the mafia in a few days, he will surely clear his name and swagger out of prison. I want him to escape." "What do you mean?" Chi Ping inquired. "I have no fewer than 5 methods to expose that man's identity, but what would be the point? The Gotham police cannot handle them. It will be better to let him go. Once he feels secure, he will seek assistance from those behind him, and then I can trace the leads." "Oh," Sam suddenly understood, transforming into a sycophant. Chi Ping waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of your flattery. Such strategies are within your grasp if you ponder them enough. He then inquired about the status of several other fronts, receiving reports of resounding victories, except for the newcomer, Batwing, who had sustained considerable injuries. Let us return to the harbor to devise our next plan and negotiate with the Mafia. Chapter 36. Bat and Cat. Upon reaching the harbor gate, Chi Ping and his companions encountered Dick and the remaining workers waiting for them. We have triumphed. Dick had already informed everyone of their successful ambush, and the workers rushed forward, cheering loudly around Chi Ping. After celebrating for a moment, Chi Ping instructed Sam to arrange for everyone to rest. The fighting had reached a temporary pause, allowing everyone a moment of respite. Sam complied and led the workers to their dormitory. Only Chi Ping and Dick remained at the harbor. Dick gazed at him in astonishment. I cannot believe you truly succeeded. The Penguin and his crew are notoriously shrewd. How could they heed your words and comply? They do not listen to me. They listen to money. Chi Ping corrected Dick. For the Mafia, the most critical factors are their finances, territory, and manpower. When their core stronghold is breached, it signifies a threat to their very existence, making it impossible for them to remain calm amidst the chaos of gang warfare. When Bruce and I did not penetrate their lair, why were they unafraid? You and Batman are merely two individuals, one who does not kill, one who does not rob, and one who does not destroy their stronghold. What are they worried about? So, you would act in such a manner? Dick's voice carried a hint of displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Ping responded, if necessary, I shall do so. After all, those supervillains deserve nothing less than 1,000 cuts. Yet, despite his words, it seemed inappropriate for a superhero to think this way. This marked the third time he had addressed this question that evening. Chi Ping looked earnestly at him and stated, I am not a superhero, and the workers in this harbor do not require one either. Dick remained silent, unsure whether to express anger or to confront him directly. Let us go and meet your friends. Should tonight's mission succeed, we must thank them for their assistance. Chi Ping suggested, attempting to ease the awkwardness between them. Dick took the cue and followed him into an office. Allow me to introduce you. Dick said warmly, this is Catwoman, this is Batgirl, and over there is Batwing. Thank you all for your help tonight. Chi Ping extended his hand for a handshake. Catwoman, with her legs crossed on the table, managed a strained smile that indicated her discomfort. She shook his hand briefly before withdrawing. Batgirl stood aloof, arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Batwing, who was tinkering with the computer alongside Tim, removed his helmet to reveal a goofy grin and sheepishly shook Chi Ping's hand for an extended moment. Besides the three combatants, Barbara, Tim, and an elderly butler were also present. Is there anything else? Batgirl inquired first, her tone cold and dismissive as she addressed Dick. Dick glanced at Chi Ping, who smiled and replied, Next, I intend to negotiate with the Penguin and his associates. There is no need to trouble you all further. Upon hearing this, Batgirl turned on her heel and departed without uttering a farewell. Dick forced an awkward smile, while Chi Ping felt no offense. After all, they risked their lives to assist him without monetary compensation. Perhaps a little bad temper was understandable. Catwoman lowered her long legs from the table and wrapped her fingers on the surface, asking Chi Ping, Dick mentioned you possess superpowers. Can you find Bruce? Chi Ping detected a shift in her tone, sensing her genuine concern for Mr. Bruce. The tumultuous romance between the old bat and the wildcat was a matter of interest from his previous life, especially when a certain infamous war criminal orchestrated a hasty wedding escape that nearly caused him to smash his phone in disbelief. As the moment grew tense, everyone focused intently. Even Tim paused his typing. Though Catwoman was typically nonchalant, her demeanor shifted when discussing someone she cared for. Who cares about that stubborn, unpleasant fellow? I am merely concerned that if he truly perishes, there will be no one left to pay for my stolen jewels. Ah, what a quintessentially tsundere remark. Eifrit. The elderly butler couldn't help but smile broadly at her words, realizing that securing a mistress for the Wayne family was worth any cost. Moreover, the two of them had grown up together since childhood. Had it not been for Master Bruce's sudden departure, they would have long since tied the knot. Oh, Chi Ping, suppressing a smile, nodded and said, I shall return in search for any magic that can aid in finding him. I will certainly bring Mr. Bruce back without delay. With Gotham's environment improving, I, as a businessman, shall no longer need to resort to violence. Upon hearing this, Catwoman felt a wave of relief wash over her. Today, she had dealt quite a blow to the Penguin in her quest for news about Bruce. However, sensing the peculiar gazes of those in the room, she tossed out a dismissive remark. Do As you please, and promptly turned to leave. I interjected, ladies and gentlemen, could we possibly exercise some restraint? Your antics may inadvertently lead to chaos. Perhaps you should rein in your smiles before we discuss Bruce. Laughter erupted as everyone shared amusing anecdotes about Bruce, before shifting their focus to serious matters concerning the gang. Chi Ping, cradling his head in his hands, remarked, had it not been for Catwoman's reminder today, I might have forgotten about Bruce entirely. I have been exceedingly busy. Though you may have forgotten, we have not. The Wayne Enterprises satellite has been operational for 24 hours a day for 2 months, and we have yet to receive any news. Are you truly confident? Let us give it a try. Magic can be unpredictable. If a feasible method presents itself, I shall inform you. Chi Ping refrained from making absolute promises. While it was certain that the sage had tracking magic, its efficacy remained uncertain. He was not in haste to commit to any oaths. Alfred addressed the most pressing concern, generously assuring Chi Ping, Fair, whatever you require for negotiations with the gang, do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist. No, there's no need. Chi Ping politely declined the elder's goodwill, asserting that he had already formulated a preliminary plan for the negotiations with the gang. Tim, please send our ambush footage of Zoo Awash to the Penguin and include this letter. To the esteemed individuals of Gotham, our port company has no grievances against you. However, a misunderstanding has led to this unfortunate conflict. We now wish to meet with you at the Gotham Police Department to resolve our disputes, join forces, and pave the way for future business opportunities. Chi Ping signed off. Isn't this a bit too courteous? We clearly emerged victorious. Batwing offered his opinion. Chi Ping explained, while we may have achieved a surprising victory, the enemy's influence remains formidable. We have not inflicted any significant damage, so it is prudent to adopt a more diplomatic tone. Should we appear too aggressive, they may refuse to negotiate and instead retaliate against us, rendering our efforts today in vain. Batwing nodded in agreement, while Tim obediently sent the email directly to the phones of the various bosses. I can assist you in contacting the Gotham Police. My father would surely be pleased to facilitate the gang's reconciliation. Barbara volunteered. Chi Ping then recalled, saying to her, Miss Gordon, your father asked me to convey a message. He hopes you will refrain from seeking out dangerous situations. Pay it no mind. Barbara, evidently well-versed in the art of deceiving her father, dismissed the warning entirely and promptly dialed his number. Chapter 37. Interests come first. As the saying goes, one thing overcomes another. The steadfast Commissioner Gordon, as strong as steel in the face of criminals, found himself humbled when confronted by his own daughter. Dad, this is my job. You can't possibly expect me to sit in a wheelchair all day like some worthless invalid. Barbara's reference to her disability struck a chord in her father's vulnerable heart, prompting a sigh from him, and he chose to remain silent thereafter. I called you to discuss an important matter. Dick and the others wish to negotiate with the gangsters and want to use the Gotham Police Department as a venue for the discussions. Do you agree? Barbara believed this to be a positive development, convinced her father would have no reason to refuse. However, after a moment of contemplation, Gordon countered, Is this truly Dick's request for you to ask me? Barbara was taken aback. Why would you ask that? I've dealt with the Bat family for years. I know Dick well enough. That kid is just a hothead. The thought of negotiating with the gangsters wouldn't even cross his mind. The phone was on speaker, and everyone present could hear the exchange clearly, leaving Dick feeling particularly awkward. It wasn't that Gordon was mistaken. Rather, he was entirely correct. From the outset, Dick had been solely focused on eliminating the Penguin and his ilk. The notion of negotiation had never even entered his thoughts. Ping gestured to Barbara, taking over the call. Commissioner Gordon, do you remember me? We just met not long ago. Gordon's tone shifted to one of seriousness. So you are the mastermind behind tonight's events. I thought as much. Dick can handle himself, but organizing such a large-scale operation is beyond his capabilities. And for what purpose have you stirred up such chaos? Unknown, sir. Peace. After ruthlessly attacking all the major gang headquarters in Gotham, you dare to speak of peace? Commissioner, you must acknowledge that in most instances, violence serves as the foundation for maintaining peace. Through their brief exchange, Ping and Gordon grasped each other's stance. Without further hesitation, Gordon consented to the use of the venue, but with one stipulation. You must provide the police with a backup of any documents related to the negotiations. Of course, Ping readily agreed. As hosts, you ought to be aware of what transpires in your territory. Moreover, the negotiation texts are not classified. I had no intention of concealing them. Once again, I extend my gratitude for your considerable support, Commissioner. I will contact you immediately after I establish communication with the gangsters. After hanging up with Gordon, Ping found Tim and the others stretching. Ah, what a tiring night. It's time to rest, isn't it? Thank you all for your hard work tonight. Let's get some rest. We have more tasks awaiting us tomorrow. Tim and the others departed, but Dick remained behind. Ping looked at him curiously. Aren't you going to rest? Do you really think I'm that thoughtless? Negotiations might conclude with a mere utterance to persuade such individuals. One must present a reasonable document. Dick wheeled himself to the desk, and at that moment, Sam arrived as well. Fair, I see the lights are still on, so I know you're still working. Is there anything I can assist you with? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Ping observed the two with a smile and declared, Excellent. I shall outline the general terms of the negotiation. Dick can refine the details. And Sam will fathom the gang's perspectives, polishing the language to ensure it is palatable for them. Splendid. No problem at all. With that, the trio commenced their labor, first drafting a proposal, then revising it repeatedly until dawn, ultimately producing a satisfactory final draft. Ah, I need to rest. Sam yawned and promptly rested his head on the desk. Ping grasped Dick's arm and requested the true caller. Why are you suddenly being so stingy? Dick remarked, returning the device to Ping. It's not that I'm stingy. Ping toyed with the true caller, adding, rather. This armor has sustained significant damage and has yet to be repaired. It would be of no use to you. What does that matter? Just provide me with the schematics. With Wayne Enterprises' resources, I can certainly expedite the repairs. Dick declared, his brow furrowing in indignation. Do you truly doubt me? If I doubted you, I would not have entrusted the port's protection to you. Ping's words placated Dick, who continued, It's not you I distrust, but rather the others at Wayne Enterprises. Utilizing resources will inevitably attract their attention. Under my meticulous investigation, how long can you keep secrets? The true armor, while not classified as futuristic technology on Earth, possessed unique attributes. Should its schematics fall into the hands of the ambitious, can you guarantee they wouldn't apply such technology to war machines? Dick fell silent, realizing that since meeting Ping, he had grown significantly, yet simultaneously felt a profound sense of helplessness, a solitary struggle against the world. Especially upon recognizing that Wayne Enterprises might serve as an obstacle to his aspirations, his sense of powerlessness intensified. Very well. Regardless, the armor is your possession. How you choose to manage it is your affair. Dick suddenly appeared dejected, responding with a lackluster tone. Ping pondered for a moment before hesitantly stating, Dick, I believe some matters are perhaps better left unsaid. Once we speak of them, we may find ourselves unable to remain friends. Dick interjected, cutting off Ping's discourse. All right, once the armor is repaired, I may require modifications, at which point I shall need to borrow from you. You are quite bold, Dick replied with an exasperated roll of his eyes. You, who are unconcerned with expenditures, while I, the one spending, must be courteous. Ping concluded their exchange with a smile, and they both laid their heads on the table, surrendering to slumber. Damn it, I can't believe I've fallen into the hands of a bunch of simpletons. In nearly every mob boss's office in Gotham, a recurring scene unfolds. The formidable leaders, overwhelmed by their fury, smash objects and lash out at anyone in sight, venting their pent-up rage through every means available. This turmoil stems from an email sent by Ping the previous day, which revealed the unfolding events that had ignited their tempers. After a night of being attacked at their stronghold and ambushed on their way back, they now found themselves threatened by an unknown assailant. These once arrogant figures, who held life and death in their hands with a mere word, could hardly swallow their indignation. However, as they regained their composure, the instinct of self-preservation prompted them to engage in a ruthless calculation of interests, ultimately suppressing their anger. In essence, Gotham was not yet a monopoly. If they refrained from action and their rivals seized the opportunity to strike a deal at the port, allowing them to import goods freely, they would incur significant losses. As for a proactive assault, that was out of the question. The moment they mobilized, their old adversaries would undoubtedly swarm in and dismantle their territory. After weighing the pros and cons, the bosses collectively reached the same conclusion, responding to the invitation with either threats or cordial agreement. Chapter 38. Yielding now for future gains. Thank you. My deepest gratitude to the Gotham Police Department for your unwavering support. Upon meeting, Ping warmly shook hands with Gordon, continuously expressing his thanks. Initially, he had intended to present a ceremonial banner, but Dick and the others swiftly intervened. explaining that such gestures were not customary in America, persuading Chi Ping to abandon the idea. Nevertheless, Chi Ping remained profoundly grateful to Gordon, a police officer who had steadfastly upheld his principles throughout his life, deserving of respect in any form. Gordon had anticipated Chi Ping to be an emerging crime lord, but upon their encounter, he quickly revised this perception, recognizing that Chi Ping was not of that ilk, and thus engaged him in conversation. After some light exchange, Chi Ping inquired, "How is Deputy Commissioner Zhuwash faring?" "Oh, that fellow is currently confined in a cell. Rest assured." Gordon assured him once more. However, Chi Ping pondered why the man had not yet fled, considering the possibility of tracing his connections. Such thoughts, of course, were not meant to be vocalized directly. Chi Ping and his associates entered the police station, awaiting the arrival of the mobsters. Since this was a negotiation, outsiders like Tim were deemed unsuitable to accompany them, leaving only Dick and Sam by Chi Ping's side. The mobsters arrived in succession, punctually as ever. These bosses adhered to their codes of conduct and displayed a willingness to be polite as long as their interests were not at stake. The most ostentatious among them was, of course, the Penguin, who strode in flanked by two voluptuous secretaries, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding an air of bravado. "Oswald, Gotham Police Department is my domain. You would do well to temper your demeanor," Gordon warned, suppressing the impulse of an agitated officer. The Penguin grinned, discarding his cigar. "Come now, Jim, we are old friends. Can't you be a bit more open-minded? What has become of Barbara? Be cautious with your words, for I shall not show you mercy." A daughter remains an inviolable aspect of a father's heart, absolutely untouchable. The Penguin, undeterred, chuckled and remarked, "That is not how matters stand, considering my relationship with Keene. I am, in fact, an uncle to Barbara. Should Keene learn of your words, he would surely dismantle you piece by piece." At that moment, the Riddler, clad in green, strode into the room and immediately launched a verbal assault on the Penguin. "Edward, how is it that you still draw breath? Clearly, the Almighty possesses poor vision." The verbal sparring escalated, with both parties seemingly eager to eliminate one another. "Enough. I have no time for your ancient grievances. If you cannot come to an agreement, I suggest you leave," Gordon bellowed, halting their quarrel. He then instructed the officers to escort everyone into the conference room, stipulating that no guards were permitted. The leaders offered no objections, recognizing this as a standard negotiating procedure. "Are you the one who provided us with the information?" The assembly gazed in astonishment at the young Chi Ping, Sam, and Dick, struggling to comprehend how these three youngsters had managed to outmaneuver this assembly of seasoned tricksters. Anger simmered beneath the surface, yet they chose to conceal it. After all, to jeopardize their interests over a moment's indignation would be folly. The Penguin and his cohorts took their seats, heads held high, exuding an air of arrogance as they looked down upon the trio of youths. Chi Ping, having honed his composure, disregarded their bravado and requested the officers to distribute the pre-prepared proposal to all present. "Esteemed colleagues, our proposals are encapsulated within this document. Please take a moment to review it and feel free to voice any concerns." The proposal was substantial, yet its essence distilled into two principal points. First, a truce, wherein the gangs would acknowledge Chi Ping's company's standing and pledge to refrain from further trouble, while Chi Ping would maintain absolute neutrality, refraining from involvement in gang conflicts. Second, Chi Ping's company would expedite the resumption of port operations, ensuring the shipment of goods, albeit with a commission extracted from the gang's cargo. The remainder of the document detailed various operational specifics, tediously intricate, but encompassing every conceivable aspect. Upon perusing the proposal, the expressions on the faces of the Penguin and his associates darkened. The initial clauses were not contentious. In fact, they alleviated long-standing apprehensions. The resumption of port operations would benefit all. However, the notion of extracting a commission from their cargo was utterly unacceptable to them. "You are exceedingly greedy. While conducting business in Gotham, we have yet to demand a protection fee from you, and yet you dare to covet our cargo?" The gang leaders issued threats, as if their actions were a form of benevolence. Sam and Dick could only laugh in disbelief at their audacity. This is the reality of society, youngsters. Should your company wish to operate normally, you must heed our demands. Have you forgotten yesterday's crushing defeat? We can always engage again." The Penguin people, shrewd as they are, will not be provoked by such trivial banter. They leisurely replied, "Young man, do not be too impetuous." But if one is not impetuous, can they truly be called young? Chi Ping reclined in his chair, exuding an air of relaxation. However, You are correct. Without your cooperation, our company cannot operate normally. The gang leaders had already discerned that Chi Ping was the true head of the operation. Thus, when he conceded, everyone felt a sense of victory. Yet, as is commonly known, what follows but is of utmost importance. The preceding words are mere trifles. We cannot operate the port, and you too might find yourselves in dire straits. Under the tutelage of the enigmatic Shinshan Xinjia, Chi Ping's leadership qualities were becoming increasingly pronounced. He stated calmly, Gotham has been under lockdown for nearly 2 months, with Washington deploying military and police from other states to seal the borders. How many of your former land smuggling routes remain viable? How long can your stockpiled food and ammunition sustain you? Once all resources are exhausted, will you still be able to maintain your current authority? Will those lower-tier thugs remain steadfastly loyal to you? No amount of eloquence can withstand the harsh blows of reality. The gang leaders were acutely aware of their own precarious situation. Thus, they recognized the veracity of the young man's words. The recent atmosphere of war in Gotham stemmed from dwindling supplies among the various factions. If they did not act first to rob others, they would be the ones to perish. The gang leaders exchanged knowing glances with their old rivals, their hearts leaning towards reconciliation with this young man. The only concern was that if his cut were too steep, it would be unbearable for them. That is negotiable. Chi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Business is merely about setting and negotiating prices. As long as the overarching direction is established, we can deliberate on the finer details later. The gang leaders remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Chi Ping, unperturbed, suggested, since it seems everyone is having difficulty reaching a decision, let us temporarily adjourn and reflect seriously before we reconvene. The gang members retreated to the adjacent conference room. Sam, eager and anxious, remarked, I believe we conceded too much. Those big bosses must think we are weak and easily manipulated. It's not as exaggerated as that. Chi Ping replied, massaging his temples. Our goal is for the company to function normally, to seize control of Gotham's lifeblood. As for the share of goods taken from the gangs, conceding a little is inconsequential. Even if it's just 1%, it still benefits us. Sam struggled to comprehend this perspective, as he held a simplistic view that any lack of personal gain equated to a loss. Chi Ping was left to explain further. Meanwhile, the Penguin people were embroiled in intense debate, most agreeing to reconcile with Chi Ping, yet the matter of goods remained contentious. For not everyone possessed the wealth of leaders like the Penguin. At that tense moment of negotiation, Chi Ping suddenly sensed danger. The water element Qi emitted a luminous blue glow. Without hesitation, he cast a protective spell, enveloping the room in a shield. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion rocked the Gotham Police Department, with the conference room becoming a scene of devastation. Debris cascaded down like rain, and fierce flames appeared poised to consume everything in their path. Chapter 39. Must you be so childish? Ugh! Sam spat out the dust he had inhaled, then furiously exclaimed, If I find out who is responsible for this, I will dismember them without hesitation. As he uttered these words, his gaze fixed upon the gang leaders not far away. If this explosion were orchestrated by us, why will we be entangled with you lot? The gang leaders suppressed their ire. After all, they too were victims of the blast. Sam, burdened by past experiences, harbored deep mistrust towards these individuals. He intended to say more, but was halted by Chi Ping. Sam, they cannot possibly be behind this. Sam glanced at Chi Ping and fell silent. Chi Ping was about to place a stone upon the vortex barrier when he suddenly heard the sound of gunfire accompanied by voices, prompting him to halt and signal for silence. The Penguin and his associates also sensed the peculiar nature of the explosion and held their breath to listen intently. Through the thick stone, fragmented voices from outside reached their ears. Kill without mercy. The police at the docks, the gangsters of Gotham. None shall escape. Capture Dick Grayson alive. The message was unequivocal. The outsiders had come with murderous intent on slaughter. Can anyone tell me who these assailants are? Chi Ping demanded, directing his gaze at the pallid faces of the gang leaders, insisting they reveal the truth. This group emerged recently as a mercenary organization, one of the leaders explained. Their leader calls himself the Arkham Knight, always clad in armor, and never reveals his identity. We know little more than that he harbors a deep hatred for Batman. The ambush at the docks was orchestrated by him to unite us. Chi Ping nodded, grasping the entirety of the situation. He was indeed familiar with the Arkham Knight, for he was none other than Jason Todd, Batman's former sidekick. Chi Ping had previously searched for information regarding superheroes and discovered that, in this world, Jason Todd had not yet become Robin. A year prior, during the infamous Killing Joke incident, he had been captured by the Joker while attempting to save Barbara and subsequently perished in Arkham Asylum. It remained a mystery how he had survived in this realm, whether he had been resurrected in some manner or had never truly died, perhaps spared by the Joker to torment Batman further. What troubled Chi Ping even more was the possibility that this young man had been unearthed from the grave by a being from the Shadow Realm. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. The Bat family was notoriously indecisive internally, and Chi Ping had no desire to further complicate matters with Dick. "We must charge out now," Chi Ping declared, shaking off his dark thoughts as he addressed Sam and Dick. The gang leaders quickly interjected, "Calm yourself. We are outnumbered. Rushing out now would be akin to courting death. As time drags on, the police will soon be annihilated. However, you may remain here. I shall not dismantle the barrier." Chi Ping comprehended their apprehensions. With a swift motion, he pushed forth, causing the waves to part the stones, and he stepped out alongside Sam and Dick. "Who are you?" The mercenaries, amidst their slaughter, instinctively pulled their triggers upon the sudden appearance of the three. Chi Ping's palm shimmered with magical runes. The water element coalesced into a whip-like form, gently coiling around their necks before violently snapping them. "You killed them just like that?" Dick could not restrain himself from asking. "No, they merely fainted." "You wouldn't expect such a response from me, would you?" "Surely not. We are at war. How could we refrain from killing?" "Do try to be a little more lucid." Sam mercilessly mocked Dick, deriding his naivety. Chi Ping disregarded Sam's jibes and produced a summoner, merging with the tsunami armor. "Let us proceed. We must locate Director Gordon. Be cautious, lest the mercenaries ambush us." Sam stripped a mercenary of their gear for his own use. Dick rose, retrieving his equipment from the wheelchair's storage compartment. His injuries had mostly healed, and he had only feigned vulnerability while seated in the wheelchair, a ruse that had become overly cumbersome. Chi Ping advanced, aware that Director Gordon and the police could no longer endure the gang negotiations, thus departing early. "Fair. Quickly unleash your magical prowess and ascertain Gordon's whereabouts." Dick nudged Chi Ping, for the precinct was vast, and searching methodically would be a lengthy endeavor. Gordon could very well perish in that time. "There is no need for such convolutions. I possess a swifter method." A mischievous grin spread across Chi Ping's face as he seized Dick, thrusting him before the camera. "Arkham Knight, Dick Grayson is currently in my possession. If you desire him, come here to find me." The recently escaped Jason, resembling a disgruntled fan, harbored an intense disdain for the members of the Bat family. And Chi Ping was unafraid of his trickery. True to form, within a minute, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Chi Ping raised his hands, conjuring two torrents of water. "You two stay here. The water curtain will protect you." "Hey, what are you doing?" "Weren't we supposed to find Director Gordon?" "Indeed. With the mercenaries eliminated, Director Gordon is no longer in peril. Wouldn't it be more convenient to search thereafter?" This notion that I could infiltrate successfully by eliminating everyone rendered Dick momentarily blind with disbelief. Chi Ping unsheathed the whirling sword, slowly carving a circle, unleashing a torrent of roaring water elements that crashed upon the first wave of mercenaries, slamming them against the wall, their fates unknown. This exemplifies the armor's might. Even its fundamental power is beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to withstand. Though these mercenaries nearly embodied the limits of human capability, they remained as fragile as infants in the face of the armor's prowess. Confronted with such a vast disparity, the mercenaries under the Arkham Knight relentlessly surged forth, fervently pulling the triggers in their futile attempts to inflict harm upon Chi Ping, even if only to a slight degree. It is perplexing how this individual commands such a multitude of followers. If they are indeed from the Assassin's Guild, why adopt such a fade? Chi Ping pondered these questions internally, yet his actions betrayed no hesitation as he elegantly thrust the whirling sword, its resplendent azure light illuminating the corridor, claiming the lives of mercenaries who scarcely had time to react. While he certainly had the capacity for mercy, the grotesque sight of the dismembered corpses of the police officers ignited a desire for retribution against these cold-blooded beasts. Goodness, Fate Air is genuinely enraged. Sam shuddered at the sight of Chi Ping's merciless rampage, promptly hastening to keep pace with him. Dick, observing the lifeless bodies strewn across the corridor, ultimately chose to disregard the carnage and followed suit behind the two. Chapter 40, A Family Gathering. Yet the brothers are murderous fiends. With another sweep of the sword, the whirling sword pierced through an automatic rifle, subsequently severing the throat of the last mercenary. What exactly do you aim to accomplish? Dick questioned, a look of reluctance etched upon his face as he gazed at the fallen mercenaries. Chi Ping coldly replied, "These scoundrels kill indiscriminately. How many corpses of police officers have we encountered on our path? Do they not deserve their fate? While it is true that these individuals were deserving of their demise, they ought to have been delivered to the courts for judgment, rather than subjected to extrajudicial punishment." Dick exclaimed, embroiled in a heated argument with Chi Ping, unable to bear the situation any longer. "And who do you propose should judge them? The court officials are currently in Washington, sipping wine. Shall you summon them back?" Chi Ping retorted, his own ire mounting. It was his first time taking so many lives, and his mind was in a state of unnatural exhilaration. Were it not for the rigorous training under the Emperor Dragon, he might have acted even more recklessly. Nonetheless, Dick found himself at a loss for words. Adhering to the law presupposes the existence of law, yet the Gotham government officials had fled, leaving behind those who sought to establish their own order. The likes of Chi Ping, striving to create a fair and stable society, contrasted sharply with those preoccupied with profit, indifferent to the number of lives lost. Only the Bat family clung to their past principles, aspiring to be mere paper hangers, oblivious to the fact that the structure had already collapsed. "Hey, are you two truly so dismissive of others?" The Arkham Knight emerged, pressing a bloodied Gordon against him, his gun aimed at the man's head. "Jim!" Dick gasped in shock, yet refrained from rash action, instead focusing intently on this so-called Arkham Knight. "Lay down all your weapons immediately, or I shall blow this old man's head off." The Arkham Knight pressed the gun forcefully against the hostage's temple. Half conscious, Gordon struggled to move his lips before succumbing to unconsciousness entirely. Dick promptly discarded his club, while Sam hesitated, glancing at Chi Ping. "Disarm yourself at once, or I shall send this old man to his grave." The Arkham Knight fired a shot directly, the bullet whizzing past Gordon's head. Dick, frightened, pleaded with Chi Ping, "Fair, I implore you, just release the armor." Sam glanced at Chi Ping, already prepared to toss away his weapon. "I truly do not understand whether you are feigning ignorance or simply incompetent. After witnessing the might of my armor, how can you still believe I would fear a mere pistol?" Chi Ping coldly mocked the Arkham Knight, then slowly lowered his hand. In an instant, everyone present felt the environment shift around them. Droplets of water appeared on their clothing and hair, phantoms flickering before their eyes. And the speed of their movements and even their thoughts slowed considerably. The blessing of Earth's will, water element limited. When the gaze of planetary will is cast upon this place, the armor summoner shall receive protection. Affinity for the water element will increase, and the power of magic will be enhanced. Conversely, all who oppose the armor shall incur the disdain of the water element. Realm of supreme goodness. Upon entering this realm, one perceives all things clearly, can dispel misfortunes, and comprehend the laws. When a fragment of the elemental world descends into reality, entering this realm may grant insight into the path of water, fully mastering the realm of supreme goodness, allowing one to revive the divine power of the water shadow stone and summon the water armor. These insights were derived by the sages of the Divine Mountain and the Emperor Dragon, who had been analyzing the contract Chi Ping signed with the elemental world while sequestered in the sealing box, neglecting all other matters, including the previous night's events. Chi Ping found the concept of the realm of supreme goodness perplexing, yet he had begun to grasp the first principle. At that moment, the scene transformed abruptly. The Arkham Knight pulled the trigger without hesitation, yet nothing occurred. Bind! With a swift motion, Chi Ping unleashed the water element, encasing the Arkham Knight and his subordinates in a spherical flow of water, rendering them incapable of even moving a finger. The venue fell into a profound silence, as the threats and anguish that had just transpired took on a comical veneer, leaving onlookers unsure of how to react. Sam, filled with excitement, gained a renewed understanding of Chi Ping's strength, feeling a sense of reassurance. Dick, with his head bowed, felt dejected, at a loss for words. Ignoring them, Chi Ping raised his hand, bringing Gordon before him, and began reciting a spell. A stream of pure water cascaded over Gordon, swiftly healing all his wounds. "What has happened to my people?" Gordon exclaimed upon opening his eyes, tightly gripping Chi Ping's arm as he inquired. Chi Ping hesitated momentarily before responding truthfully. "The specifics remain unclear, but these mercenaries are ruthless, almost killing anyone they encounter." Upon hearing this, Gordon's breath quickened, clearly struggling to bear such a heavy blow. The situation's exact details remained uncertain. Perhaps the casualties were not as severe as feared. "Director Gordon, Please remain calm. Chi Ping observed Gordon struggling to catch his breath, his fear palpable, and swiftly cast a spell to stabilize his emotions, allowing him to sink into a deep slumber before handing him over to Sam for safekeeping. Now it is your turn, Chi Ping declared, pointing at the Arkham Knight. However, the mercenaries imprisoned in the water dungeon were rendered voiceless and immobile. With a snap of his fingers, Chi Ping dissipated most of the water prison, while the remnants transformed into watery tendrils that bound the captives tightly. The equipment adorning these individuals was effortlessly dismantled by Chi Ping, who cast them aside, sparing only the Arkham Knight. To be honest, I am still pondering whether to unveil your identity, Chi Ping mused, pacing in front of the Arkham Knight, his resolve wavering. I admit this round is mine to lose. Yet next time, I shall reclaim my victory and return the humiliation you inflicted upon me in full. The Arkham Knight delivered a speech imbued with a protagonist's fervor, igniting Chi Ping's determination, prompting him to remove the knight's helmet and reveal his true visage. I had intended to grant you some dignity, but since you failed to recognize the situation, do not blame me. Come, Dick, take a good look at who this is. Dick stared intently for a while before recognizing familiar traits in the imposing figure weighing 200 pounds. Jason, weren't you supposed to have perished at the hands of the Joker? How is it possible that you are still alive? Surprised, are we? You wished for my demise, yet here I stand, alive and ready to exact vengeance for being abandoned. Left to languish alone at Arkham Asylum. Jason seethed, resembling a rabid dog intent on sinking his teeth into Dick's throat. Chi Ping landed a punch to Jason's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall, and demanded sternly, the family reunion is over. Now tell me who sent you to assault the police station and who instructed you to contact Gotham's villains to attack Batman. Chapter 41. One question unveils more questions. With gritted teeth, Jason slowly rose, pain etched across his face as he spat. No one commands me. My sole purpose in returning to Gotham is revenge. Enough. I care not for your personal affairs. Chi Ping retorted, uninterested in the Bat family's matters. His sole concern was discerning the identity of the individual behind Jason and whether he was connected to the Shadow Realm emissary. Do not feign ignorance or play the hero. Whether you have risen from the dead or never died at all, assembling such a team and acquiring this heavy artillery requires substantial funding. After the Arkham incident, devoid of Batman's support and left isolated, how did you manage all of this? Is it plausible that you have no allies to aid you? Jason averted his gaze, opting for stubborn silence, resolved to resist. Jason, regardless of your thoughts or grievances, the issue has transcended our personal conflict. It now pertains to the entirety of Gotham City. And you must speak the truth. Dick was almost reprimanding Jason, fully aware that if this continued, Chi Ping would show no mercy and would undoubtedly strike with lethal intent. However, his former elder brother's silence only exacerbated Jason's resentment. He shut his eyes defiantly, embodying an unwavering resolve to never yield. Your ability to persuade is rather lacking. Chi Ping teased Dick with a smile. Could you refrain from jesting? I'm not in the mood for humor, Dick retorted, anxious for a decisive course of action regarding Jason. I did not expect you to consult me. I thought you would simply seize the lad and flee. Chi Ping jested. Yet his thoughts wandered to the animated tales of the New 52 era. He felt immensely fortunate to have traversed into a vast, stitched-together universe. Otherwise, if confronted by the characters from the New 52, he might succumb to a premature demise from the chaos before any foes could vanquish him. What is wrong with you today? Enough with the jokes, Dick exclaimed, exasperated. Chi Ping's demeanor turned serious. How I handle this individual depends on his actions and willingness to cooperate. If he remains as silent as he is now, do you believe I should let him go? Dick certainly agreed. He yearned to retrieve his younger comrade, though he dared not voice this in Chi Ping's presence. I assure you, Jason is no villain. Give me time, and I will persuade him. Forget it. He clearly harbors grievances against you. The more you press, the worse the outcome. Let me assess the situation first. Chi Ping instructed Sam and Dick to search for any survivors while he ushered Jason into a room. Jason was far from compliant, struggling fiercely, yet under Chi Ping's grip, he exhibited no capacity for resistance and was unceremoniously cast into a corner. Speak. Who sent you? I have already stated, no one sent me. This is all part of my vengeance scheme. Chi Ping lacked interrogation expertise, but he understood the art of conversation, coaxing individuals to unveil their innermost feelings. Very well, let us shift our focus. Let us discuss Dick. I have always thought he is a decent fellow, albeit excessively indecisive. Although he claims to favor instant noodles, his every action imitates Batman. In some respects, he remains a child who has yet to grow up. What do you think? Jason struggled to rise, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "What are you attempting? Are you trying to bond with me?" This method of interrogation seems rather rudimentary. Does it not? Regardless, you cannot escape. So what does it matter if we converse? Surely, your vengeance plan cannot bear the light of day. Chi Ping, candid in his assessment, fixed his gaze on the former Robin. Despite the armor separating them, Jason felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability, as if Chi Ping could see through him. What is there to hide? He retorted defiantly. Dick is a good person. He has always looked out for me, even when I claimed I would usurp him. I once spent the happiest moments of my life within the Batcave. Jason's face reflected a fleeting joy of reminiscence, swiftly morphing into profound loathing. Everything had irrevocably changed a year prior. When I found myself imprisoned in Arkham Asylum, Batman did not come to my rescue, leaving me to perish in that hell on earth. Jason's anguish stirred a measure of sympathy within Jeeping, yet upon hearing the final words, his attention became entirely fixated. He had grasped the information he sought, yet he refrained from haste. Jason was a sensitive soul, destined to be a listener rather than an interrogator. However, to my knowledge, Batman never truly abandoned you. Upon learning of your sacrifice, he once contemplated avenging you by eliminating the Joker, yet the Joker insisted that you were indeed dead, subsequently detonating Arkham Asylum to obscure the truth. Despite this, Batman sought you for an extended period, never relinquishing hope. Even so, he ultimately failed to locate me. To save me, I have become what I am now. Jason, in torment, clutched his head, leaning against the wall, his suffering increasingly evident. Jeeping sensed the disquiet and hurried to his side, intent on offering assistance. "Stay away from me," Jason roared, striking Jeeping's face with a punch, the blow intercepted by armor, causing his mortal fist to swell visibly. "I cannot believe your words. I am this way because of Batman. It is his failure to save me, his abandonment that has led to my current state." Jason reiterated these sentiments, furiously pounding the ground with his fists and ramming his head against the wall, his eyes reddening with rage. "Bruce, Bruce, why did you forsake me? Why? I must exact vengeance. Vengeance, ah." As Jason's lament intensified, Jeeping sought to intervene, but was repeatedly rebuffed, even facing the threat of retaliation. Though unafraid of confrontation, Jeeping was intrigued by Jason's sudden frenzy and chose to observe quietly from the sidelines. "The only one who can save me is the demon's head. I must obey the commands of the demon's head, purging this tainted land of Gotham from existence." Jeeping inwardly sighed with relief, recognizing this as somewhat favorable news. At least this master of the League of Assassins was far easier to contend with than those from the Shadow Realm. Nevertheless, the situation remained unresolved. If Jason was sent by Ra's al Ghul, why had he assumed the role of a liaison for the Shadow Realm in orchestrating the ambush against Batman? Had Batman fallen into his clutches? Was it mere coincidence or something more intricate? Jeeping's unease only deepened, becoming increasingly urgent. He placed his hand atop Jason's head, intending to utilize the purifying power of his magic to restore Jason's mind. Yet, at the instant his magic touched Jason's soul, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. A tempestuous and alien magic surged forth from the depths of Jason's being, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished wails, ensnaring Jeeping's own magic. Chapter 42. Upon entering my domain, you shall have no say. The force that ensnared Chi Ping was imbued with a brutal essence of annihilation. Upon contact, it evoked visions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless souls, seemingly the very source of all suffering. Chi Ping's visage contorted in an instant, as he instinctively recognized the entity to which Jason's soul was tethered, the Three Palace Demon. The Pool of Saralu was one of the powers bequeathed by the Three Palace Demon to Earth, and any human resurrected through this pool would inevitably forge a connection with it. Fortunately, this formidable demon appeared indifferent to Jason, a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Thus the struggle Chi Ping faced was merely against the forces of his own world, rather than the demon itself. Without hesitation, Chi Ping withdrew the elemental key and inserted it into the summoner, invoking the arrival of the elemental realm. Elemental energies surged forth, tides swelled, and an endless torrent of water lifted both him and Jason, merging the elemental realm with the tangible world. Drawing forth the whirlwind sword, Chi Ping contemplated delivering a decisive blow to Jason to purify the young man. After all, resurrection was a singular transaction. As long as the Three Palace Demon did not intervene, Jason would remain unharmed. Once Qi Ping discerned the mark upon Jason's soul, severing the anchor to the established world. Even the mightiest demon could not descend upon earth. The water element coalesced in a current that flowed with a whirlwind sword, as Qi Ping gradually amassed his power, preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Yet, at that moment, the will of earth detected the malignant presence of an outsider and cast its gaze upon them. Jason, who had been previously tranquil, suddenly descended into madness, black smoke billowing from his form, and multiple pairs of eyes materializing upon his face. Thick-skinned crab. Qi Ping could not help but curse, abandoning his charge and thrusting his sword forward, summoning the forces of this world as corner with the rushing waters, which surged forth to strike Jason. The unique, purifying power of the water element relentlessly washed over Jason's soul, cleansing the tainted and violent energies that plagued him, striving to restore his will to this realm. I sense a familiar presence, my daughter. Your father has returned. Jason's 3 pairs of eyes glowed with a crimson light as he uttered strange incantations. Upon witnessing the oncoming torrent, dark red beams of demonic energy erupted from Jason's 6 eyes, evaporating a substantial portion of the river and simultaneously shattering the vitality of this corner of the elemental realm. However, moments later, an inexhaustible tide of water elements surged forth, each wave higher than the last, resounding with the thunderous drums of war, as if declaring a challenge. Once liberated, the will of earth, long agitated, harbored a deep hostility towards foreign beings. Should the 3-palace demon dare to wreak havoc in its domain, it would not hesitate to exact retribution. Cursing his misfortune, Qi Ping lamented the inexplicable nature of his plans, questioning why they always seemed to falter. Would it not be possible for one endeavor to conclude smoothly as intended? Yet, despite his grievances, Qi Ping could not idly stand by as the will of earth clashed with the 3-palace demon. Although the will of the earth held a decisive advantage, victory was by no means guaranteed. After a moment of contemplation, before either side initiated an assault, he charged toward Jason, braving the encroaching malevolence, and embraced him, transporting the fiend directly into the demon's sealing box. The outsider vanished abruptly, yet the will of the earth remained undeterred, fixating its attention on the demon's sealing box, which floated in a corner of the elemental realm. Boom! Upon entering the box, Qi Ping unleashed a punch that sent Jason soaring. Sensing the impending threat, the demon sealing box instinctively transformed the surroundings into an infinite expanse of cosmic space. According to the Imperial Battle Dragon, the box had originally contained a universe on the brink of annihilation. Indeed, this was merely the most rudimentary function of this celestial artifact. Fascinatingly, this space was a complete universe, and Qi Ping could even discern the intricate laws governing this operational world. Who are you, and what is this place? Utilizing Jason's form, the 3-palaces demon eagerly surveyed this extraordinary domain, its curiosity temporarily overshadowing its longing for its daughter. Qi Ping remained silent, heavily afflicted by the demonic energy of the 3-palaces demon, his insides ablaze, rendering him incapable of speech. In response to the demon's inquiries, he merely waved his hand. The 3-palaces demon interpreted this as a refusal. Since you are unwilling to resolve matters through dialogue, let us resort to violence. A tidal wave of demonic energy erupted, revealing the colossal form of the 3-palaces demon, its 6 eyes flashing with visions of world destruction, while Jason's figure had already vanished. The demon's 6 eyes fixated on Qi Ping, the apocalyptic scenes playing out in a relentless loop. According to its past experiences, this peculiar earthling would soon crumble, his body and soul destined for utter obliteration, leaving no trace behind. Yet, this time, the conqueror of countless worlds faltered. An infinite radiance ascended, illuminating the ancient, cold darkness of the cosmos. The imposing figure of the Imperial Battle Dragon unfurled, occupying immeasurable cosmic space. The 3-palaces demon's assault was effortlessly dissolved, leaving Qi Ping unscathed. Who is this? The 3-palaces demon gasped in astonishment. It had never encountered such a phenomenon throughout its traversal of the multiverse. The Imperial Battle Dragon regarded the stranger with an icy demeanor, entirely dismissing the diminutive demon, focusing solely on Qi Ping. Child, why do you bring such detritus into the demon sealing box? Though his words were harsh, the Imperial Battle Dragon privately acknowledged Qi Ping's rapid advancement. After all, it was no small feat to draw someone into the demon sealing box, especially a being like the 3-palaces demon. However, Qi Ping could not respond, as the demon's malevolent energy roamed chaotically within him, disrupting his vitality. The tsunami armor was deactivated, and Qi Ping coughed up a mouthful of black blood before losing consciousness entirely. As the heart of the divine mountain appeared, it caught the fallen Qi Ping and addressed the Emperor Dragon, urging, enough of the games. Swiftly deal with this fellow. And remember not to harm the boy who has been possessed. If it comes to pass, allow me to take over. In the external world, both the Emperor Dragon and the heart of the divine mountain found themselves in a position of subservience. However, within the confines of the demon sealing box, although their powers had not returned to their zenith, a mere avatar of the Three Palaces demon was far too insignificant for them to regard seriously. The Emperor Dragon was fully aware of the heart of the divine mountain's goading tactics. Yet with Qi Ping gravely injured, he had no inclination to indulge in bravado. Channeling divine energy, he grasped the great sun and transformed it into an unparalleled divine sword, which he gently swung forth. The Three Palaces demon, sensing an unprecedented threat of death, ceased its arrogance and activated its innate abilities to conjure a scene of devastation. However, before it could even make a move, the Emperor Dragon cleaved it with a single strike, reducing it to ashes. As for the unfortunate Jason, he emerged unscathed, having been flung to the training ground by the diminutive Emperor Dragon's tail. The heart of the divine mountain then carried Qi Ping back to the training area, collaborating with the Emperor Dragon to heal him. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, the slumbering Three Palaces demon abruptly awakened, venting its fury through violence and commanding its subordinates to infiltrate Earth at any cost to locate its daughter. Initially, it had intended to hunt down the individual who had caused it misfortune, yet was entirely unfamiliar with this person, lacking any knowledge of their name or appearance. Furthermore, it held Jason, this earthling, in contempt and had failed to delve into his memories, leaving it oblivious to the recent events that had transpired in that particular city on Earth. Chapter 43. You Are Mine Now. Awakening. With a flick of its tail, the Emperor Dragon summoned the quintessence of the five elements, transforming it into mist that penetrated Qi Ping's five orifices, rousing him from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, Qi Ping was immediately engulfed by a wave of weakness, soon realizing that his vitality had been severely diminished, and his intent was in disarray due to the chaos of demonic energy, making it laborious to concentrate. He managed a wry smile, lamenting this time, I truly suffered a great loss. He then jested with the Emperor Dragon, since you were so devoted to saving lives, why not assist me in consolidating my intent as well? What a fanciful thought, the Emperor Dragon retorted without hesitation. Were it not for the persuasion of the old man from the divine mountain, I would not have even assisted in dispelling the demonic power, allowing you to face this trial alone. Qi Ping refrained from retorting further. The Emperor Dragon's demands were always stringent, but they were ultimately for his own benefit. After all, the prowess of the Shadow Realm dwellers was formidable, and should Qi Ping grow complacent, he could meet his end at any moment. This sentiment was one Qi Ping had already come to deeply understand. He had exerted tremendous effort to muster a group of several dozen individuals, most of whom were untrained novices. In contrast, the Shadow Realm merely dealt in potions, yet had produced numerous formidable entities. The number of humanoid minions they possessed was simply incalculable. Without any moral boundaries, they executed their tasks with alarming swiftness. The thought flickered momentarily in Qi Ping's mind. Those from the Shadow Realm may operate without moral boundaries, but he could not. The armor would not accept a villain, and the Emperor's War Dragon and the heart of the Divine Mountain harbored an intense aversion to evil. Qi Ping's life was destined to be that of a righteous companion. Being a hero is indeed a challenging endeavor. He muttered his grievances before turning serious. Currently, Gotham City is in disarray. Yet the traces of that emissary from the Shadow Realm are becoming increasingly evident. In his quest to cultivate his own faction, he has become quite familiar with various malevolent entities. If we decisively drive away those dark spirits, they will undoubtedly seek refuge with their master above. The denizens of the Shadow Realm are notoriously ruthless. He would not jeopardize himself by exposing his presence to us merely for the sake of these pawns. Unless you can elevate the value of these pieces, thus compelling that remnant from the Shadow Realm to cling to them. The Emperor's War Dragon and the heart of the Divine Mountain each spoke a word, establishing the tone for Qi Ping's forthcoming actions. With your words, I believe I have a plan, Qi Ping exclaimed, slamming his palm with excitement. Moreover, this plan owes much to that rascal Jason. How to execute it is your concern, replied the Emperor's War Dragon, eager to take action. Qi Ping hastily interjected, as for tracking down the Shadow Realm emissary, I can manage that alone. However, what then? I may not be able to confront him, Not may not, but will not. The Emperor's War Dragon bluntly belittled Zhou Zhang's abilities. But fret not. That fellow will be in our hands, along with the old man from the Divine Mountain. When the time comes, simply draw him into the demon sealing box. Just draw him into the demon sealing box? As if that were an easy task. Qi Ping grumbled. He had managed to ensnare the Three Palaces demon through surprise tactics. But such methods would be futile in their next encounter. The emissary from the Shadow Realm possessed a deeper understanding of the Bright Realm than Qi Ping himself. How could he possibly fall for such a ruse? I understand it's a daunting challenge, but I am truly at a loss. The Emperor's War Dragon was not intentionally making things difficult for Qi Ping. The last time, while focusing on the world erosion to assist you against the elemental titans, the injuries had worsened. Although the Earth's will has resurfaced, I have only regained a fraction of my strength. It is impossible for me to leave the demon sealing box in the near future. Very well, Qi Ping lamented, as the bad news continued to pour in, leaving him unable to circumvent these dilemmas. I will think of a solution. With that, their conversation came to a pause. The Emperor's War Dragon and the heart of the Divine Mountain concealed their forms and entrusted the demon sealing box to Qi Ping. Qi Ping gathered his energy, temporarily consolidating the chaotic essence within him, which revitalized his spirit. Approaching the unconscious Jason, he raised his hand and splashed a stream of water upon his face. Wake up! Wake up! The sun is shining on your backside. Jason opened his eyes, lying on the ground, his gaze vacant, resembling a lifeless marionette. What have I done? What you have done is known only to you. Qi Ping splashed another stream of water onto his face. The icy water jolted Jason awake, and he sat up abruptly. At last, he had garnered some popularity, yet he no longer exhibited the same madness as before. Instead, he was engulfed by remorse and anguish. Had I truly taken the lives of so many? Jason gazed at his hands, his eyes closing in torment. Although the pool of Lazarus was indeed sinister, capable of eroding one's psyche, the atrocities Jason committed were driven by his own vengeful heart, the pool merely amplifying his dark inclinations. After breaking free from the enchantment of the Three-Palace demon, Jason's primal instincts faded and the morality of humanity regained its dominance, leaving his conscience in profound turmoil. However, the past was irrevocable. No amount of regret could amend what had transpired. If you wish to atone, then assist me. Qi Ping offered Jason no alternative. This young man was compelled to comply. Distraught and burdened by previous events, Jason acquiesced without much thought. What do you require of me? Qi Ping was eager to ascertain whether the assault on Batman orchestrated by Gotham's villains was an individual endeavor or a commission act. Jason, reflecting on the past, donned a visage of pain but mustered the strength to respond. That operation was directly commanded by Ra's al Ghul, executed under Talia al Ghul's supervision. In her own words, it was to court potential, significant allies. A chill ran through Qi Ping, and he exhaled deeply, suppressing his unease. Events were unfolding in a manner he had dreaded. Where exactly was Batman now? Considering his prior relationship with Talia, how could he be so ruthless? Qi Ping posed a seemingly unrelated inquiry. Jason scoffed, replying, initially, Talia harbored lingering feelings for Bruce, but after news of his romance with Selina surfaced in Gotham, they became adversaries, and it was entirely possible for her to act lethally. In the aftermath, I sought his body, yet found nothing. He must have survived. Qi Ping found himself at a loss regarding the romantic history of the Bat family. But the more pressing concern remained Batman's absence. Regardless, this individual was still a crucial ally. Qi Ping, exasperated, rubbed his temples as a myriad of complex issues assailed him. He felt overwhelmed. Yet, no matter how burdensome it became, he had to persist, for he was not the only one at risk of death. How many individuals do you command, and how reliable are they? I currently lead a faction of approximately 2,000 individuals, in addition to mercenaries. There are several hundred soldiers trained locally in Gotham. Excellent. Qi Ping nodded, asserting without ceremony, I shall take these individuals, along with you. From now on, you shall heed my commands. Certainly. Jason replied with surprising directness, catching Qi Ping off guard. I expected you to prattle on like Dick. I have nowhere else to turn. I can only follow you now. Jason felt indifferent, recognizing that Qi Ping was an improvement over the criminal underworld. Chapter 44. We must escape. Let's go. Qi Ping grasped Jason and led him away from the demon sealing box, first arriving at the elemental realm. The will of the earth remained fixated on the demon sealing box, and the tumultuous elements coalesced, poised to erupt at any moment. Upon Jason's appearance, the elements reacted. Fortunately, Chi Ping promptly shielded him, preventing the young man from meeting a grim fate. Chi Ping feared that the Earth might suddenly act to eliminate any foreign invaders, for it harbored no tolerance for impurities. Yet, the opposing force afforded Chi Ping, the first contractee, a measure of leniency, retracting the furious elements once it confirmed the absence of demonic energy. Hurry, hurry, Chi Ping urged, propelling Jason away from the elemental realm, anxious that a mere moment's delay could lead to the young man's obliteration. Despite the tumultuous events that had just transpired, the real world remained undisturbed, enveloped in serene silence. However, Chi Ping found no solace in this tranquility, for he had received word from Sam that Zuawash had escaped. Was this individual rescued by your people? Chi Ping inquired, presenting his phone before Jason. I do not recognize this person. The assault on the police station was initiated by the Assassin Alliance as part of their purge against traitors. Jason replied, very well. Chi Ping mused for a few moments, attempting to discern who had facilitated the escape. After arriving at no conclusion, he instructed, you must take your people to the port immediately. I will arrange for Sam to accompany you. Chi Ping understood that although Jason had reverted to his original stance, he still harbored grievances against Dick and was reluctant to meet him. At the entrance of the police station, Chi Ping bid farewell to the incompatible Sam and Jason, as the mercenaries outside withdrew in succession. Just then, Dick hurriedly arrived, only to find Jason absent. What on earth is happening? Dick pondered, bewildered. Minutes had passed, and yet the issue had seemingly resolved itself. Could it be that Chi Ping employed some clandestine means? Chi Ping quickly discerned the thoughts swirling in Dick's mind and gave him a light punch to the chest, stating, everything Jason did was of his own volition. I did not coerce him. Moreover, he chose not to see you, so do not persist in this matter. But no but, Chi Ping commanded. Zuawash has escaped. You will accompany me to track him down. Dick's indecisiveness resurfaced. He longed to pursue Jason and uncover the truth of what had transpired. However, Chi Ping made the decision for him, dragging him into the cell. Reluctantly, Dick acquiesced to this choice, preparing to utilize his skills to search for clues. Chi Ping asserted that such complexities were unnecessary. With a few swift gestures, he inscribed runes in the air, causing the surrounding water elements to stir, creating a tidal illusion that compelled the essence of the evil spirit to surface. Entities from the Shadow Realm bore distinct characteristics, remaining incompatible with those of other realms, making it exceedingly simple to trace their movements. This technique is quite effective. May I learn it? Dick emitted a sound that expressed his desire to learn, while Chi Ping scratched his head, perplexed. How can one study elemental magic without armor? I need to ponder this further. It was evident that he was genuinely at a loss, and Dick did not press the matter any further. The two of them followed the conspicuous black line, tracing the whereabouts of Zuawash. The prison escapees were exceedingly cautious. Even amidst the ruins of the police station, they circled around Gotham City, ensuring that no one was tailing them. Even Dick had to concede that without Chi Ping's magic, he would have been unable to keep pace with these individuals. The location where they ultimately halted was near Arkham Asylum, an area characterized by dilapidated buildings, the eaves of which bore grotesque figures that seemed to come alive under the gloomy sky. Does Gotham never experience sunny days? Chi Ping mused, feeling unaccustomed to the ominous clouds overhead. As a warrior in armor, the sun always felt like a comforting presence to him. Oddly enough, in other cities, a stretch of dreary weather would have driven him to madness. Yet in Gotham, he felt no such agitation. This is just the nature of Gotham. You'll get used to it. What a peculiar notion. Why should I acclimate to such dismal weather? Dick exclaimed, then prepared to leap down and apprehend someone. Wait. Chi Ping intercepted him, handing over the summoning device once more. Take care of yourself. As an ordinary mortal, how long do you think you can withstand a horde of malevolent spirits? Thanks. Dick accepted the device, but Chi Ping remained tense. His condition was deteriorating, his energy still scattered and unrefined. Facing the emissaries of the Shadow Realm in such a state was tantamount to courting death. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the thought that it would be preferable if no enemies awaited them below. I must be losing my mind. Chi Ping chuckled bitterly, dismissing the cowardly notion, merging with the Xenomite armor, and elementalizing to infiltrate the building. Inside, the ground lay in disarray, yet the basement bustled with activity, as numerous humanoid figures operated machinery, producing vast quantities of pharmaceuticals, which were then boxed and prepared for shipment. How many monsters could be spawned from all these drugs? Dick, a step behind Chi Ping, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation upon witnessing this scene. So this is the so-called lair of the emissary? Chi Ping did not respond, but placed his hand on the ceiling box, quietly inquiring, Masters, could you provide clarity on whether the true mastermind is inside? What if there is? And what if there isn't? The voice of the Emperor Dragon resonated in his ear. If there are, I shall flee immediately and return with reinforcements to strike again. And if there are none, then it is even more imperative to retreat. If there is no mastermind and they are still bringing people here, it is clearly a trap. Chi Ping's considerations were thorough. Yet the Emperor Dragon was unable to provide answers, as his power in the external world was severely limited. You should withdraw. After careful contemplation, the Emperor Dragon concluded that retreat was the wisest course of action, as Chi Ping's current strength was far too feeble. Acting decisively, Chi Ping took Dick with him, preparing to flee. Is this it? I cannot defeat them, and to remain is to await death, they thought. With urgency, Chi Ping dragged Dick away, not daring to look back, but ultimately, they were a moment too late. Suddenly, a shroud of dark mist surged from the ground, sealing all pathways to the outside world. Even in his elemental form, Chi Ping found himself unable to break through and had no choice but to turn and prepare for battle. Dick donned the true armor, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to face the impending threat. A chaotic tide of humanoid figures surged forth, surrounding them, as three malevolent entities emerged, towering above. One was Zuawash, clad in golden steel, accompanied by a raven-like creature, today's formidable configuration. Zuawash, yearning to transform into an online warrior, was thwarted by the iron creature, who with a sweeping gesture commanded, by the messenger's order, eliminate the two of them. At the command, a throng of humanoid figures shouted and charged forward. Chapter 45, A Difficult Path. With a hum, Dick drew his gun and fired. Blue and white beams of laser struck the humanoid figures, causing sparks to fly and extinguishing their lives. I've got this. You deal with those three up there. Facing these non-human entities, Dick's hesitation evaporated, and he prepared to unleash devastation. The true armor was designed to counter the Oxur, making it effective against humanoid forms. But could Dick sustain prolonged combat? Chi Ping, filled with concern, recognized there were no alternatives. He cautioned Dick to be careful before elementalizing, transforming the water into a long whip and striking fiercely at the three foes. Zuawash and the raven creature retreated, while the iron entity roared, its body radiating an even more intense golden light, determined to withstand the blow. Chi Ping deftly maneuvered around this opponent, reverting to his original form. Water entwining around his right leg, delivering a powerful kick to Zuawash's back, toppling him to the ground. Dragon, read his memories, Chi Ping commanded, casting the demon sealing box onto Zuawash's head, golden light piercing into his mind as the Emperor Dragon began forcefully extracting his memories. The iron entity bellowed, slamming its hands together, causing all metallic objects in the vicinity to erupt with spikes. Under the enhancement of its psychic energy, a dark sheen enveloped the steel surfaces. In the face of such uncertainty, Chi Ping was not inclined to confront the enemy head-on. He elementalized once more to evade the assault. From the shadows, the raven creature suddenly emitted a cloud of black smoke, enveloping him. Upon contact, Chi Ping, in his elemental form, experienced an unbearable itch, followed by the onset of feverish symptoms. Alarmed, he withdrew from elementalization, raising his hand to manipulate the water into shimmering illusions, cleaving through the encroaching black fog. Simultaneously, he unsheathed the whirling sword and, in an instant, executed three swift strikes aimed at the eyes, chest, and between the legs of the malevolent spirit. Clang, clang, clang. All three strikes missed their mark, as the whirling sword collided against the steel body, producing a crisp sound, while the iron behemoth remained largely unaffected. The sole thought occupying the creature's mind was to eliminate the armored warrior before him and fulfill the directive bestowed upon him by his master. He bellowed, launching his fists with such force that waves rippled through the air. Chi Ping cursed his misfortune. A vortex appeared in his hand to intercept the creature's punch, effortlessly dissipating much of its strength. The creature, emboldened by its advantage, pressed down with its entire weight, forcing Chi Ping to retreat repeatedly. Crow, eliminate the other one. Despite its seemingly affable appearance, this iron monstrosity harbored a heart as dark as its companions. Finding it challenging to subdue Chi Ping in such a short span, It sought to leverage Dick's life as a threat. The crow monster cawed ominously, flapping its feathered wings, and exhaled a plume of black mist, conjuring the phantoms of countless insects that surged toward Dick. Bastard! Chi Ping could not stand idly by while a life was at stake. He grasped the sealing box, infusing it with elemental power, and then swung it down toward the iron creature's head. The creature scoffed at the sight of the small box, thinking Chi Ping was cornered and resorting to desperate measures. However, the sealing box, imbued with a significant amount of water element, began to emanate elemental runes, growing heavier and resonating with a thunderous tidal sound, resembling the pressure of tsunami. Boom! The iron creature was sent flying, its skull dented, collapsing to the side. Its fate uncertain. Whirling barrier. Chi Ping unleashed a vortex barrier to protect Dick, then lunged at the crow monster with his sword. Unlike the iron creature's brute force, the moment Chi Ping attacked the black crow, it emitted a terrified caw and suddenly dissipated into countless crows, spewing black mist in an attempt to annihilate everyone within the subterranean structure. One made of steel, the other of medicine. Truly a formidable combination. Chi Ping observed the swirling crows. Realizing the predicament he faced, the water element had little effect on these aerial foes. If only I could upgrade my armor. All armors possess boundless potential. The distinction lies in how they are developed. The evolution of elemental armor involves a profound communion with the Earth's will, summoning one's elemental spirit to unleash more wondrous magics. Yet, time was evidently not on his side. A swarm of crows released thick smoke, saturating the underground space, causing the expendable humanoid forms to collapse, displaying various symptoms of ailments. Dick, shielded by the true armor and elemental barrier, fared slightly better but could not endure for long. Chi Ping no longer hesitated, directing the whirlwind sword towards the ground. The water element spread forth, forming intricate patterns that ultimately coalesced into a complete magical array. Freeze! A surge of azure magic erupted, enveloping the entire area and forcibly immobilizing all moving entities. Subsequently, Chi Ping thrust the sword upwards, and a tumultuous water vortex erupted from the magical array, ensnaring all crows, including the humanoid forms within its grasp. Whirlwind piercing strike. Chi Ping grasped the skill key and inserted it into the whirlwind sword. The water element converged before him, and with a fierce thrust, the whirlwind sword transformed into a colossal water arrow that shot forth. Another tremendous shockwave resonated as everything within the water vortex was shattered into fragments. Intentionally, Chi Ping allowed one crow to survive, its consciousness intertwined with that of the crow monster. The surviving crow attempted to flee, but after a few steps, it was ensnared by water tendrils. This was, of course, Chi Ping's doing. Even the steel monster and Zuawash were bound by him. After accomplishing this, Chi Ping found his energy nearly depleted, and the Xenomere armor dissipated, causing him to collapse to the ground from exhaustion. Fair, are you all right? Dick, whose stamina was also waning but remained somewhat better than Chi Ping's, quickly ordered for the three captives to be taken back and imprisoned. And this place must be detonated immediately. Nothing here can fall into the hands of those gangsters. Chi Ping issued a flurry of commands, but after finishing, he could no longer endure and fainted. Dick, cradling Chi Ping, surveyed the devastated underground with a sense of helplessness. He realized he could not manage this place alone and would need assistance. Contemplating the terrifying nature of those substances, he suddenly grasped Chi Ping's rationale for such arrangements. If those materials were to escape, Gotham would be doomed. With this realization, Dick promptly notified Alfred, instructing him to bring explosives and emphasizing the utmost discretion to avoid detection. Failure. In a dark realm beyond conventional comprehension, a humanoid shadow sighed. People of the Bright Realm, why can you never leave me be? If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. It is time for action. Chapter 46. Interrogation. Where are we? Chi Ping awoke once more, finding himself reclining in the back seat of a vehicle. The relentless battles had left him utterly fatigued. Although the two formidable antagonists, the Three Palace Demon and the Shadow Realm Envoy, had not personally engaged, they still posed significant challenges for Chi Ping, particularly the demonic force that had invaded his body. Though largely dispelled, still retained some remnants due to the Emperor Dragon's trial, adding to his distress. We are nearing the port. Sam is waiting for us. Dick briefly recounted the recent events, emphasizing that he had completely obliterated the underground factory, ensuring that not a single particle of the drugs had survived. Excellent. That is the best outcome. Chi Ping relaxed slightly, reclining in the back seat, inhaling deeply as he savored a moment of tranquility. What shall we do next? Dick understood that Chi Ping desperately needed rest, yet he felt an unsettling uncertainty within. Chi Ping cradled his head, beset by a throbbing headache. Encountering the Shadow Realm envoy had its pros and cons. On the positive side, he had preserved his life, for had that malevolent spirit drained his energy, the envoy would have left him with nothing but a lifeless shell. Conversely, the adversary was now aware of his existence, and his advantages had dwindled significantly. The police station had been unexpectedly attacked. The gang members, intent on safeguarding their interests from external threats, would no longer instigate conflict. The port needed to be reopened immediately to facilitate the influx of external supplies, which necessitated an increase in manpower. A training program must be initiated to recruit more exceptional warriors. The 4 captured malevolent spirits required urgent interrogation to unearth valuable information. Chi Ping muttered incessantly, his words seemingly disjointed. Dick could hardly comprehend him. It appeared that Chi Ping was merely voicing his thoughts without any intention to clarify. "We have arrived," Chi Ping announced, alighting from the vehicle and instructing the guards at the entrance to disperse, leaving only Sam by his side. "Has Jason not arrived?" Dick queried, scanning the vicinity but failing to find the person he sought. Sam hesitated before responding. He went to organize that batch of mercenaries. "Enough chit-chat. Take these 4 to the prison. I wish to interrogate them." Chi Ping was overwhelmed by the weight of his inquiries, compelling him to act with increasing urgency. He ensnared the 3 malevolent spirits in a torrent of water, transporting them to the underground prison and casting them into their cells. "We'll handle the interrogation. You should rest for a while." Sam and Dick exchanged worried glances, noting the pallor of Chi Ping's cheeks as he sought to shoulder additional responsibilities, only to be rebuffed. "You 2 lack experience in resisting the incursion of malevolent spirits. It is best you observe from the sidelines," Chi Ping asserted, pushing open the door to Elizabeth's cell. This once enchanting woman had lost her luster, her spirit diminished by the drudgery of imprisonment. "I've told you, I will never consent to your so-called purification ritual." Since her incarceration, Chi Ping had refrained from inflicting any punishment upon her or allowing others to do so. This approach had effectively alleviated Elizabeth's will to resist, yet it was insufficient to sway her from her so-called ascent to greatness. "You are mistaken. I have not come to detoxify you, but rather to pose some questions." Chi Ping's countenance was cold, exuding an air of divine authority. "You have ultimately exposed yourselves, no longer masquerade as moral paragons." Elizabeth scoffed, believing she had discerned the true nature of these individuals. Standing resolutely like a statue carved from the hardest marble, Chi Ping seemed impervious to any force that might disturb him. "Come with me," he commanded, pulling Elizabeth along as they passed the cell where 3 other malevolent spirits were confined. Elizabeth caught a glimpse inside, her heart racing with horror as she lunged towards the bar door, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could you have captured him? This cannot be." The cell she had rushed towards belonged to the iron monstrosity. Clearly, this being held a significant status, capable of unsettling someone as composed as Chi Ping. With a deliberate tone, Chi Ping spoke, each word heavy with intention, as if he sought to hammer the truth in her heart. "I intended to find the messenger you spoke of, but he fled first. I was left with no choice but to settle for capturing these 3. Elizabeth was rendered speechless, her mind blank as if petrified. This was precisely Chi Ping's aim. Extracting the secrets from the minds of malevolent spirits was no simple task. Even if one could breach their layered mental defenses, the veracity of the information remained uncertain. Thus, employing primitive methods was deemed the most effective approach. "We must depart," Chi Ping urged, but Elizabeth clung desperately to the cell bars, her knuckles turning white. Ultimately, however, she could not resist Chi Ping's force and was forcibly taken to the interrogation room. Although it was ostensibly an interrogation, Chi Ping posed only a few repetitive questions. Elizabeth provided no valuable insights, merely reiterating the process through which she had gained her powers, exhibiting signs of madness. Having reached this point, Chi Ping ceased further inquiries and exchanged a glance with Dick outside, who nodded in understanding. This had been prearranged. Once the other 3 spirits awakened, Dick was to notify him. "All right, it is time to return you," Chi Ping announced as he escorted Elizabeth back, intentionally allowing others to witness her presence. "You traitor! It must have been you who betrayed us," shouted Zuawash, frenzied with rage. The iron monstrosity remained unresponsive, as though untouched by the unfolding events, while the crow was rendered utterly mute. Elizabeth, too, displayed no reaction, resembling a marionette stripped of all vitality. Next was Zuawash, the arrogant individual who, during his interrogation, fought back with wild fervor, only to be restrained by Qi Ping with coils of water rope until he was subdued in a chair. Those like Zuawash, who resist fiercely in times of trouble, often find themselves humbled in their downfall. Qi Ping and Sam feigned disdain, occasionally hinting through their remarks that Zuawash was not as formidable as Elizabeth. "You two scoundrels! How dare you insult me like this?" Zuawash raged further, and Qi Ping discerned that he was suffering from the backlash of the malevolent spirit's mental energy, teetering on the brink of madness. "At least Elizabeth is braver than you." Qi Ping spoke the truth. Elizabeth was solitary, embracing the philosophy of carpe diem, indifferent to her own demise. Zhu Wash, in stark contrast, held himself in high regard, cherishing his life. The mere mention of death sent shivers down his spine. "I cannot die. I cannot perish. I still aspire to ascend to the heights of power. I must not meet my end." Observing Zhu Wash's state, Qi Ping deemed it sufficient and abruptly slammed his hands onto the table, startling him. "Confess how you became a malevolent spirit. What do you know regarding related matters? Should you dare to conceal anything, I shall ensure your demise. Please, I implore you. I shall divulge everything." Under the intense pressure, Zhu Wash, overwhelmed by his own mental turmoil, revealed everything. Qi Ping then compared these confessions with the memories extracted by the Imperial War Dragon, discovering a considerable amount of fabricated recollections. Enough. Qi Ping returned Zhu Wash to his cell, realizing that the man possessed limited knowledge. He was only aware of the recently destroyed base and the identities of a few companions. Chapter 47. A Good Day for All. After dispatching the deranged Zhu Wash, Qi Ping summoned the avatar of the crow monster, utilizing a sealing box as a conduit to forcibly extract this creature's memories. Stripped of its original form, the crow monster's capacity for resistance diminished significantly, facilitating the successful acquisition of its memories. Originally a pharmaceutical sales representative, he had thrived by promoting medicines to physicians across various hospitals. However, following a medication mishap, he was scapegoated, shattering his comfortable existence and rendering him a pariah. Subsequently, he became an unwitting test subject for experimental enhancements on the streets, and fueled by deep-seated hatred, he evolved into a formidable entity, thus becoming an agent under the Shadow Realm's authority. Similar to Zhu Wash, this individual possessed limited insight into the Shadow Realm, often operating independently. The only valuable knowledge he held pertained to the identities of other powerful beings. Yet, Qi Ping remained skeptical, treating this information merely as a reference. The final subject was the Steel Monster, reputedly the most formidable adversary, according to both the Crow and Zhu Wash. This being was among the first to align with the Shadow Realm's emissary and surely harbored significant secrets. "Please have a seat." Qi Ping courteously invited the Steel Monster to sit. This entity, however, refrained from issuing threats or pleas for mercy, maintaining an unparalleled composure, even with a substantial dent in his head. After observing him for a while, Qi Ping quickly discerned that he was far more challenging than the previous three. Thus, he broke the silence and took the initiative. "With such grievous injuries, would you care for my assistance in healing? Is it not exhausting to maintain your monstrous form? Why not revert to your original appearance? Your companions have confessed. I have learned much. Will you continue to endure in silence?" Qi Ping posed a series of 3 inquiries, oscillating between comfort and provocation. The iron monster sat silently, his eyes glinting with a defiant challenge, as if to say, "Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? You, a convict, have entered prison without a shred of remorse, remaining obstinately unyielding. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Sam abruptly rose, rolling up his sleeves in readiness. Qi Ping grasped his arm, shooting him a glare, urging him to remain seated and curb his impulsiveness. After witnessing this exchange, the iron monster finally reacted, stating, "Do not waste your efforts. You shall not extract any information regarding the messenger from me." Qi Ping, with a rather nonsensical retort, inquired, "What about information unrelated to the Shadow Realm messenger?" This left the iron monster momentarily bewildered. He had always assumed that the armored warrior's aim was the messenger. Yet it seemed otherwise. "To be honest, my current objective is no longer him." Qi Ping rose and approached the iron monster, declaring, "In my eyes, you malevolent spirits hold far greater value. The Shadow Realm messenger is but a defeated pawn of the Light Realm, a wretched creature not worthy of consideration." "Oof." This tactic of provocation is rather rudimentary. If you believe such methods will compel me to speak, it is an affront to both you and me." The iron monster exclaimed, agitated. "No, no, no." Chi Ping waved his hand, the sealing box in his grip gleaming under the light. "You are mistaken. I speak only the truth. If you doubt me, you may see for yourself." With that, Chi Ping pointed the sealing box towards the ground, and a radiant light erupted, revealing a holographic projection. As the brilliance illuminated the space, the darkness receded. The climactic scene of the Shadow Realm battle was rendered almost indistinct, with the human eye perceiving only blurry silhouettes. Nevertheless, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped the audience. The scene shifted, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Upon closer inspection, they saw a shadowy figure traversing the boundless cosmos, skirting past bountiful planets, ever fearful of pausing. Should this shadow linger even for a moment, the pursuing light would strike with ferocity. "Do you recognize your master now?" Chi Ping's cinematic display reached its conclusion, capturing the iron monster's attention, dispelling his earlier icy demeanor. Even in mere imagery, the clash of light and shadow wielded an irresistible power. To put it plainly, it was blinding. As the heir to the armor, Chi Ping could somewhat mitigate this effect, while the iron monster, being a malevolent spirit, found it far more challenging to endure. His heart raced, and the scenes of the messenger and the Imperial War Dragon in pursuit echoed ceaselessly in his mind, making it difficult to maintain composure. "Speak then, who are your companions?" Chi Ping settled casually at the interrogation table, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "I wish not to trouble you. Simply reveal the identities of your companions, and I shall cease my inquiries. Do you presume me to be a mere child of 3? The iron monster, its eyes aflame with anguish, appeared to be enduring excruciating torment. "You have no choice now." Chi Ping barked sternly. "I shall not inquire about your malevolent companion, but rather about the emissary of the Shadow Realm. Do you recall? Can you articulate it once more?" "The denizens of the Shadow Realm are notoriously ruthless. I fear that some seal has long since been inscribed upon you, with the presence of the Emperor's War Dragon and the heart of the Divine Mountain." Chi Ping was more knowledgeable about the Shadow Realm than this malevolent entity. He effortlessly divulged certain secrets while toying with the sealing box in his hand, silently issuing threats. A look of agony flickered across the iron monster's metallic visage, as the remnants of the light and shadow battle had inflicted irreparable cracks in its defenses. "Take your time to ponder. I am in no haste. Regardless, the other 3 have already provided me with a roster." Chi Ping feigned curiosity towards Sam and Dick about the time, preparing to return the iron monster to its cell. "Wait. You assure me that you will not pose questions regarding me and the emissary of the Shadow Realm." The iron monster painfully shut its eyes. Chi Ping smiled and assured, "Regardless, I would ask, and you would remain silent. So why not settle for a compromise, where we all fare well?" "Very well. I shall speak." The iron monster, with its arms drooping in defeat, began to utter a series of names. "Please return." Chi Ping escorted it back to its cell, then collaborated with Sam and Dick to cross-reference the testimonies of the 4 individuals. It appeared that most of these names bore authenticity. Sam felt a wave of relief. Tangible foes were preferable to the intangible. Alas, the majority among them were emergent aristocrats. A few were affluent old men who, upon hearing the news of the lockdown, immediately fled. Dick, being more knowledgeable, bore a greater burden. Once they reached other cities, who could predict what mischief they might unleash? Chi Ping remained unperturbed, immediately placed these individuals under surveillance. "I require a comprehensive understanding of all their information." "Are you planning to take action against them?" Dick inquired with a furrowed brow. Chi Ping stretched his limbs, responding casually, "Not at present, but eventually they must be eliminated." Chapter 48. A storm approaches. At the port, within the mess hall, Chi Ping gathered Dick, Sam, and Jason together to discuss forthcoming actions over their meal. Our next focus encompasses 2 primary objectives. First, to swiftly restore operations at the port, with Dick responsible for negotiations with the gangs and various factions, while Sam oversees the recruitment and organization of new laborers. The second objective is to assemble our own armed forces, with Jason and myself in charge of training, selecting personnel from among the workers. "You truly intend to utilize me as one of your own?" Dick sighed in exasperation, protesting Chi Ping's relentless demands. Chi Ping waved his hand dismissively. "You flit about aimlessly, barely saving a few. It would be far more beneficial to expedite the port's operations, thereby creating thousands of jobs to revive countless families, indeed thousands of lives." "Given that I cannot argue against you." Dick fell silent. Jason, as solid as a wall, warily surveyed his surroundings and murmured, "Will our candid discussions of such significant matters here lead to leaks? But it matters not. Ultimately, all will be disclosed, allowing everyone in the company to engage in open discourse." Sam had grown accustomed to Cheaping's operational procedures. Open discussions? How can we permit those workers to deliberate on such critical issues? Sam expressed his discontent. Cheaping shook his head, choosing not to argue with Jason. "You are not responsible for this aspect of the work. If you're interested, I can elaborate further." Cheaping continued, "Dissolve the mercenaries under your command." "Why?" "Because I lack the funds to sustain them." Cheaping provided a seemingly reasonable justification, though it merely masked his true sentiment. He deemed the mercenaries unreliable, motivated solely by monetary gain, and could easily turn against them at crucial moments. He was capable of nurturing warriors for the port company. Why retain those individuals? "Very well. You are the decision-maker. I shall comply with your directives." Cheaping nodded, signaling for everyone to commence their tasks. Dick took a few bites before expressing his concern. "What about the evil spirits? Their leader has suffered significant losses and may seek revenge. It is not a possibility. It is a certainty. Yet, even so, we are powerless to act. Our numbers are few, and our combat capabilities are insufficient. Until the self-defense force is established, we can only focus on defense." Cheaping stated decisively, and the group ceased further discussion, finishing their meals and returning to their respective duties. The subsequent days unfolded as though fast-forwarded. Every individual at the port company was exceedingly busy, their feet scarcely touching the ground. With the gang's interference eliminated, the port swiftly resumed its operations. In less than half a month, it was ready to commence work. Given Gotham's notorious reputation, aside from the gang's smuggling vessels, not a single legitimate cargo ship was willing to dock here. Although Cheaping was not averse to profiting from a gang, the inaugural venture could not solely involve illicit enterprises. Some semblance of dignity must be preserved. Fortunately, with Dick, the heir of the Wayne family, at the helm, he commanded his family's cargo ships to dock forcibly, marking their first transaction. Though the business was compelled, Cheaping's company executed operations with expertise, encountering no unforeseen complications, resulting in widespread satisfaction. With this promising start, the port company began to thrive as bulk commodities such as grains, cotton, steel, and sugar were transported across the seas by massive vessels, interspersed with the gang's smuggling ships, all arriving in Gotham. With the influx of these resources, Gotham began to regain a semblance of vitality. The port company, under the management of Cheaping, has begun to reap substantial profits from various trades, swiftly rectifying the financial discrepancies in its accounts and repaying the debts owed to Wayne Enterprises. The company has implemented a rationing and wage system, benefiting the workers and consequently fostering a stronger sense of belonging among them. Cheaping has also designated a section of land surrounding the port, leasing residential areas at low rates for the workers to inhabit. This series of strategic plans has resulted in the rapid expansion of the port company, with the number of personnel in the port's self-defense force nearing 1,000. Jason has taken on the responsibility of instructing the self-defense force in tactical skills, while Cheaping has assembled an elite team composed of individuals with a strong fighting spirit, including Sam and his companions, to impart to them the methods of cultivating their abilities, thus laying the groundwork for the formation of an armored division. This is a perilous gamble, yet one that must be undertaken. Cheaping has no desire to play the solitary hero. He possesses a comprehensive training outline for the Mingjia Armor Division, and failing to utilize it would be a grave misstep. As Cheaping's enterprise flourishes, the insidious entities lurking in the shadows begin to stir. On the outskirts of Gotham, a convoy of trucks, shielded by armored vehicles, makes its way into the city. Inside the command vehicle, Layla Michaels of Task Force X engages in a video conference with her superior, Amanda Waller. "Waller, we have entered Gotham City. Please instruct us on the next course of action. Your mission is quite simple. Incite chaos among the various gangs in Gotham, prompting them to turn on one another in preparation for the government's reclamation of the city." Amanda, tall and imposing, with a visage marked by a grim demeanor, looms ominously in the half-light. "The government intends to reclaim Gotham?" Layla exclaims in surprise. Amanda raises an eyebrow and curtly reprimands her. "Do not forget your place. You are an agent of Task Force X. Your duty is to follow the government's orders without question." "Yes, yes," Layla replies, bowing her head in acquiescence, not daring to utter another word. Amanda's frequent reprimands serve only to condition her agents to obey her commands without resistance. This approach has proven effective, as none of Task Force X's operatives dare to defy Amanda. By the way, a new force has recently emerged in Gotham, seizing control of the port and amassing considerable wealth. You were to visit the head of that company in the name of Task Force X and compel their submission to our authority, or you know what must be done. Understood. Layla salutes, signaling her comprehension of the task at hand. Amanda's nature is one of absolute dominance. Anything she perceives as a hindrance must be eradicated, regardless of the effort required. Excellent. Layla, you're my most capable assistant. Do not let me down. Amanda concludes with a dismissive wave, abruptly ending the video call. Only then does Layla exhale in relief, instructing her subordinates to immediately proceed to Task Force X's safe house in Gotham. Meanwhile, accompanying the arrival were assassins clad in archaic garb, scoundrels in yellow trench coats, scantily dressed sorceresses, and peculiar flora that had suddenly taken on an odd appearance. The ominous clouds above Gotham thickened further with their presence. Chapter 49. Have some decorum, will you? As night fell, Chi Ping bid farewell to those who had reported to him and walked alone along the dimly lit path back to his dormitory. Observing the brightly illuminated harbor and the passing self-defense personnel, a wave of satisfaction surged within him, accompanied by the realization that the moment to act was swiftly approaching. Although the Shadow Realm envoy had remained inactive during this period, Chi Ping understood that this was merely the calm before the tempest. A confrontation was inevitable, one that would culminate in the demise of one party. Perhaps it was time to strike. Standing atop a height, Chi Ping gazed at the bustling harbor below, where industrious workers toiled away. It dawned upon him that his existence transcended his own. It was intertwined with the lives of the thousands laboring beneath him. Should he falter in his battle against the Shadow Realm envoy, the entire harbor would be reduced to ruins in the wake of vengeful wrath, and the workers would perish. Their families left to suffer the consequences. I must take action. Chi Ping clenched the elemental key in his pocket, inhaled deeply, and expelled all lingering doubts. Asa Noka Voda. A grand incantation resonated through the air as a golden magic circle materialized beneath his feet and above his head. A force of magical expulsion attempting to banish him from this realm. What on earth? Feeling the expulsion force enveloping him, Chi Ping furrowed his brow. Elemental energy surged forth, creating an undercurrent that shattered the golden magic circle. In the night, a slick British voice exclaimed, "My heavens, what sort of magic is this?" The juxtaposition of British and magic instantly conjured a certain nefarious individual in Chi Ping's mind, causing him to grimace as if he had swallowed a fly. Could I possibly be this unfortunate? Sighing, Chi Ping advanced, gesturing with his hand as streams of water materialized in the air, surging toward the source of the voice, only to find emptiness. Constantine, that slippery rogue, had already slipped away the moment the magic faltered, not pausing for even a second. With the elemental key in hand, Chi Ping summoned the surrounding water elements, transforming the area within a 100-meter radius into a quagmire, rendering everything, including Constantine, immobile. Constantine, a figure with adversaries across the globe, including heaven and hell, was adorned with life-preserving magical artifacts. As the delay magic took effect, he activated an item with an inherent teleportation feature, preparing to escape. However, Chi Ping sensed the shifts in magical energy around him, predicting Constantine's escape route. Water elements gathered at his legs, and he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! As the water splashed, Constantine, who had just leapt out, was caught off guard and struck. The runes on his trench coat shimmered with magical energy, deflecting the blow. However, the surrounding water elements were irresistibly drawn to him, swiftly encasing him in a large water sphere. Following this, Chi Ping uttered two words, "Dismiss." The other elements, along with the magical energy, were expelled, leaving only the water element surrounding him. Despite Constantine's considerable talent in magic, he found himself helpless against elemental magic. What terrible luck I have today. How could I possibly encounter someone like you? Chi Ping gazed at the grinning Constantine with exasperation, simultaneously lifting the confinement above his head. You know me? Constantine inquired. The infamous calamity, Constantine, how could I not recognize you? Chi Ping responded candidly, as his current identity and power rendered any pretense unnecessary. Why did you attack me? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall have no choice but to send you for a tour of the underworld. Alas, I fear my old acquaintances in the underworld may not welcome me. Constantine continued to wear a cheeky grin. Chi Ping's expression hardened. Then I shall send you to the elemental realm. Your soul is replete with the essence of demons. I am confident the will of the earth would relish the opportunity to cleanse you. With that, Qi Ping traced runes in the air with an elemental key, releasing a hint of the elemental realm's aura. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Constantine sensed the formidable power of the elemental world, and his expression shifted instantly. No, please don't. Just ask me what you wish to know, and I shall tell you. There's no need for such extremes. Quit the nonsense and answer my previous question. Qi Ping, aware of Constantine's cunning nature, opted for brevity. Not long ago, all the magicians on Earth experienced a temporary loss of their powers, myself included, Constantine stated, scrutinizing Qi Ping's face for clues. Qi Ping shot him a glare and replied, Indeed, I recently awakened the will of the earth in the elemental realm. But don't all you magicians draw your strength from demons or deities? What relevance does the elemental world's transformation hold for you? The world's magic is traditional, relying on various incantations and rituals to summon the power of demons or deities to perform spells. Constantine fell silent. Previously, magicians believed their powers had no connection to the world of all things green. Yet recent events had revealed otherwise. The will of the earth had delivered a resounding lesson to these sorcerers, making it clear, if you dwell within my body, you must abide by my rules. As Constantine now attempted to wield magic, he could sense something amiss. What changed? I do not know what transpired, which is why I sought you out to uncover the truth. That does not explain how you came to find me. Qi Ping was uninterested in the details. A friend of mine is an emissary of the world of all things green, and all of this was conveyed to me by him. Constantine promptly betrayed his good friend, a speed of treachery that left Qi Ping astounded. You are truly something else. Get lost. Do not approach me again. Keep your distance. Qi Ping raised his hand to dispel the water sphere that had confined him, urging the man to leave swiftly to avoid being affected by his teammate's misfortune. Rather than retreating, Constantine shamelessly clung to Qi Ping, grinning as he said, Wait, I haven't yet unraveled the mysteries of elemental magic. How can I leave now? If you wish to comprehend the secrets of elemental magic, venture to the elemental realm yourself, and stop clinging to me. Qi Ping was unwilling to keep this calamity by his side. He felt that all the luck of his 2 lifetimes had been exhausted on his reincarnation and being chosen by the enchanted box. And he simply could not bear Constantine any longer. That won't do. You yourself said that the will of the earth despises demons. If I go, isn't that courting death? I have no interest in that. Constantine adopted a tenacious demeanor that was driving Qi Ping to the brink of madness. Have some dignity, will you? You already know who I am. How can you still entertain such childish notions? You're truly a rarity. I have never encountered someone as shameless as you. Chapter 50. The Advancing Celestial. I stop. Keep your distance. Qi Ping walked toward the dormitory, with Constantine trailing closely behind. Even when directly insulted, this fellow wore a stubborn expression, as if impervious to the disdain. Just treat me like air. I assure you, I will not disturb you. This rascal, while making such promises, lit a cigarette for himself, displaying no sense of self-awareness. Qi Ping could no longer tolerate it, and finally said, If you wish to learn elemental magic, I might even facilitate communication with the will of the earth, but what can you offer me in return? Though this is our first encounter, do not expect to take advantage of me. Qi Ping eyed him warily, aware that Constantine's magic was rumored to be related to King Solomon, often utilizing demons to achieve his goals. The troubling matter was that demons were not fools. Lacking formidable strength of his own, why would they assist him? Thus, Constantine frequently faced backlash from demons, yet he possessed a peculiar status, marked by the lords of hell, making lesser demons unable to harm him. Instead, they vented their frustrations on his friends. Over time, Constantine became increasingly nonchalant, caring for nothing. Qi Ping was deeply concerned about what trouble this man might conjure next. Upon seeing Qi Ping's expression, Constantine realized he was suspected but felt helpless. He understood his own circumstances and his reputation. He had no one to blame but himself. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I can exchange all my esoteric knowledge for your elemental magic. Constantine raised his hands, feigning an air of sincerity. In his heart, Qi Ping weighed his options. In truth, he had no need for demonic magic. The experiences of the Emperor Dragon and the heart of the Divine Mountain were sufficient for him to learn for several lifetimes. And moreover, they posed no danger. Wasn't that far preferable? He agreed, for he too wished to witness the nature of magic in this world. The voice of the Emperor Dragon resonated, and Qi Ping made his decision. He was not particularly invested in magic. His concern lay solely with Constantine. However, since the dragon expressed interest, he deemed it acceptable to engage in this transaction. I can acquiesce, but on one condition, within my territory. You shall not unleash magic without my express permission. Agreed. I swear to God, there's no need for that. Simply remember it in your heart. It is more effective than any oath. Qi Ping accepted this uncertain individual, sighing inwardly. Tonight, you shall sleep on my sofa. I will arrange accommodations for you tomorrow. Constantine complied without uttering a word of complaint. The following day, during breakfast, Qi Ping brought Constantine to the dining hall. Observing the uniform breakfast offerings, Constantine furrowed his brow and inquired, "May I exchange my breakfast for something else? If you are willing to pay for it yourself, I have no objections." Qi Ping waved his hand, took a plate, and sat down at the table with Sam and the others. Dick, noticing Constantine ordering from the kitchen, leaned closer to Qi Ping and whispered, "How did this disaster of a man end up here?" Qi Ping briefly recounted the events of the previous night. Dick's expression immediately turned serious. Does he have any ulterior motives? Unlikely, but even if he does, it matters little. Qi Ping reassured Dick, urging him to focus on their meal. There was much to accomplish that day. With the bustling port work ahead, they soon cast Constantine from their minds. After hastily finishing their breakfast, they prepared to attend to their duties. Before heading to the office, Qi Ping pulled Jason aside, instructing, later, take that fellow to give a lecture to the self-defense team, emphasizing various demons and fantastical creatures. Not studying magic? Jason quickly realized the absurdity of his question, as they were not devoid of magic themselves. Go on, be astute. Do not let this slippery character charm you. Jason assured him, rest easy, with Constantine in our grasp. He will not escape. Qi Ping said nothing more. After all, he possessed what Constantine desired, and he did not expect him to behave in an outrageous manner. Sir, someone has delivered an invitation. They claim to be from the government, announced the male secretary summoned by Dick as he approached Qi Ping. Qi Ping accepted the invitation, and upon opening it to reveal the words Heavenly Eye Society, he recognized trouble was imminent. Inform Sam and the others to convene here for a meeting. The secretary acknowledged with a simple yes and began making calls. Qi Ping entered his modest office, pacing as he contemplated the invitation. The preceding words exude an air of dominance, almost commanding Qi Ping to attend the banquet convened by the Eye of Heaven, while subtly indicating that the Penguin and his associates would also be present, a veiled threat indeed. What an utter misfortune! Qi Ping was disinclined to engage with this assembly of individuals who, akin to all bureaucratic bodies, excelled at creating chaos rather than resolving issues, yet remained blissfully self-satisfied, inflicting far more harm upon the world than good. More importantly, Qi Ping now sought to concentrate his efforts on confronting the Shadow Realm's envoy. He sensed that any further delay would diminish his chances of success. Fei Air, I have heard that someone has brought us an invitation, Sam exclaimed upon entering. Dick and Jason maintained their distance, their animosity still palpable. Qi Ping presented the invitation to them. Those rascals from the Eye of Heaven. Dick, having spent the most time with Batman, had the most interactions with this group. They were somewhat tolerable under the leadership of Steve Trevor, possessing a modicum of ideals. However, once Amanda took charge, they devolved into complete lunacy, biting at whatever Amanda pointed to, devoid of any moral compass in their pursuit of gain. Their current visit might very well be motivated by a desire to appropriate someone else's assets. Dick did not mask his disdain for the Eye of Heaven, and Jason added his share of disparaging remarks about them. In short, the Eye of Heaven was notorious, reviled by nearly every nation as a pack of mad dogs. Qi Ping listened quietly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and then inquired, Dick, could you investigate under what pretense the Eye of Heaven has come to Gotham? Is it crucial? Indeed, it is of utmost importance. If this is merely Waller's personal initiative, we can proceed to deal with them without restraint. I understand. Dick accepted the task, and Sam then asked, what should we do about the invitation? Shall we decline outright? Certainly not. Qi Ping replied. This banquet presents a splendid opportunity to forge connections. The audacity of the Eye of Heaven is not met with approval solely from us. If we can unite all potential allies, why should we fight alone? The three nodded in agreement. Qi Ping continued, the Eye of Heaven is but a minor nuisance. We have myriad strategies at our disposal to counter them. There is no need for excessive concern. Your focus should remain on preparing for the impending confrontation with the Shadow Realm's envoy. Our time is running short. Sam, Dick, and Jason all nodded solemnly before rising to prepare. Chapter 51, A Game of Give and Take, Deception and Pretense. Qi Ping arrived punctually at the hotel specified in the invitation from the Eye of Heaven, clad in an ill-fitting suit. I truly find such occasions uncomfortable. Upon alighting from the vehicle and gazing at the opulent hotel, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. It was you who insisted on attending the banquet. No one is forcing you. Dick subtly nudged Chi Ping, then forced a smile as he mingled with others. As Chi Ping entered the hotel, he spotted the Penguin, accompanied by his secretary, approaching him directly. "Long time no see, Mr. Cobblepot." "Indeed, it has been a while, Mr. Chi." Two individuals exchanged courteous pleasantries. "I had assumed that Mr. Cobblepot had no affiliations with the Eye of Heaven." "Humph, they wield the authority of the government." Radiating an air of superiority, who would dare to provoke them? Mr. Cobblepot's expression contorted. It seemed he was equally displeased with the Eye of Heaven's domineering conduct. "Can you ascertain that they entered Gotham solely under the government's orders?" Chi Ping casually inquired. Mr. Cobblepot immediately narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Chi, it appears there are insinuations in your words. Please do not misconstrue. I merely believe that with so many national departments, even if the government intends to reclaim Gotham City, it should not fall upon a covert agency to oversee such matters." Chi Ping clinked his glass with Mr. Cobblepot, both sporting sly smiles. "Mr. Chi, truly a remarkable young man. You flatter me. Since I am making a living in Gotham, it is only natural that I consider the welfare of its populace." "Well said. I toast to you." Mr. Cobblepot raised his glass, and Chi Ping, of course, would not refuse him. "Come, my friend, let me introduce you to some acquaintances." Mr. Cobblepot enthusiastically drew Chi Ping in, introducing him to the current power brokers of Gotham. During this period, Chi Ping had indeed made a name for himself in Gotham. His company controlled the vital supply lines, prompting all who encountered him to extend polite gestures, while those of lesser influence sought to curry favor. "Mr. Fayer, a striking figure indeed. You appear to be a person of great enterprise. Indeed, now that supplies from outside wish to enter, they cannot do so without Mr. Fayer's assistance. I hope you will look after me." "Not at all. You honor me excessively. I have merely made a modest contribution." Despite his aversion to the atmosphere of such gatherings, Chi Ping maintained his composure, engaging in jovial conversation and strengthening numerous relationships. However, this harmonious ambience was abruptly disrupted. The head of the Eye of Heaven's operation, Layla Michaels, emerged clad in uniform, accompanied by her subordinates, effectively extinguishing the smiles from every face present. Their arrival was a clear show of force, signaling ill intentions. Chi Ping, positioned among the influential figures, gently swirled his glass, scrutinizing the members of the Eye of Heaven. The others were not oblivious. They too discerned the hostile demeanor emanating from the Eye of Heaven, their expressions turning ashen. Yet, in deference to the government, they chose to endure the tension. After all, the populace does not thrive amidst governmental discord. With the atmosphere having become overly jovial, they too were not immune to discomfort. "Come, come. Let us all raise our glasses in welcoming the esteemed officials of the Eye of Heaven," announced the host, attempting to enliven the mood. However, Layla showed no inclination to indulge this pretense. She boldly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the government will soon restore order to Gotham City. The Eye of Heaven is here to pave the way, and we hope you will recognize the situation and align yourselves with the government at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Fayer, I have long heard of your talents and ambitions. Please step forward and set an example." With a single statement, Layla thrust Chi Ping into the spotlight. Many individuals, upon observing the Eye of Heaven, began to harbor doubts regarding any potential collusion with Chi Ping. Chi Ping smiled and stepped forward, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed citizens, Director Layla is correct. As residents of Gotham, we must consider the future of our city. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a coordinating committee to oversee Gotham's affairs. Once the government is reinstated, we shall seamlessly transfer power, safeguarding our citizens from the ravages of conflict." What a splendid idea. We wholeheartedly support it. The crowd erupted in applause, fully aware that this was a golden opportunity to firmly grasp Gotham's power. The Eye of Heaven was inconsequential. They had nothing in Gotham and had no right to partake in its governance. Layla's expression darkened. She perceived individuals like Chi Ping as avaricious and self-serving, willing to perish rather than share their wealth. By deliberately mentioning the restoration of Gotham, she aimed to position him as an adversary to the city, anticipating a backlash that would inevitably spark gang warfare. The Eye of Heaven could then simply reap the benefits. However, she was utterly unprepared for his unexpected generosity. Flustered, Layla realized she must prevent the formation of this so-called committee at all costs. Otherwise, the Eye of Heaven would be entirely excluded. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down." The formation of this committee is indeed beneficial. I shall report to higher authorities on behalf of the Eye of Heaven to secure a rightful status for all. Layla painted a grand picture, yet no one showed interest. Such bureaucratic ploys were met with skepticism. While she might report, who knew when a response would materialize? Ultimately, the influential figures present recognized the Eye of Heaven as untrustworthy, harboring ulterior motives, and resolved to devise a plan to oust them. Observing the chaos, Layla understood her initial intimidation tactic had failed. She quickly adopted a more conciliatory demeanor, moving to the center of the room to engage individually with the attendees. The first to approach her was the Penguin. They exchanged a toast before entering into conversation. "Miss Michaels, may I inquire what directives you bring from the government? Is it from the state or the White House? That is classified information. As a mere operative, I am not privy to such details," Layla deflected. Then turned her attention to Chi Ping. "Mr. Phil, in just a few months, you've achieved remarkable progress. Do you have any secrets to share?" "Miss Layla, your inquiry is laced with a hint of malice. Are you not attempting to ensnare me?" Chi Ping jested, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "Of course not. I am purely curious. If a business prodigy like yourself could impart some wisdom, I would be immensely grateful upon my retirement." Layla adopted a demure posture, attempting to evoke sympathy. A smile appeared on Chi Ping's face. There is no secret, merely clinging to a powerful ally. The crowd looked perplexed and wished to inquire further. But suddenly, the hotel plunged into darkness. The hall erupted into chaos as the women screamed. Sensing an approaching presence in the gloom, Chi Ping hurled his wine glass into the abyss. The glass shattered, emitting a crisp sound, while a sharp blade glimmered ominously in the shadows. Chi Ping sidestepped the strike, seized the assailant's garment, and swung him around before slamming him down onto the floor. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed in the darkness. Yet no cries of pain escaped. Chapter 52. Pressing forward with no path of retreat. Turn on the emergency lights. "You fools, you didn't even notice someone was upon you." Chi Ping's actions alerted the leaders groping in the dark to the imminent danger. They berated their subordinates, urging them to act swiftly. The security guards brandished flashlights, and the emergency lights flickered on, yet the blinding illumination only heightened the panic among those lacking combat experience. Observing the escalating chaos, Chi Ping knew he had to intervene and bellowed, "Those who cannot fight, get down on the ground." His voice resonated throughout the hall, and most complied, crouching down and covering their mouths. Silence enveloped the hall instantaneously. Through elemental perception, Chi Ping detected unidentified figures moving in the areas untouched by light. He leaped to Dick's side and grasped his shoulder, saying, "Dick, we must evacuate these people immediately." "Is that really necessary?" Dick was apathetic towards their plight. "Do not allow your emotions to cloud your judgment." Chi Ping shook his shoulder. "These individuals are the power brokers of Gotham. Though they may not be virtuous, their deaths would plunge Gotham into chaos. Do you comprehend? We must escort them to safety." Reluctantly, Dick acquiesced to Chi Ping's directive, instructing the security personnel to relocate those incapable of fighting to safety. As they began to move, the figures in the darkness stirred as well. Cloaked in dark attire, these assailants brandished long knives, emerging from all directions like vengeful spirits from the depths of hell. The defenseless women screamed, their panic escalating into disarray. "A bunch of imbeciles. You'll be the death of me." The Penguin cursed, firing his gun through his umbrella, the bullet piercing an assailant's body. The security guards exerted every ounce of strength, but due to the distance, their firearms proved ineffective and their combat skills paled in comparison to their foes, forcing them into a frantic retreat. Chi Ping waved his hand, unleashing 2 water whips that ensnared 2 attackers, violently slamming them against the wall, leaving indents and cracks, rendering them unconscious. "Kill him." The assailants, hearing the command echo from the darkness, immediately shifted their targets, launching a barrage of concealed weapons that descended upon them like a torrential storm. With a snap of his fingers, Chi Ping commanded stillness. Water elements converged, instantly filling the space before him, intercepting the hidden weapons. Then, amid the astonished gazes of onlookers, he thrust his hand forward, transforming the wall of water into cascading waves that crashed down upon all the assailants, slamming them against the wall. Chi Ping then pulled back, only to thrust forward once more, repeating this action relentlessly until the group of attackers succumbed to unconsciousness. Bang! Bang! As the assailants were neutralized, those lurking in the shadows sensed the opportune moment, taking aim at Chi Ping. However, as bullets approached him, they were deflected by the currents of water surrounding him. Qi Ping pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, the water flowing in the direction of his force, coalescing into a formidable strike. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the gathered water erupted violently. What was that? Qi Ping marveled inwardly, yet maintained a stoic facade. In that fleeting moment of contact, he discerned the force of resistance, realizing that the water had been shattered by that mysterious power. Prepare to meet your demise. A figure, enshrouded in dark energy and barely discernible as human, surged forth, crimson hair billowing as it wielded a long blade. The dark essence coiling around the weapon and transforming into a lethal strike. Unfortunate. Qi Ping cursed silently, activating his tsunami armor. He executed a roll, narrowly evading the dark energy's slash. Quickly distancing himself, he thought, this foe is beyond your capabilities. Without needing further encouragement from Qi Ping, the patrons of the tavern had already fled. With the area devoid of bystanders, Qi Ping unsheathed the whirlwind sword, charging forward as water entwined the blade, augmenting its might. Before thrusting it at his adversary, the dark energy surrounding the figure appeared dense yet loose, akin to steel in its unwavering hardness, effectively blocking the whirlwind sword assault. Perish! The dark figure swung its long blade, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged like a relentless tempest. Qi Ping dared not engage directly, retreating step by step, until he stumbled over a soft object, falling backward. Ouch! A voice emerged from beneath him, prompting Qi Ping to instinctively toss the person aside, bracing himself as the dark figure's blade struck him. Damn it! Qi Ping gasped in pain as the dark energy pierced through his armor, directly assaulting his flesh, inflicting excruciating agony. The dark figure pressed the attack, wielding its blade with precision, each strike aimed at Qi Ping's vulnerabilities. Qi Ping wrapped the whirlwind sword in a vortex, using it as a blade to meet the assault head-on. The clash of sword and blade resonated through the tavern as water elements and dark energy collided, shattering everything in their wake, leaving deep gashes in the once immaculate marble. Breathless and weary, Qi Ping faced the enigmatic adversary, still shrouded in dark energy, rendering its true form elusive. You were quite clever before. Why now do you seem so rigid? The voice of the Imperial War Dragon resonated. Why engage in martial prowess? Simply unleash your magic. Qi Ping suddenly realized, plunging the whirlwind sword into the ground, as torrents of water erupted beneath the nameless figure, propelling him directly to the rooftop while dispersing the dark energy surrounding him. Stasis. The nameless entity was suspended in midair by the water element. Water tornado. Two spirals of water emerged, encircling the nameless figure, the contrasting forces relentlessly tearing at his form, simultaneously purging the dark energy from his body. Whirlwind piercing strike. Qi Ping inserted the elemental key into the whirlwind sword, and the water element surged forth, transforming into a wall of water before him. With a gentle thrust, it morphed into a long stream heading straight for the nameless figure. Countless streams of water relentlessly battered the nameless figure, each one as sharp as a steel blade, rending his body. The nameless figure erupted, his dark energy flaring even more fiercely, breaking free from the constraints of the long stream, his hair flying wildly in a frenzy. Qi Ping watched this creature warily, prepared to strike again. However, the previously frenzied nameless figure abruptly halted, crashing into the ground beside him, causing his form to vanish entirely. How familiar! A sense of foreboding rose within Qi Ping as he contacted the Emperor Dragon, inquiring, what exactly is this creature? Yiming Demon. Good grief. A simplified version. It merely consumes the three sins to harness demonic energy. Once it burns out, it turns to ashes, leaving nothing behind. That is troublesome. Qi Ping felt a chill run down his spine. Simplified implied rapid production. The malevolent spirit was already a headache, and now the Yiming Demon was upon him, making survival seem impossible. Thus, you must act swiftly. The longer you delay, the worse it becomes. Initiating combat is feasible. But are you confident in defeating the Shadow Realm Messenger? As long as you have the resolve, I have no objections. All right, I understand. Chapter 53, Preparations. Qi Ping severed the dialogue with the Emperor Dragon, shedding his armor and stepping out of the hotel. Are you all right? Dick approached immediately. I examined these corpses and can ascertain they belong to the Assassin Alliance. Qi Ping nodded in response. Why the lack of reaction? How should we deal with them? Dick queried, puzzled. Ignore them. Qi Ping replied softly. Has Tim reported any unusual activity among the individuals he is monitoring recently? Dick shook his head, taking a deep breath. Qi Ping resolved firmly. We shall convene at the port to strategize our approach against the malevolent spirit. So sudden. We aren't prepared. Dick was baffled by Chi Ping's abrupt decision, noting that the objective conditions were indeed not ripe. If we act hastily, the unaware citizens of Gotham will certainly oppose us, turning the city against us. Moreover, we possess only 2 suits of armor, and it is solely the Zanami armor in your possession that possesses the lethal capacity to deliver a decisive blow. Chi Ping raised his hand to halt further discourse, asserting, I am more acutely aware of these matters than you might think, which is why I propose that we convene to deliberate on our battle strategy, rather than launching a haphazard attack. This rationale evidently failed to persuade Dick, who remained discontented. Just moments ago, a second type of Shadow Realm creature appeared within the hotel. What is his true identity? It remains uncertain, and frankly, I have no interest in uncovering it. Chi Ping addressed Dick, stating, What I do know is that the enemy's rate of advancement surpasses ours, and our time is swiftly dwindling. If this continues, the chasm between us will only widen. Dick, anxious, rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth, and apprehensively inquired, Do you have confidence in this plan? As long as we could draw out that Shadow Realm envoy. I am confident in my ability to eliminate him. Chi Ping harbored uncertainty within, yet as the leader, he could not display any signs of weakness. Very well. Dick halted his steps, took several deep breaths, and ultimately resolved, I support you. Let us return to discuss our course of action. Thank you. Your backing is crucial to me at this juncture. Chi Ping clapped Dick on the shoulder, and the two promptly made their way back to the port. After their departure, Layla, the leader of the Eye of Heaven's action team, approached the bandaged Penguin Man. Observing the retreating figures of Chi Ping and Dick, she remarked with profound significance. Mr. Cobert, do you truly place your trust in Chi Ping? The Eye of Heaven has investigated him thoroughly, yet we have uncovered no traces of his past. So what? The Penguin Man unabashedly revealed his true nature. I could not care less about his identity. What concerns me is wealth. If you wish to act against him, that is acceptable, provided your Eye of Heaven compensates for the losses I incur from betraying him. Yist. The Eye of Heaven prides itself on integrity. We cannot afford such a hefty price. Upon the mention of money, Layla instantly transformed, turning on her heel and departing. The Penguin Man exhaled a smoke ring and muttered a curse. What a wretched hypocrite. What pretense? In this day and age, which enterprise or institution is not filled with avarice? The Eye of Heaven, with its grand proclamations about targeted crackdowns, while Amanda, that rotund figure, likely embezzles countless riches. Come here. Despite his disdain for the Eye of Heaven, the Penguin Man summoned his subordinates, instructing, Go, keep a watchful eye on the port, and report any developments immediately. Such dialogues and arrangements are commonplace among every crime lord. The attack tonight has alerted these cunning old foxes to a distinct scent of trouble looming on the horizon, prompting them to make the necessary preparations. At the port, in Chi Ping's office, the night was ablaze with light. Chi Ping gathered all the key personnel, along with the lingering Constantine, to brief them on the current situation, emphasizing the peril posed by the Shadow Realm creatures. Aside from Sam, Dick, and Jason, who were already privy to this information, the others gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom the absurdity of the situation. Though Gotham has witnessed numerous events in the past, the existence of a malevolent entity still instills fear within them. Does such a thing truly exist on Earth? Could it be a product of some corporation's biotechnological experiments? Surely not. Mr. Phil has never deceived us. A fervent discussion ensued, with some expressing belief and others supporting Chi Ping. Silence, everyone. Let Phil continue. Sam clapped his hands, halting the chatter. Chi Ping then presented a video, showcasing several grotesque individuals consuming the brains of living victims in a brutally savage manner, along with footage of their violent confrontations. The graphic scenes eradicated all doubts. The audience exchanged glances, profoundly shaken by the harrowing images that were almost unbearable for humanity to witness. Constantine, however, remained composed, accustomed as he was to dealing with the supernatural. Those entities were far more unsettling than this. The situation had become clear to all. The puppeteer behind these abominations had grown increasingly audacious and had commenced the creation of new monstrosities. To safeguard our families from becoming fodder for these beasts, and to protect the fruits of our labor, we must take the initiative and decisively eradicate these foes. Chi Ping spoke no falsehood. Given the modus operandi of the Shadow Realm, Gotham would inevitably fall into corruption. Anyone who cultivates the essence of the bright realm would be regarded as a thorn in his side, destined for complete eradication. A murmur of discussion arose once more. Although Gotham was brimming with martial spirit, this was indeed their first encounter with such aberrations. Faced with unfamiliar dangers, hesitation was only natural among them. "What is there to fear?" Sam exclaimed, rising to his feet. "If you cower and refuse to fight, do you think this enemy will spare us? Once he lays claim to Gotham, will he allow us to live in harmony with our families? Reflect on how the mob has treated us. These inhuman monsters will show us no mercy, nor will they spare our loved ones." Recalling the hardships of the past ignited anger among the crowd. Having grown accustomed to a life of humanity, they would never return to a state of servitude. Motivated by Sam's fervor, they expressed their willingness to take the lead. Chi Ping then called for silence and stated, "Your next task is to follow Sam to a mysterious location for training. Simply heed his instructions." After casting a meaningful glance at Sam, he signaled for him to take the group away. Once the core members had departed, Chi Ping and Dick apprehended the retreating Constantine. "We need to discuss something with you." "Please, no," Constantine interjected, refusing without a moment's hesitation. "The agreement you and I settled upon did not include me fighting in battles." Chi Ping and Dick exchanged knowing glances, well aware of his predictable response. "I never implied that you would be on the battlefield. Rather, I require you as my magical advisor." With a wave of his hand, an intricately complex diagram of a magical array materialized upon the table. Constantine's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the intricate design. "Oh God, where did you procure this intricate enchantment? I have never encountered such a complex magical array. Just tell me, how many individuals are required to envelop all of Gotham with this spell?" Chi Ping inquired calmly. "What are you planning?" Constantine became alert, sensing that this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. Chapter 54. Please grant me a favor. Before I respond to your question, you must first answer mine. What is the purpose of this magical array? Constantine's face was taut with tension at the slightest hint of danger. He would withdraw from the task altogether. Chi Ping smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not be so anxious. This magical array merely serves to summon the will of the earth into the realm of reality. And its specific function? The elemental realm will use the magical array to draw the entirety of Gotham into its domain, cleansing all that is linked to the shadow realm." Dick and Constantine fell into silence. "Is this not a bit excessive?" Dick articulated his concern delicately, while Constantine bluntly retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" "Of course not." Chi Ping explained earnestly, "The emissaries of the shadow realm are ruthless. Slaying a few malevolent spirits is utterly insignificant to them. They would not give it a second thought. To draw them out, one must be resolute." Dick was perplexed. If dealing with the malevolent spirits was futile, why devise a plan against them? To buy time, to obscure our intentions, ensuring the successful establishment of the magical array. Constantine interjected, "Have you forgotten something? There are hundreds of thousands of people in Gotham. Will you not consider them? The will of the earth can cleanse shadow realm beings within the real world. This magical array is designed to protect those ordinary citizens. Do you have any further inquiries? Ask them all at once." Chi Ping urged Constantine to be more decisive. Constantine gazed at the intricately complex magical diagram, feeling a surge of reluctance, not wishing to embroil himself in this predicament. "Why are you not undertaking this yourself?" "Because I must confront the emissary of the shadow realm and cannot afford to divide my attention." "What materials are required for this magical array?" "The magical array necessitates no materials. The warriors who have traversed the elemental realm will bear the imprint of the Earth's will, serving as the connecting nodes for the array." "What is the principle behind this magical array?" Constantine bombarded Chi Ping with a barrage of questions, both meaningful and trivial, to which Chi Ping responded with utmost seriousness. Yet this slippery character still refused to comply. "If you truly wish to avoid this task, I shall not pressure you. Simply utter a refusal." Chi Ping glanced at his watch, his patience wearing thin with Constantine's indecision. After all, this magical array only requires a guiding hand at the outset. Thereafter, it will function autonomously. He approached Constantine to ensure everything was foolproof, but seeing the man's demeanor, he reconsidered. "No, allow me a moment to ponder." Constantine grasped Chi Ping's arm, his expression fraught with conflict. "I have other matters to attend to. You may remain here to contemplate at your leisure." Chi Ping granted Constantine a few more minutes, yet the man remained indecisive. He could not afford to wait indefinitely. "No, y promesa. Moreover, I could find a few more allies for you." It was now Qi Ping's turn to feel conflicted. He remarked to Constantine, "Your vacillation makes it truly difficult to trust you. And do refrain from bringing along a few dubious companions. If things go awry, it won't just be us who suffer the consequences. Rest assured, the friends I bring this time are absolutely reliable, provided you are willing to share elemental magic." "It matters not." Qi Ping readily assented, for his knowledge could merely serve as an introduction. The ultimate arbiter of one's ability to wield elemental magic lay with the will of Earth itself. "The magic diagram is yours. Study it carefully." Constantine bowed in gratitude, bidding farewell to Qi Ping and Dick before immediately immersing himself in the magic diagram with an obsessive gaze. Upon exiting the building, Dick remained apprehensive. "I still don't trust Constantine. He tends to falter at crucial moments. If something goes awry, Gotham City could be doomed. If you had concerns, why didn't you voice them earlier? You were speaking. How could I interrupt? Oh, when will you ever amend these flaws?" Qi Ping pointed at Dick. "Trust in others. And keep your mind at ease." Concluding this discussion, Qi Ping led Dick to the harbor's main gate, where he identified a van and approached it. "Knock, knock, knock." Qi Ping rapped on the glass, and after a moment's hesitation, the occupants lowered the window. "Thank you for your diligent surveillance. Here, have a smoke." The revelation of their identities left the occupants in an awkward silence, which intensified when Qi Ping thrust cigarettes into their hands. "Who do you work for?" "We are under the Penguin's command." The watchers' voices trembled, eager to explain, but were interrupted. "I'm not here to trouble you." Qi Ping lit a cigarette for one of them and continued, "Inform your boss, as well as the others, that I wish to see them here in half an hour. It is of utmost importance." "Why, yes." The watchers nodded vigorously and hastily made a call. Qi Ping expressed his gratitude and stood at the entrance with Dick. Half an hour later, a convoy of luxury cars arrived at the harbor gate, and the bosses emerged one by one. "Little brother, you truly command respect. With just one call, you've gathered us all." Qi Ping quickly apologized. "The matter is urgent, and I regret the inconvenience caused to you all. Once this is resolved, I shall host a gathering to make amends." The bosses refrained from further comment, understanding that the astute Qi Ping would not provoke them without a significant reason. Suppressing their dissatisfaction, they followed Qi Ping into the underground prison. "Zuawash, little brother Qi, have you lost your mind, imprisoning the deputy chief of police here?" Though those present were the true rulers of Gotham, they still felt compelled to show respect to governmental institutions. Imprisoning the deputy police chief is a blatant act of contempt towards the government, which could incite considerable trouble. Qi Ping restrained his amusement as he observed the four malevolent entities, who astonishingly focused solely on the weakest among them, Zhu Wash. It left him at a loss for words. "Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is Deputy Chief Zhu Wash is no longer human." As Qi Ping spoke, he grasped the ceiling box, releasing a radiant glow. Instantly, black smoke erupted from Zhu Wash, transforming him into a bat-like creature, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. In the time preceding this moment, Qi Ping had consistently urged these individuals to renounce the power of the dark spirits. As long as they sincerely repented and expressed a willingness to atone, he could impart to them the methods of cultivating their inner strength. However, those accustomed to taking shortcuts find it exceedingly difficult to return to the righteous path, and these individuals stubbornly refused to cooperate. Qi Ping, although kind-hearted, was not devoid of wisdom. If they were unwilling, no one could assist them. These monsters had consumed a substance that had mysteriously emerged in Gotham 6 months prior, which had granted them their formidable transformations. Upon hearing about the drugs, the eyes of the gang leaders gleamed with interest. Were they all transformed by this substance? Indeed, they had exchanged their humanity for tremendous power, but it came with a grave consequence. Qi Ping was well aware of their thoughts, and to dispel their unrealistic notions, he continued, stating that they had developed a disturbing appetite for human flesh, quite literally. Moreover, if they ceased their use of the substance for too long, they would descend into madness. He projected images of these creatures feasting on humans, successfully quelling the leader's ambitions. Though greedy, these individuals possessed intellect, without their humanity. Their power was utterly meaningless. Their enthusiasm waned, and they inquired, "What is the purpose of your revelations?" "I wish to eradicate these malignant tumors and am notifying you in advance. I kindly ask you to remain neutral. I will compensate for any losses incurred afterward." Qi Ping stated with a smile. "Agreed." The leaders chuckled in response, pleased that they would not have to expend resources or effort. They held no concerns regarding whether Qi Ping might act against them. They deemed him clever enough to avoid such risks. Chapter 55. The Sorcerers. Constantine summons Zatanna through magic and, under the threat of burning down the forest, compelled the Swamp Thing to appear before him. Such a despicable tactic, Qi Ping remarked, standing beside him. Constantine shrugged, then grinned as he opened his arms, approaching the girl. Little Zatanna. Long time no see. Smack. Zatanna responded with an emphatic slap, delivering a resounding rebuke to Constantine. You scoundrel! How dare you use magic to summon me? Zatanna and Constantine shared a tumultuous bond. They were brought together by magic, only to be torn apart by it once again, leaving them in constant tension. Enraged, the Swamp Thing witnessed Qi Ping's sudden outburst and, with a roar, directed the plans to launch an attack against him. Qi Ping wore a perplexed expression as he gripped the elemental key and inscribed a rune, uttering disperse. The water elemental abruptly vanished, causing all the flourishing plants to lose their moisture, withering and losing their resilience before collapsing. The tendrils of the swamp monster began to wither as well, the crimson glow in its eyes gradually dimming until it could only kneel on the ground. It appeared we were strangers, yet why did it resort to violence upon our first encounter? Qi Ping felt no anger, merely curiosity. He did not recognize this creature. The elders of the Great Wood Council have issued a warrant for your capture, demanding that I bring you back to face judgment at any cost. Qi Ping narrowed his eyes. When he previously awakened the Earth's will, the spirits of nature had exhibited rather peculiar behavior. However, once the Earth's will severed several tectonic plates, they fell silent. He had assumed they had reconciled with the Earth's will, only to discover they were now active in reality. You are free to leave. Qi Ping dispelled the magical rune in his hand, and the pressure on the swamp monster vanished instantaneously, its massive form returning to normal. The command of the Great Wood Council is one I cannot defy. The swamp monster spoke in a deep, resonant voice, yet showed no intention of attacking. Qi Ping scrutinized the creature. As the avatar of all things green, its strength was indeed formidable. His ability to effortlessly extract the water element from the plants stemmed from this mindless undead's lack of combat will. If you wish to fight, we can arrange a time for that upon our return. However, I currently have other matters to attend to. Qi Ping adopted an expression of disinterest, urging the creature to depart. Yet, the swamp monster remained rooted in place, offering no explanation for its refusal. Ignoring it, Qi Ping decided to let it be as long as it did not seek to trouble him. Miss Zatanna, I am the one who requested Constantine to invite you. Qi Ping stepped forward to alleviate the awkwardness surrounding Constantine. And you are? I am Qi Ping, a mere nobody, seeking your assistance in conducting a magical array. Qi Ping presented the blueprint of the magical array. Zatanna, like Constantine, was astonished upon hearing that this individual intended to cover all of Gotham with a magical array. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. My heavens, are you out of your mind? Such a large-scale endeavor, and you expect John and me to accomplish it alone. Allow me to clarify. Qi Ping raised his hand. The number of participants in this task will be in the hundreds. You and Constantine are merely responsible for overseeing the flow of the magical array. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Yet even so, Zatanna was momentarily rendered speechless. She was no child. During her quest to find her father, she had encountered numerous formidable adversaries, including those with immense destructive power and magical artifacts, and had managed to endure it all. Yet, a magical array that encompasses the entire city, the lives of hundreds of thousands, and the necessity of drawing them into another world. Zatanna possesses a conscience. She cannot disregard the repercussions, nor can she bear such consequences. If she is unwilling, it matters not. I do not insist. Qi Ping rolled up his sleeve to check his watch. The appointed time was swiftly approaching. Thus, I have other matters to attend to. Constantine, please escort these two friends to rest. I shall arrange for their hospitality. He retained his courtesy. Although collaboration on this matter was impossible, it did not preclude future cooperation on other endeavors. Maintaining amicable relations is always beneficial. Wait, Mr. Qi, let us converse further. Constantine implored, extending his hand to delay him. Qi Ping smiled and shook his head. I truly have no time. The planned agenda is about to commence. Little Zatanna, this is a rare opportunity. This fellow possesses exceptionally unique magic. Constantine fervently urged Zatanna to join them. Aside from Qi Ping, the others are utterly ignorant of magic. If left unchecked, the likelihood of mishaps will only increase. Zatanna fixed her gaze upon John, and after a few moments, She lowered her eyelids. Very well. I shall agree. Constantine nodded eagerly and approached Qi Ping. You are remarkable, Qi Ping remarked to Zatanna. Turning to Constantine, you charm me, young lady. Yet one day, you shall regret it. That is of no concern to you. The magical array shall be managed by Zatanna and myself. Qi Ping observed Constantine's frivolity, shook his head in silence, and turned to leave. He glanced once more at his watch and then contacted Dick. The time is nigh. Let's commence. Dick acknowledged the order. And soon the sounds of cannon fire reverberated throughout Gotham City as artillery shells for artificial rainfall ascended into the sky. The thunderous booms echoed as various catalysts for precipitation dispersed within the clouds. Thunder rumbled, and before long, a torrential downpour ensued. Let us commence. Qi Ping approached Sam and Jason, flanked by the self-defense team members who had undergone preliminary trials in the elemental realm. They shimmered with elemental brilliance, fully armed. Upon receiving orders, they saluted and set forth. Sir, our numbers are insufficient. One subordinate expressed concern as they journeyed toward their initial target. Qi Ping responded with a smile. Do we not discuss this? Our mission is to divert the enemy's attention, rendering them preoccupied and unaware of our preparations for the magical array. Therefore, our objective is to create a great commotion. The louder, the better. There are no requirements for the number of enemies we must eliminate. Placing his hand on the shoulder of the new warrior, Qi Ping assured everyone, Rest assured, I shall stand with you. Regardless of what transpires, I will not abandon you. His words served as a powerful tonic, invigorating all the members of the team. In the past, their surroundings were rife with murder, drugs, and death. However, the arrival of Mr. Qi transformed this grim tableau, establishing a sanctuary amidst the inferno of Gotham, instilling newfound hope into their lives. We place our trust in Mr. Qi. Surely, under your guidance, we can eradicate these monstrosities. Mr. Qi smiled at them, though a heavy heart weighed upon him. As the night wore on, he pondered how many familiar faces would fall in the ensuing battle. Everyone, check your gear and prepare for combat. Yes. Chapter 56. The Battle on a Rainy Night. Inside this building, there are no living souls, only malevolent spirits. A voice crackled through Qi Ping's earpiece. Tim, serving as logistics, was coordinating the information across the battlefield. Shall we initiate the attack? Someone eagerly suggested. Qi Ping glanced outside the vehicle. The rain in Gotham continued to pour, intensifying to a point where visibility was nearly non-existent. The streets were deserted. Not even a shadow could be seen. Inside and around the building occupied by the malevolent spirits, there were no sentries. The inhabitants had grown exceedingly lax. Team 1, we are in position, came the responses from other squads through Qi Ping's walkie-talkie, causing him to tighten his grip. Immediately set up fire points around the perimeter. Fire a few rounds with the rocket launcher. Once they emerge, open fire. The rocket launchers and heavy machine guns, while considered grave offenses in other parts of America, flowed freely in Gotham. After we commence the attack, if there is no response from within, we will bombard for a while, leaving 2 sentinels behind while the rest follow me to the next location. After imparting a few more directives to his team and estimating that the other squads had already engaged, he commanded, Open fire. With a resounding roar, 3 rockets inscribed with magical runes shot forth, trailing smoke as they collided with the building, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames and shock waves swiftly consumed a significant portion of the floor, while the magical runes mingled with the torrential rain, cascading into the structure and washing away all in their path. Who dares to cause chaos in my domain? A furious roar, laden with immense psychic energy, surged from the building, imposing and fierce. Yet, upon colliding with the rain, its strength waned, ultimately striking the members of the self-defense team. However, the aura surrounding them shimmered with elemental light, rendering them impervious to harm. A multitude of semi-conscious humanoid forms subsequently surged forth, shrieking as they brandished cold weapons. A dark and terrifying sight. Yet, no sooner had these entities stepped out of the building than the proximity bombs set at the entrance ticked twice before detonating. It was evident that the humanoids and the more formidable entities were fundamentally distinct. They had yet to attain a strength capable of disregarding steel and gunpowder. Amidst the thunderous explosions, these somewhat dazed humanoids were thrown into disarray, limbs severed and blood spilled, only to be swiftly washed away by the relentless rain. Upon encountering the humanoid figure, the team members immediately opened fire, bullets weaving an intricate net that sealed the entrance. Everything within this vicinity was swiftly torn to shreds. Even steel was not spared. The humanoid, whose physical resilience paled in comparison to that of iron, was penetrated by the bullets and crumpled softly to the ground. Soon, the corpses piled up to the height of a staircase. Alas, who dares to provoke me? The owner of the building could no longer restrain himself and emerged, transforming into a grotesque creature resembling a wild boar. Behold my suction. The black boar opened its maw, unleashing a formidable pull that created a vortex, drawing in everything in front of the building and swallowing it whole. Qi Ping pressed the summoning device to his waist. His armor instantly melded together, and with a raised hand, a curtain of water surged forth, blocking the voracious pull of the black boar. I shall consume more. The black boar, infuriated by its failed suction, intensified its efforts, yet the water curtain remained unyielding. Qi Ping charged forward, his magical energy radiating outward as he commanded the water elements in the surrounding space. An entire tempest swirled in tandem with his movements. The black boar, driven by one singular desire, consumption, opened its cavernous mouth, devouring the oncoming storm. Since you wish to feast, I shall provide you with an ample banquet. Qi Ping unsheathed the whirling blade, thrusting it forth as a deluge of wind and rain coalesced at the blade's tip, transforming into a water vortex that surged towards the foe. The black boar, unwilling to relent, continued to gulp down rainwater, oblivious to the immeasurable flow that surged into its belly. The ceaseless tempest met its match. The black boar's stomach, however, was finite, and it ultimately could not withstand the torrent, bursting open in a dramatic explosion. Today truly is a stroke of bad luck, encountering such a creature. The black boar cursed vehemently, clutching its ruptured abdomen, preparing to speak. Stay right there. Qi Ping roared, the storm following his command, striking down upon all malevolent spirits like 1,000 blades, eliciting cries of anguish. The black boar, the principal culprit, received particular attention, pinned to the ground. Every movement met with searing pain. One more move, and I shall eviscerate you. Qi Ping stood before the black boar, the whirling blade poised above its head. Though the tempest had momentarily subsided, the raindrops still bore down upon it like daggers. Speak, where is the envoy of the Shadow Realm? Qi Ping understood that this creature was merely a henchman. During its time of surveillance, all it had done was consume without yielding any valuable information. However, since the performance demanded completeness, he could not allow any doubts to arise. The black boar, in desperation, pleaded for mercy, recounting its past sufferings, ultimately begging for its life. Qi Ping, of course, was not swayed by such deceitful lamentations. After exchanging a few idle words, he unleashed a formidable attack, summoning a torrential storm that caused the creature to explode in place. His drifting thoughts were ensnared within the enchanted box, and with a mere sneeze from the Imperial Battle Dragon, he was vanquished. What about the others, sir? Qi Ping inquired, casting a glance at the contorted figures on the ground and heaving a sigh. Do not concern yourself with them. Once the magic circle is successfully established, they will be cleansed naturally. Though he spoke thus, to prevent them from losing control and scattering in chaos, Qi Ping erected defensive barriers around the building, ensuring they could not escape. As Qi Ping took action, the other teams commenced their assaults, engaging with the bizarrely dwelling evil spirits, each battle progressing uniquely. Report your combat status. Qi Ping opened the communication channel, inquiring about their offensive conditions. Fair. Focus on preparing the magic circle. There are no issues on my end. Sam and Jason chimed in, stating that while they could not breach the enemy's stronghold, the adversaries could not escape either. Be cautious. Should danger arise, employ the true armor. Safeguard lives while fulfilling the mission, although only the true armor was available for unrestricted use prior to departure. Qi Ping had instructed Constantine to inscribe teleportation spells for each team leader, enabling the instant summoning of the true armor. Constantine, I am about to commence the deployment of personnel. Are you prepared? Qi Ping sought out Constantine, urging him to remain vigilant to ensure the smooth execution of the magic circle. Not a problem. Zatanna and I are ready. We await your signal. Qi Ping ended the communication and set out, assigning warriors refined through the elemental realm to various locations in Gotham City. Constantine and Zatanna gazed intently at the magical satellite map Qi Ping had created, continuously calculating the magical energy values as isolated points gradually illuminated. They began to chant incantations, guiding the magic to connect the isolated points. Chapter 57. The Mysterious Woman. I sensed the onset of danger. The Shadow Realm envoy, clad in a black robe, sat upon a throne, receiving incessant pleas for help from the evil spirits, yet he remained indifferent. What does this chosen one from the material realm intend to achieve? Is it not evident? Such a grand scale of operation is undoubtedly to draw you out. The hastily summoned specter stood beside the envoy, displaying utmost respect. As the dark mist dissipated, her true form emerged, a strikingly beautiful and alluring woman. It is not so simple, even if that lad is oblivious. The old-timers of the material realm will not fail to remind him. I care not for the fates of these individuals. His actions surely conceal other sinister intentions. The envoy's sinister voice slithered out from beneath his robe, sending chills down the spine. Talia, go stir up some trouble for them. Let us observe their reactions. Yes. Talia al Ghul bowed with respect, signifying her obedience, before turning to depart. Just as she was about to depart, a sinister voice echoed once more. Remember, the person you desire remains in my grasp. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts. Talia paused momentarily, then hastened her exit from that place. Within Gotham City, Chi Ping busied himself with assigning his team members to designated positions, simultaneously inscribing small magical circles on the ground to amplify the elemental radiance emanating from them, facilitating the formation of the larger magic array. Under the cover of torrential rain, all operations proceeded smoothly. Sam and Jason sequentially neutralized their assigned strongholds before proceeding to assist other groups. The magic array, originating from the realm of light, was not overly complex. Once the nodes were properly arranged, Constantine and his companions could guide the flow of magical energy, and the array would autonomously complete the remaining tasks. Exercise caution. Safeguard their safety, and refrain from wandering about. Chi Ping would advise those present after establishing each node. With 131 nodes spread throughout Gotham, Chi Ping and his team scurried about for 2 hours, nearing completion. Stationed at the harbor, Constantine and Zatanna found no significant challenges. Initially, they had to ensure the magical energy flowed according to the established design. However, as the majority of the nodes illuminated, their guidance became increasingly subtle. And under the influence of an unseen force, the magical energy in Gotham began to flow autonomously, connecting each node to form the magic array. This was the advantage of having powerful allies. The Earth's was exceedingly favorable towards its first contractor. Whatever he undertook, assistance would invariably follow. Moreover, this endeavor aimed at eradicating the malignant entities from the Shadow Realm filled the Earth's will with exuberance. In truth, the Earth's will had initially contemplated obliterating Gotham from existence, considering the plethora of foreign entities hidden within its depths. Every excavation revealed a unique monstrosity, rendering its existence a potential calamity. Chi Ping, of course, could not stand idly by while hundreds of thousands perished. Hence, he devised the strategy of establishing a magic array. Almost there. As Chi Ping set the final node, he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Talia, accompanied by her assassins, charged forth, unleashing a barrage of arrows, hidden weapons, and firearms. Observing the onslaught, Chi Ping raised a hand, and the assassins found their throats constricted by a torrent of raindrops, flung away with great force. Talia, having previously witnessed the prowess of this armored warrior, disregarded her subordinates' casualties and, enveloped in a dark aura, brandished her longsword, advancing toward the team members controlling the nodes. Come fort, Chi Ping forcefully summoned, as the torrential rain transformed into a colossal hand, striking Talia with tremendous force. The dark energy dissipated, causing Talia to stagger backward. Crashing through a wall, Chi Ping was relentless. With a sweep of his swirling sword, the deluge of rain transformed into blades, hurtling toward the wall that Talia had just breached. In an instant, the building where Talia had sought refuge was pierced by a multitude of swords, reduced to rubble and teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, Chi Ping sensed no trace of demonic energy. Instead, a foreboding warning emanated from the torrential rain behind him. Without hesitation, Chi Ping swung his sword in a counterattack. With a resounding clash, the Xianxiao sword collided with the demonic energy, sending shockwaves that severed the curtain of rain surrounding them. Talia's voice came out hoarse, as if she were suppressing something within. Chi Ping remained oblivious to her true identity, but the anguish in her tone revealed she was enduring immense suffering. Transforming into a demon was no trivial matter, especially when forced into it, as it inflicted unbearable torment upon the soul. You burn your own grievances to become a demon. Although it grants you formidable power, it also heralds your demise, leaving you incapable of even reaching hell. As Qi Ping's sword clashed against the relentless onslaught of Talia's blade, he implored her to abandon this path of self-destruction. Your words are too numerous. Today, it is either your death or mine, Talia retorted through clenched teeth, constantly grappling with her pain, yet compelled to persist for the sake of another. The agony ignited the fierce spirit within this resilient woman, causing the demonic energy to surge, enveloping her entire form. Her long blade sliced through the air in a continuous frenzy, the demonic aura spilling forth and nearly consuming the surrounding space. However, Qi Ping remained unperturbed, strolling through the chaos with an air of ease. On such a rainy day, clad in his Zenami armor, he felt an overwhelming advantage. You are but a mere specter of a lowly demon. To prevent their battle from disrupting the node's operation, Qi Ping deliberately redirected the conflict elsewhere. Yet, Talia was not so easily fooled. You wish to leave this place? I shall not allow it. With a sweeping motion of her blade, waves of demonic energy surged toward the self-defense team stationed at the node. Raising his hand, Qi Ping summoned the rainwater from the ground, forming a protective barrier akin to a city wall for all. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me. He invoked the favor of the Earth's will, unleashing a series of debilitating effects, slowing, weakening, stunning, and disorienting upon Talia. Taken by surprise, she nearly lost her grip on her weapon. Realizing she had been struck, Talia quickly retreated. But no matter how fast she ran, the oppressive sensation of being shunned by the world clung to her like a shadow. Do not waste your effort. You cannot escape. With a swift motion, Qi Ping thrust the skill key into the Xianxiao sword and unleashed a torrent of rain, transforming it into a raging river aimed directly at Talia. Facing such a formidable attack for the second time, the woman felt no hope of victory. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to protect that which she cherished, she gritted her teeth and stood firm, her body ablaze with potent demonic energy, bracing against the deluge. Moments later, she could withstand the tempest no longer, and was sent flying, yet she did not perish. Qi Ping approached the fallen specter of the demon, poised to end her life. At this very moment, a sudden bolt of lightning illuminated half of Gotham City. The will of the earth is about to descend. Save Bruce. As Qi Ping gazed skyward, Talia, amidst the ruins, grasped his leg, softly uttering words of plea. Bruce? Upon hearing news of Batman once more, Qi Ping promptly hoisted her up. Where is Bruce? He is in the clutches of the very person you seek, imprisoned by unknown means. Talia's condition was dire, having sacrificed herself to harness dark energy, rendering her body in a perilous state. After uttering this, she fainted immediately. Chapter 58. The Cataclysm Approaches. Bruce is indeed in the hands of the Shadow Realm's envoy. Qi Ping felt no surprise. After all, Bruce is the protagonist of this world, and the treasures he possesses are too numerous to ignore. Thus, the Shadow Realm's envoy would not let such a prize slip away. After some hesitation, he relayed this news to Dick and Jason. Initially, they were overjoyed, ecstatic that Bruce had finally been located after such a long time. However, as Qi Ping hesitated in his speech, they soon recognized that other concerns loomed. Fair, do you have more to tell us? Indeed, Qi Ping replied. We currently lack the time and resources to assemble a rescue team. So I implore you both to remain calm and refrain from reckless actions. In different directions, Dick and Jason looked skyward, the rain intensifying. 131 nodes have been interconnected, and a colossal magical circle began to ascend into the heavens, gradually enveloping all of Gotham. I understand. Rest assured, Jason and I will not forsake the entirety of Gotham. Dick vowed, while Jason, unusually, refrained from bantering back. Qi Ping ended the communication and, gripping the sealing box, silently contemplated. Dragon of War, Heart Seeker, do you truly possess the means to vanquish the Shadow Realm's envoy? Certainly, I have stated that as long as you possess an indomitable spirit, we shall be able to slay him. The Imperial Dragon of War ceased speaking thereafter. Yet Qi Ping felt a surge of courage within. He raised the whirlwind sword, as the tempest transformed into steps beneath his feet, elevating him gradually into the sky, ultimately standing alongside the enormous magical circle. Perched on the clouds, Qi Ping surveyed the entire city, yet his heart was devoid of grand ambition, more so filled with a sense of urgency. He twirled the blade of the whirlwind sword, causing the water to swirl into a vortex around the blade, producing a melodious sound. A single stone can stir 1,000 waves. The melody Qi Ping played gradually expanded to encompass the entire magical circle, and the downpour began to resonate with a tidal rhythm, the enchanting music echoing throughout the city, lulling all who heard into a deep slumber. hypnotic illusion. To ensure the safety of these citizens, Qi Ping must first usher them all into a dream, ensuring they would not emerge to cause chaos at a crucial moment. Such melodies likewise establish the prerequisites for summoning the will of the earth. Within the realm of elements, the river personifying the earth will flows with increasing velocity, its waves crashing upon the domain of all spirits, igniting a tempestuous upheaval. The colossal deities emerge one by one, gazing at the surging waves that rise ever higher, akin to warriors beating their war drums, surging forth into the distance, ultimately breaking free from the elemental realm to descend upon the earth. This is inconceivable. Even the mightiest of gods struggle to comprehend the phenomenon. Throughout countless epochs, they have sought a means to manifest upon earth but have gleaned naught. Compelled to share their power with proxies like the swamp monstrosities to extend their influence in the material world. Yet now, this sudden emergence has erupted forth without warning. What could possibly account for this? Is there no justice left in the cosmos? The deities raged silently within, yet dared not voice dissent outwardly. They had previously attempted rebellion, only to meet with failure. Each defeat compounded their burdens and diminished their strength. This explains their reliance on swamp monsters to act in the tangible realm. With a thunderous roar, the great rivers surged once more, crashing upon the land and further distancing them. This behavior seemed to signal them to refrain from meddling, lest they bear the consequences of their folly. The deities obediently withdrew their heads. The formidable presence was simply insurmountable. After issuing a warning to the gods, the river embodying the earth will surge forth from the elemental realm and arrived upon the earth. Utilizing magical circles as anchor points, 131 rivers erupted forth, soon enveloping the entirety of Gotham City. Following this deluge, Gotham displayed no signs of being submerged. Rather, it began to take on an ethereal quality. The two worlds overlapped. With Gotham caught in the interstice, the power of the earth will isolating this space from every other realm, as if encased in a bubble. I shall commence. The essence of the earth will resounded in the ether, seeking consensus from Qi Ping. Naturally, Qi Ping had no objections. However, prior to proceeding, he requested that the earth will first grant protection to the members of the self-defense force, ensuring their safety. The only humans permitted to enter this world were the self-defense force personnel. The earth will treated its own with an almost indulgent affection. Had Qi Ping not intervened, contracts would have already been established with the initial entrance. Promptly, he bestowed protection upon the self-defense force members before unleashing a tsunami. Waves towering over 100 meters surged forth, crashing violently into Gotham, causing all structures to tremble. The malevolent spirits, confronted with this apocalyptic scene, fled in a frenzy. Yet ultimately, they were ensnared within the vortex, torn asunder. Those who dared to resist were struck down by descending lightning, reduced to cinders, their remains obliterated. As their drifting souls flitted about like headless flies, aimlessly colliding with the world around them, they found themselves unable to escape, ultimately dissipating in resignation. Qi Ping observed this scene with a cold gaze, remaining composed unlike the others who were filled with excitement. He understood that these malevolent spirits were merely an appetizer, while the main course had yet to reveal its shadow. The will of the earth continued to unleash calamity as frenzied tsunamis battered Gotham City, causing the ground to fracture and seawater to surge underground, unearthing countless lurking shadows. Although Qi Ping's objective was solely the emissary of the Shadow Realm, it was evident that the other cultists were also ensnared, for the earth will harbor no fondness for any external malevolence. Cleansing, purging, and extensive purification. Countless cultists found themselves implicated, their frantic cries echoing, but under the merciless onslaught of nature, death was their only fate. The soldiers of the self-defense force gathered around Qi Ping, their faces pale as they queried, "Sir, with such a severe tsunami, will Gotham be in peril? The magical barrier isolates the two realms. Our city shall not suffer significant damage." Qi Ping reassured his comrades, his eyes fixed upon the encroaching darkness below, firmly clutching the sealing box. "Dragon of War, I am now connecting the sealing box with this world. No, you descend directly and confront him head-on." Qi Ping doubted his own ears. Yet after a brief hesitation, he transformed into a stream of water, riding the tumultuous waves until he stood at the chasm's edge, confronting the presence of the Shadow Realm. "Little brat of the Bright Realm, behold what this is." As Qi Ping landed, the darkness abruptly parted, revealing a robed emissary of the Shadow Realm, who emerged holding the unconscious Bruce. "What do you intend to do?" Qi Ping had already prepared himself for battle in silence. merely showcasing a demonstration, so you may comprehend how your demise shall unfold. The emissary's tone was somewhat deranged. Upon finishing his words, he plunged his hands into Bruce's chest, extracting countless threads that seemed to tether numerous worlds on the verge of obliteration. With a ravenous gulp, the emissary consumed these essences, transforming them into his own power. His form swelling as the dark energy radiated forth, effectively repelling the tsunami summoned by the will of the earth. Chapter 59. The sword is drawn. What is that? Qi Ping inquired, frowning at the clusters of black threads emerging from Bruce's chest. The strength of this child of the world was astonishing. This Batman bore the weight of an overwhelming darkness from countless realms. The emissary was absorbing these manifestations of fate, regaining strength. In that case, why not swiftly retrieve the ultimate weapon? Understood. The Emperor Dragon promptly replied. Immediately, a vision unfolded in Qi Ping's mind. Amidst the boundless and eternal darkness, a golden dawn pierced through all. The sword of the Emperor's armor lay concealed within this image. Your willpower, combined with the residual strength of myself and the Elder from the Divine Mountain, shall be sufficient for you to unleash a strike. Remember, you have but one chance with your sword. Should you miss this opportunity, we shall perish alongside this world. The Emperor Dragon suddenly grew solemn, not allowing Qi Ping a moment to respond. I need you to buy me time, to allow me and the old man of the Divine Mountain to adjust the Aurora sword. Qi Ping nodded, harnessing the power of the current as he thrust the whirling sword forward with great force. You fool, do you think I am one of those inferior evil spirits? The Shadow Realm envoy, observing the rushing current, laughed heartily, utterly unfazed. With a gentle wave of his hand, the current surrounding Qi Ping abruptly shattered, transforming into countless meandering streams, dissipating into nothingness. What? Qi Ping suddenly realized. The Shadow Realm also possesses the 5 elements, albeit in reverse. This is disastrous. Alarmed, Qi Ping did not retreat. Instead, he summoned the blessings of Earth's will, ensuring the fundamental utilization of elements, and thrust his sword forward. The Shadow Realm envoy laughed maniacally. I shall unleash all the humiliation I suffered at the hands of the armor from the Bright Realm upon you. The envoy grasped with a massive hand. The surrounding waters coalesced into a stabbing sword, clashing with Qi Ping. The sounds of battle echoed, clang, and crash. Qi Ping was overwhelmed, unable to retaliate against the relentless assault. Though the Shadow Realm envoy was a beaten dog, he was still a seasoned warrior from the Light and Shadow Wars. How could a novice like Qi Ping contend with him? Fortunately, this individual seemed to be haunted by psychological scars from the Bright Realm, delaying his desire to kill Qi Ping, instead relishing in tormenting him to reclaim his lost confidence. Fell. Protected by Earth's will, Sam and the others watched in fury as Qi Ping was mercilessly beaten, wanting to intervene but were rebuffed. What business do you have here? Get lost. Qi Ping feared their impulsiveness would lead them to join the fray. The fate awaiting Sam and the others against the Shadow Realm envoy would surely be one of slaughter. Send them back to the real world. Qi Ping implored Earth's will. Dare you distract me while battling? The Shadow Realm envoy, suddenly displeased, gathered dark energy into a colossal fist and sent Qi Ping flying. Meanwhile, Earth's will also transported Sam, Jason, and the others away. Dragon Warrior, how prepared are you? Qi Ping could not help but spit blood, but as soon as he did, the armor cleansed him. The old man of the Divine Mountain and I are ready and can strike at any moment. But are you prepared? If you're not ready soon, I shall lose my life. Qi Ping rose, communicating with Earth's will. The brilliance of the water element shimmered on the armor as currents coalesced around him. In an instant, Qi Ping became enveloped in countless currents, transforming into a giant wielding a lance, pointing towards the heavens. Waves surged, crashing forth towards the Shadow Realm envoy. Gome, today, your fate is sealed. Death awaits you, for this world is now mine. The messenger of the Shadow Realm erupted into laughter, his form transforming as the surrounding currents succumbed to darkness, morphing into his essence. With a single stride, dark waters enveloped him, and he too transformed into a giant. The once towering waves became trivial in comparison as he drew forth a great sword, infused with the shadowy power of his realm, and unleashed a devastating strike. Qi Ping met the blow with a spear, the two weapons clashing resoundingly. Enormous waves surged forth, radiating from the two giants, shattering the illusions of Gotham within the bubble of their world, leaving only the tumultuous currents behind. Backed by the will of Earth, Qi Ping channeled boundless energy through his fragile form, which served as the source of power for the water giant. The messenger of the Shadow Realm consumed the connections between Bruce and countless worlds, his body acclimating to this realm, gradually amplifying his strength. As the great sword and spear collided, the two water giants engaged in a fierce exchange, the waves they generated growing ever larger. Opposing forces clashed and entangled between them, forming a colossal vortex, a mesmerizing azure intertwining with an unsettling pitch black, creating a swirling maelstrom capable of shredding everything in its path. Ultimately, Qi Ping could no longer endure. The spear in his grasp was shattered by the great sword, and he was unceremoniously toppled by the messenger of the Shadow Realm. "Fear not, I shall not inflict pain upon you," the messenger proclaimed, standing triumphantly within the bubble of this world, his power saturating the ocean, transforming its vibrant blue into an abyssal black. This victor raised his great sword, aiming for Qi Ping's head, intent on decapitating his vanquished foe. In that moment, the messenger's elation surged to its zenith. A glorious future loomed before him, tantalizingly within reach. He envisioned his impending assault on the realm of light. Yet, amidst this radiant moment, a beam of light ascended, akin to the first spark piercing the primordial void, resembling an immense sun that would never set. The messenger's power waned rapidly in the face of such brilliance, a searing sensation spreading across his entire being. Fear surged within him, conjuring images of the cataclysmic battle that had annihilated countless worlds. He opened his mouth, emitting a piercing scream. Aurora soared. At the final moment, Qi Ping perceived the messenger's momentary relaxation. Following the guidance of the Imperial Dragon Warlord, he reached into the visions in his mind, grasping the cold hilt of the sword. Then, an endless radiance flooded his vision. He felt his strength dissipating swiftly. Even the favor of Earth's will could not sustain such expenditure. The figures of the Imperial Dragon Warlord and the heart of the Divine Mountain vanished within the light. The Aurora sword grew fiery in his grip, and Qi Ping felt as though he was not holding a sword but rather a sun. The brilliance scorched the messenger of the Shadow Realm, while simultaneously searing Qi Ping. Yet, under the guidance of an unseen force, in a daze, he thrust forth the blade. The Aurora sword transcended the realms of illusion to manifest in the tangible world. Its ancient and ethereal golden blade radiating a warm luminescence that effortlessly pierced the corporeal form of the Shadow Realm envoy. With the emergence of this blade, all malevolence dissipated, and tranquility reigned supreme. The tumultuous winds and rain subsided, and the elemental waters encircling the Shadow Realm envoy collapsed with a resounding crash. Yet despite this, Qi Ping firmly grasped the hilt of the Aurora sword, unwilling to relinquish his hold. To my astonishment, I truly did not foresee that the Emperor Dragon and the Elder of the Divine Mountain would be willing to sacrifice themselves. Wisps of dark smoke emanated from the envoy's 5 orifices, and his form began to waver into nothingness. However, do not be misled into believing that this signifies the end. The Shadow Realm shall never be extinguished. Its power has already taken root within this world. Bereft of the Emperor Dragon and the Elder's assistance, you shall languish in solitude for all your days. The Shadow Realm envoy clutched Qi Ping's arm, incessantly uttering words, yet Qi Ping could no longer hear. The Aurora sword had drained his strength. He was sustained solely by the sheer force of his will. Amidst the cacophony of curses, the envoy vanished, and the Aurora sword followed suit. Qi Ping collapsed, but was cradled by the currents of Earth's will. Chapter 60. Loss and Confrontation. Qi Ping plummeted through the darkness, acutely aware of something being relentlessly stripped from his being. This sensation was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the fateful night he met his demise beneath the wheels of a vehicle. The darkness and solitude tugged at him, seeking to lead him to the abyss of death, to bring his life to a close. The sole distinction was that he felt no fear this time, nor did he thrash about in a frantic attempt to flee from his impending fate. Upon vanquishing the Shadow Realm envoy, Qi Ping sensed that his mission had reached its conclusion. Even in the face of imminent death, he felt indifferent. In fact, he discovered a semblance of tranquility amidst the encroaching darkness of death. Kid, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Wake up, hurry, and awaken. The voice of the Emperor Dragon resonated, alongside the Elder of the Divine Mountain, who appeared before Qi Ping in a radiant glow. Now that the Shadow Realm envoy is slain, can't you afford me a moment's respite? Qi Ping's spirit lay supine in the darkness, resembling a mere shell of a person. If you continue lying there, you might just lose your life, urged the Elder of the Divine Mountain as he stroked his beard. Get up quickly. We have matters of great importance to discuss with you. Qi Ping blinked, then sat up, Gazing at them, the Shadow Realm envoy has been dealt with. What is there to worry about? No sooner had he spoken than an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Are you both all right? Ah, finally, you've shown some progress. The Emperor Dragon retorted sarcastically. The Elder and I are on the verge of vanishing after helping you extract the Aurora Sword. What? Qi Ping sprang to his feet in a flurry, recalling the envoy's final words, instantly engulfed in anxiety. Is there any way to remedy this? He did not articulate the reasoning behind the lack of prior notification, deeming it trivial. Without unsheathing the Aurora Sword, death awaited us all. This was the choice I made alongside the Elder of the Divine Mountain. The Emperor's war dragon was indifferent to its own demise. The Sage of Divine Mountain chuckled, stating, "There is no need for undue concern. We are merely a manifestation, and our dissolution is of little consequence. In the future, we may yet reunite in the realm of the living." That was all he had to convey. Be cautious, young one. That individual from the Shadow Realm is far from benign. He may have left behind some unforeseen contingency. Qi Ping understood that while the emissary of the Shadow Realm was arrogant and reckless, he was not devoid of cunning. It was improbable that he had left himself without a safety net. Nevertheless, Qi Ping found himself unable to concentrate on this matter. The departure of those who had steadfastly supported him filled him with sorrow. No gathering lasts forever. One should not indulge in such lamentation. Amidst the Emperor's war dragon's admonitions, their figures faded into oblivion. Qi Ping sighed, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, found himself back in his own body. He lay on a hospital bed, connected to an array of medical apparatus. Noticing the absence of others in the room, he propped himself up, removing the chaotic array of patches from his body. Upon assessing his physical condition, he discovered that his willpower had been significantly diminished by the sword's aura. However, the silver lining was that, after this intense battle, his field of will was finally nearing completion. With just one more push, he could ascend to an entirely new realm. You are well. At that moment, a sense of care enveloped him, undoubtedly the concern of the Earth's will. Once assured of his safety, the Earth's will withdrew its gaze, and the pressure that had pervaded the room gradually dissipated, though a protective aura solely for him remained. Qi Ping shook his head, finding the Earth's will overly anthropomorphic. Just then, the door to his room was abruptly flung open, and Sam rushed in. Upon seeing Qi Ping awake, he nearly burst into tears. Is this really necessary? I was merely asleep for a brief moment. Qi Ping chuckled, attempting to comfort Sam. A brief moment? You have been unconscious for 2 weeks. Sam, still haunted by the memory, had spent those weeks in anxiety, terrified of losing Qi Ping. Yet, Sam was not a fragile soul. He wiped away the tears from his eyes and smiled. Everyone has missed you. He voiced the collective worries and longings of those at the harbor company for Qi Ping. Listening quietly, Qi Ping felt a warm surge within him as he thought of those familiar faces, a smile gracing his lips. I'm sorry for causing you worry. He grasped Sam's hand. Sam smiled in return, saying, Now that you are awake, everything will be all right. What troubles you? Qi Ping immediately perceived the immense pressure Sam was bearing. This isn't the right place to discuss it. Let us talk at home, Sam replied, glancing around as if concerned about something. Where are we? Qi Ping descended from the sickbed, donning his clothes with Sam's assistance. Following the conclusion of your battle with that fellow from the Shadow Realm, a current swept you and Bruce before us. Dick had arranged for both of you to be admitted to a hospital under the Wayne Group's auspices. A week ago, Bruce had already regained consciousness. Yet his demeanor towards us was less than cordial. Sam swiftly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Qi Ping nodded in silence, aware that Bruce's childhood traumas had instilled in him a slight paranoia, perceiving malice in everyone around him. Let us depart, Qi Ping declared, eager to leave. Remember to settle the hospital bills. Understood, Sam affirmed, proceeding to the front desk to pay for their stay. Subsequently, Qi Ping entered the vehicle, heading towards the port. Shall we not inform Dick of your awakening? Sam inquired from the front seat. Qi Ping gazed through the window at the increased presence of military police on the streets. Responding, you are familiar with the situation. It is up to you to decide whether to notify him. Sam nodded, remaining silent, sensing that since Fair's awakening, he had become less talkative yet more composed. Nonetheless, he did not feel estranged. Fair remained unchanged, as he always was. Would you care to hear a report on Gotham's current state? Go ahead, consider it mere idle chatter to pass the time. Qi Ping withdrew his gaze from the street, attentively listening to Sam's words. In the week following that battle, Gotham had remained undisturbed. Although many were scouring for information related to the conflict, a semblance of tranquility persisted. However, upon Bruce's awakening, he first persuaded the congressman, under the auspices of his title as president of Wayne Enterprises, to lift the blockade on Gotham. He then assumed the mantle of Batman, ruthlessly targeting the gangs and incarcerating the Penguin and his associates in Arkham Asylum. Yet the government lacked the capacity to restore order. And now, a significant portion of Gotham's power lay in the hands of the Eye of Heaven. Following your earlier advice, I established the Gotham Public Safety Committee and managed to connect with Dick and several senators, allowing us to barely contend with the Eye of Heaven. Well done. Chi Ping praised him after hearing the report. Even if I were to take matters into my own hands, I could scarcely do better. Sam chuckled, feeling elated. The Eye of Heaven, despite its dubious nature, held an official title. Confronting it directly would be unwise. Establishing connections with officials would facilitate future actions. However, Bruce Wayne scorned my approach, accusing me of corruption. Sam huffed in displeasure. Chi Ping shook his head, reflecting on the naivety of the young master, who seemed oblivious to the struggles of others. If we did not act, the Eye of Heaven would abuse its power, crushing us, leaving thousands of families in ruin. Would he take responsibility for that? And for how long could he be accountable? Nevertheless, greasing the palms of such officials is one matter, an act of desperation. Yet we must not allow such a culture to permeate our ranks. Sam was undoubtedly aware of Chi Ping's principles, and he would never dare to overstep those boundaries. Mr. Fair has returned. As the vehicle rolled into the harbor, Chi Ping stepped out, and people immediately surged forward, surrounding him with loud cheers, expressing their concern for his well-being. Chapter 61, Greed. Within the Batcave, Bruce Wayne sat before his computer, observing the departing figures of Chi Ping and Sam, his hands clasped beneath his chin in contemplation. Upon waking, he had delved into all available data regarding Chi Ping's activities and realized that this individual was hardly reminiscent of a superhero, nor did he embody the qualities of an American. Setting aside the peculiar armor and arcane powers, he was able to engage in amicable dealings with the likes of Penguin and his criminal associates, all while exhibiting a complete disregard for wealth, providing employment for thousands, and ensuring their livelihoods. Although his ultimate actions were commendable, the means by which he achieved them left Bruce deeply unsettled. Your friend certainly acts with resolve, Bruce remarked to Dick, who stood nearby. Chi Ping, arms crossed and resting upon his chest, responded, Fair never likes to owe anyone anything. Do you comprehend what I mean? Bruce questioned Dick, his expression unyielding. Dick inhaled deeply before retorting. Must you always regard everyone with such skepticism? Indeed, Bruce answered with conviction. The truth is, your gaze has never lingered on those suffering at the bottom. You have never believed in their power to alter their fates. You stubbornly insist on bearing the weight alone. Yet this results in an endless cycle of futile conflict, culminating in the downfall of those around you with a single misstep. Dick erupted, capable of enduring solitude and suffering, provided such experiences bore significance. He had previously wavered between Chi Ping and Bruce, believing their paths diverged but their directions aligned. However, upon Bruce's return, he adopted a new perspective on their actions, perceiving only the disintegration of order and the rampant spread of senseless chaos. In the face of such turmoil, Bruce had done but one thing. He handed the situation over to the government, resulting in an even greater disarray in Gotham. Having transcended the shackles of his existence, Dick gained clarity. While Bruce's struggles were undeniable and his heart not devoid of kindness, his actions lacked purpose, merely cycling through repetitious patterns. It seems you hold considerable discontent towards me. Bruce maintained his composure when confronted by his adoptive son. Dick, having regained his calm, replied, When I relinquished my identity as Robin, I was merely disappointed in you, believing you lacked dedication, which led to Barbara's predicament. However, after this interval, I have become thoroughly disenchanted with your methods. As long as you tread this solitary path, distrusting everyone, Barbara's suffering is inevitable. My own tribulations stem from the criminals, not from Bruce, and I fear not death. Barbara attempted to ease the escalating conflict. Dick was ungrateful, seemingly intent on voicing all his inner discontent. I am not afraid of death, but our demise must bear significance. After you were left incapacitated, how many times did the Joker escape from prison? How many lives did he take? Yet what punishment did he face? Dick's series of inquiries pierced the hearts of everyone present like nails, plunging them into silence. The superheroes stubbornly insisted on being the enforcers of the law, yet they remained indifferent to whether the law was just or moral, and whether the judges and police stood with them. The lone hero, relentless in his pursuit, continued to batter his head against the wall, bloodied and bruised. while minor criminals were apprehended, leaving the major offenders to continue their nefarious deeds unabated. So, what do you intend to do next? Bruce clenched his hands tightly, then released them. I plan to leave Gotham, to wander elsewhere and witness how others live. Though Dick leaned towards equality, he wished to remain uninvolved in the potential turmoil between Bruce and the others. With that, Dick turned and exited the Batcave, rendering the underground sanctuary even more desolate. His departure dealt a significant blow to the Bat family. Losing their elder brother left the others feeling rather unsettled. However, due to its clandestine nature, this matter ultimately failed to stir any considerable commotion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Amanda, a menacing figure, observed her subordinates bowing their heads submissively, a satisfied nod escaping her lips. As soon as Gotham was unsealed, she hastened to the chaotic city, eager to carve out more interest for herself. At first, everything unfolded smoothly, reminiscent of the past, with Batman ruthlessly targeting gang leaders while Amanda's organization seized the territories in the aftermath. However, the port represented a legitimate business. And even though Batman disapproved of Amanda's tactics, he would not resort to retaliation. Thus, Amanda had to take matters into her own hands. Have you gathered any information on that Fairchild? A profound silence ensued, as agents exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to take the blame. Ultimately, it was Layla who mustered the courage to speak, her voice trembling. Madam, please forgive us. This individual is exceedingly elusive. We can hardly trace his past. If there's nothing from the past, what about the present? Amanda slammed her hand down on the table, exclaiming vehemently, You useless lot. What do you think I pay you for? Mere gluttons. In such a vast company, I refuse to believe there are no tax evasion or fire safety issues. Investigate thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. If any issues arise, latch onto them and never let go. Layla and her fellow agents were well acquainted with this strategy. Fabricating charges was second nature to them, yet they had always operated in secrecy. This was their first foray into such overt actions. Nonetheless, the agents dared not inquire or protest. They quietly endured the wrath of their formidable boss before departing. Only Layla, as Amanda's confidant, remained. After a moment of calm, she cautiously remarked, Ms. Waller, these individuals have already established connections with members of Congress. Might our actions displease those in higher authority? Fear not. Amanda nonchalantly waved her hand. Those legislators are solely concerned with wealth. As long as we maintain control over this company, other matters are of no consequence. Such dealings have nearly become an unspoken rule. The White House forbids the heads of these intelligence agencies from entering the cabinet, leaving them no path to ascendancy. Consequently, they frantically pursue monetary gain, ensuring their own interests are safeguarded. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I shall not neglect your worth. Indeed, Amanda harbored high hopes for Layla, intending to cultivate her as a successor, provided she remained loyal. I have heard that Fartsy has awakened. Arrange for him to meet with me. Layla took her leave to fulfill the command. However, Chi Ping was informed earlier, the messenger being Bruce. The president of Wayne Enterprises knocked on Chi Ping's door in the dead of night, immediately divulging significant news. Chi Ping listened, nodding before inquiring. Are you well acquainted with this Amanda? In my earlier travels across the globe, I had dealings with her, and upon my return to Gotham, I engaged in a few collaborations with her as well. This woman is insatiable, utterly devoid of boundaries. Even Bruce's expression shifted upon mentioning Amanda Waller, appearing as though he had swallowed something foul. What do you intend to do about this situation? Bruce inquired. Chi Ping hesitated slightly, then proposed a request. I wish to meet Steve Trevor. Chapter 62. Preparations for departure. How is it possible that she is here with Bruce Wayne? Amanda's countenance contorted at the report from her subordinate. Dick's departure from Gotham led her to believe that there was an irreconcilable rift between the two men, yet she did not anticipate their unexpected reunion. I cannot fathom these superheroes, Amanda complained, yet her instincts as a seasoned bureaucrat compelled her to make a welcoming decision forthwith. As Chi Ping and Bruce entered the building, the agents of the Eye in the Sky were fully armed, exuding an imposing presence. Such theatrics are rather tedious, Chi Ping remarked, observing the stern-faced guards. I'm not a mere child. How could I possibly be intimidated by such antics? Bruce chuckled. It seems that since your awakening, you have become more prone to sarcasm. This is only our second encounter. How do you seem to know me so well? Chi Ping questioned, a touch of curiosity in his gaze. Bruce replied calmly, I have reviewed all the reports of your activities, and Dick has shared quite a bit about you. I cannot comment on your character, but I am quite familiar with your demeanor towards others. The person you once were would never have spoken so openly in front of others. I would not now either, provided the other party does not act excessively. Qi Ping stretched his limbs. After the messenger of shadows was resolved, he felt a newfound lightness, which naturally made him more animated. Although the departure of the Emperor Dragon and the heart of the Divine Mountain left him saddened, it also spurred his personal growth. The principal had arrived. Qi Ping observed Amanda approaching from the end of the corridor, bearing a rather cumbersome figure and an unflattering visage that did little to inspire admiration. "Welcome, Bruce," Amanda greeted with a bright smile, embracing Bruce as if they were the closest of friends. Yet, when she turned to Qi Ping, her cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a businesslike facade. "Mr. Qi, a pleasure to meet you." Qi Ping paid little heed to Amanda's abrupt shift in attitude and shook her hand, knowing that their conversation would soon unveil even greater discord. "Please, follow me," Amanda instructed, leading the two men into her office, dismissing any onlookers, and inviting them to take a seat. However, before Qi Ping and Bruce could settle in, Amanda plopped down in her chair without ceremony. "You both have come together. What is it that requires my counsel?" Qi Ping and Bruce exchanged incredulous glances, bemused by her brazen behavior. "Ms. Waller, considering your age, one would expect your memory to be sharper. Have you truly forgotten that you dispatched your confidant to summon me for a banquet?" Qi Ping launched an incisive retort, showing no intention of preserving politeness. Amanda retorted defensively, "I only invited Mr. Qi, but now Bruce has joined us unexpectedly. I have not prepared an extra place at the table, so I beg your pardon for any discourtesy." Her intentions were transparent. She sought to undermine Qi Ping's authority to alleviate the pressure brought by Bruce. Bruce, however, would not acquiesce to her whims. "Amanda, I am merely here at Fair's request as an envoy. You need not concern yourself with me. Speak your mind as you see fit." Amanda narrowed her eyes, sensing a subtle threat. Qi Ping seized the opportunity to continue his onslaught. "Ms. Waller, I am here to seek an explanation. Your associates have been stirring up trouble lately. Is this your directive, or merely the actions of rogue agents from the Eye of Heaven?" "It was I who commanded them," Amanda asserted, her demeanor shifting to one of unyielding authority. "Your enigmatic background raises questions, especially considering your company's frequent dealings with the underworld during Gotham's tumultuous times, facilitating the transport of illicit goods. The Eye of Heaven possesses the right to scrutinize your unlawful operations, and I advise you to cooperate fully. Otherwise, the repercussions may be dire." Qi Ping regarded Amanda's fierce demeanor with quiet disdain, wiping the metaphorical spittle from his face with a calm resolve. "Who do you think you are intimidating? The Eye of Heaven has audaciously attempted to usurp livelihoods from such organizations. Don't you fear a collective backlash that could leave you with nothing? Are you threatening me?" Amanda's displeasure was palpable. Qi Ping crossed his legs nonchalantly and replied, "Weren't you just threatening me as well? This is merely a matter of reciprocity." Amanda glanced at Qi Ping and then at Bruce. Her eyes lowered as she weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Objectively speaking, a simple step back could quell this conflict without any detriment to her. Yet today, if Qi, with such audacity, could threaten him in this manner, it was clear that others might follow suit, and in the end, anyone could dare to disturb the realm overseen by the Celestial Eye Society. "You wish to intimidate me? That is utterly out of the question. The Celestial Eye Society is mandated to deal with all supervillains and will never yield to someone like you," Amanda exclaimed passionately, waving her arms as if she had truly become a champion of justice. Qi Ping scoffed dismissively, while Bruce regarded the greedy woman with the same indifference one might reserve for a corpse. Suddenly, amidst the silence, Amanda's phone rang, and upon answering, the voice of Steve echoed in her ear, transforming her expression into one of sheer fury. "You conspired with that old man Steve against me. You are pushing me to the brink. I have nothing left to lose." Qi Ping understood that eliminating a few agents would be of no consequence to someone as cold-blooded as Amanda. It would merely provide her with a justification to retaliate. However, if the Celestial Eye Society were to appoint a different supervisor, the situation would shift dramatically. "Frankly, I owe my ability to elevate Steve to the position of supervisor of the Celestial Eye Society to your own greed." Amanda remained silent, her eyes brimming with malice. Qi Ping continued to mock her. Had he not been so avaricious, encroaching upon others' territories with ruthless disregard and offending numerous departments? How could a mere businessman like myself achieve such a feat? Amanda glared at Qi Ping, cursing, "Even if I am ousted, you will not escape your own troubles. You need not worry about that. I have already reached an agreement with Supervisor Steve, willing to relinquish my position as president of the port company to clear my name. Amanda found herself at a loss for words. It was the first time she encountered someone so willing to forfeit their own interests. Are you insane? I couldn't care less. Xi Ping shrugged. Even if I were to step down as president, I would still command respect within the company. What about you? Without the position of supervisor at the Celestialized Society, you are nothing. Having unleashed his wrath upon Amanda, like the return of a Dragon King, Xi Ping turned on his heel with Bruce and departed. Amanda slumped into her chair, her frustration palpable as she began to fidget restlessly. In the car back to the port, Bruce inquired, "Are you truly willing to abandon the company?" "Indeed, I aspire to travel the world." Xi Ping reclined in his seat, exuding an air of relaxation. "Please don't utter any platitudes about enjoying life." "Of course not. I insist on continuing the pursuit of those malevolent entities that have fled Gotham, and my departure will alleviate some pressure for the company." "What? Are you going to miss me?" Xi Ping teased Bruce with a grin. Bruce shook his head in refusal, saying, "Stop your nonsense. Just leave, and I might find some relief." Chapter 63. Farewell. Xi Ping stood in the bustling train station hall, surrounded by those who had come to bid him farewell. Among them were Sam and the workers, Bruce with his little companions, and the agents from the Eye of Heaven who had come to oversee the departure. "Are you truly leaving us without a word?" Sam's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had thought that with the resolution of the Shadow Realm issue, brighter days awaited them. Yet he found himself facing Xi Ping's imminent departure. Though Xi Ping felt a pang of sadness, he buried it deep within. A few tears were permissible during farewells, but once he was gone, the burden of the port would rest solely on Sam's shoulders. "You must hold on," he urged. "You know me, impulsive and irritable. I can't be swayed. Enough. No need to play this game with me. No matter what you say today, I must leave Gotham." "Why?" Sam pondered, unable to comprehend why Fair had chosen such a drastic course, opting for mutual destruction with Amanda Waller when other avenues were available. This farewell should not be marred by such discussions, but to ease your mind, I must enlighten you. Xi Ping adopted a didactic tone, yet merely articulated 2 points. Firstly, I am an outsider, and those in power will never permit a foreigner to govern the vital port. Secondly, there are many creatures from the Shadow Realm scattered across the globe, and I must eliminate them. Sam hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but then falling silent. "Rest assured, if all goes as planned, I shall return to see everyone soon." Xi Ping placed a reassuring hand on Sam's shoulder. "Gather your strength. I don't want to return only to find you all back on the streets." "Fear not, that will never happen," Sam declared with unwavering resolve, nearly swearing an oath. "Let us not indulge in such vows." Xi Ping had faith in Sam and in their collective endeavor. Even if Sam occasionally fell prey to misguided notions of loyalty, others would surely steer him right. "Here, take this suit of armor as a parting gift." Xi Ping produced a summons device from Zenami. "This gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it," Sam protested vehemently. Xi Ping revealed a red object resembling a camera, saying, "Rest easy. I possess this armor for protection, so you may confidently keep it." A few days prior, he had awakened to find his willpower manifesting naturally, like the most mundane acts of eating or drinking. Though he did not fully grasp the phenomenon, he was elated to have taken a significant step into the ranks of the adept. As per the standards of the material realm, he immediately retrieved the striking and formidable Xingtian armor. He resolved to part with the elemental armor, confident that with the protection of the Earth's will, the absence of armor would not hinder his magical capabilities. It made little difference. However, for others, a suit of armor represented a pivotal weapon capable of altering the tide of battle. Whoever wielded it would balance the scales of victory in their favor. However, your disposition is not particularly suited for the trials of the elemental world, thus one must not be negligent. Sam nodded repeatedly, inquiring if there were any additional instructions. "None. Should any issues arise, we shall reconnect." Xi Ping embraced Sam briefly, gently patting his back before parting ways. The other core members also bid farewell to Xi Ping, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if they were on the verge of weeping together. Xi Ping could not help but feel touched, yet if this continued, he feared he would be unable to depart today. Fortunately, Sam promptly stepped forward, offering words of encouragement to the core members. "Do not weep, lift your spirits. Let Fei Air know that we are capable of upholding this endeavor." Although they were mere observers during the battle in the elemental world, their experiences had transformed their temperaments, setting them apart from their former selves. "Farewell, Fei Air." The group rallied their spirits, bidding goodbye to Xi Ping before turning to leave. "How did you train them?" Bruce remarked, observing Sam and the others' retreating figures. Lei Xiaogu utilized brainwashing and brutal training to forge a cadre of assassins. Yet you have never scolded or struck them. Historically, with the exception of certain other forces, a singular principle has prevailed: to strike relentlessly, employing merciless physical torment and psychological humiliation to dismantle the soldier's inherent will to resist, subsequently instilling unyielding obedience to the military's collective order, reducing them to mere cogs within a war machine, without individual will. These soldiers often commit acts of absurdity and inhumanity once war commences. Xi Ping, having grown up in a new era, in a society far more stringent than even the most austere, has never resorted to such methods. This question can be explored within the annals of modern revolutionary history in Huaxia. Therein lies all the answers you seek. Xi Ping provided a vague response, glancing at the time. Well, time is running short. I shan't prolong our conversation. The train is at risk of delay. Bruce refrained from further commentary, and Xi Ping shook his hand in farewell before proceeding to check in and board. As for the members of the Tianyin Society, he paid them no heed. Although Steve Trevor is a good man, Xi Ping held reservations about him. Despite having founded the Tianyin Society, he had been out of the fray for far too long, and a resurgence may not suffice to rein in the already established interests of the agents. However, Steve is not an easy adversary either. Amanda Waller must also tread carefully should she wish to reclaim her influence. This period would grant Xi Ping and his companions a respite. Attention, all passengers. The train from Gotham to Metropolis is now departing. Those who have not boarded, please hurry. Xi Ping found his seat on the train, next to a freckled young man with red hair fervently scribbling in a notebook, clearly racing against the clock. Xi Ping chose not to engage him, settling into his seat, pulling his hat low and closing his eyes. His mind delved into the sealed magic box, sifting through materials in an attempt to comprehend the inexplicable emergence of his own energy field. He reminisced about the first days with the Dragon Knight and the Heartseeker, longing for the times when he did not have to navigate through a sea of books. Soon, the train began to move. The young man, who had been fervently working on a manuscript, paused cautiously and addressed Xi Ping. Sir, may I pose a few inquiries to you? Despite being largely absorbed in his research, Xi Ping retained a sense of awareness of his surroundings. As he opened his eyes, a blinding light seemed to flicker within, causing the young man to instinctively withdraw. Xi Ping quickly tempered his presence, adopting a more amiable demeanor. Greetings, I am Jimmy Olsen, an intern reporter for the Planet Daily. May I ask you some questions regarding Gotham? With so many Gothamites aboard the train, Xi Ping wondered why he was the sole focus. He glanced at Jimmy's notebook and noted that the interview draft was already taking shape. You are quite renowned, the CEO of the port company and an emerging elite in Gotham. Your interview is bound to attract attention, Jimmy exclaimed excitedly, feeling he had seized a significant opportunity. Am I truly that famous? Xi Ping scratched his head, as he had never paid heed to such matters. I had only heard tales from the streets, and initially thought it would be nearly impossible to meet someone like you. Xi Ping felt uncomfortable under Jimmy's gaze and shifted uneasily. Please, do not say that. I have resigned. What about my interview? Xi Ping pondered for a moment. The Planet Daily was indeed a reputable publication, well-informed and adept at gathering intelligence. I am willing to be interviewed, but on the condition that my real name does not appear in your article, and in the future, I require you to provide me with information. Jimmy scratched his head. The first point is manageable, but I will need to report the second one to my boss. There's no rush. I intend to stay in Metropolis for a while. Chapter 64. I'm superhuman. Oh, Metropolis is truly exceptional. The weather is far better than Gotham. Xi Ping marveled at the vast blue sky and the radiant sun overhead. During his time as the messenger of the Shadow Realm, Dick had unleashed a substantial quantity of rain-inducing projectiles, while the will of the earth compelled dark clouds to release rain for an extended period. Ultimately, Gotham enjoyed merely 2 days of sunshine before being shrouded in clouds once more. It could only be described as outrageous. The living conditions in Gotham were exceedingly harsh. Recently, during the riots, many Gotham residents had fled to Metropolis, and most were reluctant to return. Jimmy was enthusiastic. Beyond his status as a CEO, he was drawn to Xi Ping's affable nature, perceiving him as a genuinely good person. Oh, it seems you are quite well informed. Xi Ping, newly arrived, sought to gather more insights. Of course, this is a hot news topic, Jimmy boasted. Recently, I accompanied Louise on a visit to numerous displaced citizens of Gotham City, most of whom expressed their reluctance to return. However, the city government is unwilling to accept them. I can empathize with their plight. Chi Ping nodded. Given the dire circumstances in Gotham, I too would hesitate to go back. The Metropolis city government, constrained by financial pressures, is understandably reluctant to take in these individuals. Yet, it seems they lack any effective means of expulsion. Why is that? Suddenly, a robust man with black-framed glasses emerged, extending his hand towards Chi Ping, Clark Kent, a reporter for the Daily Planet. I am Superman. Encountering Superman so effortlessly, Chi Ping scrutinized him. Unlike the oppressive aura surrounding Batman, the Kansas farm boy radiated a warm, sunny disposition. The contrast between Bruce and Clark, Batman and Superman, Gotham and Metropolis, was stark. I have long admired your reputation, Chi Ping exclaimed, enthusiastically shaking hands with the superhero, leaving the towering figure momentarily bewildered. I am merely an ordinary assistant reporter. Why the admiration? Clark wondered, startled, as he lowered his gaze. Breaking free from the confines of his lead glasses, his luminous gaze swept over Chi Ping, only to astonish him with the realization that this individual was like a walking source of energy, an unknown vitality suffusing every cell of his being, almost transcending humanity. Clark. Chi Ping sensed the scrutiny, but chose not to reveal it. Instead, he called out his name and recounted several articles co-authored with Louise. One distinction between Clark and Bruce is that Clark tends to view people in a positive light. Hence, upon hearing Chi Ping's rationale, he cast aside his doubts and engaged in cheerful conversation. Could you reiterate your earlier discussion regarding the Gotham refugees? Clark inquired with urgency. Jimmy then interjected, anxious, Clark, Mr. Chi is my guest. If you wish to interview him, you must include me. Typically, Jimmy is the devoted sidekick of Clark and Louise, but for various reasons, they are often reluctant to expose him to perilous situations, prompting his eagerness now. Rest assured, I shall not overshadow your contributions. Clark assured with a smile. Jimmy mumbled under his breath, just don't leave me behind. I will answer all your questions, but first, I need to find a place to stay. Chi Ping declared. I know of a commendable inn. I could drive you there. Clark offered. That sounds perfect. Chi Ping graciously accepted Clark's kindness. Jimmy automatically took on the driving duties, despite being the one who should have been seated in the back today. As Chi Ping and Clark settled into the back seat, Chi Ping posed a question. Before you respond, I must ask you, how many refugees are there in Metropolis? Approximately 60 to 70,000. Clark replied. 60 to 70,000. Let us assume 2 police officers are required to apprehend a single refugee, which would necessitate upwards of 100,000 officers. Can a Metropolis budget sustain such a vast operation? It is not as exaggerated as you suggest. How could refugees possibly compare to the police? Chi Ping cast a glance at him, his expression reflecting the innocence of youth. After all, these are Gotham residents. Jimmy replied while driving. Clark, during my recent visit to Gotham, I discovered that its citizens are indeed brimming with martial vigor. They are prone to drawing their weapons at the slightest provocation, determined to resort to violence. They will certainly not passively await repatriation. Clark was taken aback, shocked by such absurdity. Chi Ping continued. Even if Metropolis successfully apprehended everyone, the Gotham administration is currently in utter chaos. Who would take over? How can you ensure these individuals won't sneak back in? Moreover, Metropolis and Gotham are 2 cities within the same state. Although the Gotham refugees are officially labeled as such, they are, in truth, American citizens, not illegal immigrants. What right does your Metropolis government have to expel them? Is there anything unlawful or problematic about American citizens moving between American cities? Clark fell silent, deep in contemplation. Chi Ping directly inquired. Clark, your concern for Gotham citizens surely stems from more than mere journalistic duty, does it not? Clark suddenly appeared flustered, quickly responding. I have witnessed their displacement and felt pity. I wish to assist them. What a kind-hearted individual. Chi Ping sincerely praised Clark. He believed Clark was not lying, yet he was certainly concealing something. Otherwise, he would not have been so anxious. Nevertheless, Chi Ping refrained from pressing further, recognizing their still nascent acquaintance. I have answered your questions. Now, it is your turn to respond to mine, Chi Ping stated plainly. Of course, I shall speak candidly. Clark regained his composure. In recent months, have there been any mysterious disappearances in Metropolis, particularly among that group who fled from Gotham? Clark pondered for a moment. May I inquire what your intentions are? I seek monsters, those who have mutated from drug use, reveling in tormenting others, inciting riots. and often consuming humans to enhance their own strength. Qi Ping held a lingering suspicion that the Shadow Realm emissary had dispersed the powers of the Shadow Realm into this world before meeting their demise. However, since the enemy had not yet revealed themselves, he refrained from unfounded speculation. If there are no troubles, that would indeed be preferable, Clark meticulously recalled, stating that neither in his public identity nor as a superhero had he encountered such beings. Disappearances occurred almost daily, yet those monsters you describe have never materialized. Even if such creatures existed, they would have certainly been dealt with by Superman long ago. Jimmy confidently chimed in. Superman awkwardly scratched his head. Well then, if there are no monsters, that is certainly for the best. Qi Ping hoped that Metropolis would remain free of malevolent entities. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the hotel. Qi Ping and Jimmy had arranged a meeting time before entering the hotel, where he sought out a room, laid down on his bed, and closed his eyes to meditate, continuing to explore the mysteries of his energy field. Chapter 65, An Unfathomable Suicide. The night was deep, and the metropolis sparkled with colorful lights, exuding a lively atmosphere entirely distinct from the chaos of Gotham. Each shop was brimming with people, yet the streets were relatively devoid of homeless souls, lending an unusual tranquility to the environment. The inn recommended by Clark was quite pleasant, free from rowdy youths intoxicated with youthful exuberance. Qi Ping was able to quietly delve into the intriguing applications of his energy field. Everything felt so serene and harmonious. Suddenly, the door burst open and a shadow darted in. The figure was tall and moved without making a sound. It approached the bed slowly, raising a hand as a silvery steel structure whirred silently, unfurling a short sword that lunged fiercely towards the figure beneath the covers. The dagger, capable of slicing through steel, effortlessly tore through the raised quilt, yet found itself halted as if it had encountered an unyielding barrier. Why is it that you people are so enamored with cold weapons? ISNT firearms more appealing? Qi Ping opened his eyes, and the vortex shield enveloping his body suddenly expanded, propelling the assailant backward. The figure collided with the wall, the black cloak falling away to reveal a metallic body and a green gem embedded in its chest. Why have you come to kill me? Qi Ping asked, recognizing the robot vaguely as Superman's nemesis, but he dismissed the thought. The metallic being S.I.'s word, and it abruptly sprang to life, unleashing a barrage of gunfire directed at Qi Ping, bullets whirling through the room. Resigned, Qi Ping shook his head and pressed the summon button for the Xingtian armor at his waist. A dazzling flash of light circled around him, emanating an intense brilliance that was difficult to behold. The robot struggled to discern the illusions and resorted to indiscriminate shooting, with bullets sailing past the phantoms, piercing walls and glass, endangering innocent travelers and shattering the peaceful night. At that moment, all the illusions coalesced into one, and Qi Ping, clad in the Xingtian armor, charged forth, focusing on the bullets. With a powerful strike, he aimed at the robot's kryptonite heart shield. Armor fusion. The metallic being was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Qi Ping seized the opportunity to channel his surging energy through his body, infiltrating the armor's internal circuitry, and gathering it within his right palm. A core of searing heat materialized in his palm, poised to penetrate the shield and crush the being's heart of stone. At this juncture, the metallic man was truly flustered. The kryptonite heart was his everything. He could not afford to lose that core. Remove your hand. The metallic man's voice was dissonant, akin to that of a teased young girl, yet his movements were merciless, directly unleashing the energy of the kryptonite. A surge of energy blasted towards Qi Ping's face. In a flash, he executed a technique of shadow shifting. Energy surged through the entirety of his Xingtian armor, transforming Qi Ping into a streak of crimson light, effortlessly evading the energy cannon while inserting a card into the summoner. Lightning strike, a brilliant red glow manifested, and a pair of gauntlets appeared upon Qi Ping's right hand, humming with latent power. Subsequently, a fist imbued with scarlet radiance struck the metallic man's head. With a resounding thud, the entire encounter transpired within a mere 3 seconds. Before the metallic man could even react, a significant portion of his head collapsed, and one mechanical eye was obliterated. To prevent this assassin from taking others in the hotel hostage, Qi Ping directed his force strategically, propelling the half-robotic figure out of the window. The weighty steel body crashed onto the vehicles below, flattening them. Onlookers peered out, cursing, but upon seeing the metallic man, quickly retreated into safety. Despite the substantial damage to his head, The metallic man retained coherent thought, his remaining mechanical eye scanning his surroundings, swiftly resolving to flee. However, as he took his first step, a flash of red light appeared, and Cheaping stood before him. "Do you truly believe you could depart so easily?" Cheaping's voice, transmitted through the armor's voice modulator, took on a tone of stern authority. His will and the Xingtian armor began to merge, igniting a fervent battle spirit within him, almost yearning for combat. Perhaps this was an inherent side effect of the Xingtian armor? Cheaping suppressed those tumultuous emotions, focusing all his attention on the silent metallic man. Silence, whether a choice or an inability to speak, rendered him nothing more than a mere iron shell. Enraged, the metallic man bellowed, his voice synthesized electronically. "I am a human, a living being, not a machine. If you're indeed human, then answer my question. Who sent you to kill me? Answer truthfully, and I may spare your life." Cheaping stood resolutely, yet intimidating authority permeated the entire street. The metallic man, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, defiantly retorted, "You think donning ostentatious exoskeletal armor will compel me to bow down? You are merely a fool." Cheaping, undeterred, activated his shadow, shifting once more, transforming into a crimson flash, delivering a powerful punch to the metallic man's abdomen, sending him flying. As the metallic man neared the ground, Cheaping transformed again into a streak of red light, delivering another blow. Bang, bang, bang. The street fell into an eerie silence, reverberating only with the sound of electric strikes against steel. The metallic man's limbs were gradually reduced to scrap, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping him, compelling him to flee. Yet, no matter the direction he attempted to escape, Cheaping intercepted him, delivering a resounding slap. "Enough, enough. What do you wish to know? Speak, and I shall divulge all." After enduring a relentless torment, the metallic being finally succumbed to fear, crying out for mercy. Cheaping immediately ceased his actions. The dismembered metallic figure plummeted onto the roadway, its body thrashing desperately. "I'm a proponent of peace. Why must you force my hand?" Cheaping declared, placing a foot upon the metallic creature's chest. "Now tell me, who sent you to assassinate me?" "I was compelled." Compelled. The metallic being suddenly began to echo, as if it had touched upon some profound realization, repeating mere fragments of its speech. A malicious program had been implanted within its system. Superman descended slowly, observing the metallic figure, and elucidating this phenomenon to Cheaping. Cheaping had sensed Superman's arrival long before, considering the commotion he had caused. "Mr. Clark, are your eyes so remarkable that they can penetrate programming?" Upon hearing his identity revealed by this stranger, Superman's serious demeanor faltered momentarily. "How do you know my identity?" Cheaping, clad in armor, could not help but roll his eyes. "Brother, do you truly believe that donning a pair of spectacles would disguise your face? Moreover, today at the train station, you brazenly scrutinized my form. I am not a fool. How could I possibly overlook you?" Cheaping had no interest in engaging in a game of guess who I am with these superheroes. He simply sought an excuse to unmask Superman's pretense. Isn't it preferable to be forthright and cultivate friendship? Why the masquerade? Let us discuss the matter at hand. Do you know who dispatched this robot? I may not understand why he was sent to kill you, but I am aware of who modified him. Superman's demeanor turned grave once more. "I will provide you with an explanation, but until the truth is revealed, I implore you to refrain from intervening." Agreed. Cheaping readily acquiesced. Then, under Superman's astonished gaze, he withdrew the metallic being's kryptonite heart. "What are you doing?" Superman's expression darkened. Cheaping replied defiantly, "He attacked me in the dead of night. Am I not entitled to collect some interest?" While his reasoning held merit, Superman retorted, "Consider my feelings. This is rather hurtful, my brother. As long as you do not utilize him against me, do as you please." Superman chose to say nothing further and, lifting the half-dismembered metallic being, soared away. Chapter 66. Friends and Companions. "So, have you uncovered the clues you sought?" When Clark located Cheaping in the Gotham refugee encampment, he found him amidst a gathering, attentively listening to their dilemmas. Regardless of the visitor's status or wealth, Cheaping extended equal respect and treatment to all, coupled with the intelligence circulating within Gotham City. Cheaping's reputation soared among its citizens in a mere 3 days. Those who initially intended to remain in Metropolis found themselves willing to return to Gotham, eager to explore opportunities with the port company. Well then, let us conclude our discourse for today. If there are any significant developments, please ensure you notify me promptly. Even if you cannot obtain any valuable leads, you must prioritize your own safety. The individuals surrounding Chi Ping acknowledged with a nod and then dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. After bidding them farewell, Chi Ping turned to the arriving Clark and inquired, "What brings you to seek me out today? Has there been progress in the investigation regarding the assassination attempt on the Metal Man?" "Not at all," Clark replied awkwardly, shaking his head. Upon delivering the Metal Man to the police station, he was immediately incarcerated. "I didn't even have the chance to ask him a single question." "Is that so?" Chi Ping responded, unfazed by the unfortunate news, continuing to tidy up the area. "Aren't you concerned?" Clark asked, his brow furrowed. "What good would worrying do? A life has been lost. What is the point of urgency?" Chi Ping replied, "I truly cannot fathom why the police would deny me access to the prison. This is an unprecedented and peculiar occurrence." Clark lamented, expressing his frustration over the obstacles he faced. Chi Ping remained composed, probing further. "Did you meet with the police in your Superman persona? What else could I have done? No one cares about a mere journalist like Clark Kent." He sat down, appearing somewhat fatigued. "In that case, this becomes intriguing," Chi Ping analyzed. "Consider the stature of the individual capable of persuading the police to disregard Superman's identity and intervene in this matter. Furthermore, do you not have any insights into the identity of the individual responsible for modifying the Metal Man?" At the mention of this, Clark sighed deeply, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. "The one who modified the Metal Man is an old acquaintance of mine, Lex Luthor, the president of Luthor Corp." He then recounted the history between himself and Luthor. Essentially, they had both resided in Smallville, but after his father, Jonathan Kent, sacrificed himself during a storm, Clark chose self-exile, distancing himself from humanity until discovering the Fortress of Solitude 3 years ago, which allowed him to embrace his true identity and return to Metropolis. By that time, Luthor had already established Luthor Corp, achieving great success, and while welcoming his old friend Clark, he had begun to view Superman with suspicion, deeming him an untrustworthy alien. Once Clark had finished his narrative, Chi Ping posed a question. "Have you ever contemplated revealing your identity to Luthor to resolve your past grievances?" Absolutely not," Clark asserted, shaking his head resolutely. He was unwilling to disclose his identity. "You're not engaging in any nefarious deeds. If you could convince Luthor, that affluent magnate, to support you, would that not be more advantageous?" "It is not the same." Clark's tone was adamant, firmly opposing the notion. After Chi Ping attempted to persuade him twice without success, he ceased further discussion. "I have arranged to meet him today, and I would like you to accompany me." Certainly, Chi Ping readily agreed to Clark's request. As he gathered his belongings in preparation to depart, he noticed Lois Lane approaching unexpectedly. "Lois, what brings you here?" Clark was not surprised to see his girlfriend in such a perilous location. "Clark." The lovely Lois embraced him and then turned to Chi Ping, indicating her purpose for being there. "I heard from Jimmy that he met the former CEO of Gotham Port Company, so I came specifically to interview him. Perhaps another time." Chi Ping declined Lois's request. "Clark and I have some personal matters to attend to, or we could meet at the Daily Planet when we return." Lois was not particular about the meeting place. Yet seeing her typically straightforward boyfriend in the company of such a dangerous individual as Chi Ping, and appearing so familiar with him, sparked a mix of curiosity and concern within her. "Clark, are you and Mr. Chi Ping well acquainted?" "We hit it off instantly, and have been enjoying a delightful conversation." Chi Ping fabricated a casual excuse. Clark, in the presence of his girlfriend, seemed to experience a significant drop in his intelligence, merely echoing Chi Ping's words. Lois shot a knowing glance at Chi Ping before whispering to Clark, "Let us go home. I'll deal with you later." With that, she strutted away in her high heels. Clark sighed and then took Chi Ping to a barbecue restaurant. As they entered, the owner, Bibber Vasky, greeted them warmly. "Clark, your friends are waiting for you. I've seated them in the best spot." When Clark approached to express his gratitude, Bibber added quietly, "I had no idea you were acquainted with such a prominent figure as Lex Luthor. Indeed, we share a long-standing friendship." Luthor approached, casually placing a hand on Clark's shoulder. Exuding familiarity, Clark seemed to reminisce about fond memories, a gentle smile gracing his face. "A beer, please." "Thank you." Luthor settled into a chair, resting his hands on the bar, seemingly unconcerned about staining his designer suit. Chi Ping joined them, extending his hand to Luthor. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Luthor. I'm Chi Ping. My English name is Fair." "Mr. Chi Ping, I've heard about your endeavors in Gotham. Quite impressive." Luthor, however, did not reciprocate the handshake. his tone noticeably less courteous than when addressing Clark. "So, this meeting was arranged by you?" "Indeed. I seek verification on a matter." Cheaping took the initiative. Luther showed little interest in the subject at hand and instead inquired, "How did you and Clark become acquainted?" Cheaping sidestepped the question, directly asking, "I've heard that the Metal Man is a product of your company's modifications. It's best not to inquire about matters that do not concern you. It's a fundamental rule for any businessman." Luther threatened subtly, fingering his beer glass. "However, this Metal Man attempted to assassinate me on my very first day in Metropolis. I fear I cannot disregard that." Cheaping and Luther locked eyes, an unspoken tension enveloping the air, leaving those around them feeling quite uncomfortable. Clark emerged to mediate, stating, "This is fundamentally a simple matter. Must we escalate tensions to such a degree? Lex, Mr. Chi is my friend, and this pertains to his safety. Can you not show some leniency? This is a matter of commercial confidentiality, and I cannot divulge anything." Luther's previously affable demeanor vanished, and the glare from his bald head became increasingly blinding under the lights. "Clark, I am genuinely pleased to see you back. However, over these past 3 years, you have intentionally avoided me. If this continues, our friendship may very well be irreparably strained." With that, Luther placed money on the table and swiftly exited the bar. Chapter 67. Observations from prison. Alas, such a reaction is difficult not to question. Could he truly be uninvolved in the assassination of the Metal Man? Chi took a gentle sip of his beer, finding it lacking compared to a carbonated beverage. Clark wore a furrowed brow, despite being targeted by Luther during these years. He noted that Luther had not acted excessively toward others. Thus, the inherently kind Clark hesitated to sever ties with his former friend. Yet, the events of today left him feeling decidedly uneasy. After all, no one is naive enough to believe that a wealthy magnate like Luther would remain untainted by any unsavory dealings. "I must confront him for clarity," Clark declared, rising to his feet, while Chi contemplated slamming his head against the table. "No, please don't. If you seek him out now, he will reveal nothing, and it will only serve to further deteriorate your relationship. I would never approach him in such a manner. I will do so as Superman." Chi felt a surge of frustration, pondering why these superheroes, despite their high intellect, acted so recklessly. However, recognizing his inability to contend with this Kryptonian, Chi patiently suggested, "We just spoke with him. If Superman turns up seeking him, it would be obvious even to a fool that there is a connection between Clark and Superman, especially for a mind as astute as Luther's. Calm down. If it comes to it, I can infiltrate the prison to speak with the Metal Man directly. What if the Metal Man has already been transferred?" Clark was no fool. Chi promptly responded, "Then you should track Luther. If the Metal Man has truly been moved, he will not remain indifferent." This, Clark hesitated. "Chi, ever consider it?" proposed, "Let us switch roles. I will follow Luther, and you can investigate the prison." "Never mind. I shall follow Lex instead. Sneaking into a prison is beyond my capabilities." Clark was a law-abiding citizen. Chi, indifferent, scrutinized Clark, questioning, "You soar through the skies daily. Can you truly master the art of concealment to avoid detection?" "Rest assured, I will maintain my distance, flying high above them. They will not perceive me." Clark assured, then, without awaiting Chi's response, dashed out of the barbecue joint, ascended into the sky, and vanished. Chi Ping sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, he had only recently become acquainted with Superman and could not command him. All he could do was pray that Clark, this towering figure, would remain undetected by Luther. Chi Ping departed, having inquired with the residents of the refugee district about the location of the prison, and rode his newly acquired motorcycle to the vicinity. Perhaps due to the fact that the profession of superheroes had not yet emerged, Metropolis treated villains like the Metal Man as ordinary criminals. Consequently, the prison security was rather typical. As a prime example of the United States, most public facilities in Metropolis were contracted out to private companies, and the prison was no exception. As it was a company, the security personnel within were merely clocking in for their shifts, lacking any profound dedication. The safety of the inmates largely relied on the omnipresence of surveillance cameras. For Chi Ping, however, this was of no consequence. He circumnavigated the prison, seeking a spot unnoticed by the cameras, and inscribed magical runes upon the high walls adorned with barbed wire. The thick concrete walls instantaneously transformed into a soft, flowing substance, allowing Chi Ping to step inside effortlessly. He deliberately chose a secluded corner, ensuring that few noticed the unexpected guest within the prison. It was recreation time inside, and the guards were primarily focused on the inmates. Chi Ping cautiously approached a guard who was idly lounging in a corner, covered his mouth, and grasped his neck, inquiring. I ask, you answer. Where is the metal man being held? The guard offered no resistance, complying readily with the question, as his month's salary was hardly worth risking his life. After obtaining the information, Chi Ping rendered him unconscious, donned the guard's uniform, and, with the identity card in hand, seamlessly entered the cell block. Though some guards found Chi Ping's presence peculiar, they paid him no mind. They were merely workers, content to evade trouble as long as nothing amiss occurred. Provoking a formidable adversary could lead to their own demise, which was hardly worth it. Thus, Chi Ping traversed the corridors leading to the metal man's cell without encountering any obstacles. However, upon entering the cell, he found no trace of the metal man. Had he truly been transferred elsewhere? Pondering this, Chi Ping made his way directly to the warden's office, forcefully pressing the warden's head against the desk to engage in a cordial exchange. Please spare me. I will provide whatever you desire, as long as you grant me my life. I merely wish to know where the metal man is being held. The metal man has already been transferred. He has not been in our prison for quite some time. The warden, like a bamboo tube pouring forth beans, divulged everything in a torrent of words. Enough. I am not interested in your ramblings. Chi Ping interrupted, pressing for clarity. Who took the metal man away? They claimed to be from the Luther Group. They handed me $20,000 and then took him away. The warden, fearing Chi Ping's disbelief, hastily cleared the desk, revealing 2 stacks of green bills. Chi Ping lifted a stack of dollars and slapped it onto the warden's face. You are quite greedy. $20,000 for a single prisoner? Ah, you are mistaken. Our prison has fixed prices for bail. If they are willing to offer more, that is beyond my control, the warden replied, feeling wronged. So, you still possess a sense of conscience? Chi Ping remarked with a cold smirk, observing the warden's demeanor. Indeed, you may inquire around. Our prison is renowned for its integrity. The warden's pride was palpable, leaving Chi Ping in a quandary of whether to laugh or fume. Get up. Chi Ping released the warden, compelling him to open his eyes and face him. Please do not. Whatever you need, just command it. Once you leave this door, we shall no longer be acquainted. The warden stubbornly kept his eyes shut. What is your name, warden? Chi Ping clapped him on the shoulder, the force of which forced the warden to open his eyes. What are you doing? Are you intent on wiping me out? It's a misunderstanding. Chi Ping chuckled, waving his hand. Individuals like yourself, with such honesty, are rare these days. I wish to collaborate with you. Certainly, no problem. The warden's face broke into a broad smile. Although unfamiliar with Chi Ping, he recognized that someone who could enter quietly was not an ordinary person. An alliance with him would undoubtedly bolster his own position. To collaborate, we must share our intentions honestly. Chi Ping took a business card from the warden's desk. I will call you upon my return. However, before that, I wish for there to be no rumors of my presence in Metropolis. The warden, being astute, understood without further elaboration. Of course, take care. The warden, still reeling from the earlier encounter, forced a smile as he bid Chi Ping farewell. As Chi Ping reached the door, he suddenly turned, pointing at the warden who was preparing to make a call, and smiled. Do not be dishonest. It's a misunderstanding, truly. The warden awkwardly chuckled as he put down the phone, his body performing a traditional neon art form as he bent at a 90-degree angle. Once the door closed, he slumped back into his chair, drenched in sweat. One unfortunate stroke of luck. I shall never again engage with such supervillains. Chapter 68. An awkward atmosphere after leaving the prison. Chi Ping promptly called Clark. The metal man in the prison has indeed been transferred. I am heading over now. We shall discuss the other matters in person. Fearing that Clark might act impulsively, Chi Ping refrained from mentioning the Luther Group. However, in his Superman persona, Clark seemed increasingly perceptive, quickly sensing something amiss and abruptly hanging up the phone. Clark, remain calm. Clark, Chi Ping lamented. How could a perfectly normal person become so impulsive and stubborn after transforming into a superhero? After voicing his grievances regarding Superman's rashness, Chi Ping began inscribing magical runes on the ground, sensing Clark's exuberant vitality and activated his teleportation skill. Meanwhile, Clark trailed Luther's vehicle from a distance, intent on uncovering the connection between him and the assassination case involving the metal man. Luther's vehicle incessantly meandered along the road, never coming to a halt. Were it not for the certainty that Luther remained inside, one might suspect that Lex had executed an escape. At that moment, Chi Ping's phone rang. After hearing of the disappearance of the metal man, he could no longer contain his emotions and soared towards Lex, intent on confronting him directly. Chi Ping then teleported to the scene, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of water, attempting to pull him down. Clark, even if you wish to interrogate Luther, there are far superior methods. Superman, having taken note of Chi Ping's words, allowed the water to draw him from the sky. What method do you propose? Clark inquired, regaining some composure. Chi Ping replied, return to Clark's attire and question him as a friend. Lex is bound to suspect the source of the information. My identity will be compromised, just as you stated. Clark found himself puzzled. If he questions the source of the information, you implicate me entirely. Is that not the same? Not at all. You care for your secret identity, but I am indifferent. If exposed, it bears no consequence. Chi Ping nonchalantly resolved the matter and retrieved a modified motorcycle from the magical box, setting off with Clark. The specially modified bike exhibited remarkable performance, quickly catching up to Lex's luxury car. The driver, Mercy Graves, soon noticed the pursuing motorcycle and sought to shake off this unexpected guest, yet her efforts proved futile. She promptly informed her employer, Lex, we have a friend following us. Find a quiet place to stop. I wish to have a word with them. Luther glanced at the rearview mirror, spotting Chi Ping and Clark. Obeying her boss's command, Mercy deftly maneuvered the vehicle towards a more secluded area. He has noticed us. Chi Ping observed as the car altered its course, realizing what was afoot. Clark, have you considered what to say? Alas, I find it difficult to articulate. My thoughts are in disarray. I am uncertain how to proceed. If you do not know how to express it, then speak the truth. Chi Ping pressed the accelerator. Following closely, after approximately 10 minutes, they arrived beneath an overpass where Luther awaited them. Clark exchanged a glance with Chi Ping, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, Clark approached Luther and declared, Lex, I wish to pose some inquiries. I have anticipated this, Clark. As we pledged in the past, we shall conceal nothing from one another. Hesitation flickered across Clark's face. Chi Ping's expression contorted. Though he understood the depth of the friendship between the two, hearing such words felt rather peculiar. Let us address the matter at hand. Chi Ping nudged Clark's side, preventing the atmosphere from veering into awkwardness. Clark, flustered, nodded and stated, We have uncovered that the Metal Man has been relocated, and the individuals responsible for this act are employees of the Luther Corporation. If I wish to conceal the heap of scrap metal, I could simply utter a word, and the head of the prison would dutifully deliver the person to me. There is no need for me to send anyone and invite trouble upon myself. Lex was somewhat agitated, his body trembling slightly. So, are you implying that you have no connection to the assassination incident? Clark responded, equally stirred. I would never deny my past actions. You are well aware of that. Then why does your company select test subjects from among the Gotham refugees, and where have they vanished to? Clark's voice rose in pitch, his emotions running high. Chi Ping, feeling bewildered, thought to himself how this individual had concealed such crucial information from him. He pulled Clark aside and whispered, Are you certain this is true? Why is there not a whisper from the people in the slums? Those who were taken were enticed away while they were begging on the streets or engaged in other activities. They often wander alone, and their absence goes unnoticed. Clark whispered back to Chi Ping. Yet this is merely speculation. Only a handful have caught a fleeting glimpse. I have always doubted the veracity of these claims, which is why I conducted a covert investigation and only recently confirmed that indeed, a solitary figure has disappeared. So, you come to question me without even having investigated the missing persons? Lex regained his composure, gazing intently at Clark. What have I done to earn such distrust from you? My old friend? In Metropolis, only Luther Corp possesses the resources to conduct experiments on such a large scale. Even if you're not directly involved, your corporation cannot be absolved of culpability. Clark seemed resolute, firmly accusing Lex. What would your reaction be if I insisted that none of this pertains to me? Lex spread his arms wide. Clark hesitated momentarily before declaring, You are lying. Clark, my friend. Lex chuckled, a sinister grin forming on his face. And what about the lies you've told me? I understand your implication. Clark frowned. Lex clapped his hands together. How does it feel to be a superhero, Superman? You knew? Clark was taken aback, retreating several paces, his earlier resolve dissipating. When did you discover this? I uncovered your identity 6 months after your debut and sought you out. Lex wore an expression of triumph, as if he had seen through Clark entirely. You will never master the art of deception, Clark. That is simply who you are. Even though your Kryptonian physique conceals much, I am intimately familiar with your movements. And your return coincides perfectly. You know I have always been a skeptic of fate and coincidence, so I made a few calls, sacrificed some of my assets, and confirmed your identity. Clark found himself at a loss for words, the notions of metal beings and test subjects slipping from his mind. Why reveal everything at this moment? You are well aware that I am Superman. Why then do you assert that extraterrestrials are untrustworthy? Do you doubt my affection for Smallville and this city? When you are ready to confront the world as Clark Kent, then come and speak to me. Lex uttered no further words, turning instead to depart in his vehicle. Chi Ping observed the entire exchange in silence, unable to interject. Once Luthor had left, he approached Clark with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Chapter 69, Shattered. I now feel like a fool. Clark knelt upon the ground, engulfed in despair. Chi Ping placed a hand upon Clark's shoulder, yet found himself unable to empathize. Having never donned the mantle of superhero, he could not fathom why one would choose to shield themselves behind such a fragile facade. Do you care about your reputation? He inquired. Clark shook his head. What about wealth? He asked again. Clark again shook his head. And power? Clark continued to shake his head. You seem indifferent to all three. So what if your identity as Superman is shattered? Your deeds are not rendered false, nor the lives you have saved merely statistics. The citizens of Metropolis do not care whether you are Superman or Clark Kent. They only know you are their savior, the one who rescued them from the brink of death. Reflecting upon the smiles of those he had saved, Clark felt a resurgence of spirit, responding with a grin. Your method of persuasion is truly unique. Chi Ping chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have never been a superhero, so I am curious as to why you feel compelled to adopt a false identity. Perhaps it is due to my extraterrestrial origins. Regardless, that is the truth. Clark replied somberly. Chi Ping contested his viewpoint. Then you should not perpetuate this alien persona. Rather, you ought to blur the supposed boundaries of race. Through your actions, demonstrate that there is no distinction between you as an extraterrestrial and us as Earthlings. With a sigh, Clark remained silent. Of course, you're the one directly involved, and you understand the situation best. The choice is ultimately yours. Chi Ping assisted Clark to his feet. Come, let me escort you home. What about the matter with Lex? I have been observing Luthor's behavior. He is a proud man, and when he spoke of your deception, it was apparent he was rattled. I suspect he may not conceal his true feelings in other matters either. Perhaps he is merely putting on an act? Clark suggested. Chi Ping smiled and replied, You are overly sensitive. Hurry home and rest. Clark declined Chi Ping's kind offer, expressing a desire for solitude. Unfazed, Chi Ping knew that even if Clark stood resolute against a barrage, he would emerge unscathed. He rode his motorcycle back to the hotel, shifting his focus from metallic menace to the situation Clark had mentioned. Initially believing Metropolis to be free of malevolent forces, it now appeared they had merely adopted a different method of criminality. They specifically target those who are solitary and vulnerable, individuals who roam the streets alone, making them easy prey, and even if they were to vanish, it is unlikely anyone would care. This is indeed a classic yet effective modus operandi for criminals, as the indifference towards these lonely souls minimizes risk while maximizing gain. But why do they choose to operate under the auspices of the Luthor Group? Chi Ping meticulously inscribed all the clues on the whiteboard, contemplating the seemingly uncomplicated web of connections. Is it to frame someone? Or does Luthor have a hand in this as well? He witnessed everything unfold beneath the bridge. Luthor's displayed emotions were undoubtedly genuine. However, the bald man's concern for Clark does not imply he extends the same regard to others. Such an exceedingly arrogant intellect often regards others as inconsequential. The information is scant. Further investigation is essential. The residents of the refugee area should be alerted to the solitary wanderers, and Tim should attempt to infiltrate the Metropolis surveillance system. In an instant, Chi Ping resolved to make a call, yet just as he reached for the phone, it began to ring. Upon answering, he heard Clark's voice, breathless and seemingly struggling to suppress his fury. What has happened to Clark? Speak quickly. Chi Ping sensed something was amiss. Lois has been kidnapped. Clark articulated this statement with deliberate precision, his rage on the brink of eruption. Lois, as a competent journalist, consistently ventures into the most perilous situations, and Clark had come to terms with her dangerous escapades. However, this time, he found it difficult to rein in his anger due to their recent conversation. The best friend and the woman he loves. Clark could scarcely fathom facing such a scenario. I must go find him and clarify this matter. Clark, please remain calm. Chi Ping gazed at the dimmed phone screen, realizing that trouble loomed large in the coming days. He should have personally seen her home. Chi Ping felt a twinge of unease. The timing of this kidnapping was far too convenient. Yet, The priority now was clearly to prevent Clark from doing anything rash, especially anything impulsive as Superman. However, this time, while attempting to inscribe the runes, Chi Ping sensed that the force field surrounding Clark severely disrupted his positioning, rendering him incapable of teleporting. Damn it! With no other recourse, Chi Ping donned the Xingtian armor, utilizing the art of transformation as a means of swift travel, and hurried towards the Luthor Group's building. Fortunately, the hotel was not in an obscure location, and before long, he burst into the Luthor building, only to be greeted by a scene strewn with debris. Luthor must have set numerous traps within, yet these posed no threat to Superman. Chi Ping raced towards the top floor, encountering nothing but shattered remnants. All the traps had been forcefully dismantled by Clark, many torn apart by his own hands. The combat prowess of this Kryptonian is truly extraordinary. Chi Ping assessed his own capabilities, convinced that he could contend with Superman, yet aware that failure could lead to his downfall. Fortunately, Clark was a reasonable individual, and Chi Ping stood by his side. The sounds of Clark's impacts with objects had been distinctly clear, but inexplicably, they had suddenly ceased. Sensing something amiss, Chi Ping hastened upstairs, only to discover that the entire floor was illuminated by red light emitters. Under the oppressive glow of the red sun, Clark's cells rapidly deteriorated, rendering him no different from an ordinary human, devoid of his superhuman powers. Luthor's mercenaries surrounded him, raining down blows that left the inexperienced Clark in a daze. One mercenary even drew a dagger, lunging toward Superman's abdomen. With a furrowed brow, Chi Ping transformed into a beam of red light, positioning himself before Clark. He drew forth a fiery weapon, unleashing a crimson laser that swept across the scene, striking the mercenary's knees and the red light emitters. Freed from the red light's influence, Clark rose, resolute in his intent to confront Luthor, the commotion reinforcing his conviction. Chi Ping refrained from following him. Instead, he targeted the mercenary who had aimed to kill Clark, pressing a button on the summoning device. The camera flashed, illuminating the mercenary, yet nothing transpired. "What are you doing?" Clark inquired, perplexed. Chi Ping casually cast the mercenary aside, responding, "It's nothing, I was merely overthinking." Clark dismissed it, charging into the penthouse office. Luthor sat poised at his desk, his body relaxed, while his female bodyguard aimed a gun loaded with kryptonite bullets at Superman. Clark's gaze was solely fixed on Luthor as he bellowed, "Where have you hidden Lois?" Chapter 70, A Klitsch Kidnapping. Lois Lane's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Luthor reclined slightly in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of nonchalance. Superman clearly disbelieved this simplistic assertion, his body tense, and his eyes radiating a fierce red glare. "Clark, calm down." Chi Ping arrived just in time to restrain Superman, advising, "This situation is suspicious. We just clashed with Luthor, and now Lois has been abducted. What a remarkable coincidence. It's as if it had been orchestrated in advance. Luthor is a cunning individual. He wouldn't engage in such foolishness." Superman's face contorted with rage, his expression resembling that of a ferocious beast, his eyes seemingly on the verge of unleashing their heat vision. Chi Ping, sensing something unusual, activated the summoning device. A blinding light enveloped Superman, his form instantly transforming into a three-dimensional silhouette. Stripped of his normal skeletal structure, Chi Ping immediately observed foreign particles lodged in Superman's airway and lungs, emitting peculiar radiation. Indeed, there was a problem. Without hesitation, Chi Ping struck Superman's chest. This sudden action provoked Superman's fury, unleashing his heat vision, which obliterated a significant portion of the office. The female bodyguard immediately contemplated firing kryptonite bullets, yet was halted by Luthor, who urged patience. Chi Ping deftly evaded the searing heat vision with an instantaneous shift, conjuring a magical rune with his hands, which he directed towards Superman's chest. Anticipating the move, Superman swiftly grasped Chi Ping's hands. However, they abruptly transformed into a stream of water, piercing through his chest and seizing all foreign objects within, which were then forcefully extracted. A piercing agony akin to having his lungs wrenched from his body compelled Superman to kneel, but once liberated from the foreign influence, tranquility enveloped him once more. What has transpired? Chi Ping, observing the crimson fragments in his grasp, soon discerned the truth. You have been ensnared. The enemy not only abducted Lois, but also left behind kryptonite dust to drive you to madness. Luthor, with a grim expression, approached and remarked, "A two-pronged strategy, eliminating the wealthiest in Metropolis while dismantling a superhero. Quite the cunning plan. Is Lois's disappearance truly unrelated to you? Superman inquired, rising to face Luthor, beads of sweat adorning his brow. It is not, Luthor retorted. Then prove it to me, Superman demanded. What do you desire? Luthor replied. Help me locate her. Consider it done. Luthor responded with an expression of certainty, as though he had anticipated Superman's or Clark's request. He promptly commanded his female bodyguard to activate Luthor Corp's surveillance network, originally intended for Superman, making the task of locating a band of kidnappers a trivial endeavor. Observing Luthor's prompt actions, Superman exhaled a sigh of relief and nudged Chi Ping, clad in impenetrable armor, inquiring, Fei, how did your hands transform into a stream of water? That is magic, Chi Ping promptly answered. Although the offensive power of water elemental magic may not rival that of the celestial armor, it possesses remarkable efficacy in other realms, serving as an excellent auxiliary tool. Is it possible that magic truly exists in this world? Superman expressed disbelief. Chi Ping, amused, retorted, if this world can accommodate such an unreasonable extraterrestrial as yourself, why not magic? Stumped, Superman scratched his head sheepishly and then asked, can he actually find Lois? Chi Ping cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, if you are anxious, I can teach you a few techniques to alleviate your emotions. Stop with the incessant questions. Superman shook his head, asserting his resilience. Before long, Luthor uncovered Lois's whereabouts. Pointing at the screen, the kidnappers are concealed within this warehouse. Eager to reunite with his girlfriend, Superman was ready to rush there. Chi Ping, however, remained unhurried. Observing the intricate surveillance system, and smilingly addressed Luthor, this system is truly remarkable. I wonder if Mr. Luthor could assist me in locating those individuals reported missing from the streets? You actually believe those baseless street rumors? Luthor scoffed dismissively. The enemy I seek is deeply concealed. As long as I have a clue, even if it is mere hearsay, I must pursue it to the end. Chi Ping expressed this sentiment to the Luthor, keenly observing his reaction, yet he gleaned nothing of significance. We must depart. Superman, whose heart was entwined with Lois, paid no heed to the subtle exchanges of probing. Chi Ping chose not to continue and followed Superman out. Allow me to guide you. Superman, brimming with impatience, seized Chi Ping and soared into the sky. In less than a minute, they arrived above the warehouse, ready to plunge downwards. Wait, Chi Ping intercepted him. Since they were capable of employing kryptonite powder to drive you mad, they are undoubtedly setting other traps. Superman scanned the warehouse with his beams and, indeed, discovered that the entire exterior was laced with lead, rendering his vision incapable of penetrating within. When did my weakness become so conspicuous? Superman remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Chi Ping patted his solid arm, saying, I shall descend first to confront those robbers. You bide your time and prepare to rescue. Superman nodded and relinquished his grip. Chi Ping descended, crashing through the roof of the warehouse. The moment he landed, the entire facility erupted in crimson light, and a barrage of bullets, gleaming with green luminescence, was unleashed upon him. Had Superman reached the ground first, he surely would have faced dire consequences. However, Chi Ping was not Superman. The bullets infused with kryptonite powder left not a scratch on his armor, and the red lights that filled the warehouse were turned against him under his command, with the power of the Xingtian armor directing the beams. These red lights began to flicker in varying frequencies, blinding those within. The robbers fired indiscriminately, their aim akin to that of a hapless marksman. Chi Ping drew his scorching quick-fire pistol and pulled the trigger. The red laser shot forth, striking their shoulders and knees, effectively incapacitating their ability to act. In the same motion, he dismantled the red light emitters surrounding them. Simultaneously, Superman burst in like a cannonball, shattering the sturdy wall, sending the nearby individuals flying. Chi Ping gazed at the fallen figures, sensing their imminent demise. Lois, bound to a chair, remained unharmed but unconscious. As Superman approached her, Chi Ping preemptively scanned Lois with his abilities and extracted a piece of green kryptonite from her grasp. A Klitsch D tactic, an ambush without originality. Chi Ping crushed the kryptonite, allowing Superman to step forward and embrace his girlfriend. Suddenly, countless twisted dark symbols manifested on the warehouse walls. A voice, seemingly belonging to a multitude, resonated, collectively calling out a name. Armored warrior, the herald of the Shadow Realm has not slain you. Take Lois and flee this place. Chi Ping sensed the power of the Shadow Realm coalescing around them and urged Superman to leave. Trusting him, Superman carried Lois through the breach and departed. Chapter 71. At last, they have emerged. After a relentless search, I was at my wit's end, wondering where to locate you scoundrels. When you fortuitously presented yourselves before me. How considerate. Qi Ping jested at these cowards who dared not reveal their true selves, and then he fired his weapon. The searing crimson laser pierced the dark ether, yet stirred no ripple. You have vanquished that envoy, and thus you proclaim your ability to conquer us. Taste our might. The voice resonated as if a multitude spoke in unison, and soon, humanoid figures surged forth from the shadows of the dark field. Is the summoner profession particularly trendy this year? Qi Ping quipped, before unleashing another barrage. The red lasers danced through the air, striking the hearts of the humanoid forms, extinguishing their anguished existences. Yet, from the depths of darkness, these figures seemed inexhaustible, flooding toward him and using their lives as shields against the relentless laser fire. As the figures encroached, Qi Ping steadied his weapon, the blade gleaming with lethal intent. With a swift pull, a torrent of explosive flames erupted forth, obliterating the humanoids before him. The flames rose triumphantly, illuminating the darkness and eliciting horrified cries from the figures. As products of failed evolution, they possessed no capacity to resist the brilliance of the light, their instinct urging them to flee, yet the dark field compelled them to continue their futile struggle. These figures emitted frenzied wails, their suffering intertwined with the dark field, providing it with the very essence of its existence. In turn, the dark field tormented them further, augmenting its combat efficacy through their anguish. Was this devoid of humanity? Qi Ping, sensing the grim fate that awaited the captured vagrants, was engulfed by a tide of unrelenting rage, which in turn ignited his indomitable will to fight. Recognizing the fervent battle spirit of the summoner, the Xingtian armor instinctively connected with Qi Ping's energy field, its surface shimmering with vibrant crimson light. With fervor, Qi Ping wielded the fire sword, leaving trails of heated energy in the air as the blade and flames flickered, bringing an end to the suffering and madness of those figures. He endeavored to save these souls, yet under the dire experiments, they could no longer revert to humanity, condemned to endure in this agonizing form or face death. Look at your slaughtering prowess. I see nothing but a butcher. What would your superhero companions think upon witnessing this scene? The voice of the puppet master echoed once more, attempting to perturb Qi Ping's emotions. Yet Qi Ping was devoid of any superhero moral scruples. He continued to wield the fire sword, retorting, I am no hero. I am a warrior. The act of killing is inconsequential to me. Furthermore, can you even be considered human? With a decisive slash, Qi Ping repelled the throng of humanoids, then planted the fire sword into the ground, gathering energy for the next onslaught. Then, with a sudden flourish of his right hand, he gripped the long sword in reverse and unleashed a strike. The fiery judgment cleaved through the heavens and earth. A surge of intent erupted, lightning and fire bursting forth from above, while flames erupted from below. The two forces collided, releasing a multitude of fiery electric sword energies that pierced through each humanoid form. They scarcely had time to emit a cry of despair before they were robbed of life. Yet in their final moments, the remnants of their will expressed gratitude towards Qi Ping, thankful for his liberation from such agony. The instantaneous loss of over 100 humanoid forms, coupled with their grateful acknowledgement before death, significantly diminished the power of the dark force field. This unforeseen turn of events undoubtedly caught the mastermind behind the scenes off guard. Qi Ping gazed at the multitude of humanoid forms emerging once more from the dark force field, and with no reinforcements in sight, he knew they had panicked. If you lack new tactics, then it is my turn. Qi Ping summoned his intent field, allowing the energy to flow through his armor. The armor radiated a brilliant red light. Its vibrant combat spirit instilled fear in the humanoid forms, forcing them to retreat with horrified cries. Do not become too complacent. The malevolent spirit behind the curtain roared in fury, causing the dark force field to writhe as countless black tendrils emerged, ensnaring all humanoid forms and forcefully binding them together. Such a crude and simplistic action yielded remarkably effective results. Under the unique power of the Shadow Realm, these humanoid forms began to merge amidst their anguished screams, gradually coalescing into a single entity, towering at 5 to 6 meters. Naturally, Qi Ping would not allow the enemy to execute such a grand maneuver unopposed. He concentrated his intent, flames erupting from the fiery judgment sword, encircled by dazzling arcs of electricity. Slash! Qi Ping bellowed, swinging the fiery judgment sword downward, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that ensnared the transforming creature. The sword energy clashed violently with the dark force field, countless tendrils of black vapor dissipating in the collision with flames. A grotesque being, possessing 7 or 8 arms and 6 or 7 legs, emerged, an abomination defying the principles of biology. It exhaled black smoke, flames erupting from its hands as it strode toward the radiant light. Driven by an instinctual yearning to obliterate all that shone, Qi Ping effortlessly evaded the creature's assaults, the fiery judgment sword leaving a trail of scars across its massive form. Yet no blood flowed, and the beast uttered no cries of pain. Its many arms flailed, unleashing streams of black-red flames that bore a penetrating sting capable of piercing the very soul. Had it already evolved to the level of a power entity, beginning to possess special abilities? The unique powers of the malevolent spirits extended beyond mere control of plants or telepathy. Upon evolving into a power entity, their consciousness could exist independently of their corporeal forms, allowing them to seize control of others at will. However, this stitched beast lacked its own will and bore no spirit inherent to any form of life. However, the creators of these entities remain a conundrum. It appears that this emissary from the Shadow Realm has indeed left behind a considerable dilemma. Qi Ping sighed, sheathing his fiery sword and invoking his ultimate technique, the celestial execution of boundless punishment. Qi Ping's will resonated harmoniously with his armor, which materialized into the tangible realm, enveloping the entire dark energy field. Flames rose to form a bastion, while ominous clouds gathered overhead, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The stitched monstrosity trembled with dread, sensing invisible eyes fixed upon it. You have transgressed the unforgivable sins of greed, anger, and ignorance. In the name of the innocent departed, my celestial armor shall pass judgment upon you. Though Ares may not exist in this world, the despicable actions of this wretch can be condemned by any being. Heavenly thunder descended, and flames erupted. Qi Ping brought his palms together and stepped forth, invoking the universe's grasp of demons. The flames surged forth from his palm, striking the creature and penetrating its very essence. Obliterating its corporeal form, the stitched abomination opened its numerous mouths, drawing in the darkness, its form swelling yet again as it unleashed a torrent of black flames and energy to counterattack. Qi Ping grasped the fiery sword, transforming into a bolt of lightning, striking repeatedly around the stitched monster and the dark energy entangling it, ultimately merging with his blade to pierce through its body, rendering it immobile. Finally, he wielded the fiery quickshot, flames and lightning coursing into the weapon, and then he pulled the trigger. The celestial light burst shell. A colossal orb of light penetrated the creature's body and the dark energy field, incinerating the shadows to ashes. Countless souls ascended amidst the flames. Chapter 72. I have launched him. After executing a comprehensive series of attacks, the stitched malevolence, along with its inexplicable dark energy field, was vanquished by Qi Ping. Naturally, the innocent bystanders in the warehouse also suffered. Superman exhaled a freezing breath, the frigid wind extinguishing all flames, before he gently landed beside Qi Ping with Louise in his arms. This is the adversary you sought. I sensed a force influencing my thoughts just moments ago. Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Qi Ping was momentarily taken aback. His energy field had already coalesced, his strength vastly augmented, and with the armor's protection, the mental assault of the dark energy field was imperceptible to him. However, what he encountered previously was merely a cadre of lowly minions, an assembly devoid of self-will. Akin to worker ants, Qi Ping crouched down, observing the crystalline ashes left in the wake of the flames, infused with the power of the Shadow Realm. While the surrounding grass and a few mice exhibited signs of mutation, he sighed inwardly, pondering the actions of the Shadow Emissary. These malevolent spirits had evidently begun to influence the biological evolution of the world. These entities must be dealt with swiftly, otherwise they could very well affect the entire city. Is it truly that grave? Superman was taken aback, yet recalling the unsettling energy he had sensed, he remained vigilant. He promptly inquired, "What shall we do next?" Qi Ping replied, "You must take Louise to the hospital now, while I prepare to have a conversation with Luthor. Surely, you do not suspect Lex's involvement with these individuals? That is inconceivable. He detests aliens and would never collude with such entities." "Stop." Qi Ping interrupted Superman's defense of his friend. "I'm seeking him out to deal with these malevolent spirits. He is well acquainted with the local terrain, and since the adversaries are using his group's name to abduct people, it will facilitate our efforts. I shall accompany you. I fear a conflict may arise between you and Lex." Superman expressed his concern. "With your earlier display, how can you dare to criticize me?" Qi Ping chuckled, but ultimately acquiesced. He inscribed protective runes against mental control on Louise's forehead, and then Superman entrusted her to the arriving police officers. Having completed this, they made their way directly to the Luthor Group building. What do you want now that you have rescued the people? Are you here to compensate for the damage to my building? Luthor glowered at the two visitors. Superman, embarrassed by the sight of his largely diminished office, offered a sheepish smile and retreated behind Chi Ping. Chi Ping, with a smile, declared, if one damages another's property, compensation is in order. That is only fair. Luthor cast a glance at Superman and scoffed, I have not fallen to such depths. I do not require others to fund a repair of my own premises. Now speak. What do you truly desire? Taking a seat across from Luthor, Chi Ping stated forthrightly, you are well aware of what transpired in the warehouse. I have come to seek your assistance in eradicating these nefarious elements. The warehouse is shrouded by special force field. I'm unaware of what occurred there, Luthor replied. Chi Ping was uncertain if Luthor was feigning ignorance or genuinely oblivious. Yet he had little interest in engaging in riddles with him. Tonight's encounter had illuminated the fact that even without the interference of the Shadow Realm emissary, the malevolent spirits could evolve independently, potentially giving rise to even more formidable threats. To mitigate this danger at its inception, Chi Ping knew he must hasten his actions. Behold this. Chi Ping tossed a crystal, burned by flames, onto the table. Luthor reached out to touch it, but as he approached, a wave of nausea and dizziness overcame him, prompting him to recoil in alarm. He squinted and inquired, what on earth is this? It embodies the power of the malevolent spirits. They inherently oppose all life on this planet and possess an energy that distorts the essence of existence. Chi Ping elucidated transparently about the effects of the Shadow Realm's power. Superman was taken aback, exclaiming, such entities must not remain in Metropolis. These twisted beings need to be eradicated. Luthor fell silent, contemplating for a considerable time before acknowledging, indeed, these individuals are perilous. What kind of assistance do you require from me, Mr. Chi? Simply assist me in locating their whereabouts, and the rest I, along with Clark, shall handle. Chi Ping made no excessive demands, which displeased Luthor, who remarked, Mr. Chi, this implies you underestimate my capabilities. Such a formidable threat shall not be permitted to persist in Metropolis. You have misconstrued my intentions. My doubts do not lie in your resolve. However, to confront such individuals, ordinary folk require substantial firepower, which may prove unsuitable in Metropolis. Chi Ping chuckled as he declined Luthor's proposition, for he truly felt incapable. Luthor refrained from further comment. Rising to commence his duties, he escorted Chi Ping and Clark to a hall beneath Luthor Tower, where screens adorned the walls, each indicating various sectors of Metropolis. Our objective in this search is the Lone Ranger within the Gotham Refugee District. We must observe their movements. Additionally, we shall investigate the recruitment activities of Luthor's organization and its affiliates, seeking intersections between the two. Chi Ping's remarks incited discontent in the female bodyguard, Macy. Mind your language. Are you suggesting a connection between Luthor's organization and those abhorrent scenes? Do not be so disrespectful to my guests. Luthor, unfazed by the affront, continued to operate the computer, stating, these individuals have usurped the name of Luthor's organization. It is understandable that Mr. Chi may harbor misconceptions. We must uncover the truth to vindicate ourselves. Macy fell silent, retreating to the side. Luthor reviewed surveillance footage from the past few days, pinpointing several Gotham refugees, employing facial recognition to trace their movements. Soon, he discerned that they had been taken by individuals claiming to represent Luthor. How audacious, to act under my name. Luthor narrowed his eyes, his tone turning icy and suddenly perilous. Macy, search all operations under Luthor's organization. I must ascertain who dares to perpetrate such acts behind our backs. Macy promptly commenced her task, though it was a considerable undertaking. The search persisted for an hour, and by correlating the robbers' movements, they finally identified a target, Forward Biotechnology. Luthor gestured towards the large screen, declaring, this company is based in Gotham. Approximately 6 months ago, under the auspices of the city government, Luthor's organization entered into a contract with them. I have even met the proprietor of this company. He is quite an ordinary wealthy individual. Luthor thoughtfully retrieved all pertinent documents. Chi Ping scrutinized the materials and provided another set of data. This is a reading of the energy levels of the malevolent entity, which will ascertain whether any issues reside here. Luthor conducted a test, and indeed, the readings soared off the charts. Just how many monsters are concealed here? Superman furrowed his brow. Chi Ping shook his head, It is of little consequence. We must confront them immediately. If they relocate, it will become exceedingly difficult to track them down. Superman, without suspicion, expressed his willingness to trust Chi Ping. Luther then spoke. I can offer you support. That would be most advantageous. Chi Ping nodded in agreement, and then he and Superman departed from Luther Tower. Chapter 73. Assault and Control. Lex, we have arrived at our destination. Is there any unusual activity around the building? Chi Ping reached the location and exchanged intelligence with Luther. There was no sign of movement in the vicinity, and the interior of the building remained eerily quiet. Can Clark not see through this building? Just as Superman was about to speak, Chi Ping pulled him back, indicating him to remain silent. The interior was coated with a layer of lead, rendering Clark incapable of obtaining any useful information. Upon finishing his words, he ended the communication. Superman, visibly displeased, remarked, "What are you doing?" Chi Ping pointed to the building and said, "Look for yourself. Is there any lead layer inside? But you were unaware of it just a moment ago. With such a formidable being as yourself present, how could they not take precautions?" Chi Ping then traced a magical rune around Superman's neck. This symbol would assist him in resisting the mental assaults of the malevolent spirits. I will enter first, ascertain that there are no living beings or traps within, and then notify you. With that, Chi Ping transformed into a streak of red light and dashed into the first floor. The scanning function of his armor activated, and a crimson beam swept the area, confirming the absence of life. Only malevolent spirits remained. Sensing the arrival of enemies, dark mist erupted from the bodies on the first floor, contorting into grotesque humanoid forms. Damn those bastards! As the cacophony of countless wails filled his ears, Chi Ping cursed the malevolent spirits for their utter disregard for life. Nevertheless, he did not falter. With resolute determination, he pulled the trigger of his flamethrower, unleashing a barrage of red lasers that pierced their hearts, alleviating their suffering. Concurrently, Chi Ping signaled Superman, who charged in like a cannonball, crashing through the wall. Upon witnessing the distorted creatures, he hesitated momentarily. They could never revert to humanity. Only death could grant them peace. With a heavy sigh and a pained expression, Superman unleashed his heat vision, sweeping the area. These most primitive of malevolent spirits were cleaved in two, their bodies twitching once before falling utterly still. Shall we ascend further? Superman inquired as he hovered beside Chi Ping, having never encountered such entities before. Chi Ping remained motionless, surveying the corpses on the ground. He waved his hands, and a wave of red energy spread forth, tendrils of black smoke rising from the tranquil space. Drawn by an inexplicable force, soaring in a fixed direction. What is this? Superman cautiously evaded the black smoke, fearing he might be tainted. This is the anguish of the humanoid forms before their demise. It serves as the finest nourishment for the evolution of malevolent spirits. Chi Ping pondered for a few moments, aligning the tangible evidence with the knowledge in his mind. My goodness, what manner of creature would consume such emotions? Superman shook his head. Even Kryptonian archives bore no record of such bizarre life forms. Chi Ping sighed. The beings of the Shadow Realm do not solely absorb negative emotions. An excess of joy and happiness can also serve as their sustenance. In truth, the most formidable aspect of the Shadow Realm is their brutally effective ability to alter the rules of the world. However, without guidance, I cannot comprehend it, nor can I elucidate it to you. Very well, I must hasten my pace. Regardless of who is absorbing this energy, we must not allow them to succeed. Chi Ping strode upward. Superman then asked, does this mean we cannot eliminate the malevolent spirits going forward? Though I yearn to respond affirmatively. The torment inflicted upon their corporeal forms will continue to nourish the malevolent entities dwelling upon the rooftop, even if we refrain from extinguishing their lives. Hence, let us ascend directly to the pinnacle. Superman, with Chi Ping in tow, assumed a posture of flight and shattered through layer upon layer of flooring, heading straight for the summit. This method, though blunt and straightforward, proved effective, embodying the quintessential essence of Superman. They swiftly arrived at the topmost level, greeted by a dark energy field akin to that of the warehouse. The moment Chi Ping touched down, a torrent of psychic assaults surged forth, penetrating the protective barriers of his armor and relentlessly battering his mental defenses. In an instant, he was besieged by a cacophony of curses, voices echoing in unison, demanding to know why he had failed to save them, why he allowed them to be transformed into monstrosities, why he could not restore their humanity, and why he remained so indifferent to their plight. Although Chi Ping often feigned indifference towards the act of killing in the presence of superheroes, such demeanor was merely superficial. Were he truly unconcerned about the fates of others, he would not have established a port company to shelter those in desperate circumstances. If he had been indifferent to the lives of others, he would not have exerted considerable effort to set up a magical array, risking the potential wrath of the Shadow Realm emissaries. If he truly cared not for others' existence, he would not have continued the task of eradicating the emissaries even after Emperor War Dragon and the others had departed. Thus, when a multitude of grievances assailed him, he felt an acute anguish. The pressures he had once disregarded resurfaced, haunting him anew. In the tangible world, he helplessly let his hands fall, allowing himself to be engulfed by the chorus of lamentations, wholly oblivious to the encroaching danger. A serpent, as thick as a barrel and adorned with black patterns, slithered towards Qi Ping, hissing and articulating in a human voice. Yes, succumb just like this, forsake your hypocritical ideals, abandon your feudal conscience, join our ranks, and gain a power far greater. The black serpent, with its enticing words of corruption and gleaming eyes filled with delight, sought to ensnare a warrior clad in armor, ensuring its own ascension. However, just as it reveled in its triumph, a flash of fire illuminated the scene, as a razor-sharp fire sword pierced through the serpent's belly. Flames blazed, and the black serpent emitted a cry of agony. Dark smoke billowed forth as it bared its venomous fangs, sinking them into the armor with a vicious bite. With one hand wielding the fire sword and the other donning an electric strike, Qi Ping struck down upon the serpent's tongue with ferocity. Bam! 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 The interplay of fire and electricity danced upon his weapon as the black serpent was battered, bloodied, yet it left merely 2 marks upon the armor. This is impossible. The black serpent shrieked, transforming into a cloud of darkness and retreating, gazing at Qi Ping with incredulity, exclaiming, "How could you escape from the realm of my temptation when you have so clearly fallen into it?" Qi Ping retracted the electric strike and, wielding the fiery sword, pointed it at the black serpent, declaring, "Were it not for your loose tongue, I might have truly succumbed. I possess many flaws, yet after facing death once, I have no comprehension of surrender. Cursed be it, the Shadow Realm messenger spoke the truth. You armored warriors are akin to indestructible cockroaches." The black serpent spat forth a torrent of invectives. "However, while you may evade my assault, your companion, that oaf beside you, shall not be so fortunate. You two may continue your petty squabble here. Once I evolve, I shall consume you both." With that menacing proclamation, the black serpent vanished into the dark energy field. Suddenly, the previously calm Superman ascended, unleashing a searing heat vision without a moment's hesitation. Qi Ping evaded the attack with agility and cautiously inquired, "Clark, can you hear me?" In response, a fist descended upon him with tremendous force. Yet the dark energy field remained unaffected by the strike. "Very well. It seems I must resort to more drastic measures." Chapter 74. A sight unbearable. Qi Ping narrowly avoided Superman's onslaught once more. His combat trajectory was exceedingly predictable, straightforward in approach, allowing for easy evasion. It was unclear what predicament Superman had found himself in, yet he appeared to be quite compliant. There was no time to waste. Qi Ping sighed. The relentless battles had drained much of his energy. To prepare for the impending confrontation with the black serpent's malevolent spirit, he needed to conserve his strength. So be it. As Superman charged towards him in a frenzy, Qi Ping chose not to evade, allowing the punch to land squarely upon him, sending him tumbling. The might of Clark was undeniable. Even with the protection of the Xingtian armor, Qi Ping nearly coughed up blood from the impact. Soon, Superman hovered before him, gripping Qi Ping's neck and lifting him high, heat vision blazing in his eyes. "Do not blame me, Clark," Qi Ping murmured, retrieving a piece of kryptonite from the demon sealing box and plunging it into Superman's shoulder. Under the influence of the kryptonite, Superman's cells rapidly deteriorated, rendering him weak and bloodied. Yet, he seemed still unaware of his surroundings. Qi Ping silently expressed his apologies, then applied the electric strike lightly to his head. The physical awakening method proved effective. Superman shook his head, regaining clarity, and gazed at Qi Ping in confusion. "What has happened? Why would you harm me with kryptonite?" Qi Ping extracted the kryptonite from his body, stowing it away, and remarked, "What just transpired affirms the necessity of keeping a piece of kryptonite." Superman let out a cry of pain as the memories of his control flooded back, rendering him speechless. Qi Ping extended his hand, assisting Superman to his feet, and together they gazed into the abyss of darkness, prepared to confront the black serpent. The dark force field is remarkably resilient, enduring my numerous strikes while still maintaining the stability of the building. The might of Superman is undoubtedly formidable. Yet, Chi Ping shook his head. This has nothing to do with the force field. Rather, it has created a small, separate space, no matter how strong one is. It will be futile. If he can indeed isolate a small space, wouldn't that signify his superiority? Chi Ping struggled to articulate this. The realm of light possesses various methods enabling ordinary individuals to wield a personal small space, and the shadow realm is not far behind. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Follow me. Chi Ping resolved to let his actions speak, raising the flame execution sword. Its blade entwined with fire and electricity, and thrusting it fiercely at the weak point of this small space. The fiery electricity surged forth. The dark force sweeping in from the gaps, battering against the Xingtian armor, igniting even greater flames and electricity, ultimately shattering the entire dark space. The ease of formation also implies a greater susceptibility to destruction. The dark space shattered like a mirror, and Chi Ping and Superman truly stood atop the pinnacle. Yet what lay before them was far from a heartwarming sight. The bodies of dozens of individuals hung like lambs, eviscerated and displayed upon racks. Their entrails arranged upon a platform resembling an altar. The dark energy was continuously drawn in, settling upon the altar in the center, wafting a pungent scent of blood. The serpent, which sought to ensnare them, slithered amidst the altar, its crimson blood coursing down its form, a cruel power flowing within its being. Chi Ping could discern, even without the armor's scan, that this creature was on the verge of an ascension. Killing a snake shouldn't weigh on your conscience, should it? Chi Ping's voice turned icy. Superman nodded, then exhaled a freezing breath, enveloping the entire upper level in frost. With a hiss, the serpent's eyes glowed a furious red, its thick tail whipping about, unleashing a wind reeking of blood. Damn beast. Superman was genuinely enraged. He had encountered numerous adversaries, but none possessed such cruelty, such a complete disregard for humanity. In that moment, he fully comprehended why Chi Ping emphasized the peril posed by these fiends. With a resounding crash, Superman raised his fist, colliding with the serpent's tail, generating a massive shockwave that swept across the entire floor, scattering frost in all directions. Chi Ping's hand glided along the sword's edge, flames and electricity surging forth. The sword's aura erupting as it struck the serpent's tail with ferocity. This creature bled not, only exuding dark energy. Yet the fiery electric sword energy surged into its body, wreaking havoc. The serpent howled in a high-pitched wail, striving to reclaim its tail, but found itself ensnared by Superman's arm. Thus, it resorted to its old tricks, its lower half transforming into pure dark energy, breaking free from its restraints, twisting its body to unleash a venomous spray shrouded in darkness. Chi Ping swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of fiery electric energy that clashed with the toxic mist, intertwining and colliding, before both vanished into nothingness. Superman's eyes lit with heat vision, searing the serpent's body, causing puffs of black smoke to rise, only to dissipate thereafter. Chi Ping unleashed the shifting phantom, weaving around the black serpent, as the fiery sword energy left traces in the air, forming an intricate net. The black serpent struggled desperately, akin to a fish fighting for its life. Yet it could not break free. It was indeed unfortunate for this creature. Confronting Chi Ping alone would not have been a simple task, but with Superman's intervention, the scenario transformed entirely. In terms of physical prowess, the black serpent was utterly outmatched by Superman, unable to even penetrate his skin. As for abilities, Chi Ping wielded the fiery execution sword, effectively sealing all avenues of retreat for the serpent, rendering its powers useless. Though Chi Ping fought with fervor, he remained judicious. Estimating that his energy was nearing depletion, he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique once more. Meanwhile, the black serpent's body began to manifest changes in its markings, resembling a multitude of glowing eyes. What a terrifying sight! Chi Ping hastily interrupted the external sensory system of his armor, while Superman quickly closed his eyes, fearful of being controlled again. Seizing the moment, the black serpent commenced its ascension ritual. This is bad. Realizing the grim turn of events, Chi Ping opened his eyes, but it was too late. The corpse used for the top-tier ritual transformed into dark mist, enveloping the entire building, converting all human forms within into black vapor, which surged into the serpent's maw, becoming its sustenance. The serpent's form expanded dramatically to over 10 meters in length, its markings swiftly morphing from eyes into a complete human visage. As it slithered, its body undulated, as if countless human heads were grinning at him. Truly repulsive. Qi Ping cursed under his breath, but nonetheless initiated his ultimate technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his center, colliding with the dark energy field, producing a hissing sound. Superman sensed the impending crisis, his eyes emanating thermal vision directed at the Black Serpent, while he readied his fists for a powerful strike. The impacts of Superman's fists against the serpent generated ripples of dark mist, forcing the creature to roar in agony, yet it could only retreat helplessly. Qi Ping summoned all his energy, and, as the force of his ultimate technique materialized, it shattered the dark energy field, enveloping it entirely. Severing the connection to the external dark mist, the serpent's momentum waned dramatically. Superman seized its tail, swinging it mercilessly, creating a pitiful spectacle. Chapter 75, I Have Two Allies. While you're merely a solitary serpent, the Black Serpent was pummeled relentlessly by Superman, unable to resort to its previous escape tactics. Within the realm of Qi Ping's execution technique, it could no longer transform into mist, enduring damage in its corporeal form. Superman's fists, akin to steel, rained down, each strike inflicting immense suffering upon the creature. Enough. The Black Serpent could no longer contain itself, letting out a thunderous roar as its markings erupted, resembling countless human faces flying forth, startling Superman. Yet, these visages were not merely for intimidation. They opened their mouths and bit into Superman. Though his body remained unscathed, Superman was acutely aware of a painful sensation and promptly released his grip. The ominous faces formed from dark mist persisted in their relentless pursuit, seemingly intent on wholly consuming him. This is an assault on the soul. Retreat. Qi Ping's voice resonated, instilling a sense of calm within Superman, who swiftly withdrew. The dark mist entities hastened their chase, yet in a flash of fire, Qi Ping wielded the fiery execution sword. The blade shimmered, its intent ignited, as sparks surged into a conflagration, resembling a tempest of thunder. Countless dark faces were ensnared within the fiery electric sword's aura, dissipating into the air with a twist of the blade. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted, the Black Serpent erupted in laughter. Qi, it seems you are merely posturing. After prolonged combat, your energy is evidently waning. His derisive cackle echoed within the lethal space, his form expanding once more, revealing a gaping maw that exuded a foul, toxic mist as he lunged towards Qi Ping. A flash of red light signaled Qi Ping's arrival beside Clark, swiftly transporting him away from danger. Fio, you are nearly depleted of energy. Superman, unfamiliar with the nuances of intent energy, found the situation nonetheless comprehensible. Qi Ping nodded, noticing the change in Superman's expression. What are we to do? I cannot withstand this creature's mental onslaught. Do not panic. Qi Ping's voice remained steady, adeptly evading another of the Black Serpent's attacks. I indeed lack energy, but you still possess yours. Shall I provide live instruction? No, Qi Ping replied, skillfully dodging yet again. Your soul is far too fragile compared to your body. Recklessly training your intent energy could cause the overwhelming blood energy to obliterate your spirit. I require you to transfer your blood energy to me. How do I do that? Superman, devoid of doubt, deeply moved Qi Ping. However, time was of the essence as the Black Serpent lunged once more. Simply place your hands behind me. Following his instructions, Superman felt a surge of energy linking their bodies, and nothing more. Meanwhile, Qi Ping experienced an immense wave of blood energy flooding into his armor, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he refrained from converting this energy into his own intent, instead channeling it entirely into the armor to bolster the lethal technique. Slash! Qi Ping unleashed his sword, summoning a tempest of thunder and fire, cleaving the Black Serpent with tremendous force. Damn, the physique of these Kryptonians is truly monstrous. Qi Ping cursed inwardly as the previously ethereal edges of the lethal technique solidified, flames forming a barricade that sealed all escape routes, while the sky's electric wrath bore down upon the Black Serpent below. You cheat. The Black Serpent sensed the looming threat of death once more, unleashing a torrent of invective. Qi Ping regarded him with a slight shake of his head, refraining from further ridicule, and instead sheathed the fire execution sword, preparing to unearth the transgressions of this wretch. I have sacrificed so much to reach this point. How could I so easily abandon it? The Black Serpent emitted a voice steeped in anguish, resembling a fervent protagonist. Yet, Qi Ping felt no compassion. His so-called sacrifices were merely acts of murder and cannibalism. Let the price for your sins be exacted. With a hiss, The black serpent unleashed a torrent of toxic mist, its form twisting and coiling, conjuring a tempest of venomous vapor. Qi Ping rubbed his hands together and stepped forth, bellowing, "Heaven and earth, collect the demonic palm." A colossal fiery palm imprint manifested, pressing down upon the black serpent, incinerating the noxious fog and scorching its flesh, pinning it in place with copper wires, rendering it immobile. Fear flickered in the serpent's eyes as its massive body writhed futilely, unable to free itself from the bindings. Qi Ping drew forth the fire execution sword, transforming into a streak of lightning, traversing the space with ceaseless agility. The sword's radiance enveloped the entire black serpent, incessantly cleaving through its form. Heaven and earth, unyielding. Qi Ping called out a name at random, plunging the fire execution sword into the serpent's body. Then leaping into the air, seizing the fire execution gun. Flames and electric sparks surged into the weapon, and as he pulled the trigger, it erupted into a fireball the size of a man, hurtling towards the black serpent. The flames, fueled by the dark mist, expanded relentlessly, ultimately engulfing the entire serpent. The black serpent howled in despair, yet it proved futile. It could only roar amidst the flames until its form was reduced to ash. Its soul, compressed into a genetic code-like entity by the contracting field of will, found itself ensnared, unable to escape. Qi Ping gazed at this object, shaking his head in resignation, then stowed this so-called soul code within his summoner, intending to study it later. Upon completing this endeavor, the armor encasing Qi Ping dissolved instantaneously, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Fair. The superhero supported him, surveying the blood-soaked surroundings, unable to suppress the inquiry. Have these evil spirits been completely eradicated? Uncertain. Qi Ping replied succinctly. Evil spirits are created by humans consuming drugs. As long as those substances remain unvanquished, ambitious individuals will perpetuate such tragedies, forcing others to bear the consequences. The superhero opened his mouth, hesitating for a long moment, ultimately conceding, "I shall escort you back." Agreed. However, before we depart, we must obliterate everything here. We cannot allow others to discover this place, especially the drugs and the machinery used to manufacture them. The superhero scrutinized Qi Ping for a time, but in the end, he resigned himself to the task. "I have never done such a thing. There's always a first time for everything. Do you think I was born a killer?" Qi Ping's words left the superhero speechless. Yet contemplating the brutality and horror of evil spirits, he steeled his resolve and used his heat vision to cleanse the entire building. After completing these tasks, the superhero took to the skies with Qi Ping in tow. Not long after their departure, Luther arrived with his entourage, inhaling the metallic scent of blood that hung in the air, furrowing his brow. "Boss, I will have everyone gather all useful information and send it to the research lab immediately." Messi maintained a cold demeanor, appearing merely as a relentless task machine. Yet, Luther did not respond. He surveyed the disarray of the building, took a deep breath, and nearly retched. "Incinerate everything within this structure. Should anyone dare to retain even a trace, I shall take their life." However, Messi hesitated slightly. "There are no buts. Did you not witness the horror of those objects? Execute my orders." No one defied Luther's command. They promptly retrieved flamethrowers and commenced their work. Chapter 76. The so-called experiment signifies countless lives sacrificed. Thus, Luther subsequently set ablaze the entire building, eradicating all traces within, while also concealing our operation. Qi Ping listened to Clark's words while tidying his minimal belongings. Indeed, Lex is genuinely willing to assist us. So could you refrain from doubting him any further? Qi Ping nodded with a smile, but did not provide a direct answer. Clark shook his head in resignation, choosing not to press the matter further, and instead urged, "Are you really not going to stay in Metropolis a few more days? Why the rush to leave? The issues in Metropolis have been resolved. But those who escaped Gotham have ventured to not only Metropolis, but also other cities and even foreign nations. If I do not act swiftly, more lives will be at stake." Qi Ping declined Clark's invitation. "Very well, if you have truly made up your mind." Superman recognized his inability to sway Qi Ping. The man's stubbornness exceeded all bounds. Lois even mentioned wanting to express her gratitude for saving him with a meal. "It seems I will have to wait for another time. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. We shall meet again one day. At that time, you may treat me again." Qi Ping patted Superman's sturdy arm and said, "Let us go. Drive me to the station. I truly cannot comprehend whether you are in a hurry or not, wanting to take a train." Superman shook his head. Qi Ping nudged him towards the exit. Enough. A grown man, always fussing about. Can you not be more decisive? If you keep dragging this out, I shall be delayed. Clark, at a loss for words, dutifully became the driver, transporting Chi Ping to the train station. However, upon their arrival, they discovered Luther, accompanied by his ever-present female bodyguard, standing at the entrance, eavesdropping on them. Upon seeing Chi Ping, Luther spread his arms wide and enthusiastically exclaimed, "Fair, we have fought side by side as comrades. Why did you not inform me of your departure?" Chi Ping smiled and shook his hand, responding, "In the city of Metropolis. What event could possibly escape the keen gaze of Lord Luther? I hardly required your notification. I seem to sense quite a strong whiff of gunpowder." Luther narrowed his eyes, refusing to release Chi Ping's hand. Xi Ping replied with a smile, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I am affirming, Mr. Luther. With you and Clark together, I am confident that Metropolis will undoubtedly have a secure environment." Luther remained silent, releasing Xi Ping's hand and glancing at Clark before asking, "Fail, can you ascertain that the malevolent entities within this city have been eradicated?" "Absolutely not." Xi Ping responded decisively. "The malevolent entities are transformed from individuals who consume drugs. Although Clark and I have destroyed the apparatus for manufacturing those substances, it remains uncertain whether remnants of those individuals still exist elsewhere." Luther nodded thoughtfully, then departing in such a manner does not quite align with the demeanor of a hero, does it? These matters cannot be resolved by just one or two individuals. Despite Superman's prolonged presence, even the most mundane drugs have yet to be addressed, let alone the potent substances that awaken the deepest desires within humanity. "It appears you hold little interest in superheroes," Luther mused. Xi Ping glanced at Clark and, without reservation, stated, "No matter how formidable an individual's power may be, they ultimately remain but one person. To instigate change in a city, a nation, or even the entire world, it is imperative to mobilize the majority and strive together. Is that akin to what you accomplished in Gotham City? That was merely an immature endeavor. I am but a novice." While Xi Ping had performed commendably in Gotham, he remained humble, recognizing numerous missteps in his approach. Ding dong, the train has arrived. As Xi Ping heard the announcement, he bid farewell to the two, saying, "Our conversation concludes here for today. Once I complete this journey, I shall certainly share my experiences with you both." With that, Xi Ping turned and proceeded through the ticket gate, embarking on the next leg of his journey. "Shall I escort you?" Luther inquired of Clark. Clark hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. "I have my own vehicle, and Lois is still in the hospital. I must attend to her. Lex, let us reconvene another day." Luther said nothing further, merely waving goodbye to Clark. After Clark departed, Luther boarded his own vehicle, instructing Mercy to take him to an underground base. "Wait here." Mercy respectfully stood aside. Luther walked inside, traversing a lengthy corridor before arriving in a small chamber. As someone entered, the room illuminated and 4 holographic projections materialized, encircling Luther. "The experiment failed?" questioned the man seated in the center, resembling a king upon a throne. It was a complete failure. The subjects were not only overwhelmed by the armored warriors, but the drugs they consumed also inflicted severe side effects. Luther continued, "Moreover, they have begun to suspect me. Yet fortunately, I managed to obscure this matter by maintaining my friendship with Superman." As Chi Ping aptly stated, how could Luther, a man of insatiable desire for control, remain oblivious to the actions of the malevolent entity? It is merely due to his experimental inclinations that he has consistently indulged it, yet he himself has never actively participated. Is the humanoid's performance not rather commendable? It is indeed suitable as a mass-produced soldier. A shadow, possessing an alluringly curvaceous form, remarked. The success rate is exceedingly low, and once transformed, one cannot revert to their human form. Moreover, they lack reason, making them difficult to control. The mere thought of the scenes within that building made Luther feel nauseous. The shadow, which appeared to be female, spoke again. "None of that matters. They are merely the worker bees of the ministers. As long as they can obey their master's commands, it suffices." Or are you, Luther, the affluent gentleman, beginning to feel pity for those insignificant commoners? The tone was exceedingly irksome. Luther loosened his tie. "Even if those individuals are of lowly status, they are still my possessions. I will never permit them to transform into revolting monsters. Besides, do you not have numerous discarded worker bees in your hive? Why not utilize them as test subjects? I am indifferent to such matters, as long as you can provide me with ample supplies of the necessary drugs." I have exerted tremendous effort to gain the trust of the superhuman, not for such a foolish scheme. The woman, incensed, shouted, "You scoundrel! Are you truly going to violate our agreement? Though there is a pact, it does not grant you, a savage, the authority to command me." Enough. Observing the impending quarrel among the assembly, the figure seated upon the throne could no longer restrain himself and intervened. "Luther, you shall continue your research into mitigating the side effects of the drugs. Simultaneously, you must persist in uncovering the formidable essence of that armored warrior. It would be ideal to replicate his armor. I can handle the drugs, but the matter of the armor is beyond my purview. In that wretched place of Gotham, my people cannot venture." No one responded to Luther, and one by one, the projections were extinguished. TSK, a bunch of lunatics forsaken by the world. How did I ever become entangled with them? Luther muttered in frustration before departing from the scene. Chapter 77, Star City, colloquially known as Little Gotham. Xi Ping remained oblivious to the events transpiring with Luther. Even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle at them. After all, there exists an abundance of underground organizations in this world. Modern, ancient, futuristic, and magical. Everything one could desire is readily available. If one were to truly invest effort, even a century would not suffice to manage them all. As long as these rascals do not provoke him, he has no intention of concerning himself with them. Leaning back in his seat, Xi Ping felt the gentle sway of the train and pondered slowly. The real issue lies in the lack of manpower. If he could enlist a few more individuals, he would fear no aberrations of the malevolent entity. Yet the dilemma remains. He is currently alone, having just begun to coalesce his will into form and to tentatively master the Xingtian armor, leaving him with scant options. Once Sam and the others mature, his burdens shall ease considerably. Lost in thoughts of Gotham, Xi Ping closed his eyes and fell into slumber. When he awoke, the night had descended, and several hours had slipped away. "Dear passengers, the next stop is Star City. Please prepare to disembark." Xi Ping had purchased a ticket for the scenic journey around America, deliberately avoiding scrutiny of the stations along the route. Uncertain of the whereabouts of the sinister entities from Gotham, he entrusted his fate to chance, believing that wherever he ended up would be his destination. Should he encounter any malevolent spirits, he would confront them. If not, meeting a few superheroes would be delightful. Merely a means to forge friendships. "Are you disembarking at Star City?" The fellow passenger, witnessing Xi Ping rise with his backpack, expressed shock and concern while urging him to reconsider. Xi Ping, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't this a journey? Is there a problem with me going to Star City?" Remove the question mark, and there is indeed a problem. The companion, adopting the tone of an experienced traveler, responded, "It's evident you are venturing far for the first time. Star City is notoriously chaotic, rife with crime, and a hub for international gangs. Just last year, an earthquake devastated much of the slums. This year, there are reports of enhanced individuals wreaking havoc, behaving like lunatics, instilling fear in everyone. Gossip and sensationalism are global pastimes." Once one person spoke up, others chimed in, condemning the turmoil of Star City. "You should sit down quickly. Wait until you reach Central City to sightsee. That's where the true attractions lie." Xi Ping nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "I'm coming for Gotham. There shouldn't be any issues, right?" The mere mention of Gotham seemed to cast a spell, plunging the conversation into silence, and the crowd parted as if they had encountered something ominous. The initial advisor chuckled awkwardly and turned away. "Star City is far too perilous. You mustn't go." "What? You hail from Gotham? Then you're fine." Despite the comical misunderstanding, Xi Ping appreciated the warnings. They were offered with good intentions. He shouldered his backpack and descended from the train, traversing the nearly deserted station, where a throng of drivers soon surrounded him. "Boss, you must be new to Star City. For just $100, I can show you around." "How outrageous. Why not rob a bank instead?" "I'll pay only 80. A cluster of unlicensed cab drivers vied for his attention, each offering lower prices to entice the customer. However, Xi Ping paid them no heed and instead seized the hand of a thief rummaging through his bag. "Hey, let go. That hurts. Do you know who I am to dare such a thing?" A teenager, caught in the act of theft, displayed no remorse, instead threatening him loudly. The once bustling group of drivers fled in an instant, as if they had never existed. Star City proved to be quite the spectacle. The thief was justified, while the victim found himself in the wrong. Xi Ping could only feel a sense of absurdity. "Indeed, I am a member of the Walker gang. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall see." The small thief tilted his neck and screamed loudly. Xi Ping pulled his hand upwards. And the little rascal howled even louder, a painful wail indeed. You may be the son of heaven, but thievery is still thievery. With that, Chi Ping exerted force, dislocating the thief's arm. This is a lesson for you. Remember, when you commit a wrongful act, you shall face the consequences. Let today be etched in your memory for future endeavors in thievery. Clutching his injured arm, the small thief cast a venomous glance at this stranger before hastily fleeing. Chi Ping observed his retreat with a resigned shake of his head. Had this miscreant shown any inclination towards repentance or shame after being caught, he might have settled for a few words of admonition and let him go. However, not only did the thief lack remorse, but he also shouted defiantly, revealing a twisted sense of morality. Only through a forceful intervention could reason be instilled in him. Chi Ping, discerning the child's eyes, understood that he was likely beyond redemption. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Although Chi Ping aspired to save more souls, he was acutely aware of the limitations of one individual's power. Rescuing everyone was an impossibility. Soon, he cast the brief episode at the port from his mind and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to a reasonably nice hotel, all the while discreetly slipping him extra cash. The price list is right here. Choose your room. The hotel owner exhibited indifference to all patrons, revealing a flicker of a smile only when collecting payment. When it was Chi Ping's turn, he presented a credit card issued by a bank affiliated with the Wayne Group, boasting a substantial limit, a gift from Bruce. Sir, do you have no cash? The owner displayed a clear disdain for credit cards. In the streets, cash was the only currency that mattered. Junkies and the homeless often received checks as aid, but converting them into cash at banks was fraught with restrictions. They preferred to exchange checks directly with merchants for cash, albeit at a cost, as it was more convenient and sometimes yielded items that brought them joy. Having resided in Gotham for quite some time, Chi Ping was certainly aware of these dynamics, yet he genuinely had no cash on hand. He had left in such haste. Perhaps the owner might show leniency. Very well. How long will you be staying? I'll pay for a week in advance. The owner processed the transaction and tossed the credit card back to him. While assigning a room, he cautioned, I advise you to refrain from venturing out at night. Star City has been rather tumultuous lately, and someone of your stature is likely to be perceived as an easy target. Chi Ping smiled in silence, pondering who the real prey might be. The owner offered no further commentary, his warning stemming from concern for his hotel's reputation. Yet, should a guest disregard his advice and meet a dire fate that was ultimately beyond his control? After dismissing the owner, Chi Ping settled down to browse the internet for information on Star City. Soon, Oliver Queen, who had narrowly escaped death, obliterated Malcolm Merlin of the slums, unearthing all recent occurrences. He scrutinized the various urban legends, finding no extraordinary revelations within. Yet, the lessons from Metropolis loomed large, instilling a sense of caution in him, prompting him to seek counsel. The most suitable individual for this endeavor was undoubtedly the local kingpin, the Green Arrow. Chapter 78. Rampant. Such an opportunity presented itself early the next day. After finishing his breakfast, and as he prepared to step outside, he encountered the petty thief who had attempted to rob him the previous day. This time, however, he was not alone. A multitude of gang members followed him, brandishing machetes and pipes, exuding an intimidating aura that sent passers-by scurrying away. Boss, it's this guy who dislocated my arm. When I mentioned our gang's name, he mocked us, claiming we were insignificant. Chi Ping regarded the fidgeting youth in silence. At any given moment, there would be no shortage of those who engaged in slander and deceit for their own gain. The so-called leader of the Walker gang swaggered forward, brandishing his blade, arrogantly declaring, Is it you who has insulted us? We never said such things yesterday. With arms crossed, Chi Ping maintained an air of composure. The leader, seemingly misinterpreting the situation, erupted into laughter, saying, Very well, you seem to understand. Just compensate us a couple of $1,000, and we shall consider yesterday's incident resolved. You have indeed misunderstood my intent. Chi Ping retorted coldly. Although I did not say this yesterday, should you inquire today, I would certainly affirm it. You thugs are nothing but trash, brandishing rusty metal to intimidate whom? When I roamed Gotham, we settled matters with firearms. Upon hearing the name Gotham, the petty criminals immediately faltered, exchanging glances before retreating a few steps. The leader, embarrassed by his underling's cowardice, raised his weapon, directing it at Chi Ping in a threatening manner. You dare to look down upon me? Very well. Brothers, teach him a lesson, so he understands the might of our Star City underworld. With that, he charged at Chi Ping. Emboldened by their leader, The other thugs rushed forward as well. Chi Ping swiftly extended his right hand, ensnaring the leader's arm, disarming him of his knife and flinging it aside. In one fluid motion, his left hand delivered a powerful slap to the thug's face, leaving him dazed and reeling, before sending him crashing into the petty thief at the rear, both tumbling out of the fray. Without pause, Chi Ping seized the arm of the thug on his right, simultaneously kicking the one on his left away, and then propelled the captured thug's head forcefully against the wall. After executing this flurry of maneuvers, he picked up a steel pipe from the ground and plunged into the crowd, moving with agility as the pipe whirled about him, casting swift shadows and overwhelming those around him. Although it was not a sword of fire, Chi Ping still unleashed the firelight sword technique, fierce as a raging inferno, with blades like lightning striking with ferocity. The small-time thugs on the street were utterly unprepared. They merely felt a flash before experiencing pain in their wrists, knees, and necks, only to succumb to darkness. In less than 3 minutes, a dozen men were effortlessly subdued by Chi Ping. Only the petty thief remained conscious, incredulously observing his surroundings. As Chi Ping approached him, the once arrogant youth trembled in terror, frantically scanning for a lifeline, and ultimately drew his leader's gun, aiming it at Chi Ping. "Don't come any closer, or I will shoot." Though he threatened, his voice quivered, betraying his immense fear. Observing the thief's predicament, Chi Ping remarked, "Do you even know how to use that gun? With hands shaking like that, can you aim properly? This is none of your business. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. Can you outrun a bullet?" The thief stubbornly clung to his bravado. "I may not be able to outrun a bullet, but I can certainly outpace you." With that, Chi Ping suddenly struck, sending the steel pipe from his hand hurtling towards the trembling thief's hand, dislodging the small firearm. Even in that critical moment, the thief managed to pull the trigger, yet the bullet veered off course, spiraling away harmlessly. Despair engulfed the thief as he slumped to the ground, awaiting his demise. Meanwhile, Chi Ping turned and walked away without casting a glance back, leaving behind a parting remark. "Well, now you understand, we have never had any conflict." A faint, bitter smile crept across the thief's face. Indeed, there was no contention, for with such meager strength, how could they provoke this outsider? After sitting in silence for a while, he felt he had shed his fear and quickly stood up, eager to flee, lest the gangsters awaken and unleash their wrath upon him. After leaving the inn, Chi Ping casually sought out several other gangs, brazenly storming their strongholds in broad daylight, challenging all who stood before him without hesitation. Such actions were undoubtedly a ploy to attract the Green Arrow's attention. Oliver Queen, a man sharing similar fate and goals with Bruce, was equally passionate about his hometown and resolute in his determination to rescue his family through the guise of superhero. In this context, Chi Ping's ruckus would surely draw him near. Thus, Chi Ping wandered through Star City until nightfall, culminating his escapade with a final confrontation at a gang's headquarters before returning to the inn. Perhaps due to his earlier solo skirmish with a throng of gangsters, the innkeeper suddenly treated Chi Ping with newfound respect. However, Chi Ping paid little heed to this change. He returned to his room and, upon reaching for the doorknob, noticed someone waiting inside. With a slight smile, he opened the door, hung his coat on the rack, and remarked, standing there in the dark without turning on the lights, "Don't you find that exhausting?" Chi Ping switched on the light, revealing the silhouette of Green Arrow. "Who exactly are you?" Beneath the hood, Green Arrow's piercing gaze remained fixed on Chi Ping, unwavering even as he settled onto the sofa. "Please, take a seat." Chi Ping observed his tense demeanor, hoping to encourage him to relax. However, Green Arrow resolutely declined, stating, "If you wish to contact me, you could simply write a letter or use a signaling method. Why resort to attacking those gangs?" Chi Ping chose not to press further and slowly remarked, "If I approach you proactively, will you take my words seriously? You superheroes can be obstinate in certain respects, which can be rather exasperating. Now that I'm here, if there is something you need to say, please do so directly." Green Arrow exhibited no emotional response to Chi Ping's words, maintaining an air of professionalism. Frankly speaking, despite his impolite demeanor, Chi Ping's behavior compelled Green Arrow to take him seriously. Chi Ping first played a video of the malevolent spirit entity, then explained, "This is a monster that has emerged from humans after consuming a certain drug." Green Arrow's skepticism was palpable. "Do you suspect that such a drug is circulating in Star City? You will need your local insight to ascertain that." Chi Ping reminded him, at the very least, Gotham and Metropolis have already witnessed a surge of monsters due to this drug, resulting in significant damage. After contemplating for a moment, Green Arrow asked. If what you're saying is true, and if such a substance exists, you would certainly remain here. But what if it doesn't, T? I will promptly depart and search in other cities. Very well, await my message. Green Arrow secured what he sought and, without further ado, leaped through the window to leave. Chapter 79. The Storm Approaches. Upon returning to his modest base, Green Arrow connected the footage to his computer. Felicity, investigate the authenticity of these recordings. My goodness, where did you find this terrifying footage? It's far too lifelike. Felicity was a remarkable girl, yet when anxious, she would chatter incessantly, letting slip all manner of words. Green Arrow had grown accustomed to her little quirks. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he gently urged, "Focus, Felicity. This matter is of great importance." Felicity nodded, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she utilized programs to analyze the footage layer by layer, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. These recordings are 100% authentic, with no edits whatsoever. This is troubling, Green Arrow muttered. Felicity pressed on with her inquiry. Oliver, where exactly did you obtain this footage? From a Gotham resident. He is currently pursuing the monsters depicted in the recordings. Oliver quickly brushed aside the chaotic thoughts, removed his hood, and addressed everyone. The individual in question, Diggle should be quite familiar with him, is the recently prominent Chi Ping from Gotham. It's actually him? Diggle furrowed his brow in astonishment. I heard from Layla that this individual is formidable. He even managed to bring Amanda Waller down. What animosity exists between them is of no concern to me. The crucial matter is that the creature in the video must not appear in Star City. Let us conduct a thorough examination. Oliver assigned tasks to the team. His sister, Mia Queen, immediately interjected. What about the situation with Mirakuru? Roy is still under control and could go berserk at any moment. Are we to simply disregard him? Let us address both matters simultaneously. Oliver replied succinctly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the team's capacity was already stretched to its limits. Yet no one complained. They understood that if they surrendered now, Star City could descend into peril at any moment. 2 days later, Green Arrow once again encountered Chi Ping, who was loitering in the streets. It's nearly dawn, and you're wandering about at this hour. Should I commend your leisurely pursuits? Green Arrow remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Chi Ping, camera in hand, snapped pictures of the homeless on the street and replied, "This is social investigation. By fostering relationships with those on the streets, one can establish an extensive intelligence network. Surely, even a superhero like you knows this? Suit yourself. I spent 2 days scouring for any anomalous events and found no leads related to the supernatural. That's splendid." Chi Ping responded with a smile. Among the homeless, I've heard no relevant information either. The discussions revolve more around Mirakuru, the enhancement drug. It seems that a single injection could completely alter one's fate. What a fantasy. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Oliver scoffed at such notions, yet found it difficult to disparage the lower-class citizens who entertained such thoughts. They lived in such an environment. What choices did they truly have? How much do you know about Mirakuru? Chi Ping inquired, lowering his camera and fixing his gaze on Green Arrow. "ISNT this none of your concern?" Oliver responded, somewhat perturbed. "Didn't you say you would leave if there was no supernatural entity? Well, we're on the same side here. Today I assist you, and perhaps one day you'll return the favor," Chi Ping suggested, his warm smile unwavering. Oliver hesitated. He, like Batman, was somewhat resistant to outsiders entering his city, though not as vehemently. Under normal circumstances, Green Arrow would have declined without a second thought, but considering his overworked teammates, he relented. "If you wish to assist, you must adhere entirely to my directives. Of course, I understand the customs of the land." Chi Ping replied without objection, recognizing the significance of the territory. He extended his hand, and Green Arrow reciprocated the gesture. "Very well, our collaboration is hereby established." Chi Ping withdrew his hand and said to Green Arrow, "Please enlighten me on the intricacies of the situation." He vaguely recalled that in the television adaptation of Green Arrow, this calamity stemmed from the entanglement between Oliver and Deathstroke. However, Deathstroke had been blind during his time in Gotham. The information compiled by Batman did not indicate any prior conflict between Deathstroke and Green Arrow. This place feels rather unsafe. Let us find a more secluded location. Chi Ping led Green Arrow back to his hotel room, where he brewed tea, and the two engaged in casual conversation as if enjoying afternoon tea together. "Where should I begin?" Green Arrow hesitated. Chi Ping shook his head with a smile and said, "If you're concerned about your identity as Oliver Queen, you need not worry. I have long been aware of it. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Green Arrow feigned ignorance. Qi Ping lifted his teacup and gently blew away the steam. Ah, if you would just remove your hood, everything would be made clear. Very well. Green Arrow stared at Qi Ping for a moment before removing his hood, and then began to recount his past. In this narrative, Yao Fei was not a melodramatic general, but rather an internal figure with crucial intelligence. Oliver trained under Yao Fei, yet he had no ties to the League of Assassins. After the terrorists on Lian were eradicated by the military, Yao Fei returned to his homeland with his daughter. Oliver and Slade remained behind, only to encounter that doctor supported by the Eye of Providence. During the chaos, Slade sustained severe injuries and was captured by the Eye of Providence, subsequently turned into a test subject for Mirakuru injections, after which he reverted to his former profession as a mercenary. Listening to this seemingly more logical account, Qi Ping inquired, if that is the case, then the Mirakuru in Star City and Deathstroke are inextricably linked to the Eye of Providence? I initially suspected as much. Oliver's expression visibly tightened, but Slade insisted that this was merely a business transaction, unrelated to the Eye of Providence. The individuals who hired him paid him to sell the Mirakuru formula and act as their enforcer. So as of now, we remain unaware of the identities of the puppeteers behind this. Qi Ping's expression grew serious as he engaged in mental brainstorming. If it is merely a matter of payment for services rendered, the scope of this could be quite extensive. Indeed, Oliver felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the truth remained. He could not pretend otherwise. Qi Ping nodded. What assistance do you require from me? Feel free to speak. Oliver did not hold back. One of my team members, Roy, has been injected with Mirakuru and is on the brink of mental collapse. I hope you can locate him and bring him back. Understood. Where shall I deliver him? Oliver provided the location of a bar before departing. Qi Ping stretched his limbs, ready to embark on the mission to rescue Roy. I can't shake the feeling that I resemble a protagonist in a video game, accepting a quest. Chapter 80, Stitching, Anything Can Be Sewn. Did you see the person in the photograph? Qi Ping squatted by the roadside, holding a picture in one hand and a bundle of vibrant green banknotes in the other. Facing the homeless. Upon the sudden appearance of wealth, the eyes of the homeless sparkled with greed, and they instinctively reached out to snatch the money. Qi Ping took a step back, rose to his feet, and proclaimed to the crowd, although our acquaintance has been brief, we have yet to break a promise. Reveal to me the whereabouts of this individual, and these funds shall be yours. Indeed, Qi Ping had been traversing among the homeless, meticulously weaving a rudimentary network of intelligence with his fists and finances. Though it was fragile, it sufficed for the time being. We have indeed encountered this person. He frequents the Wade Bar, neither eating nor drinking, and at night, he slumbers in a nook to the northwest, more deranged than us. The homeless gaze at the lush banknotes with insatiable greed, eager to devour them whole. Observing these tormented souls, Qi Ping sighed and advised, this money is yours. Do not squander it on liquor or drugs. Seek a better path for yourselves. Yet, the homeless seized the money, fighting amongst themselves like ravenous beasts, wholly disregarding Qi Ping's counsel. Though he anticipated such an outcome, Qi Ping could not suppress his disappointment. He thought of Sam, had he encountered not him and his companions, but these desperate souls instead, he would have certainly faltered. Following the directions provided by the homeless, Qi Ping ventured northwest and soon located the hideout. However, it was still not nightfall, and the place was devoid of activity. He positioned himself in a discreet corner, awaiting quietly. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Qi Ping observed the homeless returning from their begging. Yet Roy was conspicuously absent. He remained unperturbed, standing like a statue in the shadows, vigilantly surveying his environment. At long last, Roy emerged, resembling a wild beast out of control, glancing back repeatedly, ever alert to his surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Having fixed his target, Qi Ping prepared to make his move. However, as he began to advance, an arrow suddenly shot forth from an unseen source, landing perilously close to Roy's feet. Like a startled bird, Roy turned and bolted, propelling himself far away. The unknown archer continued to release arrows from above, each landing near Roy's feet, yet to no avail. Instead of halting Roy's escape, it only urged him to flee faster. Just as Roy's figure was about to vanish down the street, the archer atop the building could no longer restrain themselves, launching a grappling arrow and sliding down. A petite figure clad in red brandished a longbow, engaging Roy in a fierce struggle. Roy, enhanced by a strength serum, now possessed the might of 7 men. utilizing brute force and primal techniques to send the longbow flying with a few swift punches, then delivering a powerful blow that sent the red-clad vigilante sprawling. Alas, the level of incompetence is truly disheartening. If one intends to capture a deranged individual, one ought to set a proper trap. Chi Ping observed the young girl, on the verge of being strangled by Roy, and shook his head in resignation before dashing forward. Although clad in no armor, he propelled himself with remarkable agility, arriving before Roy in a heartbeat. With a swift kick, he sent the deranged man sprawling. Once freed, the girl in red did not pause. She sprang to her feet, intent on charging back into the fray. Stay calm. Chi Ping had no desire to rescue her a second time and charged directly at Roy. Though Roy could not discern the movements of the man before him, instinct guided him to throw a punch. Chi Ping deftly trapped the incoming fist with his left arm, while his right arm descended like a hammer, striking with tremendous force. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air as Roy's arm broke. Seizing the moment, Chi Ping followed up with a resounding slap to Roy's face, leaving him disoriented and wringing in pain. The agony ignited a primal fury within Roy, exacerbated by the influence of drugs, driving him into a more frenzied state. However, before he could unleash his newfound strength, Chi Ping delivered 2 decisive blows to his face, rendering him unconscious. Roy. Sia rushed forward, her expression fraught with concern as she beheld her boyfriend sprawled on the ground. Do not fret. He merely lies unconscious and shall awaken shortly. Chi Ping reassured her. In the meantime, swiftly take him back to your base. Who are you? Sia questioned, drawing her about taut and aiming it at Chi Ping. He regarded her toy-like weapon with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Save your efforts. Such a trinket holds no threat for me. Your brother sent me to apprehend him. Do you truly believe it is mere chance that a savior has appeared before you on the street? Sia remained skeptical. With an eye roll and a muttered exclamation of frustration, Chi Ping dialed Oliver for confirmation. Only after receiving Oliver's validation did Sia lower her bow, hoist Roy onto her motorcycle, and depart without a second glance at Chi Ping. Observing the temperamental young woman, Chi Ping couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Yet, to prevent her from being harmed by an awakening Roy, and to avoid a rift with Oliver, he followed her. Fortunately, no incidents arose during their journey, and Sia safely delivered the unconscious Roy to Oliver at the bar. Where is Felix? Oliver inquired, his brow furrowing as he confirmed Roy's survival. He turned to Sia, who stood alone, exasperated. He could save your life. How could you leave him behind? He has no vehicle. What does that have to do with me? Sia retorted, displeased with Chi Ping's earlier actions against Roy. Oliver contemplated reprimanding his self-centered sister, but was interrupted as Chi Ping emerged from the shadows. Children can be so willful. It is understandable, Chi Ping remarked, waving his hand to absolve Sia of further chastisement. He then joined Oliver in entering the underground base. Sia trailed behind, defiantly shaking her fist, yet refrained from any overt acts of rebellion in Oliver's presence. Oliver placed Roy on the examination table and then introduced Chi Ping to the team members. Chi Ping greeted each of them in turn and then took the initiative to say, I will conduct an examination on this child. The others had no objections. They were simply too fatigued, and having someone assist was indeed welcome. Utilizing the available instruments, Chi Ping scanned Roy's body and found no issues aside from a fever. However, as they began to analyze the blood samples, anomalies began to emerge. Oliver, do you have the composition chart for Mirakuru? Slade once sent me a blood sample. Oliver instructed Felicity to retrieve the relevant information and approached Chi Ping. Is there something amiss? Compared to the original drug composition, Roy's blood contained additional elements. Chi Ping handed the microscope to Oliver, frowning as he said, the Mirakuru injected into Roy has been adulterated with components of enhancer. What? Oliver was equally astonished. Yet those who received Mirakuru did not exhibit any extraordinary changes, aside from becoming somewhat more aggressive. I am uncertain. Perhaps the proprietor of the bell has discovered a method to suppress enhancer's effects. Chi Ping felt exasperated, as he too could not discern whether this was a boon or a bane. Calming himself, Chi Ping was not overly surprised by the amalgamation of enhancer and Mirakuru. The power from the Shadow Realm could infect countless worlds, exhibiting remarkable adaptability, capable of transforming both organic and inorganic matter into unique monstrosities. Mirakuru, as a biological enhancement agent, was, in a sense, a relatively normal concoction. In Roy's blood, the reinforcing elements of Mirakuru predominated, while the activity of enhancer was suppressed to a minimal catalytic role. Based on his observations, Chi Ping scoured the existing data in the demon sealing box and swiftly found similar experimental records. The developers likely aimed to utilize Enhancer to augment the efficacy of Mirakuru, making the active components for body enhancement more potent. After Chi Ping's explanation, Oliver and the others exchanged glances, hesitantly murmuring, "This seems to be a good thing. If this experiment can truly succeed, it would indeed be beneficial." Chi Ping regretfully responded. However, Enhancer is not merely a simple drug. Like other forms of Shadow Realm power, it possesses strong, integrative, and exclusive properties. This power devours and assimilates all forces that approach it while simultaneously repelling any substances it cannot merge with. The most evident example was Roy. Having reviewed your tracking records, I observed that this lad's behavioral patterns increasingly resemble those of a beast. I doubt the side effects of Mirakuru were intended to manifest in this manner. Indeed, Oliver nodded. Mirakuru merely enhances aggression. The most severe symptoms exhibited by the test subjects under that doctor on Purgatory Island were merely rage-fueled killings. Yet they were still capable of comprehending human speech. However, Roy's condition is deteriorating. At this moment, the entire Green Arrow team gazes at Roy with deep concern. Shara tightly grips his hand, her voice trembling with emotion as she implores, "What will happen to Roy if this continues?" Due to the insufficient components of the enhancement drug, this young man lacks even the opportunity to evolve into a dark spirit, instead transforming into a mindless beast devoid of rationality. Chi Ping, while mindful of Oliver and the others' feelings, is aware that the most probable outcome is that Roy's body cannot withstand the accelerated evolutionary pace induced by the drug, leading to his untimely demise. According to the records within the Demon Sealing Box database, this is the most common cause of death. Is there any solution? Oliver, observing Chi Ping's calm demeanor, deduces that he must have a remedy. Chi Ping does not hesitate to reveal, "I could develop an antidote. But to completely eradicate the drug's toxicity will require at least a year, during which this child must endure significant withdrawal symptoms." "I understand. Please, tell me what you need." Oliver's brow furrows as he looks at his first disciple. Chi Ping swiftly lists a series of names. This antidote has a ready-made formula in the material database of the human realm, requiring no additional thought on his part. The Green Arrow team, striving to save Roy, exerts every effort, quickly assembling the necessary materials in a small laboratory. Following the prescribed procedure, Chi Ping extracts and synthesizes the materials, conducting 2 trials before achieving success on the 3rd attempt. Wait, Oliver seizes Chi Ping's hand, holding the syringe, and cautiously inquires, "Can you guarantee the effectiveness?" Rest assured, this is a reliable formula. The worst-case scenario is that it proves ineffective without exacerbating the situation. Chi Ping understands Oliver's apprehension. If Sam were here, he would undoubtedly be more anxious. "Trust me, I will bring this child back." Chi Ping gazes sincerely at Oliver. "Everything rests on your shoulders." Oliver releases his grip. Chi Ping administers the antidote to Roy and waits 3 minutes. Suddenly, Roy's previously calm body begins to convulse violently, and he starts to vomit profusely until nothing but bitter bile emerges, at which point he collapses back, pallid. This is merely a normal rejection reaction. Chi Ping reassures the anxious crowd, preventing them from overreacting. Once the toxins are expelled from his system, such intense reactions will cease. The formula is yours. Ensure he receives his injections on schedule. Witnessing Roy's evident calmness, the team expresses their gratitude. Shara hesitates for a moment before asking, "Why don't you use this antidote to help those dark spirits?" "Well," Chi Ping muses, stroking his chin with a smile, "this antidote is only effective for those who have recently been exposed to the enhancement drug. But have you ever seen a drug addict willingly cooperate in the early stages?" Shara nods, falling silent as memories of her own fall from grace resurface. "All right, continue to take care of Roy." Oliver led Chi Ping to a small room, away from the crowd. "Do you wish to trace the source of this drug?" Indeed, Oliver's candid expression of his thoughts was hardly surprising, as this man had already provided him with countless surprises, and this was merely a minor one. "Do you have a plan?" "I too am eager to uncover the identity of the perpetrator and their motives. However, regrettably, during Gotham's lockdown, anyone could have procured this drug." Chi Ping lamented, feeling helpless. The drug trade in America was rampant, and anyone could easily sell potent substances as if they were ordinary medications. Oliver shook his head in resignation. This was the stark reality. Although he projected confidence in front of his teammates, alone in the vast Star City, he often felt powerless, as if his efforts were utterly futile. Now is not the time to critique the American justice system. Oliver raked his fingers through his hair. Let us focus on the immediate problem. These matters should not burden us. Chi Ping observed his conflicted demeanor, choosing not to press further. From which angle do you intend to approach this? Regardless of who manufactured this concocted drug, Slade must know the details. If we seek him out, we can surely uncover the whereabouts of the mastermind. Chi Ping nodded. Then let us act swiftly before they inflict further damage. In a building near the city hall, Deathstroke, Slade Wilson, lounged with his legs crossed, swirling a glass filled with whiskey, appearing as if he were on vacation. Bang! A wild-looking woman stormed in, slamming her hand on the table with fury. Damn it! Hey, girl, I have been following your instructions all this time. Don't you dare find excuses to dock my pay. Deathstroke shifted his legs, feigning shock. The woman glared at the slick mercenary before bitterly stating, "This has nothing to do with you. That guy from Gotham has come to Star City. It wouldn't be that person from the port company, would it?" Slade stood up, spitting in disgust. What bad luck to encounter that individual again. Do you know him? You ought to ask, who in Gotham does not know him? Deathstroke donned his helmet, muttering, "If it's that guy, even if you offered me more money, I would not take on this job. Rest assured, we too shall retreat." The woman cast a disdainful glance at the shameless mercenary, perplexed as to why her father had sought out such an individual, and even more baffled by the urgency of their escape. Yet, as a dutiful daughter, she could not defy her father's commands. Chapter 82. A Troubling Foe. Because Slade never concealed his whereabouts, Oliver had always been aware of his location. Chi Ping and his companion hurriedly arrived near the city government within a matter of minutes. Seeking refuge in a towering building to observe the unfolding events through a telescope. "It seems we have arrived too late," Chi Ping remarked, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the individuals within. He endeavored to discern their origins and intentions based on their actions and attire. Meanwhile, Oliver expressed his bewilderment. Are they truly departing so soon? They have driven me into a corner. What purpose does leaving serve? Upon witnessing the substances within Roy's system, his suspicions had been ignited, and now he was assured that their primary aim had been to conduct experiments on the drugs. Having acquired their data, it was only natural for them to depart at will. Chi Ping scoffed, articulating his deductions. Oliver, however, was consumed by rage. These scoundrels, do they truly regard the millions in Star City as inconsequential? They unleash toxins, and now they can leave with such indifference. Chi Ping, having seen too much, had grown desensitized. Let us act, capture them alive, and extract valuable information. Understood. Oliver nodded, launching a rope arrow and descending swiftly. Chi Ping donned his armored suit, stepping onto the rope to follow suit. Upon entering the room, a series of explosions rang out as Oliver immediately deployed smoke grenades to obscure the vision of all present. He then incapacitated one henchman after another with swift blows, adhering to Chi Ping's directive to capture them alive for questioning. Yet, in the midst of his actions, a staff lunged towards him, interrupting his movements. "Oliver, these individuals are my source of income. You cannot take them." Slade, adorned with a mask and a single eyeglass glimmering ominously, was unfazed by the smoke. With a sense of resignation, Oliver deflected the staff aimed at him, pleading Slade, "Isn't it money you desire? I can provide it. Just leave Star City. Spare me. Your company has collapsed. How much do you possess now?" Slade retorted, relentlessly wielding his staff with ferocity, creating a tempest within the smoke, each strike targeting Oliver's vulnerabilities. As Oliver's former mentor, Slade was well acquainted with his techniques, easily countering his moves. "Oliver, do not blame me. This time, you are simply unfortunate," Slade bellowed, his staff striking fiercely, disarming Oliver of his bow and aiming for his knee. Just then, Chi Ping leaped into the fray, seizing Slade's staff. "Deathstroke, we have crossed paths in Gotham. I wonder if you remember me?" Fortune was not on Deathstroke's side this time. Upon seeing the armor, he turned and fled without a second thought. Chi Ping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the villain's utter lack of shame, disappearing as if in a flash of crimson light to block Deathstroke's path. The death knell could not discern Chi Ping's movements clearly, yet he sensed imminent danger and drew his blade. Chi Ping pressed one hand against his sword while the other pressed against his chest armor, relentlessly advancing and forcing him into the wall. At that moment, the smoke dissipated, and the other lackeys in the room finally grasped their weapons. However, as they clutched their arms, Qi Ping transformed into a streak of crimson light, weaving through the room and delivering swift strikes to their necks, sending them into a deep slumber. What manner of armor is this? Qi Ping extended his hand to lift Oliver, who gazed at the armor with profound envy. This is the Xing Tian armor, a singular piece with no duplicates. Qi Ping refrained from mentioning the armor's potential for mass production, and Oliver suppressed his envy, observing the death knell embedded in the wall. Wake up! Qi Ping removed the death knell's helmet, revealing his handsome, mature visage. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? We bear no animosity. It seems inappropriate to engage in such violence. Spare the pleasantries. I have no intention of indulging this old trickster in idle chatter. You are well aware of your own actions. Confess who hired you, and I shall allow you to depart. The consequences are for you to ponder. The death knell continued to feign ignorance. Isn't this rather inappropriate? I am a businessman. If I betray my employer, how shall I survive? You ought to be contemplating not how to survive, but how to remain alive. The Milikuru in Star City was provided by you. Those individuals are your doing. For this alone, 100 executions would be justified. Qi Ping's gaze bore down on the death knell, the unique menace of the Xing Tian armor radiating, instilling pressure upon him. Ollie, we share a bond of life and death. Is this how you permit him to treat me? The death knell pleaded frantically. Oliver shook his head and replied, He has shown me kindness. I cannot simply stand by while he faces danger in Star City. Thank you. The death knell exhaled a sigh of relief, but Oliver continued, However, if you take him to Gotham, then all will be well. Very well. Qi Ping yanked the death knell from the wall. All right, I shall answer your questions. Is that acceptable? The death knell hastily raised both hands in surrender. Mercenaries often possessed flexible moral boundaries. Damn it. Had I known I wouldn't care about that final payment, I would have fled directly. Enough of the chit-chat. Qi Ping rapped on his armor, demanding, Answer my question. Who is your employer? Why do they wish to acquire the Milikuru formula from you? I am unaware of their identity. Throughout our interactions, they have only communicated with me via holographic projection, and payments were made directly through transfers. You understand the rules of this mercenary line of work. I must not burden my employer, hence I never inquired. Are you proud of that? Qi Ping found himself laughing in disbelief. One must love their trade. Cease the banter, continue. What did they intend to do with the Milikuru? I do not know. I have no interest in those chemicals and have never asked. The Grim Reaper spread his hands in exasperation, his expression one of helplessness. Oliver seemed accustomed to this fellow's demeanor. Qi Ping continued to inquire, And what about the woman accompanying you? Are you not concerned about her potentially stabbing you in the back? The Grim Reaper replied with resignation, You are far more difficult to deceive than this foolish lad. Oliver, that woman has never revealed her name. I only heard the name Savage from her servant, while she referred to my host as father. Vandal Savage, another troublesome individual. I should have anticipated that those beings would not relinquish their grasp on power. Qi Ping knocked his forehead, at a loss for words as yet another enemy emerged. You seem to be familiar with these people? Oliver asked, puzzled. I suppose you could say that. Qi Ping answered vaguely, waving his hand dismissively, urging the Grim Reaper to leave. Be reasonable. At your age, shouldn't you find a place to enjoy your twilight years? The Grim Reaper took little offense at this remark. Chapter 83. I am not a Grim Reaper elementary student. After dismissing the Grim Reaper, Qi Ping and Oliver proceeded to interrogate the remaining lackeys one by one, discovering that they were all locals, utterly unaware of the situation. Nevertheless, Oliver decided to lock them up, waiting for the police to handle the matter. What now? Oliver asked, feeling somewhat lost. Qi Ping had already removed his armor, feeling the chill of the rooftop breeze, and shook his head. Although I suspected someone would covet the powers of darkness, this all transpired far too swiftly. To prevent the situation from deteriorating further, I must expedite my actions. Does this mean you intend to leave? Oliver inquired, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Qi Ping nodded. Indeed, there are many places I wish to explore. However, you need not worry excessively about matters in Star City. The newly improved antidote has not been in circulation for long, and it remains effective. Qi Ping advised Oliver, moreover, the supplier of the medication has already departed. With sufficient time for careful screening, you can completely eliminate those afflicted by the poison. What if the poisoning is too severe? Oliver asked, unable to quell his concern. Qi Ping shook his head. Then they are beyond saving. Even with armor, it would not suffice. Indeed, even specialized armor can only completely dispel the malevolent spirit. Oliver nodded gravely. Thank you. Without your assistance, the troubles in Star City would not have been so easily resolved. Chi Ping shook his head in modesty. One cannot say that. I merely made a small contribution. It is primarily due to your resilience against those forces that I could achieve anything at all. Oliver regarded Chi Ping with admiration, finding him a truly trustworthy individual. What was the background of that vandal savage? You seem quite apprehensive about him. It is still too early to say. Once I gather sufficient intelligence, I will provide you with a detailed report. With most questions answered, the two men relaxed momentarily, shedding their earlier seriousness. Where do you plan to go next? Oliver removed his hood. Chi Ping casually replied, I don't know either. There are just too many places to visit. Then let us head to Central City, he suggested. One of my little brothers has just acquired extraordinary powers. You could go see him in my stead. He is Barry Allen from the Central City Police Lab. Oliver expressed some regret, noting the absence of beer, which would have made for a pleasant drink. Chi Ping chuckled. You so easily revealed his identity. One T be angry. It doesn't matter. Seeing how effortlessly you disclose my identity makes investigating that kid Barry all the easier. Chi Ping shook his head. All right then, it's settled. Our next destination is Central City. Thank you. Oliver expressed his gratitude to Chi Ping, then sat quietly for a moment, donned his hood, transformed into Green Arrow, and departed. Chi Ping returned to his hotel and enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following day, he purchased a train ticket to Central City and left behind the city that resembled Gotham. A place full of struggles. Central City, an ordinary American metropolis, had been tranquil and harmonious in the past, and although crime existed, the police were capable of managing it. The world-class Star Labs, led by Harrison Wells, infused the city with continuous vitality. The residents lived in serene contentment, believing that such a life would endure eternally. However, 9 months ago, an explosion at Harrison's particle accelerator shattered Star Labs' reputation, and this once peaceful city became plagued with superpowered criminals. Yet, amidst the people's despair, a yellow flash emerged to alleviate their troubles. The citizens of Central City were destined to embrace a brighter future under his protection. He is none other than the Flash. This was reported by Iris West. Chi Ping stood at the train station entrance, gazing at the newspaper penned by Iris West, alongside a stunning blonde. Feeling a surge of joy, I fear not a godlike adversary, but a teammate as foolish as a pig. Iris, with her dark complexion, undoubtedly embodied the archetype of a pig teammate, as she was oblivious to her own foolishness, a most perilous trait. After a brief overview of the Flash's exploits, Chi Ping folded the newspaper, resolved to first find lodging before meeting the young speedster. Central City was far quieter than Gotham or Star City. At least, there were no homeless individuals littering the streets. Previously, Felicity from Team Arrow had visited the Flash, and during her collaboration, she investigated all Central City industries, uncovering no connections to Gotham. Thus, it seemed unlikely that dark forces lurked in Central City. Chi Ping intended to meet the Flash and then depart for other locales. Just take me to a hotel, and that will suffice. Chi Ping casually hailed a taxi. Is this your first time in Central City? The driver inquired. Is it that obvious? Chi Ping replied, eyes closed, engaging in light conversation with the driver. In truth, the situation was not as dire as it might seem. 9 months prior, when the Interstellar Laboratory was still operational, visitors to Central City were abundant, and life was considerably easier then. It appeared that taxi drivers around the globe were quite conversational. Chi Ping wished to seize this opportunity to gain deeper insights into Central City. It sounded as though you harbored some grievances regarding the Interstellar Laboratory. Grievances would be too strong a term. After all, no one could have anticipated the experimental failures. Now, we can only hope that Dr. Harrison will soon regain his vigor, revive the Interstellar Laboratory, and restore our former way of life. Chi Ping pondered that, aside from the benefits of technological advancements, the construction of the laboratory alone had created thousands of job opportunities. If it were indeed to be revived, Central City would surely reclaim its past glory. However, the issue lay in the fact that the current Harrison is not the true version. He is solely focused on the Flash, viewing everyone else through the lens of a 30-world traveler, akin to primitive beings. Thus, the simple wishes of the people of Central City were doomed to remain unfulfilled. Chi Ping continued his conversation with the taxi driver, learning much about the current state of affairs in Central City. The emergence of superpowered criminals had once instilled great fear among the populace, but with the arrival of the Flash, they found solace again. After all, superheroes have become emblematic of American cities, If a major city lacks such a figure, it would undoubtedly cause unease among its residents. Goodbye. The taxi driver dropped Chi Ping off at a hotel before driving away. After checking in, Chi Ping took the elevator, intending to rest briefly. Yet, just as he stepped out of the door, he was jostled by a hurried individual wearing a hat. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, two men clad in black pursued the stranger. Chi Ping immediately sensed something amiss, but before he could react, the fleeing girl tossed her crystalline backpack aside. In an instant, a deafening explosion engulfed the corridor in flames. Chi Ping inwardly cursed his misfortune. It seemed trouble followed him wherever he went. With a swift motion, he summoned a surge of energy that dissipated the flames around him, retreating into his room to avoid the ensuing chaos. Truly, he felt as though he had been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Chapter 84. This is outrageous defamation. Ahem. Chi Ping waved his hand to disperse the thick smoke before him, bravely navigating through the fiery wreckage to ascertain if there were any victims. Although he had been unwittingly drawn into a troublesome affair, he felt compelled to assist those in need before the true extent of the trouble unfolded. After a thorough search of the floor, he found no residents, nor any injured parties. Convinced of this, he prepared to exit the explosion site. He had no interest in visiting the police station. Hey, buddy. A sudden flash of yellow lightning darted in, seemingly attempting to embrace Chi Ping, but upon witnessing him amidst the flames, the figure froze in astonishment within the inferno. Are you all right? The flash gestured towards Chi Ping, but quickly reconsidered, feeling it impolite and retracting his hand. Of course I am fine. Chi Ping, observing the flames encroaching upon the young speedster, inquired with concern, can you truly withstand the flames? Certainly not. The flash, reminded by Chi Ping, realized he was perilously close to being scorched, though his suit developed by S.T.R. Labs provided some protection. He swiftly waved his hand to extinguish the surrounding flames. Are you also a metahuman? How is it that you can disregard such fierce fire? Chi Ping, noticing the mixture of excitement and wariness in the flash, felt a twinge of exasperation. The boy's thoughts were exceedingly erratic. Water, come forth. He inscribed magical runes, summoning an endless torrent of water that centered around him, extinguishing all the flames. My goodness, you conjured such a deluge with a mere gesture. The young speedster's mind was still anchored in the realm of normalcy, oblivious to the profound changes that his speed force bestowed upon him. Chi Ping dissipated the remaining water and clarified, I am not a metahuman. I summoned the water through magic. Magic? You must be jesting. The Flash laughed heartily. Chi Ping shook his head. I'm not one to joke, Barry Allen. Upon hearing his name spoken so casually, Barry felt a surge of panic and transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, darting amidst the ruins of the exploded buildings. The air, disturbed by his rapid movements, caused Chi Ping's clothing to rustle as he stood firm and said, Calm down, Barry. I come as a trusted envoy of Oliver to see you. I mean no harm. The mention of Oliver's name instantly soothed Barry, who cautiously approached Chi Ping, maintaining a safe distance. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Subsequently, Chi Ping initiated a video call with Oliver to authenticate his identity. With Oliver's assurance, Barry relaxed. If that is the case, why didn't you say so earlier? Chi Ping shrugged. I intended to explore Central City first before seeking you out, but I did not anticipate encountering such chaos upon checking into my hotel. The young speedster nodded absent-mindedly and then asked, what exactly transpired here? Chi Ping pressed his forehead in thought before responding. That girl transformed her backpack into a bomb. She must be a metahuman. Indeed, ever since the incident at S.T.A.R. Labs, Central City has seen an influx of these metahumans. Barry clutched his forehead. Despite his mask, his expression was easily decipherable. Just then, firefighters and police officers rushed onto the scene. Barry quickly suggested, let us find a different location to continue this conversation. Do you need a lift? Chi Ping nodded, and Barry grasped his shoulder, propelling them forward. In the state of superspeed, the world around them slowed to a crawl, sounds distorted, and images warped. It is hard to fathom how you endure all of this, he exclaimed. Loneliness and solitude are the eternal adversaries of life. Although Chi Ping could endure it, it did not imply that he relished the situation, especially under the extreme circumstances where it was exacerbated. Barry, however, chuckled and remarked, ever since the upheaval of my childhood, I have grown accustomed to all of this. We have arrived. Barry ushered Chi Ping into the Star Labs. Following the experimental disaster a year prior, this once illustrious laboratory remained shuttered, However, unbeknownst to all, it had transformed into a sanctuary for superheroes. Members of Team Flash, Harrison, Cisco, and Caitlin had already overheard Barry and Chi Ping's conversation through their earpieces and were eagerly awaiting them in the lobby. Harrison, seated in his wheelchair, regarded the entering duo with a less than cheerful demeanor. He maneuvered his wheelchair forward and politely stated, "Welcome to Star Labs, Mr. Chi. Cisco and Caitlin will now guide you through our humble base. Barry, could you come here for a moment? I need to have a word." Barry, perplexed, followed Harrison into his office, pondering what transgression he had committed. Meanwhile, Chi Ping remained unperturbed, fully aware that the Reverse Flash, masquerading as Harrison, sought to create a Flash in accordance with his own history, thereafter utilizing the Speed Force to return to his own era. However, this was akin to daydreaming. One cannot step into the same river twice. When a Reverse Flash traversed back, attempting to alter everything, history had already shifted. Each subsequent endeavor to realign history with his memories only widened the chasm of deviation. While such discrepancies bore no significance to history itself, they constituted a cataclysm for the Reverse Flash. Mr. Chi, you hail from Gotham, correct?" After a moment of hesitation and some furtive glances exchanged with Caitlin, Cisco cautiously inquired, as if approaching a ferocious beast. Chi Ping regarded him quizzically and replied, "Yes, I departed from Gotham, traversing through Metropolis and Star City. Is there an issue?" "Oh, no." Cisco hastily waved his hands and cast a pleading look towards Caitlin. Yet, his typically reliable friend chose to betray him, feigning ignorance as she picked up a magazine from the table. Chi Ping, having noted their subtle antics, shook his head and said, "If you have queries, feel free to ask directly. I am not a fearsome monster who will devour you. Many news reports and rumors suggest that you are the newly minted crime lord of Gotham. Is this true?" Cisco continued to tread cautiously, fearful of becoming the next victim. Chi Ping burst into laughter. "So, I have become this renowned? Even Central City has tales of my exploits. Pray tell, what do the rumors say about me?" Cisco forced a pained smile before hesitantly beginning to respond. Under the relentless promotion of sensationalist tabloids in America, Chi Ping has been exaggerated into a formidable figure, akin to a jester, capable of delivering powerful blows to Batman and trampling over the Penguin, whose mere sneeze could cause Gotham to tremble. How amusing, listening to such proclamations. Chi Ping merely finds them entertaining. Cisco and the cautious Catherine inquired, "Is any of this true?" "Of course not." Chi Ping rolled his eyes, lamenting that they were both doctors. The newspaper described him as a burly black man. "Do I resemble that?" Cisco and Catherine chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. "In Gotham, I am just an ordinary law-abiding merchant, and now I find myself an unemployed drifter." Chapter 85. The Day the Persona Will Collapse. An unemployed drifter capable of easily toppling the head of the Eye of Heaven? Mr. Chi is indeed modest. Harrison, who had just finished advising Barry not to associate with villains, stepped forward. Chi Ping smiled and replied, "It was all thanks to Batman and a few friends. I merely hold a title." "Mr. Chi is acquainted with Batman?" Cisco stood up in surprise. "I suppose one could say so." Chi Ping replied politely, "Are you interested in superheroes as well?" Catherine answered for her friend. Of course, Cisco is a die-hard fan of superheroes and often collects their merchandise. "Oh," Chi Ping nodded, then said, "Next time I return to Gotham, shall I request an autograph from Batman for you?" "Absolutely." Cisco nodded eagerly, having once contemplated the idea of venturing to Gotham in hopes of encountering Batman, though he ultimately dismissed the thought upon considering his own small stature. "Thank you, Mr. Chi. It's merely a trifling matter, no need for such formality. After all, it is Batman who will endure the trials, not I." "Ha." Harrison cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. "What we need to address now is today's explosion incident. As Mr. Chi mentioned, it appears to be another case of metahuman crime." Upon hearing the term metahuman, the Flash squad grew serious, believing their experimental mishaps had led to the transformation of so many individuals into metahumans. Thus, discussions surrounding such matters summoned their utmost seriousness. "Mr. Chi, could you recall the appearance of that girl?" Chi Ping nodded, water swirling in his hands, morphing into a visage as his memories unfolded. "My heavens, there truly exists magic in this world." Both Cisco and Catherine were astounded, yet Cisco was particularly exhilarated. Chi Ping affirmed, "History conceals countless secrets that require exploration. This is merely a small trick of mine." He presented the water-formed face for their examination. Utilizing the technology of Star Labs, Cisco swiftly identified the individual, only to discover that she was marked as deceased, having perished in an explosion. The document recounts the tale of a girl named Betty, who tragically lost her life while serving in the military during a bomb disposal mission, coinciding with the catastrophic explosion of a particle accelerator. It is widely acknowledged that the systems of the U.S. military are outsourced, with contractors further subcontracting their duties. Among these contractors is the Star Lab, which, due to Cisco's penchant for hacking, left a backdoor that has now become significantly consequential. Professor Harrison appears to have some connection to this girl. Hesitantly, Cisco calls out to Harrison. Both Catherine and Harrison bear expressions of regret, prompting Barry to exclaim loudly, "What exactly transpired? Can't you just tell us directly?" Meanwhile, Cheaping stands nearby, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. After a moment of hesitation, Harrison and the others begin to reminisce about past events. Star Lab had received considerable funding from Congress, and it was only natural for the military to approach them for various military experiments, one of which involved specialized explosives. Analysis of the materials revealed that the residual components from the explosion site were identical to those from their previous experiments. Barry, unable to fathom the situation, questions, "Isn't it true that Star Lab has a strict policy against the creation of weapons? Why would you manufacture such lethal devices for the military?" It seems Barry is still too young to grasp the full implications. Harrison, with a bitter smile, explains that it was that very collaboration with the military that resulted in some irrevocable outcomes, which led to his firm decision that Star Lab should not produce weapons until the particle accelerator explosion, and even now, "I need to contemplate this thoroughly," he remarks. Barry's tender heart struggles to accept this reality, as his moral compass cannot condone such actions. With that, he exits the hall. Cheaping follows him, and the two walk out of Star Lab in silence. "Have my actions disappointed you? Surely, Oliver and the others would not engage in such occurrences." Barry expresses his confusion, having only just embarked on the path of superhero, not yet embodying the conscience of the Justice League, which strives to maintain goodness in all circumstances. No, it is entirely normal for conflicts to arise within a team, especially since you are all brought together temporarily and are unfamiliar with each other as histories. Disagreements are to be expected. Cheaping reassures him with a smile, lightly patting his shoulder. As a core member of the team, it is crucial to clarify and resolve conflicts among members, enabling them to unleash their full potential. "Dr. Harrison is indeed the heart of our team," Barry responds earnestly. Cheaping chuckles. "Dr. Harrison has high hopes for you. Perhaps one day, he will pass on his legacy to you." Barry shakes his head. "I have never cared for such things. I only desire the peace we once had and to clear my father's name." "I understand." Cheaping refrains from delving deeper into issues of responsibility and capability, recognizing that the Flash has not yet reached that level. "Where shall we go next?" Barry inquires. "I wish to return home to rest. Do you require assistance in finding accommodation?" Barry was feeling somewhat dejected, yet he did not forget to keep an eye on Cheaping. Cheaping shook his head and said, "I will be fine living in the Star Lab. I trust that someone as generous as Harrison would not refuse me." With that, he prepared to leave. Just as Barry was about to depart, Cheaping's expression suddenly changed. He conjured a stream of water that lashed out like a whip toward a certain spot behind him. A girl, hiding behind a tree, saw the approaching water whip and hurriedly dodged, shouting, "Stop! I mean no harm. I am here seeking help." Cheaping immediately recognized her as the one with the ability to transform into explosive devices, and he dissipated the water. Barry, who was also about to leave, recognized her in surprise and helped her up, asking, "How did you end up here?" "I am here to ask for help," Betty replied, looking at Cheaping while completely disregarding the seemingly harmless Barry. Cheaping inquired, "Why seek me out?" "Because you were able to bring down Amanda of the Eye of Heaven. You can certainly protect me." "Ah, it seems my reputation truly precedes me," Cheaping thought, feeling a sense of celebrity as even a fugitive sought his assistance. "Let's find a quieter place," he suggested, leading the two of them away. Barry quietly asked, "Why not go to the Star Lab?" Cheaping shook his head, saying, "This girl is clearly on edge. In her eyes, even a military-tested Star Lab is untrustworthy. Otherwise, she would have walked right in instead of waiting outside for us." "That's prejudice," Barry thought, still believing in the Lightning Squad's integrity. "Are you sure you want to entangle yourself with a fugitive in such matters?" Cheaping questioned. Barry acknowledged with an "oh" and then followed Cheaping. Chapter 86. Everything that is yours alone. Cheaping brought Barry and Betty to a renowned CAF in Central City, settling into a corner. Now tell me, how did you come back to life? Cheaping stirred his cup with a spoon, his gaze fixed on the pleading Betty. Betty scanned the CAF, filled with patrons, and whispered, "Is it really safe with so many people around? As long as you remain candid and forthright, you will be perfectly safe." Cheaping snapped his fingers to draw Betty's attention back to him. "Answer my earlier question. Only by understanding the full context can I assist you." "Yes, I was too anxious." Betty lifted her cup, drank her coffee in one gulp, and began recounting her tale. "On that fateful night a year ago, I was carrying out a bomb disposal mission when the bomb unexpectedly malfunctioned. I should have perished, but at that moment, the energy surge from a particle accelerator coursed through me, and I, against all odds, not only survived but merged with the bomb's material. Since then, I have had the ability to convert anything I touch into an explosive device. However, the military has not ceased their pursuit. They declared me dead and relentlessly chased me to acquire my powers. The day I encountered you, the two men following closely behind me were sent to capture me. In a moment of desperation, I resorted to throwing a bomb. However, I assure you, there was no one on that floor at the time, and the bomb I hurled posed no threat to the other levels. I understand that if this were not the case, I would never engage in conversation with you." Cheaping observed the young woman before him. Her dark circles resembled those of a panda, and her eyes were bloodshot, indicating she had not enjoyed a restful sleep in quite some time. Rescuing a superhuman is not a daunting task for him. The American military may sound formidable, yet within the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Department of Defense, and Joint Chiefs of Staff, each entity harbors its own demands and significant contradictions. If he wished to maneuver, it would pose little challenge. I have saved numerous individuals in the past and shall continue to do so. If you request my assistance, I am willing to help, but only on the condition that you do not deceive me." Cheaping remained seated, yet Betty felt an unspoken pressure, as though a mountain loomed before her, suffocating her breath. "I assure you, there will be no deceitful words or actions. Why are you seeking me?" Cheaping posed a straightforward question. "There are myriad ways to leave the United States. A mere contact with a smuggler at any port could facilitate your exit." Betty bit her lip, her fingers gently tapping on the table, and softly replied, "Ever since I acquired my superpowers, I have sensed someone watching me from the shadows. I have contemplated fleeing Central City to escape abroad, yet all those who came to retrieve me mysteriously perished. Does that not sound somewhat like a supernatural occurrence?" Barry rubbed his arms, attempting to lighten the mood. Yet the fear reflected in Betty's eyes was palpable. Cheaping shook his head, signaling that this was not the moment for humor. Barry promptly fell silent, resuming his role as a listener. "Please continue." Cheaping ordered her another cup of coffee to alleviate her stress. Betty persisted. "Since then, I have been trapped in Central City. I once sought to uncover the identity of the one who ensnared me, but to no avail. I learned of the chaos that erupted in Gotham 6 months ago, and thereafter, your name began to circulate amid various rumors. Initially, I dismissed it as legend until Amanda, the overseer of the Eye in the Sky, was dismissed, which led me to realize that all of this was indeed true. I now find myself at your mercy. If you're willing to rescue me, I can offer you everything." Cheaping shook his head. "You refuse to help me?" Betty's face turned ashen. Cheaping calmly replied, "No, I will save you, simply because you do not deserve such treatment. As for everything you possess, you should retain it. I have no interest. Now, let us proceed to the Star Lab." Cheaping rose, preparing to depart. Betty hesitantly inquired, "Are we truly going there? Regardless of what you may know, trust me, I will ensure your safety." Cheaping's tranquility instilled courage in Betty, and she silently followed behind him. Barry's eyes were truly opened, as he perceived Cheaping to be reminiscent of a cinematic godfather, with a gentle exterior concealing a steadfast interior, exuding an aura capable of conquering others at any moment. "Come, join me in the laboratory." Cheaping beckoned Barry, who curiously inquired, "Is it really necessary?" "Of course. I am not blind. I can discern Professor Harrison's discontent with your involvement in this perilous situation. Such matters are not difficult to surmise, especially since Harrison has not concealed his emotions. He harbors disdain for me, which I can understand, given Gotham's notorious reputation. Yet, I must remain in Central City, inevitably causing him trouble. Hence I implore you to intervene on my behalf," Cheaping explained with a smile. "Rest assured," Barry responded cheerfully. Cheaping refrained from exposing Harrison's deceit, knowing he could do so at any moment. However, Such an action would yield no benefit other than provoking a madman. It was better to have this individual assist Barry in gaining experience. After all, as long as Reverse Flash required Barry for a day, he would refrain from dismantling his own persona. Eventually, when Barry matured into a competent individual, Reverse Flash would find himself at a loss. Have you truly managed to apprehend the individual so swiftly? Cisco exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Betty. Harrison remarked curiously, "It seems our fugitive has willingly returned. Hence the absence of handcuffs." "Not quite. Betty sought my assistance in evading military pursuit, and I obliged," Chi Ping clarified, stepping forward to elucidate the situation. "The Star Labs of the past are gone. We cannot withstand the military's forces. Your actions will only complicate matters for Barry," Harrison exclaimed, slapping his wheelchair in agitation, as if he might rise at any moment. "Calm down, Professor Harrison," Chi Ping reassured him with a smile. "I merely intend for Betty to stay here for a few days. I will take full responsibility for any consequences." With that, he utilized the laboratory's communication device to contact Sam. "Fair. You've been gone for so long without a word. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you." Sam boomed with laughter, his voice hearty. Chi Ping chuckled in response. "Come now, a month hardly qualifies as a long absence." After exchanging pleasantries, Chi Ping got to the point. "I need your assistance. I encountered a metahuman in Central City who is currently being pursued by the military. Please send someone to retrieve him and have Mr. Trevor intervene." "Another metahuman experiment?" Sam scoffed. "Why can't the military approach these metahumans with a modicum of sanity? Why not negotiate or even offer the money? They consistently seek to conduct absurd experiments, and there are over a dozen metahumans seeking refuge in Gotham. Enough complaining. Send someone promptly." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Chapter 87, My Promise. Was it truly that simple? As Barry, Cisco, and Catherine watched Chi Ping and the call, they found themselves at a loss for words, believing that a mere phone call could resolve everything. Of course, it was not that simple. Yet the intricacies involved were not something he could disclose. When Chi Ping uttered these words, his face bore a gentle smile. But the three young individuals still felt an unsettling chill. Strikingly, Barry was of the same age as Chi Ping, yet he often sensed a significant generational gap between them. Chi Ping had no intention of revealing certain unspoken rules, and Cisco and Catherine, understanding the unspoken boundaries, refrained from probing further. Driven by conscience, Barry felt compelled to inquire. "Fel, the person on the other end of the line mentioned that someone is experimenting on superhumans?" Sighing deeply, Chi Ping faced the Bat family. Capable of uttering countless harsh words, yet he found it difficult to be so with someone as innocent as Barry. There were few individuals like Barry left. Why should he be tainted by such matters? "Do you really need to know? The situation in Central City is already more than enough for you to manage." Chi Ping had never spoken in such a manner before, but Barry, as Chi Ping had anticipated, stubbornly insisted on being informed. Harrison immediately interjected, "Barry, your duty is to protect Central City. Knowing too much and getting entangled in other affairs could lead to complications. How could I remain ignorant of such matters? I cannot turn a blind eye to evil. Is that not what you taught me?" Barry countered passionately. Infuriated, Harrison shouted at Cisco to push him away, while Catherine took Betty aside to arrange accommodations. Chi Ping settled into a chair and beckoned Barry. "Come, let's have a proper discussion." Barry was incredulous, wondering if this had all begun long ago with the doctors and Cisco. Chi Ping placed a hand on his shoulder and began. "You are already aware that since World War II, various American departments have conducted experiments on ordinary people without notification." Barry sighed, reflecting on the extensive, dark history of the American government. If they were so ruthless towards regular citizens, they would undoubtedly show no mercy towards so-called afflicted superhumans. For years, both the military and intelligence agencies had secretly captured superhumans, hoping to acquire their abilities. This was no secret to the elite. Although the tensions between humans and mutants did not escalate to open warfare, as seen in neighboring realms, the situation was hardly better. One side wielded a visible blade, while the other resorted to covert poison. After all, the powers that be in the White House, Wall Street, and Silicon Valley would never allow anyone to usurp their authority or encroach upon their share of the pie. In such chaos, is there truly no one willing to stand against it? Barry exclaimed in anger. Over the past few decades, the emergence of superpowered individuals in America had been exceedingly rare. Intelligence agencies could easily unleash a contagion or orchestrate an accident. Who would care? Chi Ping scoffed. Everyone knows the nature of various departments in America. Such conduct is merely a reflection of their moral standards. My goodness, though Barry does not adhere to any religion, he finds himself compelled to utter a prayer in this moment. Is there truly no goodness left in this world? Certainly, there are many good people, yet they lack power, leading lives of hardship and constantly teetering on the brink of despair. Chi Ping, embodying a dual-role agent, dispenses words of encouragement. Barry, you are a good person. However, you must understand that merely preventing crime is insufficient. You must also transform the environment, providing them with an alternative to falling into depravity. Barry, receptive to this heartfelt counsel, momentarily regains his spirits through Chi Ping's few simple yet sincere remarks. Go home and rest well. Tomorrow brings more tasks ahead. After bidding farewell to Barry, Chi Ping seeks out Betty. Following Catherine's indication of the room's location, she begins to examine Betty's health. Chi Ping stands quietly by, observing until Catherine concludes her examination, at which point he inquires, Miss Snow, is there any issue with Betty's health? Her body is entirely sound. However, the dark matter has intertwined too deeply with her cells. This condition is difficult to ascertain as either good or bad at this juncture, Catherine explains, employing a slew of medical terminology. Thank you for your care, Miss Catherine. Chi Ping expresses his gratitude, expecting her to depart. Instead, he notices the beautiful doctor looking at him with a hint of discomfort, as if she has something to convey. Miss Snow, would you like to have a word with me? Chi Ping proactively suggests, alleviating Catherine's awkwardness. She exhales in relief. Yes, Mr. Chi. Would that be convenient for you? Nodding in affirmation, they step outside the partition. Catherine hesitates momentarily before speaking. Mr. Chi, I hope you will refrain from exploiting Barry. He is a naive soul, wishing only to bring peace to the denizens of Central City with his own strength. But am I not a person who navigates Gotham with ease, engaging in opportunistic exchanges that might endanger Barry? Chi Ping interjects, caught off guard by his preemptive assertion. Catherine stammers, I suppose that was indeed my sentiment. With a shrug, her snow-white skin flushes crimson. All right, I assure you, I will not exploit Barry, and I will protect him to the best of my abilities. Chi Ping solemnly pledges, then winks playfully, asking, so, Miss Snow, do you think I should sign or seal this agreement? Oof. Catherine certainly perceives the jest directed at her. She scoffs softly before turning to leave. Occasionally indulging his playful side brings Chi Ping a refreshing sense of novelty, yet within mere seconds of re-entering the partition, he reverts to his serious demeanor. Sir, Betty wishes to express her respect through action. Chi Ping waves his hand dismissively, urging her to abandon such frivolous gestures. Relax a bit. I am no emperor, and such formality is unnecessary. Understood. Betty nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. No modern individual would willingly prostrate themselves before another. Sir, why have we come to the Star Lab? They were quite cooperative with the military when they were developing weapons. She expressed her resentment towards the military that had pursued her for a year. Did you not mention that someone is preventing you from leaving Central City? I wish to meet this individual. Chi Ping explained to her, the Star Lab is replete with advanced technology. It is impossible for anyone to enter here unnoticed. Are you not then using yourself as bait? Betty gasped, quickly responding, absolutely not. If anything were to happen to you, Sam and the others would abandon you, wouldn't they? Feeling somewhat embarrassed as her thoughts were laid bare, Chi Ping reassured her, I will be fine, and so will you. Even if something were to occur, Sam would fulfill my promise to you. Chapter 88, Deadly Silence. Chi Ping spent a sleepless night. The Star Lab was eerily quiet, nothing transpiring. However, the following day, the general overseeing the experiment approached them. Sir, Betty, in a panic, attempted to flee the Star Lab, but Chi Ping held her shoulder firmly. Do not be alarmed. I will investigate the situation. Stay hidden in your room and do not act rashly. Understood. Betty cautiously retreated to her room, securing the door tightly. Chi Ping entered the hall and found Harrison engaged in conversation with a man clad in military attire. Olin, even if you are a brigadier general, you have no right to barge in here without a search warrant, Harrison argued, leaning on his wheelchair. Yet, the brigadier general, named Erlin, appeared dismissive of Harrison, waving his hand and declaring, spare me, Wells. Do not think I am unaware. That woman is hiding in her lab. You had better hand her over today, or face the consequences. This brigadier general seemed intent on illustrating the adage that reason falls silent when when a scholar encounters a soldier. As he was moments away from ordering a forceful search, observing the situation, Qi Ping stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "General, we are all civilized individuals. There is no need to escalate matters to this extent." He positioned himself between Harrison and General Erlin, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. "Who are you?" General Erlin squinted at the unexpected newcomer. "Qi Ping, also known by the English name Fair." Qi Ping introduced himself, extending his hand. The brigadier general, maintaining his air of arrogance, nodded slightly. "I know you. You seem quite formidable, but that is of no consequence to me." Qi Ping was aware that the military and the intelligence system operated differently. However, a brigadier general dispatched to oversee an experiment was hardly worthy of his submission. "Erlin, to put it bluntly, are your actions here lawful and compliant?" Qi Ping's eyes gleamed with a cold light, startling the general. To be frank, Erlin was aware that his actions were decidedly clandestine. Once exposed, the matter of human experimentation incites public outrage, and the members of Congress are swift to distance themselves, readily assigning blame. Yet, the general finds it intolerable to simply step back and relinquish his position. "After all, I'm a major general in the United States Army. Who do you think you are?" When reason fails, he resorts to flaunting his rank. Qi Ping narrowed his eyes with a smile and declared, "Very well. Let us seek out the press and thoroughly discuss this matter." "Kulme." He tugged at the general's sleeve, intent on leaving. In an instant, Major General Aaron faltered, unwilling to wager his own position. "Enough," he exclaimed, shaking off Qi Ping's grasp, straightening his uniform with feigned composure. "If you desire formal documentation, I shall procure it for you. Remember your actions today." With that, he departed, leaving as disheveled as he had arrived, despite his earlier bravado. It was evident to all that beneath his strong facade, he was now cowed. Cisco approached Qi Ping, waiting until the general had left before quietly asking, "Mr. Qi, has he truly fled?" Qi Ping replied, "This is a realization I came to only yesterday. The capture of superhumans for experimentation is inherently inhumane and scandalous. The moment there is a risk of exposure, they will capitulate. What has transpired affirms my hypothesis. This general will not risk his own sacrifice to engage in a protracted struggle against us. They will not simply walk away. Retaliation is inevitable," Harrison expressed with concern. Qi Ping chuckled, "Of course, but I remain indifferent. Let them act as they will. Do you have anything left to lose?" The three of them gazed at the somewhat dilapidated laboratory, sighing in silence. "Damn it, how could I be threatened by such a petty thug?" Major General Aaron seethed, wishing to draw his weapon and silence the bookish scientists within the lab. Yet, he understood that such an action would inevitably lead to the exposure of the experiments, sealing his own fate. The gravity of the situation was inversely proportional to its secrecy. Unspoken, it was light as a feather, but once revealed, it bore the weight of a mountain, with him as the first to be crushed. "Let's go," Aaron grumbled, ordering the driver to take him back to the military base near the city center. He dismissed everyone who came to report to him, retreating alone to his office, where he began to drink. "What is this? A nobody dares to threaten me, relying on the power of others." As Major General Aaron consumed glass after glass, his face soon flushed, and he began to rant incoherently about Qi Ping, devising various fates for him in his mind. However, he failed to notice that his consumption had surpassed his usual limits, leaving him lightheaded and disoriented, eventually collapsing onto the table, mumbling to himself. A tall, dark figure slowly entered the office, extending a sinister hand towards the general. The dim light illuminated the figure, casting a distorted shadow upon the wall. On that fateful day, the personnel at the base were engulfed in a tumult of speculation, their spirits profoundly shaken. Major General Aaron, their commanding officer, inexplicably descended into madness, shouting frantically that someone sought to assassinate him and demanding protection from all. A dozen well-trained soldiers attempted to restrain him, yet their efforts proved futile as he broke free. Amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, the general savagely clawed at his own face, ultimately taking his own life with a handgun. It was evident that the inhabitants of the base were acutely aware of the inhumane nature of their experiments on human subjects. And so, in the wake of such a horrific incident, soldiers and researchers alike were consumed by dread, praying fervently to the divine and fleeing in panic. However, an unseen force held dominion over them, rendering their struggles meaningless. The only outcome was a tragic demise under the torment of this mysterious power. leading them to end their lives in various horrific manners. Ironically, to prevent their experimental subjects from escaping, the small military base had severed nearly all contact with the outside world. In the past, the soldiers had reveled in this isolation, believing they had discovered a foolproof solution. But now, ensnared within these very confines, they felt the bitter sting of irony. Ultimately, the bloody tragedy that unfolded within the base was not uncovered until 3 days after the last breath had been taken. The responsibility for this grim affair fell to none other than Amanda Waller, an old acquaintance. With a scowl upon her face, she surveyed the gruesome scene before making her way directly to the Star Laboratory. Chi Ping, who was preparing to send Betty away, caught sight of Amanda's familiar figure, his expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. Incredible. This wretch is still alive. You all stay here and do not approach. Chi Ping commanded the others to remain where they were before advancing towards Amanda alone. It seems we are quite fated, Amanda remarked with a smile. I would say this is more of a curse bond. Chi Ping inwardly retorted. Then, observing Amanda's fierce demeanor, inquired, Ms. Waller, have you swiftly regained your position? Thanks to you, I am now merely a nominal deputy supervisor. Amanda replied, her demeanor unfazed, even smiling at Chi Ping, which only exacerbated his frustration. Defeat breeds resentment, while victory invites retribution. Such duplicitous individuals are among the most challenging to confront, as they are capable of enduring patience, striking unexpectedly when least anticipated. Amanda epitomized this archetype. Should I seek an opportunity to eliminate this woman? The thought flickered in Chi Ping's mind, but vanished as quickly. Now was not the time. Killing Amanda was not the issue, but rather how to extricate himself from any repercussions. Let's be direct. What brings you here? Despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling within, Chi Ping's visage betrayed none of his inner turmoil. Amanda maintained an outward composure, addressing the matter with a professional demeanor. Are you acquainted with Major General Ellen? Indeed. Chi Ping pondered for a moment before responding honestly. A few days ago, Major General Ellen did visit, but due to the absence of relevant documentation, we had to ask him to leave. This was not a lie. He had indeed requested Ellen's departure, albeit in a manner that was less than favorable. He is deceased, Amanda stated solemnly. What? Chi Ping narrowed his eyes, his expression as calm as a still lake, while turmoil churned within him. He was certainly not involved in this matter. Yet the situation was far from straightforward. As anticipated, Amanda continued, the personnel at that small experimental facility all met untimely ends, leaving no intact bodies behind. The authorities have confirmed this as a case of superhuman crime, prompting the intervention of the Celestial Eye Society. We hope Mr. Chi will assist us in our inquiries. Chi Ping's brow furrowed. He replied gravely, of course. I have been at the Star Lab these past few days, never leaving, and there is video evidence to corroborate that. Ah, Amanda drawled with an edge of sarcasm. I am well aware that you are not an ordinary person. Mr. Chi, your extraordinary abilities would likely elude regular cameras. Though her tone was laced with irony, it bore a kernel of truth. Chi Ping could indeed slip away unnoticed from the overt surveillance of the Star Lab. But the covert recordings would not be disclosed by Harrison. While this was the reality, Chi Ping would not concede to it. He pointed at Amanda, asserting, you cannot tarnish a person's reputation without cause. I am an honest man and incapable of such acts. Amanda, momentarily elated, sternly retorted, are you refusing to cooperate? Chi Ping's expression shifted once more, as he indignantly replied, Ms. Waller, although you are a government official, you cannot simply invert right and wrong. Did I ever utter a word of refusal? Then what do you truly mean? Amanda, accustomed to the unpredictable, was herself a person who would go to any lengths for her own gain. Yet, as Chi Ping deliberately danced around her, it felt akin to the Monkey King leaping at the edge of Buddha's palm, forever avoiding capture. The tantalizing frustration was indeed tormenting. Noticing a subtle shift in Amanda's expression, Chi Ping promptly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, what I intend to convey is that I will cooperate with you wholeheartedly, but please refrain from any underhanded tactics. You can trust me completely. Amanda responded, I assure you I will. Chi Ping scoffed lightly, thinking to himself, trust her? Not a chance. Follow me. I will ask Dr. Harrison to present the footage for your inspection. Amanda refrained from making further threats, instead signaling her subordinates to accompany her. Just as Chi Ping did not strike a blow that would render him forever incapacitated, Amanda too realized that she could not topple this man with mere whispers of unfounded rumors. No significant events transpired between them. They were merely engaged in a battle of wits. Professor Chi Ping and Professor Harrison elucidated the situation and inquired, "Doctor, I hope you can lift the surveillance to allow them to demonstrate our innocence." "No problem." Harrison, a man of considerable intellect, was acutely aware of the current predicament. The discord between Major General Ellen and the Starlight Laboratory was no secret. Concealing the internal circumstances would only exacerbate the suspicions surrounding them. Were these individuals truly trustworthy? Catherine gazed at the agents, emanating an aura of forbidding presence, and harbored doubts about their true intentions. Chi Ping smiled at her and remarked, "These individuals may not be virtuous, yet in broad daylight, they will be mindful of their public image." The others, resigned, acquiesced to the search of their documents by the agents. However, an awkward predicament arose when the agents from the Eye of Heaven were unable to breach the network firewall that Cisco and Felicity had collaboratively designed. "Mr. Chi, please assist our agents." Amanda gestured politely towards them. Chi Ping leaned closer to Cisco and whispered, "There are no confidential documents within, particularly any sensitive data, right?" Although his words lacked any specific implication, Cisco understood the underlying message. The most valuable asset of the Starlight Laboratory at present was none other than Barry, the Flash. "Hasten, and do not trouble these agents." Chi Ping signaled Cisco, who promptly stepped forward, accessing the computer while simultaneously locking and concealing a series of files pertinent to Barry. Upon completing this task, he discreetly returned to the ranks, covertly signaling Chi Ping with a gesture. Amanda, sensing the shift, interjected, "Mr. Chi, cooperation is paramount. As you have stated, I hope you refrain from any underhanded tactics." Chi Ping shrugged innocently, replying, "Ms. Waller, do you possess evidence that we are employing any subterfuge?" Amanda, of course, could not present any evidence, as her subordinates were entirely incapable of breaching the Starlight Laboratory's firewall. In other words, they would only see what Cisco permitted them to see. Faced with this situation, the Eye of Heaven's next course of action was to employ coercive measures. The agents were confident that, under their adept manipulation, these intellectuals would soon be beseeching them to unlock the firewall before they had even completed half of their service. However, upon observing Chi Ping standing resolutely, both Amanda and the other agents abandoned their intentions of aggression. It was not that they were unwilling to act, but rather that they recognized the futility of confronting him. Having faced a setback, the agents lost their fervor for a rigorous investigation. After following through with the standard procedures and confirming Chi Ping's presence in the laboratory for several days, they concluded their operations. "Excellent." Amanda smiled with thinly veiled animosity towards Chi Ping, wishing fervently to tear apart the man who had caused her continuous grievances. "This is not over." Chi Ping merely smiled in silence. As she turned to take her first step away, he called out, "Wait a moment." Amanda disregarded him and continued forward. Chi Ping then said, "I can assist you in resolving this issue. What are your terms?" Amanda instantly pivoted to face him. "I merely wish to clear my name of the grievances that have been unjustly cast upon me, and I hope to be left in peace henceforth." Chi Ping stated his conditions. Amanda immediately responded, "Agreed. Let us depart at once." Chapter 91. Why must I engage my mind? We shall go together. Both Cisco and Catherine stepped forward, eager to assist, while Harrison remained silent due to personal health concerns. The two indeed possessed a technical advantage, and Chi Ping did not refuse their offer. However, when Betty also stepped forward, Chi Ping declined her involvement. "You may go to Gotham with my people. Your presence here is no longer required." Indeed, at the moment of General Aaron's demise, Betty, the catalyst of the turmoil, became inconsequential. Even if she were willing to sacrifice herself and shoulder the blame, she could not bear the entire burden of responsibility. Not to mention, she may lack the courage to do so. "Take her away from here." Chi Ping gestured, and his associates escorted Betty to a vehicle, accelerating away from the scene. Amanda did not instruct her subordinates to impede their departure. "Let's proceed." Chi Ping led Catherine and Cisco to the laboratory vehicle. A concerned agent inquired, "Should we not send someone to follow them? What if they attempt to flee?" "That individual is clever. He would not engage in actions that would leave him vulnerable. Now let us move." Amanda waved her hand, and Agents of the Sky Association set forth. Chi Ping followed closely behind, guided by the association toward a clandestine military base. "Mr. Chi, do you have any idea who is responsible for this incident?" Catherine, seated in the passenger seat, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Unclear. Qi Ping replied curtly, asserting that any speculation before investigating the scene would be futile. He harbored suspicions, yet refrained from voicing them to prevent personal biases from clouding his judgment of the evidence. Simultaneously, he reassured the two, "Rest assured. As long as I am alive, I shall ensure your safety from any threats." As a medical doctor, Catherine had encountered death numerous times and remained relatively composed, merely smiling at Qi Ping's words. Conversely, the engineering-minded Cisco felt uneasy at the thought of the gruesome images, yet found solace in Qi Ping's reassurance. "We have arrived." Qi Ping, following the Sky Eye Association's vehicle, came to a halt in a secluded mountainous area. "Please follow me." Amanda, in need of assistance, maintained her decorum and even instructed her agents to retrieve the necessary equipment. As Qi Ping observed the heavily fortified base before him, he sensed a palpable atmosphere of bloodshed and resentment. Catherine, Cisco, exercised caution. The scenes within may be rather disturbing. The two scientists steeled themselves inwardly, encouraging themselves with thoughts of perseverance. However, upon entering the base, their fortitude crumbled at the sight of dismembered remains scattered across the floor and the overwhelming stench of blood that assaulted their senses. "No, this is unbearable." The two scientists abruptly exited the door, beginning to retch violently. Qi Ping shook his head, choosing not to dwell on their distress. The scene was indeed excessively grotesque, evoking a sense of nausea that he managed to suppress. Without further conversation with Amanda, he traversed the corridor marked by the Eye of Heaven agents, observing the condition of the corpses while gradually contemplating the scene of the catastrophe that had unfolded. According to Amanda, there were nearly 100 individuals within the base. Yet, due to the brutal methods employed by the murderer, not a single body remained intact. Some had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, rendering identification impossible. Upon entering the base, the atmosphere grew even more harrowing, with several large rooms converted into torture chambers, filled with infamous instruments of torment from the annals of human history. What magnitude of hatred could drive someone to employ such torturous means to take lives? Qi Ping covered his nose with his hand, his brow furrowed, unable to suppress his urge to curse in the face of such inhumane scenes. The gory imagery from all horror films combined paled in comparison to the horrors that had transpired in this base over the past 3 days. "Mr. Qi, after all this time, what have you deduced?" Amanda, pinching her nose and battling her nausea, followed him inside. "Yemin Novatman. I'm not adept at detective work," Qi Ping replied nonchalantly, causing Amanda to question her own hearing. "Unfamiliar with investigations, yet you put on such airs?" "I'm surveying the terrain." Qi Ping seemed to see through Amanda's thoughts as he responded. "Come with me. I shall reenact what transpired in the base." Turning towards the exit, Qi Ping made his way outside, with Amanda venting her frustrations behind him. The interior of the base was too repulsive. It was truly an uninhabitable place. The operatives of the Eye of Heaven had to don full protective gear to navigate, while Qi Ping moved freely without any attire, raising suspicions about his humanity. Upon reaching the square, he extended his hand, gesturing dramatically, resembling a charlatan. "You're not about to perform magic, are you?" Amanda recalled a certain scoundrel in a yellow trench coat. "Indeed, I am about to wield magic," Qi Ping asserted confidently, dismissing the need for contemplation over something he could accomplish with a mere wave of his hand. Catherine and Cisco entered, puzzled by his proclamation. "Is this truly reliable? Let us see the results." Qi Ping said no more. After completing the magical symbols, he clapped his hands and began to chant. "All dreams ephemeral, like flowing water. Past memories like crystal, forever enshrined. Go." With arms outstretched, he blew forcefully, and water elemental particles surged forth, colliding with the magic circle, causing the surrounding water elements to swiftly reverse. The bloody scenes were temporarily obscured by the flowing water, and past images re-emerged before the onlookers. Everyone marveled at this display of magic, yet Qi Ping remained focused on the images that had begun to materialize. Within the confines of the base, the individuals were gripped by palpable panic, clutching their weapons and murmuring incessantly, as if on guard against an unseen peril. Yet the surrounding air was devoid of any tangible threat. Could it be an invisible assailant? The thought of classic cinema flickered through Xi Ping's mind. Catherine observed the earnest expressions of Xi Ping and Amanda, raising her finger to signal silence. Xi Ping then proceeded to elucidate. "This is not the work of an invisible entity. Rather, it appears to be a manifestation of telekinesis. Why? Amanda could only watch as soldiers and researchers were sent sprawling, succumbing to madness. Ji Ping stroked his chin in contemplation before addressing Catherine. As a physician, you possess greater knowledge of the human body than I. Do enlighten Ms. Waller. Catherine hesitated briefly, then, with a stammer, pointed out the feats depicted in the footage that were beyond human capability. I comprehend. Amanda abruptly interrupted Catherine mid-explanation, then turned to Ji Ping. Have you already identified a suspect? Ji Ping regarded Amanda with a look of incredulity before affirming, Indeed, I do have a suspect. Who is it? Amanda inquired eagerly. Why should I divulge that to you? Ji Ping beckoned Catherine and Cisco to depart, disregarding Amanda entirely. By the way, this illusion will persist for several hours. You may document your observations at leisure. Chapter 92, Truly a Beast. Amanda did not attempt to hinder Ji Ping. Certainly not due to any inadequacy of her personnel. Mr. Ji, do you truly know the identity of the perpetrator? Catherine posed this question, her voice tinged with anxiety. During their return to the laboratory, Cisco chimed in, Yes, I gleaned no useful clues from the footage. As Ji Ping navigated the vehicle, he replied, In truth, not everything is as intricate as depicted in detective novels. Consider this. Those capable of discerning such phenomena must be superhuman. And the superhumans in Central City are inextricably linked to the explosion at your interstellar laboratory. Thus, a mere examination of the dark matter at the scene should unveil the culprit. He continued, In fact, all humans possess the potential to evolve into superhumans. It is merely the differing stimuli that manifest in varied expressions. Catherine interjected, But we have yet to collect samples. How can we conduct tests? Fear not. I have prepared everything for you. Ji Ping gestured, revealing the evidence procured from the Sky Eye Society in the back of the vehicle. Let us proceed. Once you detect the unique signatures of dark matter, I shall apprehend the offender. Reassuring Catherine and Cisco, Ji Ping pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring as they raced along the mountainous road, eager to return to the laboratory. However, as they approached a sharp bend, a large boulder suddenly plummeted from the summit. Ji Ping, with keen awareness of the imminent danger, sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the vehicle's rear to skid in a wide arc, the tires screeching against the pavement, leaving distinct marks in their wake. However, before the occupants of the vehicle could catch their breath, the sudden roar of a beast erupted, interspersed with mental assaults that instantly caused Catherine and Cisco to bleed from their noses, their vision plagued with phantoms. A towering black gorilla charged forth, colliding violently with the car, sending it airborne. Ji Ping was momentarily stunned by the impact, yet he regained his composure and unleashed his energy, forcefully pinning the one-ton vehicle to the ground. He then kicked the door aside and raised his right leg, delivering a powerful strike towards the oncoming gorilla. With a resounding crack, his leg, imbued with energy and harder than steel, merely subdued the beast without inflicting fatal damage. The gorilla retaliated immediately, springing into action and aiming a strike between Ji Ping's legs. In a bid to protect himself, Ji Ping leaped, evading the blow while simultaneously ensnaring the gorilla's head with his legs, channeling his energy to hurl the ferocious creature aside. Gasping for breath, Ji Ping soon regulated his breathing and remarked, I never anticipated it would be you, this gorilla. The gorilla, Garud, one of the Flash's adversaries, had presumably been a subject of experimentation by the Stellar Laboratory and military, mutated by dark matter, rapidly evolving in intelligence and acquiring psychic abilities. Curiously, Ji Ping had expected Garud to emerge from the gorilla city in the African rainforest. You know Garud? Garud spoke in broken English, yet his eyes sparkled with an intelligence reminiscent of a human. Ji Ping responded directly, I do know you. Now tell me, did you kill the people at the base? And did you prevent Betty from leaving Central City? And no, it hurts. Garud seemed to struggle with his own mind, shaking his head as if trying to dispel something. Ji Ping surmised that he had yet to fully master his psychic abilities, or perhaps there were external manipulations at play. Regardless, it was of little consequence. Ji Ping pressed on. Did you orchestrate the massacre at the base and impede the superhumans from leaving Earth? Why, yes. Garud's eyes turned red with fury. Those bastards tormented me for years, and it is only fitting that I exact my revenge piece by piece. There are others like me, all infected by dark matter. Why should they live so comfortably while we suffer? It is unjust, and I shall retaliate. Indeed, you are right. Ji Ping nodded. Having received the answers he sought, he too deemed those conducting human experiments deserving of their fate, yet the brutality of the methods employed was excessive. You have endured torment at their hands for so long. Killing them seems justified. But what price will you pay for taking so many lives? Qi Ping grasped the summoning device tightly, as he had no intention of granting this creature any semblance of choice. You wish to end my life? Then come and attempt it. Garud bellowed, his mental assault surging like relentless waves, revealing his sharp canines. With hands that resembled large fans, he clenched them into fists and swung them forth. Armor fusion. Qi Ping pressed the summoner against his belt, and spectral armor flickered around him, revolving like a mirror, reflecting all mental attacks back. Subsequently, all the shimmering forms coalesced into tangible armor. Qi Ping deftly sidestepped the incoming blow, his palm converging with intent. Striking the chest of the gorilla, Garud roared in fury, swinging his arms like wheels, hammering down with the ferocity of twin sledgehammers, intent on shattering everything in the vicinity. Qi Ping maneuvered around the gorilla's periphery, his form ethereal, his palms darting forth like dragons, landing strikes upon various parts of the beast's body. The concentrated energy in his palms glowed with searing heat, singeing the gorilla's fur, causing it to fall away in clumps, while the creature howled in agony, yet remained unable to capture him. Enough. Garud finally could no longer contain his rage, unleashing a surge of psychic power that yanked the irritating foe toward him. Simultaneously swinging his fist, Qi Ping smiled slightly, offering no resistance. He grounded himself in a horse stance, evading the punch with a lean, while his right palm struck Garud, the swirling energy within it firmly adhering to the beast's body. The flesh was scorched by the flames, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Garud howled in pain, his arms coming together like a hammer, crashing down with tremendous force. At that moment, Qi Ping brought his left palm down upon his right. Xing Tian palm. The energy surged into Garud's body, detonating the energies embedded in every previous strike like a series of small explosions, causing Garud to stagger violently, blood spraying forth. What? Garud collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the agony coursing through him, gasping in disbelief. Prepare to meet your end. Qi Ping drew forth the fire punishment sword. Despite Garud's many transgressions, Qi Ping resolved to grant him a swift demise, motivated by a desire to avoid handing him over to the Eye of Heaven, a group notorious for their experiments and lethal squads. Amanda's ploy was absurd. Did the United States lack millions of capable and honorable individuals? Why recruit these scoundrels as cannon fodder? What? The Eye of Heaven could not find virtuous souls for their endeavors. Then so be it. You shall not extinguish my life so easily. Garud spat blood and summoned his final reserves of psychic energy, launching the vehicle carrying Catherine and Cisco off the cliff before leaping into the abyss himself. By heavens! Qi Ping shifted through shadows, diving down the cliff, tossing Cisco to safety before grasping Catherine, intent on capturing the gorilla. However, this fellow, like a lifeless corpse, descended at an alarming speed, even at the cost of half his own life, unleashing a surge of psychic energy that culminated in a small explosion, hastening his fall. Qi Ping promptly drew his firearm and unleashed several rounds of luminous projectiles at the towering figure. Only then did he cradle Catherine in his arms, stepping onto the slightly protruding mountainside and utilizing the propulsion system of his armor to leap upward. Chapter 93. Myopic Bureaucrat. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, the now-revived Cisco approached. He looked at the unconscious Catherine and inquired, "Kate, are you all right?" My head is spinning." Catherine, awakening in Qi Ping's embrace, felt a lingering dizziness, oblivious to the chaos that had ensued. Upon catching sight of the blue visor of the armor, she instinctively jolted upright. "Excellent. It appears you are quite spirited and have not sustained significant harm. That reassures me." Despite the armor's barrier, Catherine discerned Qi Ping's voice and cautiously asked, "Mr. Qi?" "Is indeed I," Qi Ping affirmed with a nod. Catherine, tucking her hair behind her ear to conceal the faint blush creeping upon her cheeks, found an unexpected comfort in the embrace of this unfamiliar man. Qi Ping, oblivious to her peculiar demeanor, refrained from offering any explanations. Indeed, any ordinary person would experience similar sensations in the presence of such pure life energy. Is this what they refer to as armor? Cisco, a tech enthusiast, was instantly captivated by Qi Ping's armor upon confirming his friend's safety. He gazed in awe at its enchanting design, the intricate network of tubing, and the energy propulsion devices, truly a marvel to behold. Yet, just as Cisco prepared to reach out and touch it, Qi Ping suddenly activated the summoning device, disassembling the armor. "Hey, What is the meaning of this? Cisco, utterly entranced by the unfamiliar mechanical technology, seemed to forget that it was not his to claim. I am not yet prepared to share the armor technology with anyone. Qi Ping did not elaborate further. He had imparted the ability cultivation techniques to Sam and the others because such abilities impose limitations on the practitioners themselves. However, the armor's technology, even in its singular aspect, represented a significant advancement for Earth, particularly in weaponry. Thus, until he possessed sufficient strength, Qi Ping was adamant about keeping any armor-related technology confidential. As for the subnanometer armor, it was entirely a magical construct, impervious to earthly will. No amount of summoning devices or keys would change that. Very well. Cisco felt a twinge of regret, but withdrew his hand nonetheless. What shall we do now? Catherine, regaining her composure, surveyed the chaotic highway and posed the question. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Ping contacted Amanda, and soon, a vehicle from the Eye of Heaven Society was dispatched to retrieve them to the base. Upon meeting Amanda, he wasted no time and directly played back the recording of Guradev's words captured by the summoning device. Do you truly believe that a mere recording would suffice to convince me of such matters? Amanda seized the opportunity to challenge him once more. Your words hold merit. Qi Ping sheathed his summoner, candidly stating, in order to clear my name, you may commence your search now. That fellow was left half dead and fell off a cliff. He surely cannot have gone far. While it is indeed unfortunate that Garud is in Amanda's hands, it is preferable to him running amok elsewhere. This is a matter I will handle without your prompting. Amanda waved her hand dismissively. Qi Ping declared, I do not trust you. If you were to deliberately delay and allow that gorilla to escape, seeking to trouble me thereafter, I would be in dire straits. Do not overstep your bounds. Amanda's fury surged at Qi Ping's command over her actions. Qi Ping chuckled. To prove my innocence, I believe my request is hardly excessive. Please proceed. Amanda remained still, taking no action. Qi Ping shrugged, exhaling, I initially intended to resolve this matter discreetly for everyone's convenience. Yet, since you insist on making a spectacle of it, I am left with no alternative. With that, he prepared to make a call. Amanda, her expression darkened, raised her hand to halt him. Very well. I shall send people to search immediately. However, all credit for this endeavor must accrue to me. As long as you refrain from troubling me in the future, do as you wish. Qi Ping wore a pained expression. What should have been a simple matter was being made unduly complicated. Yet he had no choice. Bureaucrats were inherently fearful of accountability, preferring to delay or deflect whenever possible. They strictly adhered to a five-phase principle, only responding when their immediate interests were at stake. Take Amanda, for instance. If Qi Ping were to expose this incident, she would swiftly be labeled incompetent, and the hard-won opportunity for her resurgence would vanish. In bureaucratic systems, incompetence is not a sin. Rather, it is the exposure of such incompetence to those outside the system that is perilous. Do you have a computer? We can provide precise locations for your personnel. Qi Ping requested Amanda to allow him and his companions access to their temporary base. Cisco activated the satellites of the Stellar Laboratory, swiftly retrieving images of the area surrounding the incident. Although Garud was a rare specimen, he lacked the ability to defy gravity. Having been grievously injured by Qi Ping, he could only proceed slowly through the mountainous terrain. Do not say I did not warn you. Though this gorilla is severely wounded, it would be prudent for your team to bring ample tranquilizers and prepare for a ranged assault. Did you not hear Mr. Qi's instructions? Amanda coldly addressed her subordinates. Prepare to depart immediately. If you cannot even capture a near-death gorilla, you may submit your resignation and leave. Upon hearing the threat of losing their jobs, the agents immediately steeled themselves. Was it not their pursuit of that substantial salary that drove them? Without their positions, life would become exceedingly difficult. These individuals, typically prone to slacking off, suddenly galvanized into action, adopting a markedly different demeanor as they readied their equipment and set off. Subsequently, there was indeed nothing further of note concerning Qi Ping. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Zysike, he exited the tent. Unable to endure Amanda's displeased expression, Catherine followed suit. Observing Qi Ping's agile movements, she hesitated momentarily before approaching him and inquired, Mr. Qi, how will they deal with Garud? Are you acquainted with that formidable creature? Qi Ping ceased his activities, feigning ignorance. Catherine, however, did not conceal her thoughts. You see, the collaboration between the military and the Star Laboratory was extensive. At that time, My responsibility was to nurture Garud, ensuring his safety while imparting fundamental knowledge to humanity. Once the experiments were halted, Garud vanished as though he had evaporated. I had thought him deceased. Chi Ping nodded solemnly and remarked, if they managed to capture that gorilla, they would undoubtedly revive him for his extraordinary mental capabilities. If he perishes on the spot, however, there would be nothing anyone could do. I understand. Catherine nodded fervently and added, please do not misunderstand me. I do not believe he deserves to die, but rather, I comprehend. As a physician, saving lives is your duty. It must indeed be a considerable burden to watch a life, with which you share a profound connection, slip away. Chi Ping's empathetic understanding relieved Catherine's tension. I am grateful for your understanding. She smiled at him and said, now I shall assist Zysike. With that, Catherine returned to the tent. Approximately half an hour later, agents from the Eye of Heaven returned with the gorilla in tow. The battle itself was uneventful. Chi Ping had nearly subdued Garud, and if the Eye had failed to capture him, it would have been quite incompetent. You may leave now, Chi Ping remarked, observing Amanda, who was cursing after setting aside her bowl, leaving him at a loss for words. He unceremoniously commandeered the vehicle of the Eye of Heaven and departed for the laboratory with Catherine and Zysike. Chapter 94, Notification. 3 chapters today, and all typographical errors have been corrected. Additionally, the confusion regarding names in the first 6 chapters has also been addressed. Should anyone encounter further issues, please do not hesitate to bring them to my attention, and I shall resolve them promptly. Chapter 95, do not take it too much to heart. Upon their successful return, Chi Ping and the others received a warm welcome. It was the first time Chi Ping met Joe West and Iris West, who had just learned of her boyfriend's identity as the Flash. Despite being informed of her partner's superhero status, the White Iris displayed no complaints or grievances. Instead, she took the initiative to express gratitude on behalf of her boyfriend to the staff of the Star Laboratory for their care over the past days. Her thoughtfulness and emotional intelligence left Chi Ping with a favorable impression of the renowned journalist from Central City, completely overshadowing his memories of the brash black woman. It appears that journalists hold a prominent role in the world of superheroes, as many are drawn to this profession. Everyone is acquainted. Harrison turned to Chi Ping to address the matter at hand. So, Mr. Chi, now that this situation has concluded, will there be no further troubles for us? Chi Ping sighed and remarked, this matter has come to a close. However, I fear that your troubles are far from over. The Eye of Heaven will surely uncover the connection between the gorilla, Garud, and the particle accelerator. Those who regard superpowers as paramount will not easily let you off the hook. Upon uttering these words, the jovial atmosphere dissipated instantly, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Uncertain of what to say, Harrison furrowed his brow and stated, you should have brought that gorilla back instead of allowing them to take him away. May I inquire, Doctor? Without the gorilla, how can I prove everyone's innocence and prevent that pack of mad dog from the Eye of Heaven from relentlessly pursuing us? While Chi Ping acknowledged that the individual before him was rather insufferable, he refrained from challenging him, merely pointing out the facts. Observing the situation, Barry interjected to mediate. We're all here for each other's benefit. Let us not quarrel. Chi Ping cast a sidelong glance at the irate Harrison and chuckled. I am not arguing. I am merely elucidating a fact. Furthermore, the 2 issues, one immediate and one distant, each have their own solutions. Pray do elaborate. Harrison's expression suggested he was eager to witness Chi Ping's performance. Chi Ping addressed the gathering with 2 words, play dumb. What sort of solution is that? Before Harrison could voice his dissent, Barry was already scratching his head in confusion. Foolish boy. Chi Ping clapped him on the shoulder and queried the assembly. Prior to the explosion of the particle accelerator, did you foresee such an incident occurring, resulting in dark matter triggering the superpower genes within individuals? Several scientists shook their heads, their faces reflecting utter bewilderment. Chi Ping, who had initially hoped they would arrive at their own conclusions, resorted to guiding them, since this is an unknown substance. We are encountering it for the first time. You could simply state that you have no research findings. What more could they do? Isn't it possible to reason with him? Cisco timidly posed a question. Instantly, Chi Ping, Joe, and Harrison regarded him with expressions that conveyed their disbelief at his naivety. Ultimately, Chi Ping took it upon himself to enlighten this tech-savvy recluse. The Eye of Heaven is an intelligence agency. Torture is their means of reasoning with people. Are you certain you can outwit them? The law stands firm, Cisco weakly countered. Ah, indeed, but the problem remains that the Eye of Heaven is the enforcer. Can you truly contend with them? Chi Ping glanced at Harrison, as if inquiring whether he had sheltered them too well, leading them to believe that the eye of heaven would adhere to the law. Harrison shook his head in resignation and sighed. Rest assured, I understand what needs to be done next. I have a few friends in Congress who will speak on my behalf. Chi Ping nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, in that case, I can leave Central City with peace of mind. You intend to leave Central City? Catherine was the first to express her astonishment, with the others regarding her with curious glances. She quickly clarified, I merely feel that you are departing too hastily. I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving actions. Oh, that is entirely unnecessary. Chi Ping waved his hand nonchalantly, expressing, I cannot simply stand by while you all plunge into the abyss. Anyone in such a predicament would act as I do. There is no need to overthink it. Catherine nodded, yet the smile on her face appeared somewhat forced. Of course, Chi Ping failed to notice the subtle psychological cues of the women around him and continued to address the group. Amanda is a quintessential bureaucrat, devoid of conscience. Indifferent to morality, her sole concern lies in her limited power. In her quest to reclaim her position as the overseer of the Celestial Eye, she will undoubtedly focus on Central City, striving to produce more metahumans to validate her worth to her superiors. Therefore, you must endure and never concede to any connection with the Flash, nor relinquish our research on dark matter. If we do not achieve results in due time, Amanda's political adversaries will not spare her. The intricacies of such intrigue left everyone feeling a headache. Barry, feeling overwhelmed, finally complained after Chi Ping concluded, Fair, why resort to such unreasonable tactics? Can't we resolve these issues through more rational means? I have no desire to engage in Amanda's scheming. Yet, when they resort to underhanded tactics against me, I must have a means to retaliate. Chi Ping took the opportunity to enlighten Barry on the principle that one should harbor no ill intent while remaining vigilant against the malice of others, urging him to exercise utmost caution. Understood. You are quite the chatterbox, a far cry from our first encounter. Barry muttered. Chi Ping replied with a hint of exasperation. As long as nothing goes awry, a little nagging is permissible. Having encountered numerous superheroes, each exhibiting a range of vivacity or darkness with diverse methods, Chi Ping recognized that their objectives were genuine and devoid of pretense. In their interactions, he found that being sincere amidst insincerity always granted him an advantage, bringing him a sense of reassurance. This evening, I shall treat everyone to dinner. You decide the venue. Oh yes, a grand feast awaits. The group erupted in cheers before leaving the laboratory in droves, heading toward a renowned restaurant in the city. After indulging in a sumptuous meal and relishing the distinct ambience of Central City, so different from Gotham, Chi Ping fell into a contented slumber. The following day, he boarded a train departing from Central City, ready to continue his journey along the coastline. As the farewells unfolded, the others departed in succession, leaving only Catherine gazing longingly into the distance. Cisco, taken aback, inquired, Kate, could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for Fayer? Is it that obvious? Catherine responded, covering her cheeks. Aside from Fayer's emotional oblivion, it seemed everyone else had likely caught on. Cisco, with concern, pressed, what are your true feelings? I cannot say for certain. Catherine murmured, I simply feel a sense of security when I am with him. It has been a long time since I experienced such comfort after the explosion of the particle accelerator. Yet, turning away, she forced a smile and added, but none of that matters now, does it? He has left, and perhaps he shall never return. Let this fleeting affection reside solely in the realm of memory. Chapter 96, A Visit Uninvited. Seated upon the train, Chi Ping remained oblivious to the fact that a young lady harbored feelings for him. Even if he were aware, he would merely blush awkwardly, fumbling for words that would not come. Despite having been compelled to mature into a shrewd corporate executive and a decisive warrior within the span of a mere year after his journey began, he remained a novice when it came to matters of the heart. After all, the Imperial Dragon had always remained single. Romantic entanglements held no significance for him. The heart of the Divine Mountain had consistently trained Chi Ping according to the standards of the leaders in the Ming realm. And with a plethora of specialized knowledge yet to be imparted, discussions of romantic affairs were far from their purview. Thus, Chi Ping departed from the Central City, utterly unaware. His next destination remained uncertain, yet the train was bound for the south. At present, the heroes of the Justice League had yet to make their appearances. Batman had assisted in the search, uncovering that the number of affluent individuals who had escaped Gotham was rather limited. They had either fled to the more chaotic regions of South America and Africa or had taken refuge in Metropolis, where Chi Ping and Superman had decisively dealt with them. Upon receiving this news, Chi Ping felt at a loss for words. He could almost envision the chaos that had ensued immediately after their departure from Gotham, as that group descended into frenzied infighting, devouring one another until they transformed into that black serpent. In a sense, it was quite characteristic of the monstrous beings from the Shadow Realm, betraying allies and ultimately ensnaring themselves. After confirming the whereabouts of the remaining individuals in several South American countries, he would return to Gotham. Chi Ping was certain that without the Shadow Realm's envoy, those who remained were merely the cowardly wealthy. The true concern lay with the savage vandal, this primordial being who had existed for millennia. What sort of havoc might he wreak with the power of the Shadow Realm? The most pressing question was the source of Vandal's formidable prowess. Was it Gotham or Metropolis? Theoretically, chaotic Gotham was the easiest target. With an abundance of illicit substances amassed, one could take as much as desired without drawing attention. However, if these substances originated from Metropolis, it would present a significant dilemma, potentially implicating Luthor as well. Chi Ping clearly disdained Luthor's arrogant elitism, yet overall, he remained a viable ally. Should Luthor side with the savage vandal, he would become a formidable adversary. One could only wonder if Superman, still considering Luthor a friend, might face betrayal and, if so, whether he would succumb to darkness thereafter. Lost in thought, Chi Ping chuckled to himself, amused at his penchant for worrying over matters that did not concern him. He had merely brushed shoulders with these superheroes, having fought alongside them on a few occasions, barely qualifying as friends. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on his own affairs. With a sigh, Chi Ping leaned back in his seat, massaging his throbbing forehead. As he was resting, a middle-aged man with a distinguished hairstyle approached him. "Excuse me, sir, are you Chi Ping?" he inquired. Chi Ping opened his eyes and regarded the somewhat bookish man before him with a hint of curiosity. "It seems we are not acquainted," he replied. "Indeed, it is you," the man exclaimed with enthusiasm, producing his business card. "I am Shun Jue, a Ph.D. in oceanography. Your esteemed name, Mr. Chi, precedes you." Hearing such praise directed at himself, Chi Ping understood that this was likely the result of the notoriety he had stirred in Gotham. How tiresome. He had no desire to be a figure in the limelight, yet he did not dismiss the smiling man before him. Instead, he mustered a smile and replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Shun. You are too kind. It is I who am honored to meet you." Dr. Shun, despite his words, could not conceal the delight that shone on his face, as Chi Ping's compliment had greatly satisfied his vanity. After exchanging pleasantries, Chi Ping assumed their interaction would conclude, and he prepared to close his eyes for a well-deserved rest. However, to his surprise, Dr. Shun continued, appearing rather cautious, glancing left and right as if to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Once satisfied, he whispered, "Mr. Chi, are you aware of the existence of the lost continent, Atlantis?" Chi Ping chuckled in disbelief. He had anticipated some earth-shattering revelation from this cautious doctor, only to be met with this. A touch disappointed, he remained silent. Observing Chi Ping's lack of response, Dr. Shun's expression grew anxious, fearing he would once again be dismissed. He hurriedly defended, "What I study is entirely real. For the past few years, I have scoured the coastlines, and recently, I finally found evidence. Mr. Chi, I can show it to you." Chi Ping regarded the man's fervor with a furrowed brow. All matters related to Atlantis seemed to revolve around Aquaman, Arthur Curry. Could it be that this oceanographer had uncovered clues related to the king of Atlantis? Chi Ping stroked his chin, contemplating, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Among superheroes, the identities of Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, and Aquaman, Arthur Curry, were scarcely concealed. It was only a matter of time before their true selves were discovered. Determined to join the fray, Chi Ping feigned skepticism and asked, "You mean to suggest that such nursery tales about Atlantis are indeed true? I find that hard to believe. You claim to have evidence, yet mere words will not suffice. I demand to see this evidence." Of course, Dr. Shun replied eagerly, quickly retrieving a file from his bag. Chi Ping opened it to find a collection of high-definition photographs of Aquaman navigating the seas, alongside first-hand account from those he had rescued. He nodded in satisfaction, inwardly acknowledging that this individual had indeed stumbled upon the trail of Aquaman. He decided to follow and witness the spectacle, for such excitement must not be missed. After organizing his materials, he remarked, "Your evidence is compelling. However, how can you prove that this individual is not some superhuman, but rather a descendant of Atlantis?" Hearing Qi Ping's words, Dr. Shin seized the moment and stated, "My purpose for this visit is to seek a blood sample from the individual known as the Sea King. With just a drop of his blood, I can ascertain the genes of the Atlanteans. At that moment, I shall retaliate against those who once mocked me, crushing them beneath my feet." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his face flushed with excitement. Had it not been in a public setting, he would have leaped for joy. Qi Ping, however, did not rush to express his own demands, but instead inquired, since you were fully prepared, "What do you need me for?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Shun immediately regained his composure and implored Qi Ping, "My past research has depleted my savings, thus I require assistance." It dawned on Qi Ping that it was a matter of financial support. Nodding, he replied, "I can support you, but on the condition that I accompany you." Dr. Shin hesitated. "Well, that might not be appropriate." Qi Ping, perceiving his reluctance, scoffed, "Rest assured, I have no interest in claiming the title of the first land dweller to discover Atlantis." "That is reassuring." Dr. Shin sighed in relief and agreed to direct Qi Ping towards Sandport. Chapter 97. Do not be one-sided. Qi Ping offered his assurance. Dr. Shun, filled with excitement, could hardly contain himself. A lifelong dream was on the verge of realization, and it was impossible for anyone to remain composed. Yet, Qi Ping was unfazed. He did not believe that the power of the Shadow Realm would swiftly extend into the ocean. Thus, this journey was merely to join the fray and ensure that Dr. Shin did not act impulsively. With this thought, he closed his eyes and took a brief respite. "Mr. Qi, we have arrived." The sound of Dr. Shun's voice roused the dozing Qi Ping, who instantly opened his eyes, sitting upright and gazing out the window. It was now evening, and, as the sun set, the once blue waters shimmered in a splendid shade of rose under the twilight. "Are we nearly there?" Qi Ping squinted and asked. "You have been asleep for several hours. We are almost at our destination." Dr. Shun, brimming with anticipation, felt that nothing could hinder his quest for the fabled continent. Observing Dr. Shun's restless demeanor, Qi Ping chose to remain silent. A top marine scientist had devoted his life to pursuing the legendary land. Dr. Shun had surely faced considerable scrutiny and criticism. After enduring for so many years, encountering an opportunity that could change everything naturally stirred such excitement. Unfortunately, the Sea King, who harbored a deep aversion toward Atlantis, would never acknowledge such claims. Thus, Dr. Shun was destined to arrive with enthusiasm but depart with disappointment. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Arthur's body belongs to him alone. Whether or not he provides a blood sample is entirely his prerogative. Even if he chooses to withhold it, what could Professor Shin possibly do? Qi Ping merely entertained these thoughts within the confines of his mind, refraining from voicing them. He was acutely aware that should Dr. Shin sense the potential for failure, he would surely seek Qi Ping's assistance. However, Qi Ping would be utterly deranged to confront Arthur, the future king of Atlantis, merely to validate a truth he already comprehended. "Let's depart." With that, the train came to a halt, and Qi Ping slung his backpack over his shoulder, alighting from the train. Despite Dr. Shun's financial destitution, he was remarkably diligent in his quest for Atlantis, having promptly employed local guides and vehicles. After disembarking, Qi Ping climbed into a pickup truck, speeding along the coastal road towards Sheenport. As they traveled, boredom prompted Qi Ping to engage the driver in conversation. "Is Neptune well known around here?" "Indeed," the driver replied without hesitation. "Every year, Neptune guides us on the timing of the tides, where to fish, and the optimal moments for our catch." Qi Ping nodded in agreement, confirming his earlier suspicions that Neptune did not go to great lengths to conceal his identity. Yet, if he was so open, why had no information about him ever circulated beyond this locale? Dr. Shin grew increasingly agitated after expending considerable effort to trace Neptune's whereabouts. The realization that the latter had never hidden himself left Shun feeling as though he had thrown a punch only to strike a mound of cotton. This revelation doused his fervent enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, clearing his foggy mind. The driver, evidently uninterested in the thoughts of this outsider, answered candidly, "We live in the countryside, where visitors are few and folks tend to be reticent. Thus, Neptune's heroic deeds remain confined to our community." Dr. Shin simply muttered an absent "oh," sinking into his seat, appearing somewhat despondent. Yet Qi Ping gleaned a different implication from the driver's words. Although the southern states of America are known for their conservatism, these fishermen would not keep secrets without cause. Thus, Neptune's reputation could not possibly remain contained. In other words, Neptune was beloved here. Otherwise, the people would not instinctively safeguard his secrets. I understand now. Chi Ping nodded, choosing not to pursue further inquiries or to console the despondent Dr. Shun. Consequently, silence enveloped the vehicle. The pickup truck sped down the highway, and Chi Ping gazed out the window, confronted by an expanse of impenetrable darkness, akin to a lurking beast poised to unleash its gaping jaws and claim his head. "Did you hear any sounds?" Chi Ping inquired, furrowing his brow. The driver chuckled heartily and waved dismissively. "Sir, it seems this is your first encounter with the ocean, and you may be feeling a bit unsettled." Such occurrences were commonplace for the driver. However, after all that Chi Ping had experienced, the vast, dark expanse could not evoke fear within him. He closed his eyes, and the energy within him surged rapidly, dispersing in all directions as it attuned to his surroundings. The world began to respond to his perception. The mountains beneath him moaned and trembled, the plants around him were fading, and a sense of destruction pervaded the air. Chi Ping retracted his energy and rubbed the bridge of his nose. The pure sensation of energy was exceedingly abstract. The standards of mountains, trees, and insects varied greatly, bearing no resemblance to those of humankind. Fortunately, the most fundamental dangers could still be discerned. "Accelerate. We must leave this place at once," Chi Ping commanded the driver. However, the driver languidly replied, "Boss, why the rush? The person you seek is at the tavern in town. They won't escape." Chi Ping, disinterested in reasoning with the boorish man, retorted, "If you wish to be compensated, you'll do as I say." At the mention of money, the obstinate driver immediately obeyed, flooring the accelerator, transforming the pickup truck into a speeding projectile on the highway. Yet, it was too late. A thunderous sound akin to war drums erupted from the cliffside. The driver, an experienced fisherman, swiftly comprehended the unfolding calamity. What on earth? How could a tsunami just appear out of nowhere? With that, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor, pushing the vehicle to its limits. Chi Ping remained composed at the fishing platform, while Professor Shun in the back was jostled about chaotically. Nevertheless, no matter how fast the truck raced, it ultimately could not evade the tsunami that engulfed the expansive coastline. A wave, towering above the mountains, crashed down violently, shaking the entirety of Xi'an Port on the brink of disintegration. The speeding pickup was not spared, caught in the tumultuous undercurrents, flipping and tossing as the occupants were swept away, disoriented and soon destined for the ocean's depths. For the first time, Chi Ping felt the overwhelming force of nature, and his spirits sank. Battling against the raging currents, he extended his fingers, inscribing magical runes. Subsequently, Mother Earth herself intervened, condensing the surrounding water elements into a tangible form, enveloping him in a suit of armor. Scatter. Chi Ping interlaced his fingers and then forcefully spread them apart. The colossal current that threatened to twist the pickup into a pretzel instead became his ally, swirling to protect the driver and Professor Shun. Having accomplished this, Chi Ping transformed into elemental form, navigating through the oceanic flows. He observed the collapsed buildings and the lifeless bodies of the drowned, a fierce flame of anger igniting within him. "You shall pay for this," he declared, leaping onto the surface of the water, racing towards the source of the tsunami. Chapter 98. Madness Born of Ignorance. Chi Ping leaped from the water's surface, harnessing the power of the currents to teleport continuously, each disappearance followed by reappearance upon a cresting wave. The boundless ocean now resembled an enraged machine, tirelessly delivering vast quantities of seawater ashore, seemingly intent on dragging the entire sand port into the depths of the ocean. As Chi Ping traversed the tumultuous waters of the tsunami, he found himself surprisingly at ease, akin to a fish in its natural habitat. After executing several teleportations, he finally caught sight of the culprits at the boundary between the shallows and the depths of the ocean. Clad in white and red armor and mounted on mechanically enhanced seahorses and sharks, these enigmatic figures wielded weapons unlike those on land, launching an assault against a woman with crimson hair. Atlantis. Upon witnessing such a distinctive ensemble and the sudden onset of the tsunami, Chi Ping could scarcely doubt the identity of these soldiers. The red-haired woman must be Mira, by all accounts. She was not only the princess of the kingdom of Zebul, but also had grown up beside Queen Atlanta, enjoying significant prestige in both realms. It was inconceivable that she would be besieged by mere soldiers. Had the Ocean Lord usurped the remaining military power of the underwater kingdom and plotted an invasion of the land? Considering all the information at hand, Qi Ping deduced a conclusion potent enough to alter the course of the world. Yet, speculation alone could not be treated as evidence. To ascertain the truth, the most effective approach would be to engage someone from within the underwater kingdom, with the ideal candidate being the beleaguered Mira herself. In an instant, Qi Ping resolved to act and sprang forth to rescue her. "Stop!" he bellowed, transforming into a stream of water and positioning himself before the retreating Mira. However, the soldiers of Atlantis did not indulge in the customary villainous banter. They opened fire immediately. A glint of cold light flickered in Qi Ping's eyes. Connecting his armored form with the surrounding tsunami, he gracefully waved his palms, summoning towering waves of seawater that surged forth. "Quick, scatter!" Commander Xiao Duo shouted, astonished that this oddly armored individual could effortlessly command the ocean's currents and instructing his subordinates to disperse at once. Though their seahorses and sharks were outfitted with mechanical enhancements, allowing for rapid movement, they could not evade the oncoming deluge. The waves crashed down with a roar, overwhelming the soldiers, leaving them floundering in the water, struggling for breath. On the brink of drowning, gasping for air, Mira clutched her chest, her eyes wide with disbelief. Unlike ordinary nobles, her royal perception allowed her to sense much more. "Why do I feel a familiar aura emanating from you?" she queried. "Huh?" Qi Ping was left bewildered by this disjointed remark. "Madam, we are adults. Might we refrain from engaging in such trivial conversations at this critical juncture?" he declared with righteous indignation, inciting her ire. She was clearly addressing serious matters. Yet this fellow's thoughts seemed to wander elsewhere. Could it be that land dwellers were so devoid of decorum? Unbeknownst to Qi Ping, he had misinterpreted the intentions of this striking young woman, as all his focus remained on the unfolding chaos beneath the waves. The reckless actions of the Atlanteans towards Xi'an Harbor had incited the wrath of the Ocean King. He swam at full speed, a sovereign of the seas, where the water not only failed to impede him, but also empowered him, propelling him like an underwater missile, shattering all that lay in his path. Infuriated, Aquaman burst forth from the waves, clutching the quivering commander of the Atlantis squad, Seer, who was rendered immobile. The thought of the innocent fisherman's suffering ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, a desire to rend this individual to pieces. Mera, perceiving Arthur's wrath, hastily interjected, "Arthur, as the heir to the throne of Atlantis, you must not act impulsively and take his life." Her intention was clear. Once Arthur ascended the throne, how he dealt with this captain would matter little to anyone. Yet, in his rage, Arthur paid no heed to her words. He swiftly snapped the captain's neck and, pointing a finger at Mera, exclaimed in a fit of anger, "I have had enough of your ignorant kind. In the past, you banished and murdered my mother merely for her love, and now you incite a tsunami without cause. What do you truly desire? Must you wage war until all life on land is extinguished? Arthur, war is not a trivial matter. You must tread carefully." Before Mera could speak, Qi Ping stepped forward to halt Arthur. "And who might you be?" Arthur inquired, brow furrowed as he regarded this armored stranger, though he refrained from any impolite gesture. "I am but a passing knight in armor," Qi Ping replied. "Like you, I do not see why these soldiers should continue to exist. However, you must consider, would they dare defy the world without directives from another? And what could possibly motivate that other individual to act in such a manner?" Qi Ping doubted that a tragic incident akin to the September 18th incident would transpire within the kingdom of Atlantis, where a youthful faction would push the entire nation forward in a melodramatic fashion. Arthur was no fool. His father and the Prime Minister of Atlantis, Vico, had raised him with the mindset of a king, endowing him with an extraordinary perspective. At Qi Ping's reminder, he quickly grasped that this was indeed something his half-brother had discerned. That scoundrel will pay dearly. Arthur clenched his fists. Any lingering sentiment of kinship towards ORM now utterly vanished. Mera urgently urged, "Our priority must be to reclaim the throne. We cannot allow ORM to wreak havoc and instigate war against the land." Yet, Arthur merely cast a cold glance her way, offering no response. Qi Ping silently mourned the ineffectiveness of the princess's persuasion before speaking. "I can assist in dispersing the flood, allowing the people of Mercy Harbor to weather this crisis." "Thank you. I entrust everything to you." Arthur nodded in gratitude before leaping into the water to rescue the residents of Mercy Harbor, who were on the verge of becoming fish. "You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation," If ORM initiates war, the entire world shall be annihilated. Mela gazed at the two individuals who remained utterly unperturbed, her frustration causing her to fidget restlessly. Qi Ping, engaged in the intricate task of inscribing a magical array to summon the will of the earth to quell the flood, inquired Madam. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I am Mela Zebel, the princess of the Zebel Kingdom and the captain of the guard of the Atlantis Kingdom. Mela declared, raising her chin in pride as she introduced herself. Qi Ping then comprehended that in this world, Mela had been sent to Atlantis as a hostage from a young age, raised by Atlanta, and later bestowed with the title of captain. Without Mela's consent, OM had no authority to mobilize the forces of Atlantis. Thus, he resorted to sending assassins after Qi Ping, aiming to pin the blame on the denizens of the land. However, he underestimated the capabilities of Arthur, his half-brother, and failed to anticipate Qi Ping's intervention. Chapter 99. We should change positions. Very well. Please take a few steps back to avoid injury. Upon hearing the underwater princess's account, Qi Ping urged her to retreat. Mela distanced herself from the land dweller, silently observing him. In the brief interlude of conversation, she pondered the source of the familiar sensation that had arisen within her. Months prior, the royal bloodlines of the four underwater kingdoms had simultaneously lost their ability to control the ocean, inducing widespread panic. For the first time since Atlanta's banishment, the four kings collaborated, employing ancient magic in an attempt to discern the cause, only to be rebuffed by an unknown formidable force. OM insisted that this must be a conspiracy orchestrated by the land dwellers, claiming that sorcerers on land had employed voodoo sorcery to seal their ancient bloodline and incite other kingdoms to mobilize. Yet, before the first negotiations could commence, the bloodline ability inexplicably returned. In a bid to preserve royal dignity, they collectively chose to selectively forget these events. However, as one of the participants, Mela vividly recalled the aura of that great power, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence emanating from the land dweller before her. Mela murmured, "How on earth did you achieve this?" The mere thought of the days when their bloodline was sealed furrowed her brow, and she felt an urgent need to unravel the intricacies of the situation. Consequently, she committed every unfamiliar symbol to memory and fixed her gaze upon Qi Ping, intent on noting each of his movements and utterances. Unbeknownst to Qi Ping, Mela's thoughts were racing as he gently placed his hand upon the magical array, summoning the will of the earth. Yet, he sensed something amiss. The arrival of the Earth will bore an intensity that felt slightly excessive. Suddenly, Qi Ping began to grow larger, his armor of nanotechnology dissipating. The currents of the four oceans and the waterways of each continent converged upon his essence, transforming him into a colossal figure of the sea. Observers marveled, mistakenly believing a deity had descended to manifest its power. In truth, Mela was left agape in astonishment, sensing the essence of her ancestors emanating from this giant, her body trembling under the formidable pressure of the seven seas, rendering her nearly unable to move. Mira lowered her head, her thoughts swirling with doubt. Could this individual possibly be the one chosen by Poseidon, the god of the sea? Meanwhile, Qi Ping found himself in a rather absurd predicament. He was acutely aware that a tsunami presented an insurmountable challenge for him, while for the consciousness of Earth, it could be effortlessly resolved with a mere thought. There was no need for such theatrics. "What are you doing?" Qi Ping inquired, only to be met with a response that left him with a bitter smile. In recent times, he had scarcely utilized the water elemental armor, leading the Earth's consciousness to mistakenly believe he was on the verge of abandoning their pact. The Earth's consciousness was indeed pitiable. It seemed that every cosmic entity of note gravitated toward it, often bestowing artifacts without hesitation. As a result, the Earth's consciousness had seldom exhibited true strength since its inception. Finally, having acquired a capable and formidable agent like Qi Ping, it felt both elated and anxious, fearing that one day he might be whisked away by some unknown power. This anxiety intensified after Qi Ping had entrusted the armor to Sam for protection. Consequently, the Earth's consciousness sought to seize this opportunity to bestow even more gifts upon Qi Ping, hoping to prevent his departure. Manifesting as a giant before the crowd was but one facet of its intentions. The primary objective was to directly enhance his armor, elevating the essence of tsunami to a higher echelon. Although the Earth's consciousness meant well, Qi Ping found himself in a state of incredulity. He was typically so adept at silencing others with his words that he could hardly muster a response. The absurdity of a planetary consciousness going to such lengths to retain him was unprecedented in the annals of the material realm. It seemed the world was fraught with peril, which only exacerbated the Earth as consciousness's feelings of insecurity. Very well, Qi Ping continued to communicate with the Earth as consciousness, assuring it that he would never abandon it. With this promise, the consciousness brightened, and the tumultuous seas swiftly calmed, breathing life into countless beings. Soon after, the Earth as consciousness felt no further need to trouble Qi Ping and prepared to depart. "Wait, my lord. If you leave, I will be unable to uphold this giant," Qi Ping implored, his voice laced with trepidation. Hearing his anxious plea, the Earth's consciousness paused, extending its support once more. After a brief commotion, Qi Ping, no longer hesitating, raised his hand and commanded the waters along the coastline to retreat obediently back into the ocean, not even a single leaf caught in the tide. The pressure on Aquaman, who was rescuing individuals from the water, was instantly alleviated. While he could achieve subsonic speeds underwater, the fisherman from Xi'an Harbor, who had been submerged, could not. As he observed the remaining fishermen struggling in the water, gasping for breath, he decided to take a moment to rest, only to behold the giant form of Qi Ping. "My heavens, what is this?" Arthur exclaimed, stifling a curse, and despite his fatigue, he was compelled to investigate further. As Arthur approached, Qi Ping's oceanic giant rapidly diminished, transforming into an imposing suit of armor, standing 3 meters tall. "What is he doing?" Arthur inquired of Mira, wiping the seawater from his face as he gazed at the towering light armor. "I have no idea," Mira replied, finding it difficult to harbor any fondness for Arthur due to their different positions. Arthur, not a man of lascivious inclinations, remained steadfast in his principles, especially with the haunting memories of the near devastation of Mercy Harbor lingering in his mind. Thus, as Mira chose silence, he patiently awaited clarity, determined to seek justice for those who had perished. The will of Earth had not yet departed. Qi Ping could momentarily sustain the water giant, utilizing it as nourishment for the evolution of armor. Qi Ping refrained from continuing to use Xina Mi due to its lack of offensive capability, favoring a supportive role. Compared to the Xingtian armor, this water element armor was not particularly compatible with him, which was the true reason for his abandonment of the water element armor. However, the will of Earth misunderstood Qi Ping's intentions, mistakenly contemplating transforming Xina Mi into a combat-type armor. Qi Ping promptly rejected the notion. "I already possess Xingtian armor. If Xina Mi were to be converted into a combat type, it would be a waste. I'll handle it myself." Following the data, he made several modifications to the armor. Ultimately, he did not alter Xina Mi's appearance, instead enhancing it with new components, rendering it bulkier and imbuing its patterns with an air of mystery. "Almost there. One more compression, and it will be complete," Qi Ping exclaimed. The will of Earth exerted immense effort to compress the manifestation of the water element, and eventually, the colossal 5-meter armor collapsed with a thunderous sound, causing the sea to churn violently. Arthur and Mira were compelled to retreat, their vision obscured by the tumult. Once everything settled, they reopened their eyes, and Qi Ping, adorned in his new armor, stood before them. Chapter 100, Request for Leave. "I apologize, comrades. I simply cannot write today. Just one update for now, and I will return to complete it. Blood, sweat, and tears." Chapter 101, A Mysterious Situation. "What will you do next?" Qi Ping casually removed the newly upgraded Xina Mi armor and posed a question to Arthur and Mira. "What?" Maida, still absorbed in the earlier breathtaking scene, was momentarily at a loss. Arthur, however, furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the reliable-looking man before him, and asked, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself now?" Qi Ping slapped his forehead, chuckling, "My apologies. I've met so many people lately that has left me a bit muddled. My name is Qi Ping, a traveler. I initially sought to witness the grandeur of the Sea King, only to unexpectedly encounter individuals from the legendary Atlantis. What a remarkable coincidence." Arthur and Mira simultaneously entertained this thought. Had he been an ordinary person, they would not have given it a second thought. Yet, the formidable power exhibited by Qi Ping compelled them to contemplate further. However, in a fleeting moment of reflection, Arthur cast aside his conflicting thoughts and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. The survival of most residents in Mercy Harbor following the tsunami is largely due to your efforts. Do not mention it." Qi Ping modestly downplayed his actions and continued, "I have learned of Atlantis' existence from this lady. What are your plans moving forward? If this matter is not handled properly, A war between the ocean and the land is inevitable. Although the kingdoms of Atlantis have been dwelling in the depths of the sea as mere fishmen for millennia, their combination of magic and technological advancement is undeniably formidable. In other words, their potential for warfare is certainly not to be underestimated. Should conflict arise, I do not foresee defeat, especially with the presence of Superman on land. If necessary, he could plunge into the ocean and capture OM with ease. A leaderless underwater army may not last long in battle. However, considering OM's recent decisive act of unleashing a tsunami that submerged a harbor, it is clear he is a reckless individual, devoid of any reservations about waging war. If a large-scale tsunami were unleashed, how many lives would be lost? Qi Ping dared not contemplate the consequences, although he could summon the will of the earth to aid him at any moment. Risking his life would only allow him to manage a single maritime region, rendering multi-threaded warfare impossible. As Qi Ping pondered the impending conflict between land and sea, Arthur remained silent, deep in thought. Mira, unable to contain herself, shouted, "Arthur, you are the rightful heir of Queen Atlanta's bloodline, destined to inherit the throne. It is your fate." Upon hearing this, Qi Ping mused inwardly, this girl truly lacks tact. Does she not realize that the so-called bloodline is merely a source of anguish for Arthur? He does not care for it at all. Everyone possesses their vulnerabilities, and regardless of whether Arthur exudes calmness or a more playful demeanor, the issue concerning his mother is an untouchable sore spot. Should Arthur, in a fit of rage, decide to abandon everything, it would lead to chaos. Qi Ping could not simply plunge into the depths to eliminate OM, although it was not beyond his capabilities. Such an act would still ignite war, with all blame falling squarely on his shoulders. "Arthur, we need to speak privately." Qi Ping pulled Arthur aside, who was clearly at odds with Mira, and jested, "It seems you harbor quite a prejudice against this girl." Arthur shook his head and sighed. "When I first met Mira, she fled to escape becoming a pawn in a political marriage to OM. I entrusted her to my mentor, believing that would be the end of the matter. However, since then, Mira has incessantly urged me to reclaim the throne. I suspect she is not truly interested in marrying at all, which is why she is so fervently encouraging me to return to Atlantis." Ah, Qi Ping paused, scratching his head. "Well, that is not so bad. Not wanting a political marriage is hardly a fault. At least it is preferable to OM, who is willing to sacrifice countless lives for his own ambitions." Arthur wore a pained expression and, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "I never imagined that one day I would be vying for the throne of Atlantis." For an ordinary individual, the pursuit of unattainable power is often the root of profound tragedies. Yet for this stalwart man, it was the very essence of his plight. The destruction of his family stemmed not from a struggle for power, but from a man's desire to possess a woman as his own, a desire that had been egregiously violated, compelling him to seek vengeance through the most extreme measures. Qi Ping observed the familiar sense of dislocation in Arthur. He too had felt such uncertainty upon his arrival in this world, lost until he found purpose with Sam and the company. "Have you two finished your discussion?" Maida, unable to contain her impatience, approached them as they fell silent. Qi Ping stepped aside to allow them to converse. Arthur spoke in a low tone. "So, what solution have you and Vico devised this time?" "The specific intelligence lies with Vico. My role is merely to inform you," Mira confessed, unaware of the deeper context. "You don't even know the specifics, and yet you come to notify me?" Qi Ping, familiar with her circumstances, found himself questioning whether this princess was merely indulging in a whim. Arthur explained, "Due to Mira's prominent status, she is surrounded by many eyes, compelling Vico to withhold sensitive information until the last moment." "Then why doesn't Vico come himself?" "Because he, much like the Grand Chancellor, must attend to my brother constantly and cannot leave." Qi Ping was further perplexed. How could a Grand Chancellor and a princess commanding the royal guard still allow that OM to instigate war? "You do not understand." Mira shook her head. "In Atlantis, tradition runs deep. The king wields supreme power, and even together, Vico and I can only restrain him. Moreover, Vico cannot publicly oppose the king for the sake of the kingdom's stability." Qi Ping nodded, seeking clarity about the internal power structure of Atlantis for future endeavors. Arthur, however, couldn't resist a biting retort. "The supreme king. Yet how is your queen exiled?" "That was because Atlanta violated tradition." Mira hesitated before uttering the words. Arthur, dismissive of the customs that had led to his family's ruin, scoffed and leapt into the sea. Mira understood his sentiments, but pondered how he could ascend to kingship while disregarding the rules of Atlantis. Sighing, Mira lamented her difficult position before following him into the water. Qi Ping watched the bickering pair with amusement and shook his head, summoning his upgraded tsunami armor to elementalize and follow suit. Chapter 102. Proving Sanctity Through Antiquity. Qi Ping transformed into a current, trailing behind Arthur and Mira while observing the underwater world. In truth, the underwater world holds little allure. The deeper one ventures into the ocean, the darker it becomes, even though certain algae and coral organisms possess the ability to emit light. They are insufficient to illuminate the abyssal surroundings. For those with a fragile constitution, this place could undoubtedly trigger a profound fear of the deep sea. How does it feel? Qi Ping was swimming when Arthur suddenly slowed his pace to match his. It's rather mundane. In this state, I can only observe the flow of energy, which is hardly aesthetically pleasing. Qi Ping glanced at him and inquired, "Are you afraid?" "I'm indeed," Arthur replied with a bitter smile, then added, "What are your thoughts on what just transpired?" Qi Ping responded immediately, "Your brother is quite the adept politician. In his quest for power, he not only orchestrated the assassination of his fiancée, but also instigated a tsunami to provoke war. Truly a lunatic for conflict. Isn't war a bargaining chip for a capable king?" Arthur hoped to glean insights from Qi Ping that he had overlooked. Qi Ping chuckled. "War is the final resort. Those who unleash it at the outset are either madmen or fools. Do you wish for your stepbrother to fall into such a category? Certainly a fool, though regrettably. That seems nearly impossible." Arthur sighed, then suddenly surged forward, resuming his pursuit of Mira. Qi Ping, harnessing the water element, activated his teleportation, maintaining his position behind them. After circling around several times, they finally arrived at a dilapidated ruin. This place had once served as the hall where the first king of Atlantis chronicled his grand achievements, but it fell into disuse after the submergence of Atlantis. Arthur pointed at the statues encrusted with shellfish and algae, explaining to Qi Ping. Qi Ping surveyed the area, finding no discernible information amidst the obscured remnants. "Come." Mira beckoned them. "Vico is already awaiting our arrival." With that, she conjured a vacuum space using water magic and informed Qi Ping, who was visiting the ocean floor for the first time. The average Atlantean can no longer roam freely on land. After a period away from the ocean, they will dehydrate and ultimately perish. With this barrier, no one shall intrude. Shortly thereafter, Vico appeared before them, clad in brass armor. Qi Ping regarded his face with trepidation, fearing that he might unleash chaos with a pumpkin bomb at any moment. Although he recognized the inappropriateness of such thoughts, the absurdity of the situation compelled him to stifle a remark. The sensation of dissonance was nearly unbearable. "Arthur, is this your friend?" Vico inquired, sensing Qi Ping's peculiar gaze. Arthur nodded, stating, "We've just met, but you can trust him." Vico found this rather rash and hesitated to voice his concerns. But Arthur interjected, "Quickly, present your grand plan. Your king has commanded a tsunami against my people, and my patience is waning." Vico sighed helplessly. Arthur was undoubtedly a competent king, possessing formidable strength, a compassionate heart, and exceptional skills, far surpassing the paranoid Om. The sole issue was that the death of Queen Atlanta had rendered the surrounding mixed-blood princes distrustful of Atlantis. Alas! Vico sighed again, and then produced an ancient scroll, laying it before the assembly. Qi Ping peered closely, and the most prominent feature of the scroll was a golden trident, surrounded by 6 items: a scepter, a golden orb, a golden seal, golden shackles, and a golden helmet, all encircling the trident, with inscriptions in an unfamiliar Atlantean script surrounding them. Not understanding, Qi Ping inquired, "Is there a story behind this that I am unaware of?" Arthur explained with a hint of resignation. The greatest king in the history of Atlantis was named Sirocco. It is said that during his reign, he led the 7 kingdoms of Atlantis to unprecedented prosperity. In gratitude for his accomplishments, the 7 kingdoms revered him as their common master and crafted 7 distinct treasures to present to him. Among them, Atlantis gifted a golden trident forged from Poseidon's steel, said to be wielded only by the one who could claim kingship over the 7 seas and command the entirety of the ocean. However, following a great downfall caused by relentless expansion, this king chose self-exile, and the 7 treasures symbolizing Atlantis' glory vanished without a trace. Indeed, Vico continued with Arthur's narrative. In days gone by, even the most learned scholars of Atlantis deemed these treasures mere symbols belonging to legend. However, the royal family of Atlantis has always safeguarded the truth. "Arthur." Vico fixed his gaze upon him, Your mother once sought to find this trident to alter her fortunes. But she was exiled by Am's father before she could succeed. Yet, prior to her exile, she had already uncovered a clue. Is this it? Arthur queried, picking up the iron cylinder beside Vico and examining it closely. Vico nodded. After your mother's exile and subsequent death, the significance of this cylinder was deliberately forgotten. And his father lacked the courage to use their ancestors' relics to validate themselves. But you are different. Arthur, you must journey to the lost kingdom represented by the mark on this cylinder to uncover the truth. May I see it? Chi Ping extended his hand. Arthur casually handed over the cylinder. The technology of the cylinder was exceedingly ancient, and its fragility demanded utmost caution. Chi Ping nodded, using water elemental magic to levitate the cylinder, carefully sensing its structure and attempting to activate its archaic technology with magical elements. However, after a moment, he abandoned the effort. No, the internal structure is far too fragile. Forcing activation could very well destroy it. Chi Ping returned the object to Arthur and remarked, "It seems this journey is unavoidable. But where might this lost kingdom be?" He had watched the film Aquaman, but the timeline of this world was exceedingly chaotic, rendering many experiences inapplicable. In the desert, the kingdom of Atlantis once thrived on land, yet this lost realm, unfortunate in its fate, now lay half submerged, transformed into the Sahara Desert. Arthur had an exceptional memory. He retained every lesson imparted by Vico. Arthur, wield your mother's trident. I do this to ensure that the innocent populace on land does not fall victim to the ambitions of a single man. ORM. Arthur proclaimed, stepping back. You are not merely the guardian of those fishermen on land. You are the king of Atlantis, and this is a responsibility from which you cannot escape. Vico thrust the silver trident into the ground. Arthur remained unmoved. Chi Ping observed this awkward scene and shook his head in resignation, turning his gaze outward, and then smiled. It seemed that the actions of a madman were not particularly difficult to foresee.